Chapter 1. Beginning in Minnesota. Son, the team is ready for you. Have you truly considered it? After all, if you and your brother joined forces, you would undoubtedly create a commercial marvel. A distinguished middle-aged man was conversing with a handsome young lad. Rest assured, Father, I have made my decision. Business does not appeal to me. I have a passion for basketball. Although I may not become a professional athlete, being a coach, particularly for an NBA team, will be rather splendid. Seeing his son's determination, the middle-aged man ceased his persuasion. When his son was just 16, he had already taken on the role of a basketball coach at a middle school in the United States, earning the admiration of his players and leading them to a national runner-up finish, a feat achieved despite the championship being claimed by future NBA star Blake Griffin. Thus, the young man gained a modest reputation within the basketball community. What many did not realize was that he was not merely an ordinary basketball coach, but the chief heir of the esteemed Fortune 500 company, Tianhong Group, named Xiao. Xiao had a half-brother, a product of their father Su Zingen's youthful indiscretions. While one might expect a dramatic tale of sibling rivalry over inheritance, Xiao surprised everyone by voluntarily withdrawing from the struggle for succession, with one stipulation. He desired ownership of an NBA team, a platform from which he could pursue his love for basketball. This revelation left both his father and brother astounded, as well as perplexed everyone around them. Was it not more appealing to simply enjoy the privileges of being a wealthy heir? Though they were baffled, his father acquiesced, recognizing that such an arrangement would foster familial harmony and avert corporate discord. Yet, Xiao harbored his own aspirations. The NBA had become a source of frustration for him, particularly due to the remarks made by Daryl Morey, which had offended countless Chinese basketball fans and betrayed their trust after the immense market they had provided. Since you believe yourself so formidable, let me begin by conquering you. Soon, I shall place you beneath my feet and establish my own league, one that genuinely cherishes the sport of basketball. In June 2006, the Sioux Group officially acquired the Minnesota Timberwolves for a total asset value of $580 million. At long last, our protagonist, Xiao, realized his dream of owning an NBA team. Moreover, Xiao was not simply an ordinary individual. He had traversed time from another existence, where his love for basketball and analytical prowess flourished, albeit stifled by financial constraints that in this life. Transformed into a wealthy heir, he seized the opportunity to engage with a premier team and was determined to make the most of it. Additionally, on the very day he signed a contract for the Timberwolves equity, he unlocked a remarkable system. Congratulations on acquiring an NBA team. The Super Godfather system has been successfully activated, granting you 100 system coins and unlocking the lucky spin wheel. Xiao gazed at the wheel, which boasted options such as player skill card, personality and intelligence card, health assurance card, friendship and persuasion points, tactical ability card, and special ability card. The meaning of the prize is generally understandable, but requiring 100 coins for each attempt seems rather exorbitant. Xiao found himself in a predicament, as he could only afford one attempt, and he couldn't help but voice his grievances. This system is indeed rather stingy, he muttered. However, it appeared that the system had heard him, as it promptly responded, complete tasks to earn system coins. Upon examining the options, Xiao was pleasantly surprised to discover a plethora of tasks available, and upon reaching a certain threshold, he could also elevate the system's level, which was quite appealing. He immediately opted for a task that promised the greatest reward. Establish your own management team. Reward: 1,000 system coins. Splendid. This was precisely what he desired. In his previous life, the Timberwolves had been an undeniable disaster in the Western Conference from 2005 to 2021, with the exception of the year Butler played, which was largely attributable to the management team. Without the system's prompting, Xiao was already inclined to overhaul the management. Figures like David Kahn and Kevin McHale were destined for dismissal, and he had already identified suitable successors. His prior experiences granted him a unique vantage point, allowing him to see beyond mere transactions. What Xiao required were executors, individuals capable of executing his directives with finesse, adept at consolidating information and facilitating communication across various domains. Soon enough, candidates emerged. A seasoned scout named Al Gentry and an elder from the Timberwolves management, Burks. With suitable candidates in mind, Xiao's decisive nature meant he would not dilly-dally. He promptly convened a management meeting. Although they had encountered him at the previous equity transfer meeting, the young Chinese man in his early 20s had not garnered their goodwill. To them, he was merely a wealthy heir dabbling in sports. They merely hoped he wouldn't disrupt their operations, preferring to retain power and allow the professionals to manage affairs, as insiders often looked down upon outsiders. However, it was evident that Xiao was not one to conform to such expectations on his very first day in office. He ignited a fervor by brazenly placing his own appointments in high positions, inciting dissatisfaction among the veteran players. Mikhail and Layden, both seasoned figures, were suddenly demoted by the new owner, a situation they found intolerable, prompting them to launch a tirade against Xiao. What are you doing? You, an unknowledgeable young boy from the East, have no right to impose such changes. You know nothing of this place. Your whims could spell disaster for the Timberwolves. Do you comprehend what this team signifies for Minnesota? Mikhail openly berated Xiao during the meeting before storming out and resigning as general manager. His departure also took with him several disgruntled employees, which, to Xiao's relief, provided him with a perfect opportunity to enact a significant overhaul of the management team. However, Xiao's actions ignited a fervent discourse within the NBA. In an era when digital technology was not as advanced, he quickly became the focal point of public attention. Some posited that this was merely a case of a new official asserting dominance. Yet this perspective was held by a minority. The majority viewed him as just a wealthy heir, indulging in a pastime. Have you ever seen a restaurant owner who, upon acquisition, immediately sets out to dismiss the chefs? Perhaps they believe that a restaurant should prioritize plumbing over food. Smith, from M Country Aglow, openly criticized Xiao on his program. Across the NBA, evaluations of Su were rife with derision and mockery. How could a privileged heir so nonchalantly aspire to take over an entire team? They questioned his audacity, as he was merely a child yet to mature. Players began to voice their concerns, asserting that professional athletes should not be mere playthings for capital. While Su might find amusement in his pursuits, what would happen when his interest waned? What would become of the players in the team? In a collective outcry, even the players' union petitioned the NBA to revoke Xiao's eligibility. The most despondent were the local Minnesota players and fans, with many expressing a desire to no longer play for the team. Kevin Garnett, who had endured 11 frigid years, publicly declared his wish to be traded, unwilling to continue with the Timberwolves. The fans, distressed at the prospect of losing their beloved player, escalated their frustrations, even surrounding Xiao's company, demanding he vacate Minnesota. Yet, at that moment, the protagonist, Xiao, was far too preoccupied to heed their grievances. He had just redeemed 1,000 points and was uncertain how to utilize them. Upon emerging from the system and encountering the cacophony of insults directed at him, he remained silent. He had anticipated such a scenario, recognizing the players' and fans' reactions as entirely predictable. After all, he had employed somewhat forceful tactics to fulfill his objectives. However, he was unperturbed. Anyone wishing to leave was free to go. Furthermore, he was not in need of the meager ticket revenues from the fans, as his family's Tianhong group was among the world's elite. When he assumed control of the team, his father had advised him that should he squander resources, the team could languish for a decade or more without yielding as much as he earned in a single year. In his father's eyes, the team was merely a hobby, a form of recompense for not having been present in Zu's life, especially after his mother passed away early, leaving Su to be raised by his grandparents. His father felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards Su, which was exacerbated by the emergence of a brother contesting the family fortune. Yet being able to choose personal interests over financial gain served to alleviate familial tensions. Thus, with a grand gesture, he transferred shares of the enterprise to himself. Not only can one effortlessly assume the role of a carefree proprietor alongside a wealthy heir, but one can also manage a basketball team. Within the confines of the NBA, a premier global commercial league, this team simultaneously serves as a promotional vehicle for Tianhong Group. However, Xiao harbors no such frivolous intentions. His sole ambition is to meticulously manage this team, striving to elevate it to the pinnacle of the league. Yet, this aspiration is merely the first step. As Xiao, a reborn individual endowed with an extraordinary system, I cannot content myself with merely wielding influence within a modest league. My aim extends beyond simply conquering this league. I intend to seize this opportunity to establish my own league and, through my own efforts, propel the Chinese men's basketball team to new heights. My name is Xiao, and this tale commences in Minnesota. Chapter 2. A momentous trade. Nevertheless, given the tumult surrounding this issue, I cannot remain cooped up indoors, avoiding confrontation. I must confront and resolve the matter at hand. My initial focus is to address the players' concerns, beginning with a meeting to introduce myself. It is evident that the players harbor little fondness for me. Or perhaps they simply lack trust. It is no wonder that the system has provided me with an option for player credibility. At this moment, my credibility appears to be an abysmal 0. However, this is entirely understandable. Human nature dictates such reactions. After all, I am merely 21 years old, and they are unaware of my extraordinary journey through time. Thus, The emotional intelligence of the players becomes paramount, and if they engage with Xiao in a respectful manner, I am not devoid of compassion, even in trade discussions. I will ensure their satisfaction. Conversely, should they choose to act defiantly, they shall find themselves bidding farewell to the NBA. Even a player of Kevin Garnett's caliber would find himself at my mercy. At this juncture, the disparity in emotional intelligence among the players is laid bare. Although the meeting is far from cordial, seasoned stars like Garnett, accustomed to grand stages, still afford Xiao a modicum of respect. Yet, there are others like Anthony Davis, who, under LeBron's tutelage, show no courtesy towards me, persistently referring to me as a child. While I accept this with a smile, it does not imply that I will tolerate such insolence. Richie Davis, your fate is sealed. Moreover, some players, despite their disdain for me, recognize my position as the owner and begrudgingly endure the situation. However, they cannot escape my scrutiny. In contrast to Garnett, who is adamant about leaving, his demeanor is markedly more amicable. He candidly expresses that he feels past his prime and seeks to contend for a championship, something the Timberwolves cannot provide. His previous loyalty was tied to old friends, but with them gone, he feels no attachment to this place. While I am aware that Garnett's remarks subtly critique my management decisions, I find comfort in his respectful tone, acknowledging me as the owner of the team. Thus, with this understanding, we can part amicably. I invite him to list his preferred teams, assuring him that I will handle the subsequent arrangements with care. I end the year 2006, when Ray Allen had yet to join the Celtics, and Paul Pierce stood alone. The allure of acquiring Kevin Garnett was decidedly lacking. Shortly thereafter, he received a list of preferred teams from Garnett, which included formidable contenders such as the Lakers, Suns, and Bulls. It was now time to test the negotiation prowess of the newly established management team. Xiao convened a management meeting to deliberate on the asking price for Garnett. As expected, viewing the situation from a divine vantage point proved ineffective. A plethora of trade proposals emerged, yet none were particularly enticing. Boss, the team selected by Kevin are unlikely to offer a satisfactory price. Furthermore, upon learning of Garnett's desire to leave, they have begun to lower their offers. We've just received word that the Suns are unwilling to part with Stoudemire. The Bulls are only willing to trade either Deng or Gordon at best, and the Lakers won't even consider parting with Bynum. This is truly infuriating. With a wry smile, Xiao mused that they had underestimated him, treating him like a novice, hoping to exploit the situation. If they wished to take advantage of him, then he would acquiesce to their desires and grant them what they sought. Since they are unwilling to meet our demands, we shall withdraw, Xiao stated nonchalantly. What do you mean, boss? No trade? The team members appeared perplexed, unsure of the young man's intentions. Contact the teams. Kevin specified any undesirable contracts will suffice, Xiao declared decisively. What? Any undesirable contracts? Isn't that madness? We cannot afford to be this reckless. However, there is a stipulation that is non-negotiable, Xiao added. I require 10 unprotected first-round picks, 5 first-round picks, and 5 first-round pick swaps. If these teams are willing to meet this condition, we will proceed with the trade. If they're not, we will seek offers from the entire league. If no one shows interest, then the trade will not occur, Xiao asserted with authority. 10 first-round picks would undoubtedly deplete the future of any team involved, but could the Timberwolves truly benefit from such a transaction? Relying on the nebulous prospects of future draft picks seemed rather hasty. Ideally, they should secure a seasoned player in the process. Nevertheless, Xiao remained resolute, confident that the power lay in his hands. Let others observe the trades as well. Those who do not wish to align with me are equally unwelcome, and I am indifferent to their presence. The price is negotiable, but it will be preferable to exchange for draft picks. Anyone with a viable proposal may present it, and it will be factored into your commissions. By the way, how is the preparation for this year's draft coming along? Have there been any reports? Even though 2006 was considered a weak draft year, Xiao still hoped to unearth some hidden gems among this year's prospects. We hold the 6th overall pick in the first round, along with 3 second-round picks, numbered 36, 37, and 57. Xiao was taken aback by the plethora of second-round picks the Timberwolves possessed this year. However, these picks seemed to hold little promise aside from Millsap, whose potential was somewhat commendable. The rest appeared to lack the requisite talent. Let's consider trading the second-round picks as well, in hopes of moving up to acquire a first-round selection. If that proves unfeasible, we might as well package some players for a deal, he suggested. With the tasks delineated, the ensuing negotiations were now in the hands of the general manager and president. The Timberwolves' first outreach was to the Lakers. Upon hearing that a trade for Garnett was a possibility, the elder bus was immediately filled with excitement. However, his enthusiasm waned when he learned of the Timberwolves' demands that a decade's worth of first-round picks was indeed a steep price to pay. Lakers president Kupchak personally reached out to Xiao, seeking to negotiate a more favorable deal. Xiao's stance was resolute. It was a firm no. Dear President Kupchak, I am perplexed as to what you are still hesitating about. In the coming decade, do you truly believe there will be another player of Garnett's caliber? Even if, by chance, you encounter the next Garnett in 10 years, will you also have a Kobe? Presently, both Garnett and Kobe are at the zenith of their careers. If you are waiting for a gamble on their decline, when shall that be? Are you prepared to entrust the Lakers to the nebulous future you speak of? This year, Garnett has just turned 30, while Kobe is merely 28. If they avoid significant injuries, they each possess at least another 6 or 7 years of peak performance. Even when Kobe and Garnett have aged in a decade, you will still have Bynum. I am not asking for Bynum. I am simply stating my price. If it were not for my desire to fulfill Garnett's aspirations, do you think I would willingly send him to the Lakers? The price remains unchanged. Starting tomorrow, we will publicly announce it to the entire league. If anyone offers, I shall sell. If there are no offers, I will retain the tickets for myself. Xiao offers no opportunity for General Manager Kupchak, delivering a decisive 5-hit combo that leaves him in a quandary. Initially, he intended to discuss the price and leave some room for negotiation. But Xiao's words have genuinely piqued his interest. While he hesitates, Xiao openly solicits offers from the entire league. The availability of Garnett carries significant weight, rivaling that of any other player. Furthermore, Xiao's asking price is astutely calculated. It does not require dismantling one's roster, nor does it necessitate young players, which has captivated the interest of many. However, the draft pick he demands is rather steep, as it would eliminate the possibility of acquiring a lottery pick for the next decade. Still, numerous teams express interest, with the Knicks and Bulls being two prominent examples. The Bulls have brought in Ben Wallace, aiming for a strong performance next year, and they hold the Knicks draft picks for this year and the next, making it feasible for them to trade away their own picks. The Knicks, not scheduled to possess a draft pick until 2008, are willing to trade their two young big men, David Lee and Fry, in exchange for a draft pick to acquire Garnett. Additionally, the Suns, Pistons, Rockets, Cavaliers, and Mavericks have all engaged in negotiations with the Timberwolves. This situation has left the Lakers in a state of urgency, and it has heightened Kobe's anxiety as well. Garnett is among the few players whom Kobe holds in high regard. Their competitive spirit and team orientation resonate profoundly with one another. The combination of Kobe and Garnett would undoubtedly surpass that of Kobe and Gasol. I fail to comprehend the hesitation that persists. Do you genuinely believe that through the draft, one could secure a player of Garnett's caliber? Moreover, without parting ways with Bynum, whom you value precisely for his potential, you are now faced with an opportunity that embodies both promise and presentability. What is there to deliberate? When I propose a trade involving Bynum for Kidd, you are resistant. Should this transaction falter, I too shall take my leave from Los Angeles. This reflects Kobe's sentiments towards the management. His yearning for the championship has grown fervent. After enduring 2 years of setbacks, he is unwilling to squander any further opportunities. He is in urgent need of validation, which has led him to change his jersey number to 24 for the upcoming season, a testament to his desire to prove that he is not inferior to Jordan. Under Kobe's insistence, Kupchak found himself compelled to reach out to Xiao, resulting in a reluctant agreement between the parties. Shortly thereafter, the most explosive trade of the 21st century unfolded. The Lakers exchanged unprotected first-round picks from the years 2007, 2009, 2011, 2013, and 2015, along with first-round swap rights for 2008, 2010, 2012, 2014, and 2016, as well as the underwhelming first overall pick Kwame Brown, center Mim, and guard Smush Parker, who had collaborated with Kobe to score 83 points for Kevin Garnett, alongside the Timberwolves' young player, the braided-haired Troy Hudson. And the 57th pick in the second round of 2006, along with second-round picks from 2007, 2009, and 2010. The transaction erupted over Minnesota like a thunderclap. When fans witnessed the trade of Garnett for a handful of obscure players, it sparked an outcry of despair. Had even a player like Bynum been involved, the reaction would not have been so dire. In an instant, Xiao became akin to a pariah, with calls for his departure from Minnesota ringing out. He was no longer welcome here. Some even resorted to burning his photographs, while others rushed to his office, threatening to assassinate him. Though they were regrettably met with security at the entrance. It was not just the Minnesota fans. Teams across the league were left in disbelief at this trade. Yao Ming remarked, "Su, my friend, has found me an extraordinary opponent." Kidd quipped, Garnett, and Kobe. Should we just hand them the championship trophy now? Arenas exclaimed, goodness. I wouldn't dare assemble such a lineup even in a 2K game. Popovich unleashed a tirade. This is an utterly foolish trade. That Chinese fellow is a complete imbecile. Kwame Brown for Garnett. Such absurdity should be annulled. The previous trade of Kwame Brown for Gasol had already left Popovich speechless. And now Xiao had outdone himself with the even more outrageous swap of Brown for Garnett, who was still in the prime of his career at 30. It was enough to infuriate anyone. Chapter 3. My persona is that of a fool, although Xiao remained indifferent to external judgments. He deemed it essential to soothe the fans' sentiments, for he had to live in Minnesota and could not afford to be spat upon daily. Thus, he convened a press conference in Minnesota. Greetings, Minnesota fans. I am Xiao, the owner of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Upon his entrance and introduction, the crowd erupted in boos, creating a chaotic scene. Fortunately, despite his youth, Xiao possessed a mature disposition, having weathered many storms in life, and was unperturbed by the hostility. I understand that many of you are discontent with my decisions. Truth be told, I share some of that sentiment. As a devoted fan of Garnett, trading KG felt akin to having my girlfriend stolen away. The crowd jeered hypocrisy. The owner is indeed hypocritical. Yet, Xiao remained unfazed and continued, nonetheless. I stand by my choice without regret. I wish for my favorite player to attain a championship, to bask in glory and success. After a brief pause, the raucous crowd began to quiet. Xiao pressed on. I trust that you share my feelings. We all long to witness KG hoist the championship trophy. However, this time, he will don a Lakers jersey. While I yearn to lead him towards realizing his dreams with the Timberwolves, the reality is that time is not on his side. I require time to transform the Timberwolves into a championship-caliber team, and with Garnett's peak years dwindling, I am reluctant to squander his most precious moments. Hence, I have decided to send him to the Lakers. I shall also make a commitment to Minnesota. Within 3 years, the Timberwolves shall undoubtedly return to the playoffs and emerge as a formidable force in the Western Conference. In 5 years, the Timberwolves will ascend to become the pinnacle team of the West, and it will be then that we shall seize the championship. In a final gesture, Xiao addressed the camera, calling out to KG. Did you hear that, KG? You have less than 5 years remaining. If you cannot clinch a title, Minnesota will always welcome you back. I will lead you to victory. Meanwhile, Garnett, already en route to Los Angeles, watched the live broadcast and suddenly broke into a knowing smile, patting his chest in his signature manner, seemingly in response to Xiao. At that moment, he found the owner rather endearing, realizing that perhaps he had misjudged him. Xiao, undeterred, turned his attention to the upcoming draft. Boss, after careful consideration, we have identified 2 candidates who may be suitable, Randy Foye and Brandon Roy. Each possesses unique strengths, though both are somewhat older, being 4th-year seniors, and their potential may be limited. Al-G handed over the draft report, but Xiao, without even glancing at it, declared, select Roy. Al-G hesitated, wishing to add more, but Xiao, resolutely flipping through the report, reiterated, select Roy. Xiao was acutely aware of what the future held for both Roy and Foye. This draft report merely served as a means to evaluate his subordinates' capabilities. The only concern was Roy's history of injuries. While Foye lingered in the league until 2017 to 2018, Roy, a year his junior, had retired prematurely. But the system allows for the possibility of drawing a health card, Xiao suddenly recalled. Reminded of his system and the 1100 system coins at his disposal, he promptly entered the system, hoping to draw a health card. Xiao embarked on an 11-time draw, only to find his luck had taken a turn for the worse on the first attempt. He received 10 points of friendly compliance and a star ability card. However, given the system's low level, the current star cards were all rated D, making it improbable to obtain anything of significant caliber. Very well. If the new team can view me with a bit more friendliness and compliance, it is not entirely unfeasible. Let us exhaust this streak of misfortune, and may the remainder be filled with good fortune. Xiao could only console himself inwardly. If such luck were to persist, then the promise made with Minnesota would indeed become a mere jest. Departing from the system, he began to organize his materials in preparation for the upcoming draft. The 2006 draft had arrived as anticipated. Dressed in a suit, Xiao entered the venue. Due to the previous season's lackluster performance by the Timberwolves, they held the 6th overall pick this year. Although Xiao had previously proposed a trade with the Bulls for their 2nd pick, he was rebuffed, and he found no other team's picks appealing. However, this did not imply that Xiao would be idle during the draft. As Stern made his announcements, newcomers began to eagerly anticipate which teams would select them and in what order. The top picks remained unchanged. The Raptors selected the Italian player Bargnani with the first pick, a center whom Xiao deemed competent yet not quite deserving of the top position. The Bulls then chose Aldridge, a selection that should have been commendable. Yet they undermined their own strategy by opting to trade with the fourth-pick Trailblazers in exchange for the leaping man, Terrence Thomas. Following that, there were no significant changes. When it came to the Timberwolves, Ho Tion decisively selected Brandon Roy and declined a trade proposal from the Rockets. The Rockets had long coveted Roy. While one had to admit that their judgment this time was quite astute, the truth remained that Xiao did not wish to witness Roy's talent diminish so soon. Despite Roy harboring some reservations towards the Timberwolves, after all, the team had just undergone a change in ownership, and the new owner was not held in high regard. Nevertheless, the owner was still the owner, and opportunities for an older rookie like himself were scarce. Moreover, with Garnett's departure, his developmental prospects remained promising. Thus, he resolved to embrace the Timberwolves as they were. The seasoned rookie has officially joined the Timberwolves. The Rockets, who had also sought Roy, found themselves thwarted by the Timberwolves' interception. Their attempts to negotiate a trade were rebuffed, inciting considerable frustration within the Rockets organization. The rumors suggested that the Timberwolves were keen on acquiring Randy Foye. Yet their sudden change of heart left Dawson feeling disgruntled. With no other recourse, he opted for Rudy Gay, subsequently trading him for Battier. Although Battier is a commendable player, the Rockets' offer seemed rather hefty, exchanging a lottery pick for a 3-and-D player hardly appears advantageous. Furthermore, the Grizzlies are aiming for a rebuilding phase next season and are unlikely to retain Battier. Swift, despite being a negative asset, could easily be balanced out in a trade with the Grizzlies using 2 future draft picks alongside Swift. As long as the Rockets remain free of injuries, their draft position is unlikely to be notably high. Alternatively, a package including this year's 8th pick, Swift, and an additional sweetener could suffice to acquire Battier along with 2 second-round picks. Regrettably, Dawson's limited acumen is a concern. It is indeed unfortunate for Yao Ming to be associated with such a manager. As the draft proceeded normally, Xiao, noticing Dawson's short-sightedness, began to entertain ulterior motives. In turn, Dawson viewed Xiao as if he were a fool, incredulous at the notion of handing over the team star without any negotiations. This kind of naive transaction was unprecedented, with both parties harboring hidden agendas and sensing an opportunity for exploitation. The first round passed without incident, but in the second round, it was announced that the Rockets would finalize a trade with the Timberwolves. Houston would send their 32nd overall pick, along with first-round selections from 2007 and second-round picks from 2008 and 2009, along with Bob Sura and power forward Paget to the Timberwolves. In return, they would receive the Timberwolves' 37th pick, the white guard Jarek, the tenacious forward Madsen, the small forward Justin Reed, and the recently acquired power forward Brian Cook from the Lakers, the same player who famously scored 83 points alongside Kobe, along with a second-round pick from 2008. Subsequently, the Timberwolves preemptively signed guard Cox Snyder before the Rockets could act. The rationale behind the Timberwolves' penchant for stockpiling draft picks remains unclear. Yet many perceive the Rockets as having profited from the trade. They not only shed Sura's unplayable contract, but also acquired the versatile guard Jarek, who can effectively alleviate some of McGrady's burdens, alongside the hard-working forward Madsen and the upgraded version of Paget and Cook, all at the cost of merely a future first-round pick and 2 second-round selections. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves utilized the Rockets' 32nd pick to select P.J. Tucker, a robust yet slow-moving guard, followed by the selection of Millsap at 36, a shorter interior player standing just over 2 meters tall. The Timberwolves' intentions remain a mystery, while the Rockets, despite securing only the 37th pick, successfully drafted their desired sharpshooter, Novak. It seems my persona as the fool has been firmly established. Xiao chuckled as he observed the news coverage of his reputation, self-deprecatingly remarking, "This is preferable. Trading with a fool entails no guard." Xiao glanced at the former generals of the previous dynasty still in need of trading, Rich Davis, Mark Blunt, and Trent Hassel. Given this situation, he decided to act decisively and clear them all at once. Subsequently, Xiao made another move, orchestrating a trade between the Timberwolves and the Magic. The Timberwolves sent the Rockets' 2008 second-round pick, last year's rookie McCants, and starting center Mark Blunt to the Magic in exchange for Darko Milicic, Puerto Rican guard Arroyo, Bo Outlaw, and a second-round pick from 2012. This can also be regarded as a means of clearing space for the Magic in preparation for renewing Howard's contract next summer. Subsequently, another monumental transaction ensued as the Timberwolves traded Mim, obtained from the Lakers, along with the formidable Parker, Rich Davis, and Wright to the New York Knicks. In return, they received exorbitantly unfavorable contracts, namely the underperforming Malik Rose and Jerome James, alongside the increasingly disoriented Francis and Taylor, a former teammate of Yao Ming. Additionally, they secured a first-round pick from 2008, protected in the top 6. If the protection is successful, it will automatically defer to 2009 with a top 14 protection, then to 2010 with a top 16 protection until 2011, ultimately becoming an unprotected first-round pick, in conjunction with picks from 2008 and 2013. This maneuver by Xiao was even lauded by Knicks fans, who referred to him as a benefactor. Both Rich Davis and Smasher Parker are commendable assets with immediate utility. And most importantly, this transaction significantly liberated substantial cap space for the team. Parker has 1 year remaining on his contract, while Davis has 2, should they underperform. They can simply depart, resulting in negligible loss for the Knicks. As for the draft picks, such considerations have never been part of the Knicks' strategy. After all, where did the Bulls' second overall pick this year come from? The transaction initiated by the Knicks resulted in no loss for them, essentially allowing them to enhance their immediate capabilities while simultaneously clearing out undesirable contracts. This unexpected turn of events instilled a glimmer of hope in a team that had previously languished at the bottom of the Eastern Conference last season. However, Xiao was preoccupied with his own agenda and swiftly proceeded to trade Hassel, Padgett, and a second-round pick from the Rockets' 2009 draft to acquire Swift from the Grizzlies. Recently deemed a liability by the Rockets, Swift could be exchanged for a solid role player like Hassel, who still has a year left on his contract, along with a valuable second-round pick. It is uncertain how the Grizzlies owner might respond to Xiao's acumen in this transaction. Xiao's interest in Swift was driven by a specific purpose. He had just developed a systematic approach to player utilization. The system provided him with star cards, where cards rated A or lower represented universally applicable starting-level players. In contrast, those rated A and above came with specific criteria. A and above were categorized into technical and talent-based types. S-level technical cards could only be assigned to players under 25, while S-level talent cards were reserved for those aged 20 or younger, with a preference for the younger demographic. Furthermore, it is crucial that S-level talent cards can only be assigned to players who have previously played for one's team. Consequently, Xiao needed to amass physically gifted players, and Swift was among his targets. Standing at 6 feet 9 inches with a wingspan of 7 feet 2 inches, possessing guard-like speed, a robust physique capable of competing at an NBA level, and extraordinary explosiveness and jumping ability, Swift undoubtedly exemplified S-level talent. If such a talent were to be nurtured in domestic players, it could eclipse even the likes of E. Jianlian and, with proper development, could easily become a first-round draft pick. Thus, Xiao was unfazed by external criticisms, as the Timberwolves were finally taking shape, and he was poised to commence building his team. Chapter 4. Kwame Brown, Bust or Genius amidst a cacophony of derision. Xiao successfully completed the reorganization of his roster. Following a thorough overhaul, the Timberwolves lineup for the new season had crystallized, marking them as one of the most completely rebuilt teams in history. All 15 players from the previous season have been traded away, culminating in a finalized roster comprising point guards, Francis, Arroyo, Sula shooting guards, Roy, Snyder, Bothrow small forwards, Tucker, Malik Rose power forwards, Kwame Brown, Millsap centers, Malisic, Swift, Jerome James. This lineup was undeniably positioned at the bottom of the league, and winning even 10 games seemed an arduous challenge. Although the intent for the upcoming season was to embrace a losing strategy, it was imperative not to cement themselves in the annals of disgrace. Continuous losses could stifle the development of a healthy competitive culture within the team, reminiscent of the Timberwolves in Xiao's previous life, where talent was abundant but ultimately futile, trapping them in a vicious cycle. With a star skill card still in his possession, albeit from a system of low level, yielding mostly fringe players, many of whom Xiao had never heard of, he reasoned that having something was better than nothing. Thus, in a bid to ensure that the upcoming season would not be utterly humiliating, Xiao resolved to take a chance. Activating the system, Xiao utilized his Soul Star card. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the offensive skills of player Wang Jiji. please select the recipient of this ability. Wang Zhizhi, indeed, is a figure of some comfort. Gazing at the skill card in his hand, Su Xiao let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, he had come to understand Wang Zhizhi quite well. His offensive techniques are undoubtedly comprehensive, and his shooting skills, even in the realm of the NBA, have afforded him a foothold. However, his physical prowess is rather average. While he may be regarded as exceptionally gifted in China, he falls short in the context of the NBA's elite standards. Nevertheless, he has managed to navigate the challenges of the NBA for 5 to 6 years, primarily relying on his remarkable offensive abilities. As Su Xiao glanced at his own team, two candidates began to take shape in his mind. Within his roster, there exist two individuals of considerable physical talent: the once maligned first overall pick Kwame Brown and the former second overall pick Darko Milei, both of whom have yet to realize their full potential. In terms of physical prowess, these two individuals undoubtedly rank among the elite in the league. Otherwise, they would not have claimed the top 2 spots in the draft. However, their skills are rather rudimentary, particularly in the case of Kwame Brown, whose remarkable physical attributes even garnered admiration from Jordan. Regrettably, his developmental environment in the latter stages was somewhat detrimental, coupled with a lack of solid fundamentals, which led to him being labeled a disappointing number 1 pick for many years. Thus, he intends to impart Wang Zhizhi's offensive skills to him. As for Milicic, he is significantly younger, and in host perspective, Milicic differs from Brown. He possesses talent that simply lacked adequate cultivation under Larry Brown's stern guidance, which instilled a sense of inferiority in this foreign young man. Last season, while serving as a blue-collar worker alongside Howard in Orlando, he performed his duties commendably. Consequently, Su Xiao plans to nurture him and assess his potential, with the understanding that if he still fails to excel, the system can provide assistance in due course. Considering Milicic has just turned 21 this year. Moreover, Su Xiao is eager to test his own developmental capabilities, as he cannot solely rely on the system, which is inherently unpredictable. What if he never draws a star player card? He cannot remain stagnant, allowing others to ridicule him, especially since he has already set his own ambitions into motion. With a plan in place, Su Xiao, the esteemed owner, promptly convened a meeting to introduce the new recruits, warmly welcoming them and leaving a positive impression. Kwame, please stay behind. After the meeting concluded, Su Xiao retained Kwame Brown for a private conversation. I traded Garnett to the Lakers, and I believe it was a profitable move. What do you think? Brown was bewildered, uncertain why the owner would pose such a question. Is it about the draft pick? No, it's because this trade brought you here. Brown looked at him in disbelief. Me? Indeed, you, Kwame Brown. The once celebrated high school prodigy, who triumphed over Gasol and Joe Johnson in the 2001 draft, a true child of destiny. Child of destiny? That title had not graced Brown's ears since entering the NBA. As for being the number 1 pick, he wondered if Su Xiao was mocking him. Listen, Kwame, this offseason, I will hire a specialized trainer for you, and I will be there to accompany and supervise you throughout the process. Do not squander your innate talent. Gazing into the resolute eyes of his superior, Brown felt a warmth surge within him. It had been a long time since anyone had placed such significance on him after leaving high school. Yet, a tinge of anxiety crept in. Would this boss reprimand him like Jordan or Kobe if he faltered? That would be akin to descending from one hell into another. However, Su Xiao wasted no time for contemplation, as his decisive demeanor was well known. He merely patted Brown on the shoulder and stated, "Come to the gym at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I will introduce you to your new trainer. Just dismiss the previous one." Left alone, Brown stared blankly at his phone, suddenly aware of a warm current flowing within him. Although his body felt no unusual sensations, he was taken aback, sensing that Su Xiao had not erred in his judgment. A compelling urge to showcase his skills surged within him. "Li Wen, we may have to bid farewell," he mused. Meanwhile, as Su Xiao patted him, he also activated his star player card. The next day, Brown arrived as promised, though he appeared somewhat weary, having just severed ties with the special trainer who had accompanied him for 3 years. The process had been fraught with unpleasantness, culminating in Li Wen's scathing ridicule, branding Brown as a hopeless case. In response, Brown, filled with indignation, unleashed a tirade against his entire family. "Indeed, you are quite punctual," Su Xiao remarked, descending in casual attire. "Allow me to introduce you. These two will serve as your dedicated trainers during this off-season, Frank Long and Xiao Dike. This individual is your assistant and planner, my fellow townsman, Fu Yanghua. He will oversee your training regimen and dietary plans. In the days to come, I may come by intermittently to monitor your progress or perhaps even stay here to supervise you continuously. In an earnest endeavor to unlock Wang Zhixi's full potential, Su Xiao invested considerable resources. If yesterday he harbored suspicions of manipulating sentiments, today he has undoubtedly moved Brown to the core. Such treatment was unprecedented even during Brown's draft year. Initially, Su Xiao had intended to recruit Milicic as well, but due to his commitment to the World Championships, he had no choice but to settle for Brown. Given this lineup, it is no wonder that Brown felt touched. Who wouldn't be? In the outside world, a single offseason could easily command a sum of $1 or $2 million. Upon hearing this news, the three rookies, Roy, Tucker, and Millsap, after participating in the Summer League, also expressed their desire to join, to which Su Xiao readily acquiesced. The offseason swiftly passed, and Su Xiao, determined to learn the intricacies of managing the team, refrained from leisure travels, even foregoing the World Championships. Although he yearned to witness Wang Shipeng's game-winning shot in person, he managed to connect with the Chinese Basketball Association, as he aspired to see his country's basketball rise on the global stage rather than falter to the likes of Lebanon. As October arrived, training camps commenced across various teams. Brown informed Su Xiao that they had completed specialized training and were ready to reunite with the team. The first training camp was set in Miami, followed by the second in Minnesota. Notably, the home venue, Target Center, would enter its final season next year, after which the new Tiana International Arena would officially open. Su Xiao entered the training facility as the season approached, and the team had already begun joint practices, thanks to an impressive level of camaraderie. The players greeted Su Xiao with friendly nods. Coach Casey, observing this youthful owner, felt a twinge of melancholy. He had once envisioned leading the Timberwolves to success, but now that hope seemed dashed. However, he inexplicably felt a fondness for this young man, who greeted him with a warm smile. Su Xiao reciprocated the gestures, encouraging the players to continue, as he merely wished to observe their training. His gaze swept across the athletes, pausing momentarily on Kwame Brown, who had also taken notice of him. At that moment, Su Xiao cast a look of encouragement toward Brown, who confidently responded, ready to showcase the fruits of his labor from the off-season. Subsequently, the internal scrimmage commenced. After completing the foundational training, the teams prepared for a 5-on-5 matchup. As the game began, Kwame Brown faced off against Milicic, stepping forward to set a screen for Arroyo before swiftly positioning himself for a rebound. This was a routine task he had repeated since joining the NBA, devoid of any aggressive intent, hence his infamous remark to Kobe about not wanting the ball. In this manner, Brown often refrained from engaging offensively, only occasionally receiving the ball. If this pattern continued, his star card would become a wasted opportunity. Therefore, Su Xiao resolved to offer further encouragement. Kwame, you might consider being more proactive on the offensive end. On the sidelines, Su Xiao remarked to Kwame Brown. Yet Coach Casey evidently preferred him to adopt a more restrained approach. In his view, allowing Milicic to take a couple more shots was far more advantageous than granting Brown opportunities. Kwame Brown, feeling somewhat uncertain, responded, I suppose I should focus on securing rebounds. If a chance arises beneath the basket, I shall certainly give it a try. This caused Su Xiao to feel a sense of urgency, prompting him to shout out fervently, there are neither Jordans nor Cobes here. This is a new environment, a completely fresh beginning. If you do not dare to attempt even a single challenge, how can you transcend your limitations? Do you wish to remain in a state of despair? Will you dismiss the efforts you made during the off-season as mere jest, or were you merely putting on a facade throughout that time? This is not merely a matter of inactivity during the off-season. Rather, it is that Brown has diligently practiced his footwork year after year, yet has seen no significant improvement. Many players exhibit remarkable prowess during the off-season, only to falter when the games commence. Ultimately, it boils down to inherent technical deficiencies, which, once ingrained over time, become habitual. To rectify such shortcomings through mere short-term intensive training is a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Su Xiao's words have indeed resonated with Kwame Brown. Indeed, there are no Jordans or Cobes here. Perhaps I should give it a try. Meanwhile, Casey has also overheard Su Xiao's encouragement towards Brown. Although the reason behind the new owner's particular interest in Brown remains unclear, he still concedes to the new owner's wishes, signaling Brown to take a shot and devising a strategy for him. The newcomer Roy displays considerable understanding, creating space for Brown with an unencumbered run. Arroyo, in turn, seamlessly passes the ball, and as Kwame Brown faces Milicic's staunch defense, he would typically have opted for a pass. Yet this time, a warm surge of determination flows through Kwame Brown's body once more. This time, he found himself inexplicably compelled to back down against his opponent. It is worth noting that Milicic, much like himself, though lacking in offensive prowess, is undoubtedly a competent defensive blue-collar worker. Attempting to overpower him is no simple feat. Before long, Kwame Brown maneuvered with his back to the basket, pressing towards the hoop, followed by a smooth pivot that allowed him to elude Milicic. With a dazzling feint that left his adversary momentarily dazed, he executed a swift crossover step and effortlessly scored. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, leaving the spectators in sheer awe. "Oh my goodness, when did you master such a skill?" His teammates erupted in exuberant celebration, and even Milicic, who had just been a passive observer, approached Brown with a congratulatory remark. "I never anticipated such footwork, my friend." On the sidelines, Xiao watched with great satisfaction, appreciating the vibrant camaraderie within this youthful team. Coach Casey, too, was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't Brown merely a run-of-the-mill blue-collar player? How had he suddenly displayed such finesse? Was this merely a flash of inspiration? Or had he genuinely honed his skills? Even Brown himself felt a tinge of surprise, perceiving his performance as rather ordinary, and he even contemplated attempting the move once more. In the midst of his astonishment, he caught Xiao's encouraging gaze, which bolstered his confidence further. For the next play, at Casey's signal, Brown opted not to set a screen, but instead actively sought position. Casey was eager to discern whether Brown had truly developed his skills or if this was merely a stroke of luck. In this play, Brown opted to back down Milicic, suddenly pivoting to break through. It must be acknowledged that Brown's physical prowess is indeed remarkable. Had this situation involved another player, the likelihood of evading the defense would have been minimal, leading to a forced shot amidst contact. However, Brown is different. His initial step is incredibly swift, and he does not falter in physical confrontations. Following this, he executed a sudden stop, creating space for himself, and with a standard mid-range jumper from just outside the key, he confidently scored. This moment instilled a glimmer of hope in Casey and greatly bolstered Brown's confidence. As the next play unfolded, without the coach's signal, Brown dutifully executed a screen. However, Roy's drive was thwarted by Milicic, and with time running out, he had no choice but to pass to Kwame Brown, who stood beyond the three-point arc. At that instant, Kwame Brown entertained a reckless notion of attempting a three-pointer, yet he hesitated, raising his hand only to let it fall again. "Do not waver, Kwame. Here, no one shall fault your bravery, but we shall scorn your timidity," shouted Xiao from the sidelines. Upon hearing the call from his coach, Brown regained his confidence, and with the shot clock expiring, he launched a three-pointer that arced beautifully through the air and swished through the net. "Oh, magnificent!" exclaimed Roy, leaping in celebration beside Brown. Though still a rookie, Roy had begun to unveil his innate leadership qualities, actively encouraging his teammates, a fact duly noted by Xiao. The team erupted in celebration for Brown, with even Coach Casey expressing admiration for Brown's significant progress during the off-season. The new season promised to be captivating. Xiao clapped in approval, thrilled to witness such talent not go to waste. For Brown, three-pointers seemed as natural as breathing. Chapter 5. A stunning debut, gentlemen. You have all performed admirably. After practice, Xiao gathered the team. Your training was exceptional. I know many of you harbor a fierce determination. When you arrived in Minnesota, you may not have felt particularly fond of this place. Perhaps you felt as though you had been discarded like refuse. Yet, I wish to convey to you that we have all faced underestimation, yet we have never faltered. Those who belittle us shall pay dearly. Just as our team name suggests, we are the ferocious Timberwolves, wolves that stand proud above the league. Despite undergoing significant transformation and facing scorn, even I, your owner, have become a laughingstock in the league. However, I have faith that you will demonstrate through your actions that my decisions are sound. Xiao's words ignited a fervor within the ranks of the Timberwolves, resonating deeply with their sentiments. Among them were individuals who had faced ridicule since their entry into the league, such as Kwame Brown and Darko Milicic. Alongside those branded as toxic, like Francis, there were also the overlooked talents of Millsap and Tucker from the draft, as well as those burdened with so-called bad contracts. They all arrived here through trades to a Timberwolves team poised for reconstruction. Xiao was not mistaken. Their arrival indeed bore the weight of being discarded into a proverbial dumpster. However, they understood that this dumpster label stemmed from Xiao's strategic acquisition of them, an exchange that had prompted mockery towards their owner across the league. Now, they sought to vindicate themselves, but more importantly, to repay their owner's faith. Although they were aware that the primary objective for the Timberwolves in the upcoming season was not merely to win, Every player in this league harbors a disdain for losing. Consequently, they commenced rigorous training in the lead-up to the season. Even Francis, who typically indulged in a lifestyle of revelry, began to toil earnestly in Minnesota. As the new season approached, the Timberwolves entered the preseason without a single victory, leading media outlets to unanimously predict their position as the league's bottom dwellers, with some suggesting they might eclipse the historical worst record of 9 wins and 73 losses held by the 76ers. All right, gentlemen, the new season has commenced. You are all professional athletes, and you know what must be done. I will say this: go out there and deliver a resounding slap to those who doubt you. Xiao rallied his players before boarding the flight. Their inaugural match was against their divisional rivals, the Nuggets, in an away game. Although Allen Iverson had yet to join the Nuggets, their strength was undeniable, making this opening match a challenging prospect for the Timberwolves. Upon arriving in Denver, Xiao was met with the news. In the Lakers' season opener, despite Kobe's absence due to injury, they triumphed over the Suns with a score of 114-104. Kevin Garnett delivered an impressive performance, amassing 28 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks with no turnovers, while Lamar Odom led all scorers with 29 points. Meanwhile, under Garnett's defense, the returning star Amare Stoudemire managed only 6 points and 4 rebounds. This match provided immense comfort to the Lakers fans, especially after last season's early elimination by the Suns. In the inaugural game of this season, the Lakers exhibited formidable dominance, even in the face of the opponent's star player, Amare Stoudemire, returning to action. However, with the arrival of Kevin Garnett, the first game served as a reassuring tonic for Lakers supporters. This is still without the presence of Kobe Bryant. Once he returns, the resurgence of the Purple and Gold dynasty will be imminent. This match has allowed Lakers fans to completely forget that Garnett was acquired through a decade's worth of draft picks. It is likely that Xiao is now regarded as the savior of Los Angeles, to the extent that the late Jerry Buss might have considered erecting a statue in his honor at the Staples Center. While Los Angeles flourishes, Minnesota remains in a frigid state. Witnessing Garnett's formidable performance with the Lakers has undoubtedly left Minnesota fans disheartened, especially as they reflect on their reckless owner, inciting a desire to confront him with indignation. Nevertheless, the game must proceed. The Minnesota Timberwolves are set to face the Denver Nuggets in an away match, a contest widely anticipated to be lopsided. Commentator Steve Kerr, in a mocking tone before the game, remarked that both the Lakers and Timberwolves matches lacked suspense, suggesting that this encounter was merely a futile exercise, advocating for the cancellation of such tedious games. The Nuggets, feeling equally uninspired, were reminded by George Karl to maintain focus. Yet, even he believed the outcome was a foregone conclusion, with the most notable player on the opposing side being the fallen Francis in New York, surrounded by a bench of aging and frail players. The starting lineups were prepared. For the Timberwolves, it was Francis, Roy, Tucker, Kwame Brown, and Malisic. For the Nuggets, Miller, J.R. Smith, Anthony, Martin, and Camby. Observe the Timberwolves' luxurious frontcourt, featuring a combination of the first and second overall picks. The opposing side also boasts a similar pairing of top draft selections, making this a rather compelling matchup. Prior to the commencement of the game, Steve Kerr continued to deride the Timberwolves. This also incited a sense of disdain within Xiao. This old relic harbored an inherent contempt for the Chinese. In the past, Yao Ming had also been a target of his derision. However, Xiao realized that he could no longer concern himself with such matters and resolved to focus on his own performance. As the game commenced, Camby, leveraging his long reach, swiftly secured possession of the ball, granting the Nuggets their first offensive opportunity. Andre Miller confidently dribbled across the half-court line and directly passed the ball to Anthony. Confronted by the rookie Tucker, Anthony showed no mercy, activating his isolation play, eager to accumulate points. Yet, in his haste, he missed his initial shot. Malisic successfully secured the rebound, and Francis quickly advanced the ball. Kwame Brown followed suit, receiving the pass. Faced with the season's best defensive player, Camby, Brown deftly faked him out and with a gentle flick, sent the ball into the hoop. Camby, caught off guard, had underestimated Brown's capabilities, and the Timberwolves took an early lead. It was indeed surprising that Kwame Brown could execute such a maneuver, a rarity indeed, suggesting he had put considerable effort into shedding the label of being the greatest draft bust in history. Although Brown's initial basket was impressive, the commentators were rife with skepticism. Clearly unconvinced that Brown's performance signified any real improvement, they dismissed the shot, as mere happenstance. Camby, unperturbed, reasoned that the previous play was merely a result of the Timberwolves' counterattack, and their defensive formation had inadvertently afforded Brown that opportunity. He was determined not to let them capitalize again. Anthony, regaining his composure, received the ball once more. Facing the rookie Tucker, he executed a seamless step back and turned for a smooth jump shot that found its mark. Even the peak version of Tucker would have struggled to defend against Anthony, let alone the rookie Tucker, who was simply no match for him. "No worries, we shall regroup," Francis shouted as he dribbled past half-court, directing his teammates' movements. "Hey, am I seeing things, or is Kwame Brown actually posting up?" Indeed, one was not mistaken. Brown was indeed in position. It was baffling to consider what the Timberwolves coaching staff was thinking, seemingly intent on having Brown engaged in low-post isolation. Had they mistakenly confused Kwame Brown with Garnett? Oh, and Francis actually passed the ball inside. Surely, he did not believe he could take on Camby. There exists a notable disparity in the performance of Camby on the court. However, he is by no means a novice, having established his reputation through defensive prowess. He possesses the confidence to defend Brown one-on-one, which is why, even when positioned deep, no assistance came to his aid. Upon receiving the ball, Brown skillfully used his body to establish dominance over Camby, then proceeded to drive assertively. It must be acknowledged that Brown's imposing physique is indeed a challenge for Camby to contend with. Despite several attempts to disrupt with his long reach, he was unsuccessful. Utilizing his shoulder to create leverage against Camby, Brown accelerated, then executed a sudden stop and a wide-angled pivot, culminating in a powerful dunk that forcefully overwhelmed Camby. If the previous play could be attributed to a momentary lapse in the Nuggets' defensive alignment, this one was undeniably a testament to Brown's footwork and strength. This time, Camby found himself somewhat unsettled, voicing his grievances to his teammates about their lack of defensive support. The commentators were left speechless, only able to commend the beauty of such a magnificent dunk. In stark contrast to the Nuggets bench, the Timberwolves substitutes had already erupted in cheers, with Xiao being the most elated. However, amidst his excitement, there lingered a hint of regret. His overall skill set undoubtedly had the potential to thrive in the NBA, yet he lacked the physical attributes of a player like Brown. Had it been Xiao, he might have struggled to maintain control of the ball after his initial confrontation with Camby. Even if he were to execute the spin, it would merely result in a layup, susceptible to being blocked or interfered with, certainly not the explosive dunk witnessed. One can only hope for a stroke of luck to draw a talent card, enabling the emergence of a Chinese prodigy. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a passing error occurred on the Nuggets side, leading to a turnover and the Timberwolves to inbound the ball. In this instance, Brandon Roy opted to execute a pick-and-roll with Kwame Brown, a strategy frequently utilized during their training sessions. Brown's robust physique effectively obstructed the defensive J.R. Smith, allowing Roy to surge towards the basket, drawing the Denver defense inward, before distributing the ball to Malisic. Although Malisic's offensive prowess remains largely untapped, his defensive acumen and playmaking abilities are beginning to blossom, as he astutely located the unguarded Kwame Brown. At that moment, Brown stood beyond the three-point line, leaving everyone in a state of stunned silence. What was he doing? Surely, he wouldn't attempt a three-pointer. Admittedly, he had put in considerable effort during the offseason, and his progress was evident in this game. However, if he dared to shoot from beyond the arc, it would truly exceed my comprehension. I wagered he was merely feigning intent and would drive to the basket, but he truly took the shot. Before the commentator could finish his sentence, Brown elevated and released a three-pointer, the ball tracing a flawless arc through the air, smoothly swishing through the net. Following the basket, the Timberwolves bench erupted in jubilation, furiously waving towels, while the Nuggets appeared momentarily dazed. In the subsequent possession, the Nuggets continued to neglect him, leaving him unguarded beyond the three-point line. Observing this, team leader Francis unhesitatingly passed him the ball. Energized by his previous success, Brown confidently launched another three-pointer, executing the shot with precision. After his successful basket, Brown let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens, while the Nuggets grew increasingly anxious, finding themselves outplayed by the Timberwolves to a score of 10-2. All within their own arena. Anthony could no longer tolerate this. He was determined to retaliate. Confronting rookie Tucker, Anthony skillfully maneuvered past him for a strong layup. Yet Brown again positioned himself defensively, maintaining his role with a robust block against Anthony. Malisic secured the rebound and initiated a fast break, connecting with Francis for a long pass that resulted in an uncontested 1-on-0 fast break, culminating in an emphatic dunk that left the Nuggets' home crowd in dismay. prompting them to call for a timeout. The Timberwolves had stunned the Nuggets with a 12-2 run at the outset, a scenario that many had not anticipated. This team, comprised largely of players discarded by other franchises and a few rookies, was proving to be a formidable challenge for the playoff-bound Nuggets. It goes without saying that the timeout for the Nuggets was likely filled with Coach Karl's reprimands, while KC's approach would lean more towards encouragement. In the stands, Xiao appeared anxious. Although he yearned to offer some words of support, league regulations prohibited even owners from entering the bench area. One could only hope he would find a way to bolster Tucker's confidence, as facing an offensive juggernaut like Anthony could easily undermine the self-assurance of a newcomer, especially when Tucker had yet to evolve into the formidable player he would become in the future. Xiao silently offered a prayer within his heart. As expected, upon resuming after the timeout, the Nuggets intensified their efforts, with Miller noticeably elevating his defensive pressure on Francis. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves began to falter, committing a series of unforced errors. Francis, feeling a tinge of frustration, succumbed to several elementary mistakes. He had never been an exemplary playmaker, despite his impressive physical gifts. As Xiao would put it, he resembled a subpar version of Westbrook, showcasing more style than substance. Even during the zenith of Francis's career, characterized by explosive athleticism that garnered him a significant fan base and, due to his association with Yao Ming, earned him a spot in the All-Star starting lineup. The reality was stark. A closer examination of his career reveals that he experienced the playoffs only once, during the season when Van Gundy urged him to alter his game. Throughout that entire season, Francis struggled, clearly unfit for the role of a facilitator. It was only after being traded to the Magic, alongside the rookie sensation Howard, that he achieved a peak performance of 21 points and 6 assists. His subsequent trade to New York saw him lose his way, ultimately leading to his gradual exit from the league. However, this time, fate had intertwined his path with Xiao's, transporting him from the glitzy streets of New York to the frigid confines of Minnesota. Chapter 6. First victory. Xiao felt that there was still potential for Francis to evolve. After all, he was not yet 30, his body had not endured significant injuries. And even in the event of a major setback, a return to health was plausible. His physical prowess remained intact, and his offensive capabilities were still present. If he could acquire a card that would enhance his playmaking skills, Francis could indeed thrive, at least avoiding a premature exit from the league at such a young age. As Xiao pondered these thoughts, the Timberwolves found themselves halted by a surge from the Nuggets. Upon returning from the timeout, the Timberwolves clearly altered their strategy, introducing Arroyo and Snyder, replacing Francis and the overwhelmed Tucker. The primary offensive focus shifted from Brown to the rookie Roy, who faced the daunting task of bearing such responsibility in his inaugural game. The pressure was palpable, as Roy failed to convert on 2 attempts. Fortunately, the Timberwolves' defense was formidable, especially with the newly introduced young player Snyder, who showcased his tenacity. In his matchup against Anthony, Snyder displayed remarkable resilience. Unlike Tucker, who relied primarily on physicality, Snyder exhibited a more seasoned approach, mirroring the agility of a rubber band, tightly adhering to his opponent, which rendered Anthony's efforts increasingly challenging. Coupled with the support from Milicic and Brown, Anthony struggled to find success in his attempts. Nevertheless, Anthony still enjoyed the favorable treatment often afforded to superstars in the league, managing to close the gap through free throws despite several missed shots. By the end of the first quarter, the Timberwolves held a slender lead of 25-21. As the second quarter unfolded, Roy gradually acclimated to the NBA's tempo. For a rookie of his age, his technical skills were undoubtedly more refined than those of typical young talents. He was capable of keeping pace with the physical demands of the league. But the key lay in his rapid adaptation to the NBA's rhythm. Clearly, Roy's basketball IQ facilitated his swift adjustment, although his shooting accuracy remained elusive. With several attempts that lacked the desired precision, Milicic managed to secure rebounds, granting the Timberwolves additional opportunities. Milicic truly possessed remarkable potential. Having previously held his own against Gasol in Europe, it was a travesty that Larry Brown had not recognized his worth, allowing such talent to languish. Fortunately, Milicic was still relatively young, not yet 22, and his skill set remained malleable, leaving room for growth. He needed confidence. With his innate talent, even without optimal skill development, he could still flourish. Xiao found himself muttering yet again about Larry Brown's folly on the sidelines. The Nuggets were a team that thrived on fast-paced offense. Yet Milicic's consistent rebounding in the paint stymied their fast break efforts, forcing them to engage in a battle of attrition against the Timberwolves. This situation left the Nuggets quite displeased. Even if they were to secure a victory, it would not bring them any satisfaction. Currently, the Timberwolves had the upper hand on the court, prompting George Karl to make a strategic substitution, bringing in Nene, the formidable center hailing from Brazil. Nene was not to be compared with Camby. His robust physique firmly blocked Malisic, and his diverse skill set allowed him to dominate in the post, facilitate plays near the free throw line, and deliver a commendable mid-range shot, perfectly aligning with George Karl's tactical philosophy. With the rebounding under control, the initiative shifted back to the Nuggets. "Coach, allow me to take the court," Kwame Brown eagerly volunteered. Witnessing this, Xiao felt a sense of relief. He was no longer the player who merely requested the ball, but someone who had begun to exude confidence. "Kwame, go out there and overpower Camby. He does not deserve a spot on the all-defensive team. Show the entire league that you can easily dominate him." As Casey observed Camby re-enter the game across the court, he spoke solemnly to Kwame Brown. At this juncture, Xiao shared the same perspective as Coach Casey, both believing that Camby's reputation far exceeded his actual prowess. In Xiao's view, the so-called best defensive player was, in fact, the most overrated and weakest among them. Upon stepping onto the court, Kwame Brown continued to showcase his fiery form, first sinking a three-pointer from the corner, followed by successfully defending against Nene's post moves. Undeterred, Nene sought to redeem himself defensively, but only fell into Brown's trap. With a deft spin and a feigned shot, Nene was left flailing, leading to a seamless layup, resulting in a 2-1 as the referee's whistle blew. The previously stifled emotions of the Timberwolves erupted once more, and the team grew increasingly exuberant. Francis executed his signature hesitation move to glide past JR and complete an easy layup, while CBA veteran Snyder capitalized on a mismatch to overpower the diminutive Boykins effortlessly. Even the rough-around-the-edges Swift managed to score 2 mid-range shots amidst the chaos. In stark contrast to the Timberwolves' rising enthusiasm, the Nuggets' morale plummeted. George Karl and the entire Nuggets squad were baffled, questioning how a so-called bust could have suddenly mastered such skills. Frustratingly, this unexpected turn of events had profoundly affected the spirit of the entire team, derailing their pre-game strategy entirely. As the first half concluded, the Timberwolves led the Nuggets by a significant 11 points, 57-46, a reality that was difficult for the home team and their fans to accept. After all, this Timberwolves squad had recently undergone a major overhaul. They were devoid of Garnett and even Ricky Davis, effectively a team in rebuild mode, while the Nuggets were a proven playoff contender. In the second half, the Nuggets intensified their interior defense, yet the Timberwolves had already found their rhythm. Rookie Roy began to hit shots from beyond the arc. Though Tucker was relentlessly battered by Anthony, he remained undaunted, displaying a resilient spirit. Despite it being merely the first game, the essence of a tough player was beginning to shine through. Another newcomer, Millsap, also seized several promising opportunities in the paint, further challenging the Nuggets' interior defense. Thus, the Timberwolves cruised through the game effortlessly, executing flawlessly. Before the third quarter concluded, Swift delivered a thunderous dunk over an opponent, silencing the Pepsi Center entirely. Ultimately, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Nuggets with a score of 112-105, achieving an unexpected victory in their opening match. This has left those eagerly awaiting the Timberwolves' downfall utterly astonished. Kwame Brown was moved to tears on the court after the game, having delivered an impressive performance with 28 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, and 4 blocks. He had never experienced such a profound feeling before. What may seem like an ordinary game to others was, for him, the beginning of a newfound life. Following the match, he was invited for an interview. "Regardless of whether I remain here in the future, I must express my gratitude to my boss for believing in me, for standing by me during my most challenging times, for helping me emerge from adversity, and for granting me this opportunity that has enabled me to perform as I did today. To him, I wish to say that he is truly exceptional. You all have misunderstood him. I believe he will follow through on his promises, and we shall undoubtedly become formidable contenders for the championship in the future." Kwame Brown's heartfelt revelations compelled many to reassess this new owner hailing from the East. Meanwhile, Xiao was too preoccupied to listen to their self-praise. The recent victory had activated the system's second mission. Earning his first NBA victory awarded him 3,000 system coins, and achieving his first win of the 2006-2007 season granted an additional 500 coins. Consequently, the system would successfully upgrade, elevating the star card limit from D level to B level. Synonymous with a stable starting position. Currently possessing 500 points, he contemplated another 10 consecutive draws. Merely acquiring a D-level Wang Zhizhi could yield substantial changes for the player. It appeared that with the right combination, any player could surpass their limits, Su Xiao mused to himself. Presently, he still held the raw gem that was Melisic. Although the others possessed limited talent, strengthening them could form a crucial piece of the championship puzzle, and there was no immediate need to deploy them. With this in mind, Su Xiao decisively initiated the second wave of 10 consecutive draws. Let us hope for some favorable outcomes. May fortune smile upon me. If circumstances permitted, he would certainly play a song to summon luck. However, reality proved to be less than satisfactory. Upon viewing the final results, Su Xiao nearly choked on his disappointment. Surely, my luck cannot be this poor. He received 8 cards with 10 points of friendly credibility, 1 health card, and 1 personality card. What use is so much friendly credibility? The maximum friendly credibility for a team is merely 200. Although the initial reception towards him was not amicable, starting at only 30 points. It is worth noting that he had already drawn 100 points on his first attempt. With an additional 80 points, he had exceeded the maximum limit. Unless new players arrived, the excess would be rendered void. This pitiful system is solidifying my reputation as a non-royal. This won't do. I must purchase a property in Europe and become the European royal. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao, while applying aromatherapy to his hands, played a tune of good fortune. I refuse to believe that my luck could be this dismal. With 2,500 remaining, I shall attempt another 10 consecutive draws. Surely, this time I shall obtain something better. Perhaps a couple of health cards for star players would suffice. Upon executing the next series of 10 draws, the results were markedly improved. Aside from 6 utterly useless friendship cards, I procured a B-grade star player card, a health card for a player, a unity card, and a special skill card. Su Xiao eagerly activated the star player skill card, and indeed, it did not disappoint him. His streak of good fortune continued as he obtained Kyle Korver, one of the most renowned shooters in the history of the league. With such shooting prowess, anyone would soar to greatness. Although Su Xiao felt a surge of excitement, he refrained from making any hasty decisions, for the team did not prioritize immediate results. It would be prudent to allow the younger players some experience. When the Timberwolves truly require victories, then he could utilize his resources. He decided to retain the remaining 2 health cards and 1 skill card for the time being. The Unity card, however, could be employed now, as it ranks just below the friendship card in value. Given that the Timberwolves had just secured a triumphant opening, the morale was high. Deploying the card at this moment would yield optimal effects. Moreover, the next game would be at home. Although he did not demand immediate results, Su Xiao still hoped to achieve a victorious debut on home turf. As for the special skill card, Su Xiao intended to hold off on its use for the time being. Drawing from his years of experience, he understood that such cards either produced extraordinary skills or led to dismal outcomes. As he had yet to fully comprehend this system, it would be wise to conserve that card for now. With 1,500 system coins still at his disposal, they were not immediately needed, especially since the goal for this season was merely to endure the challenges ahead. Chapter 7. A healthy Yao Ming following their inaugural away victory against the Nuggets. The Timberwolves were ready to host their first home game of the new season, facing the Sacramento Kings, a team that had recently experienced its last moment of glory. Their most recent playoff appearance was last season, and in the years that followed, they had not returned to the postseason, standing alongside the Timberwolves as 2 of the league's most unfortunate franchises. However, with Su Xiao's arrival at the Timberwolves, a fresh wave of change was poised to sweep through the team. One could only wonder if the butterfly effect triggered by his presence might also bring unforeseen benefits to the Kings. However, that is a matter for another time. For now, let us fully appreciate the spectacle of this match. Being the inaugural home game, Su Xiao felt compelled to make an appearance and formally greet the local supporters. The triumph in the first match, along with the stellar performance of the new recruit, Kwame Brown, has somewhat alleviated the fans' ire towards Su Xiao. After all, fans are drawn to victories. The mismanagement is the concern of the administration. Continuous losses, even when justified by long-term strategies, can incite significant frustration among the supporters. Upon returning to their home court, Kwame Brown, having regained his confidence from the previous match, made bold declarations to lead the team back to the playoffs. From the outset of the game, his aggressiveness was palpable, showcasing footwork in the paint and frequently launching shots from beyond the arc. The Kings' interior defense was far from the formidable presence of the Nuggets. With just Miller tasked to contend with both Brown and Malisic, he found himself overwhelmed. Trying to balance the physicality of boxing out with defending against Brown's diverse offensive maneuvers, leaving him utterly exhausted. The Kings were subsequently kept on the back foot by the Timberwolves' relentless pace. The sole highlight for the Kings lay in their perimeter shooting, especially with the newly renamed Artist, who repeatedly powered his way through defenses, helping the Kings stay within striking distance on the scoreboard. Poor Tucker, having just entered the league, faced the daunting challenge of contending with two of the strongest small forwards in the league, Anthony and Artist, in consecutive games. One can only hope he emerges unscathed from this trial. Ultimately, however, the Kings could not withstand the Timberwolves' onslaught, succumbing to a score of 99-105. Following this victory, the Timberwolves celebrated their first home win and secured a consecutive triumph in the new season. Kwame Brown achieved a career high of 31 points and 16 rebounds. A staggering performance that thrilled Timberwolves fans as if they had discovered a new king of the Wolves. Yet, Xiao understood that relying solely on Kwame Brown would not suffice. Despite possessing the technical prowess akin to Wang Zhizhi, it could only elevate him to a commendable status. For the Timberwolves to ascend, they would require a superstar. Xiao was also aware that while Minnesota is the fifth largest state in the United States with a decent economic standing, its geographical isolation deters many star players from venturing into this frigid territory. Thus, the prospect of attracting superstars and soaring to new heights remains a distant dream. The path to reconstruction must be navigated with patience. Though Xiao remained preoccupied with future concerns, it did not diminish his joy in celebrating this victory alongside the team. In their third match against the Trailblazers, Timberwolves rookie Roy finally adapted to the rhythm of the NBA, contributing 14 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, along with 2 steals. Most notably, he showcased his composure under pressure, executing a decisive layup in the final moments to deliver a last-second victory over the Trailblazers, securing a third consecutive win for the Timberwolves. Suddenly, the Timberwolves found themselves tied for first in the Western Conference alongside the Lakers and Hornets, which took everyone by surprise. The team that had been mercilessly mocked before the game managed to turn the tables in such a remarkable fashion, leaving even some experts bewildered by Kwame Brown's unexpected rise from being labeled as a historically lackluster first overall pick. What is even more perplexing is that the individual who brought about a transformative change for the Timberwolves is the very owner they have long derided, a figure mocked as a frivolous spendthrift lacking any discernible acumen. The Timberwolves' performance has further unsettled the Lakers' management, who now regret not offering fewer draft picks for Kwame Brown, realizing that this trade may not be as advantageous as they had initially perceived. Adding to their unease is the enigmatic presence of Xiao, whose true capabilities remain somewhat elusive to them. Initially, they believed Xiao to be merely a reckless squanderer, leading them to dismiss him outright. Even though they acquiesced to his demands, it mattered little to the Lakers, as they have never relied heavily on draft picks. They could always attract star players due to the illustrious allure of Los Angeles. Additionally, Kupchak believed that even with draft picks, the Timberwolves would struggle to rise within 5 years. Within that time frame, as long as injuries do not plague them, the duo of Kobe and Garnett could secure at least 3 championships. 5 years hence, both Kobe and Garnett would still possess formidable skills and with confidence in developing Bynum. The Lakers would not falter significantly in the regular season. Meanwhile, even if the Timberwolves were to ascend without a superstar, they would likely find themselves merely as first-round playoff contenders. Thus, the disparity in their draft positions would not be substantial, as the Lakers would be swapping picks with the Timberwolves. This implies that over the next 5 years, the Lakers could still acquire at least 3 mid-first-round rookies, providing them with ample trading opportunities and operational flexibility. From the perspective of the late Jerry Buss, the future of the Lakers appeared exceedingly bright. However, Xiao has begun to sow seeds of doubt in their minds. It is now evident that Kwame Brown's improvement has materialized only after joining the Timberwolves. Previously, whether with the Lakers or the Wizards, he had been afforded opportunities yet consistently demonstrated a lack of skill, resembling a rough interior player incapable of securing the ball. Now, however, he can achieve 20-plus points and 10 rebounds in a game, or even 30-plus points and 10 rebounds, suggesting that Xiao may indeed possess the extraordinary ability to transform the mundane into the miraculous. Should he manage to acquire 2 or 3 high-potential rookies, the Timberwolves could feasibly rise within 3 to 5 years. As the subsequent games unfolded, Kwame Brown, once regarded as a mere disappointment, garnered newfound respect, prompting a heightened focus on his performance. Although he continued to showcase his footwork and hit outside shots, his efficiency diminished significantly, for while Wang Zhiji's technique is indeed refined, it does not rank among the elite. Faced with rigorous defensive schemes from various teams, maintaining an average of 20-plus points and 10 rebounds became increasingly challenging. In their fourth game against the Kings, the Timberwolves faced defeat once more, as Kings backup center Kenny Thomas recorded 14 points and 7 rebounds, ultimately forcing a foul on Kwame Brown in the closing moments, which helped the Kings end the Timberwolves' 3-game winning streak. Nevertheless, this loss bore no significant consequence, for Xiao had secured additional system coins, earning a reward of 1,000 for achieving his first career 3-game winning streak, bringing his total to 2,500 system coins. Observing this accumulation, Xiao treated himself to yet another 10 draws, yielding no star cards, but rather a health card, a personality card, and an intelligence card. Xiao has no intention of allowing these cards to be utilized just yet, as he requires further observation. Ultimately, it is likely that only a few of these individuals will remain. However, Xiao is now prepared to employ his health card, not for others, but for Yao Ming. He recalls that this year marked Yao's most explosive statistical season. Yet, due to injuries, Yao only participated in 48 games, missing the opportunity to be selected for the All-NBA first team. This season was pivotal, as it was the twilight of Shaquille O'Neal's career and the dawn of Dwight Howard's rise, making it Yao's most promising chance to secure a spot on the All-NBA first team. Now, the time of injury looms near. Thus, without hesitation, Xiao opted for the health card, eager to witness a Chinese player ascend to the heights of the All-NBA first team. Nevertheless, the health card is governed by specific rules. If used for a player on one's own team, that player becomes immune to all injuries for 5 years, after which they will revert to their peak health, but without further immunity. The card can be utilized multiple times, but the duration of the second use is reduced to 60% of the first. Thus, if the first lasts 5 years, the second is limited to 3. If the card is employed for a player not on one's team, the duration shortens to 3 years and can only be used once. 3 years is acceptable. It is now 2006, and 3 years from now will be 2009, which coincides with Yao's prime. Additionally, Yao's contract expires in 2010, providing Xiao the opportunity to sign Yao, with the potential for renewal thereafter. With this in mind, Xiao decisively used the health card on Yao Ming. He still possesses 2 health cards, which he has reserved for Roy, who remains relatively healthy and does not necessitate immediate results, allowing Xiao to bide his time. Consequently, the Timberwolves embarked on their path of mediocrity. As he witnessed the Timberwolves begin to lose, Old Base felt a surge of comfort. Meanwhile, the Rockets began to flourish, operating under Van Gundy's strategy centered around Yao Ming, allowing Yao to accumulate impressive statistics due to his lack of injuries. This also meant the Rockets were not rushing Tracy McGrady back into action, granting him an additional 2 games of rest. This pause enabled McGrady to optimize his condition. And during the 11 games he missed, the Rockets achieved a record of 5 wins and 6 losses, while Yao averaged an extraordinary 29, 8 points, 11, 4 rebounds, and 7 blocks per game. This data has long been present in the statistics of centers. Following McGrady's return, the Rockets have also settled into a regular rhythm. However, the competitive pressure in the Western Conference this year is exceedingly intense. The Mavericks have achieved their best record in franchise history, closely pursued by the Lakers and Suns, all of whom are eyeing the top spots. Surprisingly, the Spurs have emerged as the 4th seed in the West. What is particularly disheartening is that the NBA has yet to abolish the division system this year. The division champions automatically secure a place in the top 5. This policy remained in effect until 2016, meaning that despite the Rockets' superior record compared to the Jazz, they are still doomed to the 6th position in the Western Conference. Fortunately, the decision to embrace a rebuilding phase this year has been made. Otherwise, in such a fierce battleground, one would truly struggle without a formidable roster. The All-Star Game has also made its way to Las Vegas, as anticipated. With Iverson traded to the Nuggets, Parker, who was originally slated for selection, has been pushed out. However, this All-Star event provided the first opportunity for Xiao and Yao Ming to meet. For some reason, upon seeing you, there is an inexplicable sense of warmth, Mr. Su. Perhaps it is because you have granted Yao Ming health. Although he remains unaware, it may well be an invisible effect of the system, instilling in Yao a genuine respect for Xiao. We are both individuals striving in a foreign land, intertwined by the blood of our heritage, which naturally fosters a sense of familiarity upon our meeting. Xiao graciously responded, expressing a hope that one day they could collaborate and seize the coveted championship on American soil. Of course, if such cooperation were to yield breakthroughs right at home, it would be even more exhilarating, Xiao jestingly remarked. Due to the strict regulations imposed by the NBA, which prohibit owners from covertly recruiting players, Xiao dared not be overly explicit in such circumstances, opting instead for humor to carve out an opportunity for himself. Furthermore, Xiao acknowledged that his team lacks the competitiveness to attract Yao Ming in recent years. He also conveyed his desire to participate in the 2008 Olympics, wishing to contribute his modest efforts for the country. Indeed, the prospect of collaborating with you is immensely exciting. When do you plan to acquire the Rockets? Yao Ming is indeed a person of intellect, skillfully employing his humor to provide Xiao with a response, while cleverly avoiding scrutiny from the league. Furthermore, he refrains from commenting on the Olympic matters, as they pertain to national interests, and given that he is not yet the president of the Basketball Association, he cannot make any commitments regarding such matters. However, Xiao felt quite satisfied with Yao Ming's reply. Subsequently, he met with several teams' management and engaged in brief conversations with numerous players, slightly enhancing his public image, one of the objectives of this outing. Once this was accomplished, Xiao could wholeheartedly immerse himself in the basketball extravaganza. Chapter 8. The Harsh West following the All-Star Game. Teams are now entering the crucial phase of gearing up for the playoffs, fervently preparing for the impending competition. Meanwhile, those teams that have resigned themselves to losing are not idle. They are diligently preparing for the draft, actively scouting new talent, with the Timberwolves being among them. After an initial 3-game winning streak, the Timberwolves have not exhibited any remarkable performances, currently languishing at the bottom of the league with an 11-41 record. Not even the Celtics, who endured an 18-game losing streak, have managed to surpass the Timberwolves. On a brighter note, Xiao has achieved another milestone, securing his 10th victory and earning a reward of 100 system coins. The system has become increasingly frugal. Despite the Timberwolves' poor performance, the players are improving with each game. Most of their losses are by a margin of fewer than 10 points, and the team members are putting in significant effort. Their defeats often stem from a lack of skill rather than a lack of will. With a positive attitude among the players, a strong team culture can be established. Even the once flamboyant Francis, who thrived in the glitz of New York, has begun to train diligently in this harsh winter landscape, shedding his former wayward persona. He has taken on the role of a mentor, setting an example for the younger players. While it is heartening to witness Francis's transformation, it does not alter Xiao's determination to trade him. Although Francis possesses an elegant style of play and commendable skills, he is not suited for a championship contending team. This season, as the starting point guard, he has averaged 13, 2 points and 6, 1 assists per game, along with nearly 3 turnovers. With a shooting percentage of just over 40%, which is clearly inadequate, his assertive demeanor may also stifle the growth of newcomers. However, if he were to be placed on a strong team as a backup, he would undoubtedly be a valuable asset. His scoring ability could shine as a sixth man. Additionally, Xiao must seek forward players, as he cannot rely on Tucker to fill that position next season. Both Tucker and Snyder are too short, standing under 2 meters. And this is not yet the era of small ball, making it difficult for Tucker's talents to be fully realized. Among the 2007 draft class, there are not many promising forwards, with the exception of Kevin Durant. Xiao has devised a plan. If he secures the first overall pick, he will select Odin, solely to witness the strength of a healthy Odin, as he possesses a health card. Should he obtain the second pick, Durant will be his choice, as he holds a personality card to modify Durant's character, making him less sensitive and more cheerful. With Durant's skills, the future of the Timberwolves would be exceptionally bright. If he ends up with the 3rd pick or lower, alternative strategies will be necessary, whether that involves trading down or making a straightforward selection. Players like Cantor and Horford are commendable, yet they are not the players Xiao covets most. Their skills must outweigh their natural talent. To reach the playoffs in 2009, a higher level of talent is essential. Furthermore, 2 fellow countrymen also entered the NBA in 2007, the renowned Yi Jianlian and the shining light of Asian guards, Sun Yu. Xiao is reluctant to select Yi, as there may not be a position for him on the team, and Yi's talent is not top tier. Thus he would not complete the championship puzzle. Moreover, Yi's initial arrogance upon entering the NBA likely makes him dismissive of Minnesota. so it would be wiser to wait until his rookie contract expires to extend an olive branch, allowing a more humble E to join a potentially stronger Timberwolves team, thereby attracting greater attention from domestic fans. Sun Yu is also a potential consideration. However, the Timberwolves have limited second-round picks this year, and it remains uncertain if they can secure him. Besides Sun Yu, other targets are also on the Timberwolves' radar for the second round. As the regular season concludes, the Timberwolves have ultimately recorded a dismal 18 wins and 64 losses, finishing at the bottom of the league. Yet, for a team without any pressure, this record is relatively acceptable. The league's major awards have been decided. Due to Garnett's arrival, Kobe narrowly lost the scoring title to Anthony by a mere 0.1 points, and he did not replicate his astonishing feat of 4 consecutive games with over 50 points. Nevertheless, Kobe still managed to average 32.6 points throughout March, including 6 consecutive games with over 40 points and 1 with 60, thus earning a spot on the All-NBA first team with averages of 28 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. Also making the All-NBA first team is his teammate Kevin Garnett, who averaged 22 points and 11 rebounds. Harden, too, suffered the disappointment of losing the rebounding title this season, but his outstanding performance not only secured him a spot on the first team, but also earned him the DPOY award, proving his compatibility with the triangle offense is superior to Gasol's and that he is a better match for Kobe than O'Neal. The Lakers finished with 61 wins, securing second place in the Western Conference, while the Mavericks topped the West with 64 wins and Nowitzki claimed the MVP title. However, Xiao knows that allowing the Warriors to enter the playoffs in the final game was their greatest blunder. Their nightmare is about to begin. Additionally, Yao Ming also made the All-NBA first team, achieving a rare feat of playing all 82 games with averages of 25.6 points, 10.2 rebounds, and 1.8 blocks, leading the league in his position. When was the last time a center ranked 6th in scoring was seen? Without a doubt, upon returning to the motherland, there will be much fanfare, and rightly so, as it is indeed a unique achievement in all of Asia, perhaps the only one capable of being selected for the first team. Meanwhile, the Rockets have secured 54 victories, which would undoubtedly place them at the pinnacle of the Eastern Conference. However, regrettably, this is the Western Conference, where the divisional rules remain in effect. Consequently, they fall short of surpassing the Spurs, who boast 55 wins in the overarching standings, and thus find themselves overshadowed by the division champion Jazz, who have 50 wins, relegating them to the 6th position. This gives rise to an intriguing phenomenon. The 5th-ranked Rockets are positioned 6th in the Western Conference. Such rules have directly faced condemnation from Van Gundy. These regulations, inscribed upon a gravestone yet to be buried, truly represent an affront to the diligent players striving on the court. Although the criticism is fervent, Xiao understands that this rule will only be amended following the first-round exit of the reigning champions, the Spurs, in 2015. This irrational regulation has resulted in the Rockets facing the Suns in the first round. The Suns' core guard, Nash, the last player from the first team, is a 2-time MVP and has his sights set on Yao Ming, alongside the formidable Stoudemire. Stoudemire, who entered the league in the same year as Yao, has never accepted U.S. superiority. He does not believe Yao is stronger than he. However, Yao is the undeniable first overall pick, and in what is considered his peak year, he outshines Stoudemire, who, alongside Yao's teammate McGrady, finds himself relegated to the second team. This resentment drives Stoudemire to seek vindication in the playoffs. The Rockets face a challenging postseason this year, and Xiao harbors quiet concerns for their prospects. Besides the first-team selections, Arenas, McGrady, Duncan, James, and Stoudemire have been honored with second-team placements. Meanwhile, Billups, Wade, Bosch, Boozer, and Howard have been named to the third team. Additionally, Kobe, Red, Bowen, Garnett, and Duncan have secured spots on the first team for best defensive players, while the Bulls' stalwart captain Henrich, the seasoned kid, Prince, Ben Wallace, and Camby have made it onto the second defensive team. These accolades bear little relevance to Xiao and the Timberwolves. The true connection lies with the rookies. Roy clinched the Rookie of the Year title amidst some contention, but considering that 2006 was a relatively weak draft year, his impressive performances in the latter half of the season aided the Timberwolves in securing several commendable victories. With an average of 17 points per game, he distinguished himself among all rookies. Meanwhile, the second-round pick, Millsap, also earned a spot on the all-second team, while Tucker, having suffered a significant setback, merely received a nomination. Overall, the Timberwolves enjoyed considerable success in the 2006 draft. However, the nomination for Most Improved Player awarded to Kwame Brown, who averaged 17 points and 10 rebounds, left Xiao perplexed. One could only attribute the decision to the fact that Brown's team did not reach the playoffs. Unlike Monta Ellis, the Sixth Man of the Year award remained unchanged, going to Barbosa of the Suns. The first round of the Western Conference playoffs was fiercely contested. The Mavericks fell victim to the Warriors, marking a significant blemish on Nowitzki's career and branding them as soft. In stark contrast, the other two power forwards in the West charged forth with vigor. The Jazz's strategy against the Rockets was effective, particularly against Yao Ming. But if Boozer were to face Duncan, it would be a complete rout. Darren also found it impossible to penetrate the Spurs' formidable defense. On the other hand, the Lakers faced the Nuggets, armed with their dual guard strategy, without trepidation. Kobe demonstrated, alongside Iverson and Anthony, how effortless the game becomes when a team possesses a dominant center. Garnett also took the opportunity to educate the Nuggets trio of big men, Camby, Martin, and Nene. Both teams elegantly swept their opponents with a 4-1 scoreline. As a distinguished guest of the Lakers, Xiao attended every match, and thanks to his influence, Kupchak successfully secured the title of Executive of the Year, resulting in Xiao's soaring popularity in Los Angeles. One can only hope that 5 years hence, the criticisms directed at me will be tempered. Xiao was pondering deeply. His attendance at the game was primarily to scout the opponents, as the Lakers, Spurs, and Mavericks continued to be the formidable forces of the Western Conference. To reclaim their dominance in the West, overcoming these teams was imperative. The first round of the playoffs held little significance. It seemed they had yet to unleash their full potential, with the second round poised to reveal their true strategies. The Spurs were set to face the Warriors in the second round, while the Lakers would contend with the Suns, pitting two defensive teams against two offensively explosive squads. Promising a viewership bonanza, the Suns' playoff journey was not without its struggles, having battled the Rockets to a decisive seventh game, marking them as the only team in the West to do so. It appeared that the flawed rule had ensnared not just the Rockets but also burdened the Suns. In the first round against the Suns, Yao Ming delivered a career-defining series, achieving an impressive 60 shooting accuracy with an average of 29, 8 points and 2 rebounds, decisively outmatching Stoudemire. Although Stoudemire managed to average 20 points and 7 rebounds, he was simply unable to contain Yao's offensive prowess. Had it not been for fatigue, Yao could have easily surpassed 30 points per game against him. Meanwhile, McGrady also performed exceptionally well, averaging 26 points and 8 assists, yet aside from Yao and McGrady, the Rockets lacked a reliable scoring option. The third scoring option, Battier, averaged merely 7 points, and Alston, with an average of 9 points, fell short of the 8-point mark. In contrast, the Suns showcased a well-rounded attack, with 5 players scoring in double figures. The Rockets' survival to the 7th game was already a testament to their limitations. Next, one could anticipate the clash between the Western Conference's strongest defense and its sharpest offense. Chapter 9. Reunion in a Foreign Land. Surprisingly, these two series did not unfold with the anticipated intensity. The Spurs, as expected, displayed a clear superiority over the Warriors, who, unlike the Mavericks, could not exploit their style of play. The Warriors' brash demeanor proved futile against the Spurs, who systematically dominated the matchup, culminating in a gentlemanly sweep of 4-1. Conversely, the series between the Lakers and the Suns did not erupt into the expected explosive confrontation. After being eliminated by the Suns the previous season, Kobe carried a profound sense of anger and resentment into this series, marking it as a quest for vengeance. The primary focus of this series was Kobe's duel with Nash, while the secondary spotlight shone on Stoudemire's battle with Garnett. However, facing Duncan, who averaged 37 points, Stoudemire found himself utterly outmatched. Garnett's superior height, agility, and versatility effectively stymied Stoudemire's movements, coupled with Kobe's defensive efforts against Nash. Several attempts to connect between Nash and Stoudemire faltered, highlighting the formidable presence of these two defenders. The Suns struggled to execute their favorite offensive tactics, and their defense, while bolstered by the duo of Bell and Marion, still fell short against Kobe. In the paint, Stoudemire's defensive shortcomings were laid bare, particularly against Garnett, who exploited him on both ends of the court. Garnett's 2 highest scoring games in his career came against Stoudemire. In the third game, after a spin move that left Stoudemire helpless, Garnett's dunk incited frustration in Stoudemire, leading to a shove that nearly escalated into a confrontation. However, Garnett adeptly navigated the situation to avoid further penalties, while Stoudemire was ejected from the game. Yet, Stoudemire's expulsion inadvertently benefited the Suns, as veteran Kurt Thomas, known for his defensive prowess, stepped in and effectively contained Garnett. This unexpected turn allowed the Suns to seize the third game, prompting an unrefined idea to form in the mind of then Suns general manager Steve Kerr. In the fourth game, D'Antoni capitalized on the previous victory by starting Thomas alongside Stoudemire, alleviating some of the defensive pressures on him. This adjustment yielded remarkable results, as Garnett struggled, shooting just 4 for 15 and scoring only 11 points, which in turn contributed to the Lakers' collapse. Despite Kobe's 29 points, the Lakers fell short in this match. Anticipation built for the fifth game, expected to be a thrilling showdown, yet Xiao was left profoundly disappointed. In Los Angeles, Phil Jackson immediately altered the strategy, focusing on pick-and-roll plays between Kobe and Odom, sidelining the triangle offense. This relentless targeting of Stoudemire's defensive weaknesses placed the Suns in a precarious position. They faced a dilemma: either replace Stoudemire with the defensively competent Dia or remove Thomas and shift Marion to the 4, moving Stoudemire to the 5. Ultimately, D'Antoni opted to trust Stoudemire, substituting out Thomas. Xiao recognized that this decision signaled the Suns' demise. It seemed prudent to congratulate the Lakers in advance, as the Suns were all but assured defeat in this contest. Xiao sighed silently in his seat. How could one discern such a thing when it was merely the first quarter of the match, and the score was still close? Suddenly, a sweet voice pierced through the air, startling Xiao. He turned to find a charming Chinese girl sitting beside him, her beauty striking. Having purchased his own ticket for this game, Xiao found himself in the ordinary spectator section, not seeking the company of old base. Under normal circumstances, with the favor he received from granting Garnett a complimentary ticket, he would have been seated in the VIP area, where even the mayor of Los Angeles would be obliged to yield his seat. However, on this occasion, Xiao simply wished to indulge his interest in the game, arriving early and becoming engrossed in the match without noticing the girl beside him. Earlier, Xiao had been muttering to himself in Chinese, which created an immediate sense of familiarity for the girl. From the moment she arrived, she had been observing Xiao. His striking appearance and innate charm were naturally appealing. Yet he remained entirely focused on the game, not joining in the cheers or expressing any fervor. His calm demeanor amid such an intense match resembled that of a researcher, piquing the girl's curiosity. After a while, unable to contain her inquisitiveness, she finally spoke up. Upon hearing the girl's question, Xiao, though startled by her presence, quickly regained his composure and responded with professional poise. D'Antoni was compelled to make an erroneous decision, yet it is not entirely his fault. He has unwavering faith in his offensive strategy, which has always been his principal focus. However, under the current circumstances, his approach is evidently suboptimal. The Suns' two premier scorers, Nash and Stoudemire, are matched against Kobe and Garnett, two of the league's finest defenders. Their preferred method of scoring is pick and roll, which unfortunately aligns perfectly with the strengths of their opponents, particularly Garnett's formidable defense against such plays. But the score hasn't widened, has it? The girl countered, unwilling to concede. That is futile, he replied. It is a trap set by Phil Jackson. He has deliberately relaxed his defense on Marion while tightly guarding Nash. He understands that Marion will not emerge as the Suns' savior. The score remains close partly due to Marion's 2 3-pointers. However, one must recognize that three-point shooting is not Marion's forte. Once he begins to miss, the Lakers' counterattack will ensue. Moreover, the Lakers did not initially employ their most advantageous strategies. Merely using pick-and-rolls with Kobe and Odom has already dismantled the Suns' defense, forcing D'Antoni to make adjustments prematurely. Seeing that the girl did not refute him, Xiao paused momentarily before continuing, "We either take down Thomas to liberate our offensive space, or we eliminate Stoudemire and engage in a fierce defensive battle against the Lakers." However, both options are akin to choosing between two vials of poison. From the Suns' perspective, contesting a team with two elite defenders, one of whom is a Defensive Player of the Year, in an area where we are least proficient, defense, seems utterly unrealistic. Thus, the Suns have opted to forge their own path, confronting the Lakers head-on with their offense. Nevertheless, their offensive strategy lacks a pivotal figure capable of breaking through. While Stoudemire can leverage his agility against Duncan, he finds himself at a disadvantage when facing Garnett, a similarly agile big man, rendering his performance quite challenging. Is there truly no chance at all? The girl suddenly interjected. Not entirely, Xiao replied. However, the Suns would need to completely overhaul their strategy. How would they do that? She inquired. By substituting Stoudemire, allowing him to stagger his minutes with Garnett, and deploying the combination of Cot Thomas and Diaw to bolster our defense against the Lakers. On offense, we should adopt a one-on-one approach, allowing Nash to dictate the pace. The Lakers' small forward position is particularly weak. Radmanovic's defense is abysmal, and their point guard, Mike James, is merely average defensively. We should target those two for isolation plays, thereby putting the onus on Nash's stamina. Yet, under the current circumstances, this transformation seems improbable for the Suns. Xiao chuckled softly, refraining from asserting that D'Antoni would indeed implement such a strategy, noting instead that his assistant bore a different number 13. The girl appeared somewhat disheartened, and as she glanced up at the game, the score had indeed widened as Xiao had predicted, with the Lakers' relentless waves of offensive surges. The cheers from Staples Center crescendoed, yet the girl felt no joy. Instead, she lowered her head in disappointment. "Are you not a Lakers fan?" Xiao ventured to ask. "Who says that being at Staples means I must be a Lakers fan?" The girl's mood seemed to shift, her tone growing somewhat brusque. "I am a Suns fan. Or rather, a fan of Nash. I admire his dynamism and the Suns' style of play. To me, that embodies the essence of basketball. It should be a contest of who scores more, not who concedes less," she added, quickly recognizing her earlier tone and hastening to clarify. Xiao nodded in agreement. Before long, the game became one-sided, and their boredom led them to engage in conversation. "My name is Jean Yilin, and I study at the University of California, Los Angeles. What about you?" she asked first. "I am Sue, a businessman engaged in minor ventures. As the second-born in my family, you may call me Suaire," he replied, carefully withholding his full name. Though his reputation was widely known in the industry, he remained uncertain about how many outside his circle were aware of his complete identity. Considering his recent gift of Garnett had resulted in the Lakers decimating his team, Xiao feared that revealing his full name might lead to further discomfort. "Haha, what a peculiar name," she remarked. The girl smiled sweetly. "You aren't a Lakers fan, so why are you at Staples to watch the game? Isn't that just contributing to the Lakers' revenue?" It was merely casual banter, and Xiao felt at ease. "I came with my classmates. I didn't really want to come, primarily because of him." As he spoke, Xiao followed the girl's gaze and locked eyes with a young Caucasian man, whose expression radiated disdain and contempt. The young man even made a mocking gesture towards Xiao. From the moment Xiao had started conversing with Yilin, the young man had taken notice and felt irritated, eager to put Xiao in his place. However, Xiao had lived two lives, though he appeared to be 22 years old. He had accumulated the wisdom of 60 or 70 years. He had no intention of stooping to the level of such a juvenile. Seeing Xiao's indifference, the young man mistook it for fear and escalated his taunts. "Hey, don't bother with him. He's my classmate, Harson. His father is part of the Lakers management, and we got our tickets through him. He is a die-hard Lakers fan, so he insisted we come to witness their victory. I initially had no desire to attend, but I couldn't resist his relentless persuasion. Besides, the Suns won the last game, so I thought they might have a chance again. I wanted to come and enjoy the thrill of their potential victory while witnessing his disappointment, a twofold delight. Little did I expect such a crushing defeat. I wish I had met you sooner." Yilin, concerned that Xiao might be upset, quickly explained, then turned to Harson with a sharp reprimand. "Harson, you better watch your words and actions. This is my friend. If you continue your unreasonable behavior, don't blame me for being unkind." Harson, clearly displeased at losing face in front of so many classmates, could not tolerate it. He glared at Xiao and mouthed the words. "You're just a coward hiding behind a girl. Come out if you have the guts." Xiao had no time to entertain such provocations. He had trained in various martial arts since childhood and had even practiced Chinese kung fu in his previous life. With that level of skill, he could easily handle the situation with a single hand. Such a person, utterly oblivious to the heights of the world, scarcely merits his attention. Just moments ago, he had perceived her as a sweet, soft-spoken girl. Her sudden shift to seriousness was surprisingly appealing. What was the term? Fiercely adorable, perhaps. He couldn't help but smile at Xiao. Although the competition was unremarkable, encountering such an intriguing girl was indeed delightful. "He likes you. He is your admirer." Xiao feigned ignorance, intending to tease him. Him? Puffed, a debauched scion, merely a lecherous fool devoid of genuine talent. He can't even comprehend the competition as well as you do. Relying on his father's status, he has lost all sense of humility. If not for his father's financial support, he wouldn't even be able to step foot near the university. He spends his days causing trouble, and I have no desire to associate with him. Then you must be cautious, Su Xiao advised, her tone laced with kindness. We are already subjected to discrimination and exclusion here. Be wary of any harm he may cause you. After all, crime is a commonplace occurrence in America, even in Los Angeles. Well, I usually spend my time with friends, rarely venturing out from school. You too, right? Conducting business in America is quite challenging. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I am studying economics, though I have just begun my studies and my knowledge is still lacking. I assure you I will improve. As she spoke, the girl produced her University of California student ID to show Su Xiao. Thank you so much. I might trouble you in the future. You are truly kind, Su Xiao remarked, somewhat astonished by her naivety in casually revealing such an important document to a stranger. Not at all. We are both from the same hometown, and in a foreign land, we should support one another. By the way, where are you from? I hail from Hebei. Su Xiao was about to caution her against such innocence, as even fellow countrymen can harbor ill intentions, when something caught his eye. You're only 17? Su Xiao exclaimed upon noticing her student ID indicated she was born in 1990, his surprise evident. Yes, I am a special recruit. Just preparing to start my freshman year. I enrolled in September, but we came early to familiarize ourselves with the campus. A genius, undeniably a genius. Su Xiao blurted out. Here is my contact information. You must learn to protect yourself. Do not easily share personal details, even with fellow countrymen, as there are bad people among them too. If you encounter any insurmountable issues in the future, do not hesitate to call me. I conduct business in Minnesota, but I do have a few friends in Los Angeles. Su Xiao expressed his concern, noting that although the young girl may possess extraordinary academic talent, she still lacks social experience. Therefore, he decided to share his personal phone number with her. His intentions were purely altruistic. After all, he had numerous gifted individuals under his guidance, and, as the owner of a formidable team backed by the Tianhong Group, he had the means to recruit exceptional talent from all corners of the world. His sole wish was for this innocent yet intelligent young girl to flourish in good health. Chapter 10. The angry Su Xiao after bidding farewell to Yilin. Su Xiao was preparing to leave the gymnasium and fly back to Minnesota when he was suddenly confronted. Hey, you Chinese guy, you'd better not ruin my plans. Upon closer inspection, Su Xiao recognized the young Caucasian man accompanied by a few ruffians. Su Xiao had not provoked them, they had sought him out instead. And he had no intention of yielding to their intimidation. The young Caucasian, noticing Su Xiao's youthful appearance, did not hesitate to provoke him further. You'd better stay away from my woman, or I will crush you and toss you into the trash, you East Asian weakling. Su Xiao could no longer tolerate such insults. He held a strong sense of national pride and would not allow anyone to make a mockery of it. Resolutely, he decided to teach the young man a lesson about the harsh realities of society. As the young man attempted to escalate the confrontation, he was unprepared for Su Xiao's readiness. The moment he stepped closer, Su Xiao swiftly seized him by the throat, and with a powerful thrust, he brought the young man crashing to the ground. The surrounding ruffians were caught off guard. The entire encounter transpired in a flash. By the time they registered what had occurred, their leader was already sprawled on the ground. Just as they were about to charge in, two formidable figures emerged, Su Xiao's professional bodyguards. After all, a man of his stature, worth billions, would undoubtedly have the protection of skilled guardians. Upon the arrival of these two formidable men, the small ruffians immediately withered, acutely aware of their own limitations against such imposing figures. Only the white youth sprawled on the ground continued to curse, exclaiming, "Do you dare to touch me? Do you know who my father is? He is a shareholder of the Los Angeles Lakers." Before he could finish his tirade, Su Xiao delivered a resounding slap across his face. "Hell, son, I care not for your father's status as a shareholder. Let me impart one crucial lesson. Should you dare to harbor any disdain for the Chinese, I shall make your existence a living hell." Su Xiao understood that the dynamics in America differed from those in China, with such petty thugs. A more forceful approach was necessary to ensure compliance. Following the slap, the ruffian appeared markedly subdued, hastily retreating with his gang in disgrace. After this brief encounter, Su Xiao felt a twinge of irritation and decided to take his leave. At that moment, the young Caucasian returned. This time not accompanied by ruffians, but rather by security personnel. Due to Su Xiao's tendency to remain out of the public eye and his absence from social media, many were unfamiliar with his identity. It was evident that the young man named Harson was determined to make a scene. His father was part of the Lakers' management, and thus the security guards recognized him. Clearly, they had come to assist him in reclaiming his dignity. "Sir, you cannot engage in violence at Staples Center. This is unacceptable. Please accompany us," one of the guards implored. "Are you inviting me? I am afraid you lack the qualifications to do so," Xiao retorted coldly, causing the two guards' expressions to darken. They had not anticipated such audacity from the Chinese man before them and were deliberating whether to summon additional personnel to enforce compliance. "Mr. Su, you could have at least informed us of your arrival," one guard remarked, tension thickening the air between the two parties. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Lakers general manager Kupchak hurried over. During the game against the Suns, he had spotted Xiao, the individual who had nearly salvaged his managerial career. He could not simply ignore his presence, so after the match, he intended to reconnect with him. Unfortunately, he stumbled into this altercation and promptly intervened to dissuade the security personnel. "This does not concern you. He is my friend." "Uncle Mickey, he struck me first," Harson protested. Kupchak cast a disdainful glance at the youth, responding, "Then you ought to attend to that matter elsewhere and refrain from disrupting my reunion with my friend." Although the white youth was oblivious to the significance of the encounter, he recognized that Xiao was a person of influence. Facing another defeat, he could only retreat in shame. What is his background? He claims his father is a Lakers shareholder, but isn't the team fully controlled by the Bus family? Xiao inquired after Harson had departed. "A shareholder? He is merely a member of the management. His father is Bill Harson, and he is Drew Harson. I have no regard for either. They both exude the demeanor of petty individuals. This young man has an uncle named Rambus, who previously played for the Lakers and is now in the management. If it weren't for such connections, I would have them removed. His father shares the same disposition. If you were unaware of your standing, I suspect they would be seeking trouble with you again. However, next time you come, kindly inform me in advance, and I shall arrange a VIP seat for you, ensuring they cannot trouble you." Rambus, in the recesses of his mind. Xiao quietly recalled that following the demise of Old Bus, the Lakers management had plunged into a state of disarray, embroiled in a chaotic struggle for power and profit. This turmoil led the team to endure a prolonged period of instability. After finally welcoming LeBron and subsequently acquiring Davis, they managed to clinch a championship, only to dismantle the team once more, trading away promising young talents and draft picks for the declining Westbrook, whose compatibility with LeBron was questionable, thus stripping the team of its competitive edge. Among the culprits was Rambus, who, along with his spouse, wielded considerable influence over the Lakers' internal management, their meddling contributing significantly to the team's decline. As for Bill Harrelson, Xiao had no recollection of him. Perhaps he was merely an obscure figure. Yet one could not help but wonder if his presence would inadvertently alter the course of fate. After a rather unpleasant episode, Xiao engaged in a cordial conversation with Kupchak, who extended an invitation for him to witness the first game of the Western Conference Finals. At this juncture, both parties had tacitly accepted that the Lakers were destined to reach the finals. The reality aligned closely with their expectations as the Suns, back on their home court, faltered against the Lakers' relentless offense. Despite D'Antoni's decision to reinstate Kurt Thomas, it was Odom who emerged as the standout performer, scoring 30 points and propelling the Lakers past the Suns to advance to the Western Conference Finals. They would face the formidable Spurs in their home arena. Xiao arrived at Staples Center to observe the Western Conference Finals, accompanied by David Ans, the Timberwolves team planner and his current assistant. In contrast to the Suns, Xiao placed greater significance on this series, as these two rivals were the ones they would genuinely contend with in the future. The Suns were likely to descend into mediocrity after next season, particularly following Stoudemire's departure. However, both the Spurs and the Lakers were poised for a lengthy period of dominance, which would undoubtedly pose challenges for the ascendant Timberwolves. Thus, Xiao summoned his assistant and fellow planner to analyze the match and prepare for necessary adjustments over the summer. This season represented their final opportunity. Next year would serve as their ultimate period of integration. Thereafter, they must fulfill their promise of reaching the playoffs. Against the Spurs and Lakers, their only conceivable advantage lay in their youth. The Spurs, while relatively stable, had players like Parker edging towards the twilight of their careers. This moment represented the zenith of their competitive window, and by the time the Timberwolves rose to prominence, the Spurs would likely have aged significantly. Conversely, the Lakers boasted players like Kobe, who was still under 30, suggesting at least 5 more years of peak performance ahead. Furthermore, with the presence of prime-age players like Odom and promising youth such as Bynum, coupled with KG potentially enjoying another 3 to 5 years of excellence. They posed a considerable threat. Assistant Ince concurred, adding that the Lakers' location in Los Angeles conferred an additional strategic advantage. Xiao also echoed, expressing his regret for sending Garnett to the Lakers. Given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that the Lakers will trade Howard, and even less probable that they will seek out D'Antoni. Furthermore, Garnett remaining in the Western Conference serves as a form of pressure against them. Most importantly, he never anticipated that the system would be this unforgiving, providing him with merely 2 player cards in a single season. Now, facing the Lakers, the cards he possesses are woefully insufficient. Just as Xiao was lost in thought, contemplating how to topple this behemoth, he was abruptly interrupted by a sweet voice. What a coincidence to run into you again. The source of the voice was none other than Zhang Yilin, the Chinese girl he had met just a few days prior. Yilin, what a coincidence, Xiao exclaimed, hastily rising to greet her. I was just wondering if you would come here to watch the game today. I can't believe I spotted you right upon entering. It seems you are also quite the basketball enthusiast. Yilin gazed at Xiao with her captivating large eyes and sweetly replied, followed by a gentle smile. Aha, indeed, I'm a bit passionate. Did you come here with your classmates as well? Yes. Since school has not yet commenced, we have some free time, so we decided to come and watch the game together. However, we won't be sitting here. I just wanted to greet you before I head over there to find them. Xiao followed her fair finger's direction and indeed spotted a group of students. Among them was Harson, who had sought him out the other day. However, this time Harson appeared much more subdued, avoiding any disdainful expressions and instinctively choosing to evade Xiao. The previous encounter had taught him to tread carefully, recognizing that this Chinese individual was not to be trifled with. Furthermore, upon returning home that day, he had been sternly reprimanded by his doting father, who informed him of Xiao's formidable background. Thus, he opted for a path of non-confrontation. Although Xiao's generous gesture of facilitating Garnett's assistance to the Lakers had proven beneficial, not all members of the Lakers management expressed gratitude. Aside from Kupchak, who held him in some regard, the majority remained indifferent, even harboring resentment towards him. The Lakers management was not a monolithic entity. Many cliques existed within, sowing the seeds for the eventual disintegration of the Purple and Gold dynasty. Moreover, a significant number viewed Xiao as a mere fool, becoming a source of amusement during their leisure conversations, with Harson being among them. Yet, given his current position, Harson was biding his time, awaiting the ascendance of Rambus, at which point he would feel emboldened to act without restraint. For now, confronting someone as powerful as Xiao would be ill-advised. Xiao, however, had little interest in the Lakers' internal strife. He wished to fully immerse himself in the enjoyment of the game. Wow, that Chinese guy is quite handsome. Yilin's classmates teased upon her return to her seat. Look, there's a spot next to him. Why not take it? What are you talking about? Didn't you see that VIP area? Yilin shyly remarked. Yes, that signifies he is no ordinary businessman. He must hold a significant status, for even with ample wealth, one cannot simply purchase such access. Observing Yilin's reluctance to move, her friend quickly added, a person like him, highly attractive, of elevated status, and seemingly cultured, wouldn't you be intrigued? Moreover, he is your fellow countryman. Blushing, Yilin murmured softly, what does that matter to me? He has invited me. Yilin can be considered a child of destiny, graced with beauty and academic excellence from a young age, garnering admiration wherever she goes. Even in a foreign land, suitors abound. However, Xiao has yet to disclose his full name and remains indifferent towards her, despite her previous gesture of offering him her phone number. He has not reached out to her at all. Meanwhile, Xiao remains oblivious to her, as the competition has commenced. The starting lineups for both teams have taken their positions. The Lakers feature their usual starters, guards Kobe Bryant and Mike James, forwards Vladimir Radmanovi and Kevin Garnett, and center Turiev. In anticipation of the Spurs' formidable bench led by Jin Billy, the Lakers have placed Odom on the bench as well, opting for Turiev, a defensive stalwart, to contend with Duncan and alleviate some of Garnett's interior pressure. Given the caliber of this match, Bynum still lacks sufficient experience and can only serve as a reserve. The Spurs, on the other hand, have deployed their most familiar starting lineup, guards Parker and Finley, forwards Bowen and Duncan, and center Oberto from Argentina. As the game begins, both teams immediately intensify their defensive efforts, with the Lakers striking first. Kobe, facing Bowen's defense, boldly takes a mid-range jumper, a scoring method the Spurs dread. The Spurs are rarely intimidated by a player like James, whose isolated offensive style relies on individual prowess to drive team scoring. They consistently execute their attacks in the most rational manner, and given James's average shooting ability, he finds himself wary of the Spurs. Had it not been for Ray Allen's miraculous three-pointer in 2013, James might have faced a clean sweep against the Spurs in the finals. Yet, the Spurs are particularly vulnerable to Kobe's unorthodox and relentless scoring. As the play unfolds, Kobe executes a swift spin move to evade Bowen, driving towards the basket where he confronts Duncan. Just as Duncan steps forward to provide help defense, Kobe deftly flicks the ball behind him to Garnett. In that moment, Duncan finds himself in a precarious position, caught between advancing and retreating, yet his unwavering desire for victory and duty to guard the paint compel him to move forward, fully aware that this shot is likely unpreventable. For at that position awaits the big ticket, not the likes of Kwame Brown, but the pinnacle of Garnett's prowess. With an explosive leap, his elongated arms arc gracefully through the air, culminating in a thunderous dunk that crashes down upon Duncan's face. This moment magnificently showcases Garnett's innate talent and ignites the fervor within the Staples Center. The annual best dunk has arrived. Even the commentators at the venue were cheering for KG, when suddenly the camera malfunctioned and shifted to the stands where Xiao was applauding. Initially engrossed in the match, this sudden shift rendered him somewhat awkward, as many fans who recognized him began to jeer. Some clapped, others whistled, and a few shouted their thanks, while only Popovich appeared visibly agitated. This maneuver was quite clever. It was a lethal blow that struck at the very heart. Although Xiao felt a surge of anger, he continued to applaud, while his assistant could hardly bear the spectacle. "Boss, don't you think they're being a bit cruel? Remain calm. A gentleman takes his time to seek revenge. Let us continue to enjoy the game." Xiao suppressed his ire. As a billionaire, he could have easily lashed out in such a public setting. Yet, he understood that it wasn't the time to retaliate. "Los Angeles, you will pay for this." If Xiao had previously harbored a modicum of respect and concern for Los Angeles, his eyes now brimmed with a fierce determination. He believed that the Los Angeles Lakers would undoubtedly become his stepping stone. Duncan found himself in a similarly awkward position, once again relegated to the background. However, this was not his first experience of such nature. He adjusted his mindset, reminding himself that it was merely a game. In the subsequent play, Duncan demonstrated why he was nicknamed the Big Fundamental with a signature bank shot from a 45-degree angle. Although their styles of play differed in aesthetics, the score remained the same as both teams exchanged leads, concluding the first half. During halftime, Xiao received a text from Yilin. "So, you are the illustrious Su, the big boss. You were the one who sent Garnett to the Lakers, weren't you?" The message was accompanied by a playful emoji, and upon reading it, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, realizing it was from Yilin. Noticing the empty seat beside him, Xiao texted Yilin, inviting her to join him for the match and to discuss the game. After much deliberation, Yilin decided to come over, partly due to the annoyance caused by the pestering Halston. "Ah, no wonder you didn't introduce yourself with your full name during our first meeting. It seems you two find your actions embarrassing. What were you thinking, orchestrating such a deal? Giving away Garnett for nothing led to the Suns' elimination, humph." Yilin's feigned anger was quite charming. Xiao, observing her mock indignation, unceremoniously called her out on it. Once her ruse was revealed, Yilin abandoned the act and cheerfully engaged in conversation with Xiao. While the second half of the match remained intense, Xiao scarcely focused on the game. Instead engrossed in conversation with Yilin. He had indeed noticed her before, but he had thought her too young, still a minor. Besides, as a man whose mind was singularly occupied with basketball, he had never considered anything beyond that. The two engaged in a deep conversation, reminiscing about their hometown and personal experiences until an assistant's reminder jolted them back to reality, revealing that the match had long concluded, with the Lakers having secured an early victory. "I believe the Lakers will reach the finals," Xiao remarked after the game. "That is indeed thanks to your influence." Yilin retorted with a playful glare. "Oh no, I meant the first game of the finals will still be here. How about we make plans for it?" Was he truly suggesting a date? Yilin's mind raced. For someone of his academic prowess, it was uncommon to invite anyone out for a solitary outing. Noticing her silence, Xiao assumed she was hesitant, prompting him to inquire, "Is there a problem? If you're busy, feel free to attend to your matters." "I'm not busy. I have time. I can," Yilin interjected before he could finish. She herself was astonished by how easily those words escaped her lips. Initially, she had intended to ponder the invitation further, But upon hearing Su Xiao's suggestion of letting it go, she found herself agreeing without a second thought. Then it's settled. I'll see you at the finals. In the meantime, feel free to visit me in Minnesota or call if you need anything. Yes, you too. Take care. Though reluctant to part ways, it was time for farewell, as Su Xiao had an essential matter to attend to. The lottery ceremony for the draft was imminent, which would determine the path of the Timberwolves. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to let Roy draw, recalling that it was Roy who had once secured the first overall pick for the Trailblazers. Once again, fortune seemed to smile upon Roy. Perhaps due to the recent ownership change of the Timberwolves, it is widely recognized that when a team undergoes such a transition, the league often compensates with invisible advantages. With the coveted first pick in hand, Su Xiao began to ponder deeply. The name on everyone's lips was, of course, the towering Greg Oden. Heralded as a prodigy combining the prowess of Duncan and Russell, a once-in-a-century talent. However, Su Xiao was acutely aware of Oden's struggles with a leg-length discrepancy, which had plagued his career with health issues, ultimately preventing him from realizing his full potential. On the other hand, the true standout of this draft class was the second pick, Kevin Durant. Selecting Durant would be the wisest choice, as the Timberwolves were well-stocked in the post position but lacked talent on the wings. It was evident that Durant represented the optimal solution by choosing him. Su Xiao could grant him the ball to hone his skills, with Malisic and Kwame Brown holding down the fort in the paint. Kwame, transformed under Su Xiao's guidance, had become a quality interior presence, while Malisic, despite lacking superstar attributes, had begun to regain his confidence during this season. With his inherent talent and the specialized training Su Xiao had arranged for him, he had emerged as a competent big man, and at under 22 years old, he still had room for growth. Coupled with the mature Roy, if they could secure a solid point guard over the summer, a playoff appearance would be all but guaranteed. Yet, Su Xiao harbored reservations. His feelings towards Durant were not particularly favorable, and his ambitions extended beyond merely reaching the playoffs. He had uncovered a hidden feature of the system. Any player who had played under him would harbor a profound gratitude and blind admiration for him. Thus, a bold idea took shape. He aspired to become the Godfather of the league, not only to claim the championship, but to cultivate more exceptional players. Enhancing the league's competitiveness and establishing his own authority, commanding respect with a mere call. After much deliberation, Su Xiao ultimately resolved to select Oden. He was curious to witness the heights a healthy Oden could achieve. However, this choice would necessitate significant roster adjustments. Either Kwame Brown or Malisic would have to be traded. Given that Malisic had yet to reach his potential and had recently signed a mid-level contract, trading him at this juncture would not be prudent. Conversely, Kwame was at his peak value, averaging 16 points and 10 rebounds per game, a versatile big man sought after by many teams, especially at the age of 25. This season marked merely the beginning of his journey, and his defensive and rebounding skills remained intact, with his shooting inconsistencies somewhat mitigated by an improved touch. He had even drawn comparisons to a young Shaquille O'Neal, with media outlets touting him as the heir apparent. Su Xiao contemplated teams in dire need of a player like Kwame, potential trading partners who would likely be lacking in interior strength or facing deficiencies, and who would not be in a rebuilding phase. Such talent would be squandered on a tanking team. Moreover, any trade Su Xiao orchestrated would inevitably require draft picks, which would be unacceptable for a team intent on losing. After careful consideration, he identified 3 likely candidates: the Nets, the Pistons, and the Bulls. The Nets, reliant on their perimeter trio, boasted a skilled yet defensively soft European, Kostic, a physically confrontational center, Collins, who was more of a defensive stalwart, and Moore, who struggled without Kidd. Collectively, they paled in comparison to Kwame. The Pistons, though performing well, faced severe aging issues in their frontcourt, with Rasheed Wallace, McDyess, and the soon-to-retire Weber, all of whom were found lacking against the youthful vigor of LeBron James. Relying on their aging roster to contain such talent was an unrealistic dream. The Bulls faced similar challenges. While they appeared vibrant, their series against the Pistons revealed significant height deficiencies in their frontcourt. With the departure of 38-year-old P.J. Brown, they were left with only Ben Wallace and the young Swift, both of whom were undersized for the position. Adding to the complications, Su Xiao's influence had elevated the Knicks' standing by 3 spots, resulting in the Bulls receiving the 12th pick, likely not high enough to secure Noah. Hence, Kwame's trading partners would likely be these 3 teams, with the possibility of 2 or 3 additional teams expressing interest. Upon learning that they had secured the first overall pick, Kwame seemed to sense his impending departure. Xiao had previously discussed the future plans of the team with Kwame when he renewed Melisic's contract. During that conversation, Xiao had candidly shared his vision for the team, highlighting Roy's anticipated role as their leader and the new face of the franchise. While he held great appreciation for Kwame and admired his progress, it was clear that the Timberwolves were not the ideal fit for him. He needed to join a mid-tier team where he could be a focal point and lead them into the playoffs, finding a larger stage for his talents. Xiao assured Kwame that if no suitable big man was acquired, or if Kwame found himself without a viable option at the expiration of his contract, the Timberwolves would extend him a satisfactory offer, recognizing that Kwame was the first player he had nurtured. Though some methods had been unconventional, employing a superstar card, both parties had invested considerable effort and dedication. Xiao also recognized that while the superstar card could significantly enhance a player's abilities, true integration and maximum potential would still require relentless practice off the court. Simply bestowing a superstar card might yield only 80% of a player's overall capabilities. But with persistent effort and training, one could potentially unlock 120% of their potential. Ultimately, the adage that increased effort leads to greater fortune held true. With the first pick decided, Xiao turned his attention to other prospects. The Timberwolves possess 3 first-round picks this year: the coveted first pick, the 26th from the Rockets, and the 29th from the Lakers, both later picks in the first round, particularly the 29th, which was less valuable than a mid-second round selection. Players selected towards the end of the first round typically possessed talent comparable to those chosen at the start of the second round, yet contract terms differed significantly. Xiao contemplated whether to convert the 29th pick into 2 second-round picks, as there were no second-round selections among their 3 first-rounders. If things progressed normally, only a player like Marc Gasol would remain available at that spot, but with Odin and Melisic already on the roster, selecting Gasol was unnecessary. Even if their achievements paled in comparison to his. Currently, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the draft, leaving little attention for the thrilling playoff series unfolding between the Lakers and Spurs. Yet, this was hardly surprising. Xiao had long anticipated a Lakers victory, especially with the duo of Kobe and Gasol on the court. The Lakers were indeed formidable. Having overwhelmed even the Spurs, there was a strong likelihood that this season's championship would belong to them. Upon returning to the office, I overheard the assistants engaging in discussions about this round of the series. It appears that the Lakers' only apparent weakness lies in their point guard position, with the small forward role also slightly lacking. Odom seems more suited to play as a power forward, unless in specific lineups. The speaker was a newly appointed video analyst from the Timberwolves. However, this does not diminish the Lakers' prowess. The combination of Kobe and Garnett, while perhaps not as domineering as the duo of Shaquille and Kobe, undoubtedly exhibits the utmost synergy and suitability. To vanquish this Lakers team is indeed a formidable challenge. One must possess a robust interior defense, one that is not singular, capable of countering the 3 towering players while simultaneously safeguarding the paint. Additionally, one must have adept perimeter defenders who can engage in physical combat. Concurrently, one's offense must be exceptional, featuring outstanding outside shooters to create spacing and an undeniable offensive focal point, complemented by proficient guards and a remarkable bench. The amalgamation of these elements is exceedingly rare to find. In my opinion, rather than attempting a direct confrontation, it may be wiser to wait for their decline. Their dominance is unlikely to extend beyond 5 years, and 5 years hence presents our most opportune moment for resurgence. David Ans, having nearly completed his analysis of the entire series, incessantly articulated his thoughts, as Xiao had tasked him with identifying the Lakers' vulnerabilities. In 2 years, the goal is to possess the strength to engage the Lakers head-on, a directive Xiao has also conveyed to the entire team. The Timberwolves must rise within 3 years. With 1 year already elapsed, the remaining 2 years have instilled a sense of apprehension among the members. Regarding the first half of Ans's remarks, I found myself in agreement. His vision of team construction inevitably mirrors that of the 2011 Dallas Mavericks, a stellar guard in Kidd, an undeniable offensive powerhouse in Nowitzki, adept perimeter defenders in Marion and Stevens, who famously grappled with LeBron in the finals, and a remarkable shooting bench with Terry and Peja, alongside an interior capable of containing the Lakers' towering trio Chandler, Nowitzki, and Woodley. As for the latter part of his statement, though Xiao disagreed, it remains a fact from the past. During those years, Kobe aged, and Gasol experienced a decline. It was merely a serendipitous convergence of events. However, Su Xiao is unconvinced that we must wait for their aging to seize an opportunity. He is determined to construct a team capable of defeating them now. To uplift the spirits of others, Su Xiao calmly proclaimed, "Every generation brings forth its own talents, each leading the way for centuries. How can you be certain that when Kobe ages, others will not emerge? Even as Kobe grows older, there remains LeBron. Shall we simply wait? Rather than waiting for others to falter, we should take the initiative ourselves." Chapter 12. Forbearance. The Lakers ultimately triumphed over the Spurs with a decisive 4-1 victory, successfully advancing to the finals. Their opponent was none other than James, who was making his inaugural appearance in the championship series. Following his remarkable performance in the Eastern Conference Finals, anticipation surged regarding the young Emperor's display in the finals, as well as the captivating showdown between the number 23 and number 24 jerseys. Su Xiao couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, the much-anticipated duel had been fervently awaited, yet it had come to fruition solely due to him. It seemed he was indeed instigating a transformation throughout the NBA. However, this was merely the beginning. A monumental upheaval awaited the league, driven solely by his efforts. Despite the high profile and attention surrounding this final series, which featured a matchup Su Xiao had never witnessed before, he found it rather uninteresting. In his view, the Cavaliers would consider it a victory merely to reach the fifth game, given the vast disparity in strength between the two teams. Had he not made a promise to Yilin, Su Xiao would have had little desire to attend the game. Su, the owner, had once again made his presence known. Following their last encounter, Su Xiao had become a notable figure at Staples Center. Now, whenever he arrived, security personnel, as well as prominent figures from Los Angeles, Hollywood directors, actors, and stars would greet him warmly, often expressing gratitude for his contributions to the Lakers. Without him, they speculated, the team might have struggled in the first round, and they would not be witnessing such an exhilarating series. Yet, beneath the surface, their words dripped with sarcasm and mockery, which irked Su Xiao. His goodwill in attempting to send Garnett to a stronger team for a championship and to alter Kobe's career had ironically turned him into the jester of Staples Center. The more he pondered this, the more infuriated he became. He vowed to show these individuals a thing or two. As he simmered with indignation, a pair of soft hands gently grasped his arm. "You're quite punctual, arriving so early every time," Yilin remarked, this time donning a stylish athletic outfit, embodying the quintessential sports girl, exuding a vibrant and refreshing aura. "What are you looking at?" she inquired. "Nothing much. You look incredibly refreshing today," Su Xiao quickly replied, snapping back to attention. "How do I look in this outfit?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Anything looks good when worn by you," he responded, earning a smile from her. "You certainly know how to flatter," she said, beaming. The two engaged in a lively exchange, their focus entirely diverted from the game at hand. It wasn't long before the Cavaliers found themselves overwhelmed. Su Xiao had previously asserted that they simply could not withstand the Lakers' formidable offense, and their own attempts at scoring would be effortlessly thwarted. During the 1-0 era, while LeBron's physical gifts reached their zenith, his perimeter shooting left much to be desired, rendering him an easy target for the Lakers' defense. With Kevin Garnett's exceptional rim protection, containing a less adept LeBron was a trivial matter, even in a prior life. It was only after LeBron developed his mid-range game that he ceased to fear the Celtics. Yet, the current LeBron was still too inexperienced. However, in the third quarter of the match, the camera once again focused on Su Xiao, who appeared quite helpless this time. Staples Center erupted in cheers as the Lakers took a commanding lead, inflating the jealousy of the Los Angeles crowd. Their words dripped with sarcasm and mockery, cloaked in expressions of gratitude towards Su Xiao, none of which were genuine. From the outset, they regarded him merely as a wealthy fool, and compounded by his Asian heritage, specifically his Chinese identity, they felt no reverence whatsoever. They had wholly forgotten how Su Xiao had nurtured Quayne Brown, whom they dismissed as worthless. Now, all they could think of was their imminent victory. Their behavior was utterly outrageous. Why should they speak of him in such a manner when he had been their benefactor? "It's so unfair," Yilin exclaimed in indignation. "Alas, this is not China. We are, by nature, marginalized here," Su Xiao consoled her. "If someone like you, a prominent businessman, faces this, how are we supposed to survive here?" Yilin lamented. Everyone has their own way of life. You have your struggles, and I, as a businessman of considerable stature, must contend with my own pressures and dilemmas. Life is filled with various challenges. It is perfectly normal for things to not go our way most of the time. Is there truly nothing you can do in the face of such derision? There is an old Chinese saying, "The wheel of heaven turns. Retribution will come in due time." It is not that it won't come, but rather that the moment has not yet arrived. If we do not learn to endure now, how can we assert ourselves in the future? Do not fret. Within 3 years, I will ensure they understand how foolish it was to mock me in such a public setting today. A faint smile graced Su Xiao's lips as he spoke these words in the calmest of tones, yet within him, a tempest was already brewing. I have taken note of this grievance, and I hope that next time, you too can demonstrate such magnanimity as I have. On the court, Kobe is imparting his wisdom to LeBron in his own unique manner. At this moment, Kobe does not regard LeBron as his equal. In his eyes, LeBron poses even less of a threat than Tracy McGrady did. Amidst their banter, he still offers LeBron a measure of encouragement. This planted within James a resolute determination to surpass Kobe, as he vowed to showcase the essence of brotherly basketball in due time. As the final whistle blew, the Lakers concluded the match with a decisive score of 109-87, signaling the inevitable outcome of this series. In the second game, James amassed an impressive tally of 35 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists. However, under the stringent defense of Odom and Garnett, he committed 6 turnovers and shot a mere 10 out of 24, with a success rate falling below 50%. In the fourth quarter, which had lost its suspense, James scored 13 points, leading the Lakers to yet another triumph on their home court. In the third game, the Cavaliers excelled in three-point shooting, hitting 13 out of 22 attempts, an exceptional feat for that era. Damon Jones and Gibson combined for 8 three-pointers, while Larry Hughes appeared to have overcome his injury woes, contributing 15 points and 4 steals. Yet, the mainstay, James, struggled, shooting only 5 out of 17 for a total of 16 points and 11 assists. Although the Cavaliers fought valiantly against the formidable Lakers, they ultimately fell short, losing 107-101, placing the Lakers at match point with a 3-0 lead. Tantalizingly close to their first championship since the post-Shaquille O'Neal era. At this moment, Shaquille must have been praying for a miracle or contemplating a sudden appearance in Cleveland. However, even his intervention could not reverse the Cavaliers' decline. Following a tumultuous third game where they failed to defend their home court, the fourth game unfolded like a deflated ball, as the Lakers opened with an 18-0 run. Ultimately, the Lakers, with a final score of 113-91, claimed their first championship of the Kobe era, marking Kevin Garnett's inaugural title as well. When Garnett received the championship trophy, he could not contain his tears, as 11 years of frustration in Minnesota flooded forth. This championship was earned through his sheer talent and was undeniably deserved. Throughout the playoffs, he averaged 8 points and 1 rebounds, and in the finals, he averaged 5 points and 8 rebounds, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kobe, both vital to the Lakers' success. However, unlike O'Neal, Garnett was willing to make sacrifices for the sake of victory. Ultimately, the MVP award went to Kobe, who averaged 26 points and secured his first Finals MVP. In the post-game interview, although Garnett sincerely expressed his gratitude to Su Xiao, his words were perceived with a hint of irony by others. Fortunately, Su Xiao had grown accustomed to such dynamics, as it seemed everyone felt compelled to reference him. This was perhaps beneficial, as it placed pressure on him to swiftly manage the team, lest he become the subject of perpetual ridicule. Su Xiao gazed at the report, silently reflecting on the conclusion of the 2006-2007 season. The most pressing matter ahead was the impending draft, yet prior to that, it was essential to disseminate some trade rumors. When teams learned that the Timberwolves intended to trade Kwame Brown, a wave of astonishment swept through the league. What a reckless decision by Su Xiao. Did he truly comprehend the implications? After painstakingly developing a promising interior player, he was willing to part with him? The first to voice their outrage were the media from Los Angeles. Su Xiao had anticipated this reaction. They were well aware of Brown's current caliber, which was indeed commendable within the league. However, as long as Brown remained on a struggling team, racking up statistics, fans would perceive the trade as a significant coup. Moreover, the arrival of Odin would undeniably curtail Brown's playing time and statistics. With Brown alongside Odin, his numbers would inevitably decline, and soon. No one would question why the Lakers failed to cultivate Kwame Brown. Their calculations seemed astute, yet they were blindsided by Su Xiao's audacity to proceed with the trade. They pondered endlessly, baffled by the decision to retain Malisic, a player lacking shooting proficiency, rather than keeping Brown, who had developed a commendable outside shot and would complement Odin splendidly. Recently dismissed coach Van Gundy addressed the Lakers' perplexity while simultaneously berating the Timberwolves' management for their short-sightedness. He stated before the media, to preemptively secure Malisic is the epitome of folly, knowing that this year would bring forth numerous young and talented interior players such as Odin, Horford, and Noah. Opting for a player of Malisic's questionable value reveals a staggering lack of foresight. This contract has severely diminished his worth, plunging them into a quandary. They secured the top pick, yet must relinquish their best and most compatible player, the one they diligently nurtured. How absurd. Van Gundy's remarks resonated with many, illustrating that trading Malisic would yield little in terms of valuable assets. At the time, Suns general manager Kerr quipped sarcastically, "I would never commit such a foolish act. After all, I have built my career on professionalism." Regarding these two individuals, Xiao harbors no desire to engage with them at all. One is merely a minor version of Van Gundy. Despite my utmost efforts to assist you, the Rockets, you remain ensnared in an unplayable contract with Sula, a mere burden. I have even facilitated the acquisition of an upgraded version of Paget and Cook, addressing your most vulnerable position at the 4 spot. If you still fail to advance beyond the first round, that is not my concern. As for Kerr, I have little inclination to elaborate further. Once you trade for O'Neal, thereby extinguishing the Suns' glorious small ball era, perhaps then you may flaunt your profession. Regarding the choice between Brown and Malisic, trade value is one aspect. Yet there is more to consider. Although Brown possesses shooting proficiency akin to Wang Zhizhi, he is fundamentally a center, and his playing style and preferences align with that position. Thus, partnering him with Odin may not yield harmonious results. Moreover, he has 1 year remaining on his contract, given his current performance. He is certain to command a significant contract next year. With the Timberwolves poised to contend for the playoffs, the consequence could be the regrettable loss of both Malisic and Brown without any valuable returns. Xiao has long understood the principle of selling high. Now, concerning Malisic, is he truly as inadequate as some claim? Clearly not. In Xiao's eyes, Malisic's talent surpasses that of Kwame Brown. Reflecting on his draft report, standing at 2.14 meters with a wingspan of 2.26 meters, his athleticism is remarkable, capable of keeping pace with guards and exhibiting blinding speed and fast breaks, often outpacing the camera. He can leap from the free throw line to dunk effortlessly, possesses commendable ball handling skills, and demonstrates exceptional shooting touch, allowing him to navigate seamlessly between center and forward positions, showcasing agility in the paint. Recall, who was the last European big man to receive such accolades. Paul Gasol possesses a talent that is rivaled by Darko Milicic. Yet upon entering the NBA, everything took a turn for the worse. The prodigious talent was thoroughly undermined by Larry Brown, compounded by his youth, which rendered him somewhat ill-suited to the rigors of the NBA and life in the United States. Furthermore, the attempts to bulk him up severely compromised his agility. When he first joined the league, he weighed just under 110 kilograms, but during his 4 years with the Pistons and the Magic, he was forcibly increased to 124 kilograms. Coupled with his unstable shooting and the failure to develop his finishing abilities, this resulted in his current erratic scoring. His shooting percentage in the paint languishes below 50%. And instead of honing his skills, the lack of competitive experience and continual criticism from coaches has caused his abilities to regress. His footwork, passing, and shooting techniques have all suffered significant declines. However, the past few years in the NBA have not been devoid of achievements, at the very least. Milicic has established himself as one of the elite defenders and rim protectors in the league. Shot blocking has consistently been his forte. Last season, under the encouragement and support of Xiao, along with a positive team atmosphere, he not only rediscovered a sense of belonging, but also gradually regained some of the skills reminiscent of his rookie year at 18. His footwork, shooting, and passing have returned to the level of his debut season, and being under 22 years of age, he undoubtedly has room for further development. Last season, his averages of 9, 6 points, 7, 2 rebounds, 2, 1 assists, 0, 7 steals, and 1, 8 blocks have already met the standards for a competent center in the league, although his shooting percentage is somewhat lacking at only 46, which is clearly inadequate. Nonetheless, Xiao remains unperturbed regarding his shooting, confident that Milicic can improve in this area. Should he falter, he possesses Kyle Korver's star card, an alternative solution with the league's premier shooter. Furthermore, is it truly impossible for Milicic to coexist with Odin? This is not the case. Milicic previously partnered with the dominant Dwight Howard during his tenure with the Magic, with satisfactory results. last season under Su Xiao's guidance. Many of the Timberwolves strategies position Malisic at the power forward spot, with Kwame Brown serving as the center. However, due to Brown's accuracy from beyond the arc, the perception arose that he was the power forward. If Malisic can trim his weight to around 115 to 118 kilograms and develop his shooting, he will undoubtedly secure a stable role as the team's power forward. It must be acknowledged that Su Xiao has skillfully deceived many, even those with a keen understanding of the game, while the die-hard fans remain steadfast, scrutinizing a persistently underperforming team. Chapter 13. The butterfly effect begins with the draft. The 2007 draft arrived as anticipated, with a gathering of promising young talents awaiting their fates in the green room. The Timberwolves, holding the first overall pick, were poised to make their selection. After much deliberation, despite Greg Oden being a once-in-a-century talent, it became evident that Kevin Durant was the most fitting choice for the current roster. David Kahn remained in a quandary. To be frank, I too lean towards Durant, Su Xiao casually remarked. However, to overlook a genius like Oden would indeed be a grave injustice, an affront to reason itself. Su Xiao's unwavering gaze rendered Z speechless. With this determination, the decision was made. As NBA Commissioner David Stern ascended the stage, announcing the Minnesota Timberwolves selection, he officially heralded the commencement of this year's draft. The first overall pick by the Minnesota Timberwolves was none other than Greg Oden. Thus, the new champion of the NBA draft was born. Oden himself beamed with his characteristic smile. This outcome seemed anticipated, yet becoming the top pick was undeniably exhilarating. Donning the Timberwolves cap, he embraced Stern on stage before proceeding to meet with the relevant staff. Ding! Securing the first overall pick, achievement unlocked, reward of 5,000 points. The system's sudden notification startled Su Xiao. To his astonishment, a first overall pick was worth such a fortune. After a moment of surprise, he contemplated that this might be one of the few first picks in his lifetime, for the Timberwolves were poised for a resurgence. Perhaps they would endure one more year of rebuilding, but thereafter, the bounties would follow. Given this, a more substantial reward was indeed warranted. Coupled with the remaining 600 points, he now possessed a total of 600 system coins. Once the draft concluded, he planned to engage in 2 rounds of 10 consecutive draws, as changes in team personnel would inevitably affect the team's favorability. To maintain this favorability, the system would be the swiftest solution. As he pondered his subsequent maneuvers, the draft continued as scheduled. The Portland Trail Blazers selected Kevin Durant, a slender player from the University of Texas, as the second overall pick. This athlete was destined to become one of the NBA's premier scorers. His arrival at the Trail Blazers could be seen as a compensation for Su Xiao's previous experiences with that team. Just as Su Xiao considered the potential troubles that the pairing of Durant and Aldridge might bring, the Trail Blazers manager unexpectedly called. "I hear you are shopping Kwame Brown. Would you be interested in hearing my offer, Mr. Su?" Upon hearing someone inquire about Kwame Brown, Su Xiao suddenly became intrigued. For the market value of Kwame Brown was not as significant as he had anticipated. He had initially thought that teams like the Nets and the Bulls, which were in desperate need of interior players, would offer at least 2 draft picks, or at the very least, 1 draft pick along with a commendable forward. Moreover, given their current record, the worth of their draft picks had diminished. Acquiring Kwame Brown would likely enhance their performance, further devaluing those picks. To his surprise, neither team was willing to dismantle their roster. The Bulls were reluctant to part with a forward like Xiao, and their offer was rather meager. The Nets, similarly, were only inclined to provide this year's draft pick along with Collins and Yao Ming's protege, Nakba. It appeared they remained skeptical that Kwame Brown, once the top overall pick, would finally live up to expectations this year, which consequently diminished his trade value far below Su Xiao's estimations. However, at that moment, the unexpected entry of the Trail Blazers caught Su Xiao's attention. General Manager Joe, on the other end of the line, spoke calmly, stating, "I understand that you are in need of a forward, and we happen to have young forwards available. Whether it be Outlaw or Webster, both are promising talents. You must realize that we have selected Durant, and while these players are commendable, they must make way for Durant. Indeed, they were fine players. Yet Kwame Brown was equally commendable. His progress was evident in various aspects, be it shooting, offensive techniques in the paint, or blue-collar tasks like setting screens and rebounding. He excelled in all. Thus, Su Xiao did not find the trade particularly suitable. He replied with composure, "What if I were to include a draft pick?" The other party, seemingly undeterred, continued, "The combination of Durant and Aldridge will soon flourish. Within a year at most, they will reach their potential. I believe that with your developmental capabilities and the overall strength of the team, even during their growth phase, the record will not suffer greatly. Therefore, the value of your draft pick is not high. However, if you were to offer two, we could consider it. Price negotiation is an indispensable skill in the realm of transactions. Xiao has astutely assessed that at this juncture, the Trailblazers would not be overly reluctant to part with two draft picks, given that Durant's talent is widely acknowledged. Aldridge has begun to demonstrate his potential in the latter stages of last season, and last year's promising rookie, Randy Foye, has also exhibited commendable prowess. Therefore, the Trailblazers' potential is already substantial. Even if they were to offer a first-round lottery pick, the enhancement would not be significant. An abundance of promising newcomers is not necessarily advantageous, as the team lacks the space and time to allocate to every individual, which inevitably leads to the devaluation of their assets. It is evident that the Trailblazers are no longer interested in acquiring Randolph. They require a player capable of alleviating the burden on Aldridge in the paint, someone with sufficient skill who will not overshadow Durant and Aldridge's development. Kwame Brown emerges as an excellent choice. As Xiao noted, Brown has developed a degree of offensive autonomy and possesses commendable shooting skills. Defensively, he retains his expertise, excelling in rim protection and rebounding, and his proficiency in pick-and-roll plays aligns perfectly with what Durant needs. That said, I require your 29th pick this year. In return, I can offer you the first rounds of 08 and 09, but the 08 pick must be protected. Should we secure the top pick, it would be a loss to us. Having broached this subject, it seems we are nearing an agreement. Securing two first-round picks is indeed a favorable outcome. However, Xiao added two stipulations. First, your protection cannot extend beyond the top three positions. Second, I would like to acquire a player from you as well. Which player are you referring to, Boss Sue? If it's Durant, I cannot comply. Observing that the trade was on the verge of completion, both parties appeared reasonably satisfied, and the Trailblazers' demeanor had notably relaxed. Darius Miles, the former high school prodigy, was mentioned in this context. The Trailblazers are perplexed by Xiao's sudden acquisition of this player. Miles, who once shone brightly upon entering the league as a high school prodigy and was hailed as the next Kevin Garnett, showcased commendable talent early on. His performance post-arrival at the Trailblazers was respectable, but injuries ultimately derailed his career. If Xiao recalls correctly, he made a brief return during the 08-09 season with the Grizzlies, yet his performance was lackluster, leading to a sorrowful retirement. It seems he later faced legal troubles when police discovered a substantial amount of marijuana in his vehicle, marking him as a player with significant issues. However, Xiao's rationale for acquiring Miles is multifaceted. Firstly, it was a matter of balancing salaries. Miles has 3 years remaining on a $27 million contract, which nicely accommodates the Timberwolves' financial constraints. Secondly, with the presence of health cards at his disposal, Xiao is keen to explore whether he can alter the fate of this once promising talent, as such extraordinary physical gifts should not go to waste. Upon hearing this, the Trailblazers management was initially dumbfounded, but soon erupted in enthusiastic praise for Xiao, expressing their gratitude by granting him the 44th pick in the second round. With 3 second-round picks available this year, offering one to the Timberwolves posed no issue. Subsequently, both parties reached an agreement. The Timberwolves would send Kwame Brown, Snyder, and the 29th pick of this year's first round to the Trailblazers in exchange for Miles and the 08 lottery-protected picks, along with an unprotected first-round pick for 09 and this year's 44th second-round pick. Xiao then quietly observed the draft proceedings, acutely aware that the announcement of this trade would inevitably subject him to a torrent of criticism. To distance himself from such scrutiny and maintain his composure, he found solace in watching the draft from his private suite, eager to witness the transformations within the league he had reshaped. At the third pick, the Supersonics selected Al Horford, an expected yet unremarkable choice, given that he was the best player available. The Grizzlies at the 4th pick opted for Conley, while the Celtics chose Jeff Green, subsequently announcing a trade to the Supersonics, exchanging him along with Delonte West and Wally Szczerbiak for Ray Allen and the Supersonics' 35th pick. Thus far, the draft had seen little deviation from expectations. The Hawks, selecting 6th, should have chosen E. Jinlian. Yet they surprised many by opting for center Brandon Wright, an understandable decision given their existing talent in forwards Josh Smith and Marvin Williams. However, passing on Noah for Wright raised eyebrows, suggesting a lack of foresight. As anticipated, The Bucks at the 7th pick selected E, followed by the Bobcats at 8th, who chose the long-awaited Corey Brewer, an expected selection for the Timberwolves, now instead joining Michael Jordan's team. The 9th pick, once held by the Bulls with the Knicks selection, found itself with the 76ers due to Xiao's maneuvers, resulting in their choice of Noah, one of the draft's finest talents. The remainder of the draft saw minimal changes until the 19th pick, where the Miami Heat selected Chris Duhon. For those unfamiliar, he is notorious for his involvement in the Gill Arenas gun incident, which indirectly led to Arenas' decline in the league. Initially projected to be selected by the Lakers as part of a trade for Pau Gasol, Duhon found himself unexpectedly with the Heat in this altered league, leaving one to ponder the implications for Arenas' future. The draft proceeded with minor alterations, such as Wilson Chandler becoming a rookie for the Jazz, while Afflalo embarked on his career with the Spurs. The Timberwolves, holding the Rockets' 26th pick, swiftly selected the unheralded Brooks. Subsequently, the Trail Blazers used the 29th pick to draft an obscure guard, one who likely never made a mark in Summer League and faced inevitable release. As the second round commenced, significant upheaval ensued due to the altered draft order. The Knicks snatched Landry at the 31st pick, while the Rockets, lacking a preferred target, shifted their focus to the Timberwolves now that their trade with the Trail Blazers had finalized. The scene left many astonished. Kwame Brown, a valuable interior presence, had been traded for 2 first-round picks and a relatively unknown small forward, Miles, whose once promising career had been marred by injuries. Los Angeles media could not contain their praise for Xiao, heralding his shrewd transaction. Meanwhile, New York pundit Stephen A. Smith's sardonic remarks implied that this trade amounted to acquiring a lesser version of Garnett, suggesting a peculiar legacy had been established. Thus, the astute Mo Dog once again sought out Xiao. In his inaugural year, he undoubtedly aimed to achieve notable accomplishments. Xiao possessed a clear understanding of this individual. He had some merit, albeit limited. While he did possess genuine skills and knowledge, his vision was rather narrow, focusing on petty gains while neglecting long-term prospects. Aside from the foolish opportunism he exhibited during a moment of folly against Thunder, where he seized the opportunity to rob Harden, he had not engaged in any commendable transactions. Lacking both the audacity and the broader perspective, he was akin to one who mistook worthless trinkets for treasures, exchanging genuine valuables for mere scraps. Furthermore, through his actions, he inflicted immeasurable losses upon the entire league. Were it not for the regard held for Yao Ming, Xiao would scarcely deign to acknowledge such a creature. Yao, I shall assist you one last time. Should you fail to secure the championship this time, you will have no choice but to come to me. Subsequently, Xiao reached an agreement with Morey, wherein the Timberwolves dispatched Francis and last year's rookie Millsap in exchange for the Rockets' Uncle Howard and guard Hade, along with a first-round pick in 2008 and a second-round pick in 2011. This maneuver would undoubtedly invite ridicule, but with an abundance of pests, one becomes indifferent. Continuing to observe the draft, it was intriguing to note that the Pistons snatched up Glenn Davis at the 34th position, leaving the Celtics with only Pruitt. Meanwhile, at the 42nd pick, the Pacers surprisingly selected Sun Yu, while the Timberwolves opted for the Spanish prodigy Pau Gasol with the 44th pick acquired from the Trail Blazers. Now, we have successfully assembled both the young Garnett and the young Gasol. After the selections, Xiao began to engage in self-deprecating humor. Chapter 14. The Three-Point King Malisic. After the conclusion of the draft, Xiao did not cease his endeavors. He was aware of several noteworthy undrafted talents, such as the infamous Vagabond Tolliver, a power forward standing at 2.03 meters, known for his tenacity and commendable three-point shooting ability. He had once been a formidable opponent even against the likes of Giannis. Another notable figure was Garanil, a former key player for the Spurs, who had famously sunk 6 three-pointers in the finals, possessing exceptional shooting prowess that may well surpass that of the recently acquired Hade. In this year's draft, the Timberwolves have seemingly fulfilled their objectives splendidly. They selected Odin with the first overall pick, Brooks at the 26th position, and the talented Gasol at the 44th, successfully acquiring their desired players at each respective slot. Furthermore, they managed to secure the practical talents of Tolliver and Gariniel among the undrafted players. In exchange, they bid farewell to the commendable performances of starters Kwame Brown and Francis from the previous season, while welcoming the likes of Outlaw. In the eyes of Xiao, Outlaw is a commendable player, possessing exceptional physical attributes, standing at nearly 2.06 meters tall with a wingspan of 2.20 meters. His leaping ability is notably impressive, earning him the reputation of a spring man in the NBA, with a commendable shooting ability, particularly from beyond the arc. His robust physicality has made him a formidable clutch player in the league. However, he struggles defensively and is prone to being faked out. Conversely, the acquired Miles, while equally explosive in terms of physical prowess, does not prioritize shooting, particularly lacking in three-point proficiency. Yet, he possesses a more versatile skill set, showcasing decent defensive capabilities, earning him the moniker Little Garnett. Nevertheless, his greatest flaw lies in his lackadaisical defensive attitude, displaying the typical issues associated with high school players. It is anticipated that next season he will be implicated in a marijuana possession case. Xiao has resolved to observe Miles for a while longer. If he genuinely wishes to continue his basketball career and amend his attitude to steer clear of drugs, Xiao is willing to extend an opportunity to him, given the multitude of cards he holds. However, he cannot invest heavily in an individual who lacks the desire to compete, is unmotivated, and engages in substance abuse. As for Hyde and Uncle Ho, their fates remain contingent upon circumstances. Uncle Ho seems poised to request a buyout, unwilling to squander time with the Timberwolves. Hyde, in contrast, displays commendable enthusiasm, yet lacks extraordinary physical gifts. He possesses a solitary shooting ability that remains inconsistent. Last season, during the playoffs with the Suns, he severely diminished his market value, averaging 3.4 points over 19 minutes per game in the 7-game series, while committing 13 turnovers throughout. Even Xiao shook his head at this. No wonder Yao Ming couldn't win with such data. After reviewing the new recruits, Xiao indulged in his favorite activity, the lottery. With 600 system coins at his disposal, he had never engaged in such a prosperous gamble before. He initiated 10 consecutive draws to accumulate some goodwill, as the transition from veterans to newcomers had already raised the goodwill to 110, which could complicate his management. Spending 1,000 system coins, he conducted another series of 10 draws, resulting in a health card, a tactical intelligence card, and a special ability card, along with 70 points of goodwill. The first draw was merely a warm-up for the second one. Surely luck would not abandon him again. However, to his dismay, the second round yielded only a star card, a special skill card, and the remainder were all goodwill points, filling him to the brim and then some. Xiao decided to activate the star card immediately, hoping it would not be an obscure player. The system flashed, Catino Mobley. Relieved, Xiao calmed himself. Mobley was a player he was somewhat familiar with. While his defense left much to be desired, his offensive prowess was commendable. He had once been one of Yao Ming's closest allies, possessing respectable shooting and scoring abilities. Although his shooting was not as precise as Korver's, he was still renowned in the league, and his offensive capabilities surpassed Korver's, as he had averaged over 20 points per game at his peak, making him a valuable asset. The health card would surely be given to Odin, as its characteristic ensured he would be in optimal health. This card would not only prevent injuries, but also resolve any issues regarding his height discrepancy. Even if both health cards were utilized, the player would emerge in the healthiest state possible after their usage. In other words, 8 years later, Odin would no longer suffer from the height disparity that plagued him in his previous life. Next, he contemplated discussing the matter with Myers. If he was willing to dedicate himself to the game, a health card could also be granted to him. The intelligence card was destined for Swift, as he would be the primary substitute this season without Millsap. If he could perform well, he might fetch a handsome price in the market. As for the special skill card, what could it possibly be? Having already acquired 3, he decided to try one out. Upon activating the skill card, the message appeared, "Congratulations. You have obtained a forced upgrade card. Using this card will elevate one of a player's skills to elite league level." Xiao was taken aback by the description. He thought to himself, "This is excellent. If I could acquire more of these, I wouldn't need to worry about player skills. Any player could be transformed into an elite performer." Unexpectedly, this special skill card proved to be quite advantageous. Unable to resist, Xiao used it once more. "Congratulations. You have garnered the favor of barmaids. Over 30 young women will inexplicably become enamored with you and desire to engage in some indescribable activities until everyone is satisfied. At which point this card's effect will cease." What the? Upon reading this introduction, Xiao sprang up in dismay. "Is this a matter of life and death? I might as well have given you my kidney. Do you think I am Zhang Dashui? This card is truly a ripoff." Just as Xiao continued his tirade, a flurry of messages inundated his phone. "I must refrain from using such cards in the future." A few days later, Xiao, nursing his aching back and squinting through dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the office. The Minnesota Timberwolves were set to host a meet and greet for their new recruits, followed by a media conference. Although he didn't need to be present for these events, as the team owner, it was essential to convey a sense of human compassion. The new players had already arrived in Minnesota, eager to reunite with the team before the offseason, with some preparing for the summer league. Everyone is here, Xiao observed. Looking at the assembled group on the training field, he politely greeted them, as the camaraderie had reached a high point. The players, aware of his relatively youthful age compared to theirs, treated him with considerable friendliness. Otherwise, it would be challenging for someone so young to earn their full respect. This system had undoubtedly spared Xiao numerous troubles. After the new recruits completed their customary self-introductions, Xiao suggested they engage in a joint practice session to assess their skills. There were no objections. After all, this was their profession, and the rookies were eager to showcase their abilities before their new owner. They had heard that he had provided specialized training for Kwame Brown last year, transforming him from a disappointing first overall pick into a premier center in the league. After the training, Odin approached Xiao and quietly inquired about the matter at hand. Xiao was still pondering how to address the issue with Myers when the newly crowned first pick sought him out. "Yes, you're interested too?" "Of course. I believe I have much to improve upon," Odin humbly admitted. The practice session had indeed highlighted his shortcomings. He found himself utterly helpless against Malisic, whose offensive prowess shattered his once proud defense, resulting in numerous fouls. This was not even a formal game. Had it been, he would have faced far worse consequences. "Of course. You can," Xiao replied with a smile. "You need not dwell on this too much. Malisic's abilities are far from the poor reputation he has garnered. Like you, he is a prodigy, albeit deprived of opportunities for development. During the most crucial years of his career, his skills not only stagnated but regressed significantly, leaving his confidence shattered. Last season was truly his first in the league. For him, it merely represented a return to rookie-level performance. With diligent training, he is now on par with other centers in the NBA. You haven't faced him yet, so it's understandable." Xiao offered comfort, though he was uncertain about the extent to which the specialized training could benefit Odin. Previously, the intensive training for Kwame Brown served dual purposes: to help him regain his confidence and alter his playstyle, as well as to enable him to showcase Wang Ziji's skills. Currently, without a suitable player card for Odin, the impact of such training might be significantly diminished. "If it weren't for the European Championships, I would have joined you in the specialized training. We could have been companions," Xiao remarked. Malisic, hearing Xiao praise him, maintained a facade of indifference but felt a surge of happiness within. For a young man in a foreign land, receiving affirmation is always a source of joy. He had grown bolder in initiating jokes and his character was steadily improving. After speaking, he took Odin by the arm, and the two of them began to exchange insights. Their ability to communicate was invaluable. If they could establish mutual understanding, it would resolve a significant issue: their coexistence. Should their partnership flourish, they could potentially form a combination superior to that of Gasol and Bynum. At that moment, Xiao yearned to draw a card of Gasol from Malisic, ensuring all would be well. Unfortunately, the current system's level was too low, and the card pool lacked one of Gasol's caliber. As Xiao pondered how to upgrade the system, a sudden realization struck him. He remembered the special skill card that could directly enhance a player's ability, elevating them to elite status within the league. This could directly boost Malisic's prowess. The choice of Malisic over Odin stemmed from Xiao's desire to gauge Odin's potential for growth. In truth, he was also curious about the heights Malisic could reach. But due to limited team resources, he could not afford to allocate much to Malisic, necessitating a forced enhancement. The mere thought of forcibly elevating a player's skill brought Xiao joy, attracting the attention of those resting nearby. "Our boss can't be foolish, can he? What could be so amusing?" The newcomers wondered. "Is our training really that poor?" to elicit laughter from the boss. The rookies felt apprehensive. "I think we performed adequately. Perhaps the boss perceives what we cannot." "I've heard that Easterners possess mysterious skills," a curious voice chimed in. "You know nothing. I've seen our cheerleaders being quite chummy with the boss lately. Just yesterday, several players donned strikingly alluring outfits while entering and exiting his office, and some even." Gossipers continued to chatter. "Coach Casey, I have a few questions for you," Xiao interjected, disregarding the idle gossip. After all, professional matters concerning the team should be addressed with the coach. "Next season, we are set to employ a twin tower strategy. What are your thoughts on the combination of Malisic and Odin?" "I possess no particular opinion. I deem it inappropriate. Last season, I adhered to your directives. allowing Malisic to frequently assume the power forward position. However, as you have observed, the results were far from satisfactory. His shooting was abysmal. Were it not for your successful enhancement of Brown's shooting skills, I would have been at a loss regarding the lineup. Malisic excels in defense and rim protection, and his ball handling and athleticism are commendable, complemented by his passing ability. Yet, his shooting remains profoundly lacking. I have never encountered a big man with a subpar shooting percentage below 50%. If you still wish to cultivate Odin, I suggest trading Malisic to create space in the paint for Odin, and I will dedicate myself to his development. It is evident that Casey harbors some disappointment towards Malisic, and Xiao is perplexed as to why Malisic's shooting has regressed so drastically. Clearly, prior to the draft, reports indicated a soft shooting touch, and he showcased commendable shooting ability during last year's World Championship. Why, upon arriving here, has his shooting deteriorated so? Nevertheless, Xiao, not willing to give up, inquired, "What if I could resolve Malisic's shooting issues? Could you also rectify the lineup concerns?" Casey paused momentarily and then replied, "Certainly. If you can address Malisic's shooting problem, I will exhaust every means to resolve their pairing." After reflection, Casey considered that perhaps Xiao indeed possessed a method to remedy the shooting dilemmas of players. Last year, it was Kwame Brown. This year, it is Malisic. If that is the case, the prospects for this team may indeed be promising. Without hesitation, Xiao accessed the system and located the card for forcibly enhancing player abilities. He selected it, and a screen materialized, displaying the player's attributes, including offensive and defensive capabilities. Beneath offensive ability, there were organizing and scoring skills. Xiao resolutely chose scoring ability, and under scoring ability, there were ball handling, three-point shooting, mid-range shooting, and post techniques. After contemplation, he opted for three-point ability over mid-range. Initially inclined towards mid-range, he hesitated but ultimately decided to trust Malisic once more. After all, prior to entering the league, he possessed commendable mid-range proficiency, granting him a year to develop his mid-range game, coupled with elite three-point shooting capabilities and his inherent defensive and passing strengths, could potentially yield a player reminiscent of the original Jokic or the second-generation Sabonis. Even if he ultimately fails to perform, his three-point prowess alone could establish him as a formidable force. The prospect of Malisic as the three-point king would undoubtedly be an intriguing notion. Deco, while I do not hinder your participation in the European Championship, I have two stipulations. First, train diligently with the national team. Do not succumb to complacency, especially concerning your shooting. During international competition, I expect to witness your offensive capabilities and a demonstration of your scoring methods and shooting skills. Second, once the tournament concludes, return to me immediately. I require your presence for specialized training. After making his decision, Xiao promptly sought out Malisic, who offered no objections. After all, you are an employee of the team and have just signed a significant contract, making such a request entirely reasonable. The only matter left was Darius Miles. Chapter 15. Returning home, Miles did not accompany the team to the training facility, as he was still in the recovery phase and unable to participate in training for the time being. However, Xiao would not grant him any exceptions, especially considering he held the highest internal contract. A simple phone call sufficed. "Darius Miles, I expect to see you in my office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Xiao's tone was firm, instilling a slight trepidation in the former NBA lottery pick. The following day, Miles arrived as promised. "Welcome to Minnesota," Xiao greeted him warmly. "Boss, I didn't attend training yesterday because my injury hasn't healed. The doctor advised against my participation in team training." Miles began to explain, but Xiao interrupted him. "No need for lengthy explanations, Darius. We are adults. Let's get to the point. Do you wish to return to the NBA? To the basketball court?" Xiao inquired directly. "Yes, of course I do, boss. Indeed, this is a candid truth." According to Xiao's understanding, Myers had been seeking ways to return to the league since 2008. He briefly joined the Grizzlies, but after playing a few games, he was released. In 2009, he participated in several preseason games with the Celtics, yet he never relinquished his aspiration to re-enter the NBA. "If I were to grant you the chance to return to the court in good health, would you exert every ounce of effort, even engage in defensive plays that you do not favor?" The second question from Xiao emerged. "Certainly, I am no longer the prodigy that people once spoke of. Now, I am willing to do anything to return to the game. I would even go so far as to outmaneuver the opposing coach, let alone focus on defense." Myers responded earnestly. Unlike Autolo, Myers possesses formidable defensive skills. However, he lacks the willingness to defend. He has been lethargic on the court, relying solely on his exceptional physical attributes to play. If he could channel the passion and fervor of someone like Garnett, aggressively contesting every ball, his defensive capabilities would be quite commendable. The final question was direct. I need you to steer clear of drugs, including marijuana. And your private life must not cause any disturbances. Can you comply? If not, you may leave. Xiao delivered a soul-piercing ultimatum, leaving Myers somewhat bewildered. He was uncertain how Xiao had discovered his marijuana use, especially since he believed he had hidden it well. Pardon my curiosity, but how did you come to know? Myers asked, his voice trembling. You underestimate the power of Tianhong International. If I wished, I could even discern the color of your underwear. Xiao replied with a cold laugh, feigning mystery. This left Myers feeling somewhat apprehensive, yet fearful that Xiao might report him to the authorities, which would effectively spell the end of his career. Reluctant to part with these elements of his life, he realized a decisive choice must be made, ultimately opting for a painful sacrifice. Thus, Myers declared, I assure you, I will never engage with these substances again. I will destroy the remainder upon my return. Observing the resolute expression on Myers's face, Xiao chuckled, aware that his performance had successfully intimidated him. He then produced a contract. What is this? I can restore your health, allowing you to take the field next season, but do not forget the 3 promises you made to me. With that, Xiao turned away, feigning an air of authority. This is wonderful. I shall undoubtedly prove my commitment to you through my actions next season. Elated by the contents of the contract, Myers was ecstatic. It was a medical agreement signed with Tianhong International. The essence of the contract stipulated that Tianhong Group would provide medical support, ensuring Myers was not hindered by injuries and could return to the arena in full health. In return, Myers was to guarantee that he would fulfill the team's expectations, refrain from actions that could jeopardize the team, and maintain a lawful private life. Should he transgress, he would be liable to compensate Tianhong International for medical expenses amounting to $2 million. This news brought immense joy to Myers, for if he could restore his health to a perfect state, he would secure his next contract. Should his 2-year tenure with the Timberwolves falter, he would not hesitate to depart. As long as he remained healthy, he had no fear of being without a contract, for the agreement did not stipulate a fixed duration of service to the Timberwolves. He was well aware that imposing such a condition could lead to legal ramifications with the NBA. Thus, if he felt an irresistible urge to transfer, he could do so without the constraints imposed by Xiao. Without serving the Timberwolves, the contract would naturally lose its binding power. Thus, upon seeing the contract, Myers's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he could not help but inquire, Boss Sue, is it truly possible for my injury to heal completely? Myers himself was uncertain. He did not demand perfection, but would be content if he could regain 80% of his prior form. I mentioned that the capabilities of the Tianhong Group are beyond your imagination, being the foremost enterprise globally. Do you think I jest? What I say is true. Will you sign or not? If not, feel free to leave. I have no time for idle chatter. At this moment, Xiao assumed an extraordinarily firm stance. While Myers was calculating his moves with Xiao, the latter was equally strategizing. The upcoming season would not hinge on performance metrics. It would serve as a platform for evaluation across teams, and additionally, it would provide an opportunity to showcase his medical expertise, an essential factor in attracting players. Xiao was well aware that Myers's inherent character would not change with mere words, unless influenced by a systemic character card. Encouraged by Xiao, Myers did not hesitate and promptly signed a contract. Thus, both parties reached a satisfactory agreement, and subsequently, Assistant David Ans escorted Myers away. Despite the presence of flaws, the necessary appearances had to be maintained. After all, Xiao was keen to keep the workings of the system under wraps. He quickly made a call to his brother, who immediately began making arrangements. The Tianhong Group held significant influence in the medical equipment sector, ensuring the best hospitals were contacted for thorough examinations. Xiao, being a scion of a prominent family, could efficiently facilitate such matters. After everything was settled, Xiao, feeling somewhat bored during the off-season, contemplated a stroll but was momentarily unsure of where to go. While perusing tourist attractions, he received a message from Yilin. What have you been busy with lately, Boss Sue? I have finalized my enrollment and plan to return to my hometown. I heard that your hometown is also in Hebei, China. Is there anything you would like me to bring back for you? Upon reading Yilin's message, Xiao felt a surge of happiness. inexplicably joyful from deep within. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "What a coincidence. I am also considering a trip back to my hometown. You know, the off-season can be quite tedious. And I hope to observe the development of basketball in China, pondering how I might contribute to my hometown." Shortly after sending the message, Yilin called him. "Boss Su, are you planning to return in style? When do you intend to depart?" Laughing softly, he mused that returning home would serve as a delightful respite. Time was of no concern for him, possessing a private jet at his disposal. "Shall I accompany you on your journey back?" he inquired. "No, thank you. I shall return with my classmates. Let us meet at Beijing Airport," she replied decisively, not one to be swayed by superficial allure. However, Su Xiao bore her rejection with grace, understanding that their acquaintance was still in its infancy, and sharing a journey from Beijing was indeed a commendable option. Originally, Su Xiao could have flown directly to Hebei, yet Yilin's travels necessitated a train transfer at Beijing, as her hometown lacked an airport. In his previous life, Su Xiao was a true native of Hebei, specifically from Shueisha, while in this life, his grandfather had only spent a brief period there at the time of his birth. His father was born in Paris and seldom returned to his ancestral home, rendering him perplexed by Su Xiao's profound attachment to his roots. Nevertheless, Su Xiao found solace in this sentiment, recognizing that nothing could evoke a sense of familiarity and security quite like one's homeland. Upon arriving in Beijing, the bustling airport stirred a sense of nostalgia within Su Xiao. In his past existence, he had never set foot here, having been an inconspicuous and unremarkable individual. Yet now, he found himself in the position of the second heir to a globally renowned enterprise, a stark reminder of the unpredictable nature of life. "Mr. Su, over here." A voice called out, prompting him to turn. It was the airport staff his father had arranged for his reception, a courtesy befitting the second son of Tian'an. Among them stood a familiar face, Xian, the current president of the Chinese Basketball Association. A wave of curiosity washed over Su Xiao regarding his presence there. "Mr. Su, welcome. We have been expecting you," the staff member greeted. "Allow me to introduce Xian, our Basketball Association president. I hear you have a passion for basketball and are an owner of an NBA team. Our esteemed president has long wished to meet you." Su Xiao, eager to interject, feigned enthusiasm and stepped forward to shake hands. "You must be President Xian. It is an honor to meet you. Contributing to the advancement of Chinese basketball is a responsibility we, as descendants of Yin and Huang, must embrace." He was aware that such flattery appealed to officials. "Mr. Su is truly a paragon of youth and accomplishment. Achieving such success at your age is unprecedented. As a fellow Chinese, it fills my heart with joy to witness our compatriots excel abroad," President Xian remarked, his compliments flowing with impeccable grace. "May I inquire if you are free this evening? Perhaps we could dine together and engage in conversation. Given your insights into basketball and your experience managing an NBA team, I believe there is much we could learn from you. What do you think, Mr. Su? Although I yearn to contribute to Chinese basketball, your words, Chairman, are an undue elevation of my standing. You are aware that I lack the acumen for managing a team. I am merely a basketball enthusiast born into affluence. My team languishes at the bottom of the NBA rankings, having only recently secured the first overall pick. My reputation within the league is rather disreputable, with many perceiving me as a spendthrift and a foolish owner. To engage in a discussion about Chinese basketball from such a position feels rather demeaning for you. If I were to achieve notable success in the NBA, I would then possess greater authority in discussions regarding Chinese basketball. Coincidentally, I have arranged a meeting today, and I must apologize for my absence. Should the opportunity arise, I will certainly visit you in person." Su Xiao swiftly spotted Yilin emerging from the airport and extended his hand. Observing this, Chairman Xian felt it inappropriate to detain Su Xiao further and expressed his regret, stating, "It is understandable that you, Boss Su, are busy with your numerous responsibilities. I hope we can still find opportunities for collaboration." With that, they shook hands and bid farewell. "Who was that gentleman you just shook hands with?" Yilin inquired eagerly as Su Xiao approached her. She had noticed him earlier but hesitated to interrupt due to his formal attire and the throng surrounding him. Upon seeing Su Xiao wave, she felt emboldened to ask after their brief exchange. "Nothing much, just the chairman of the Chinese Basketball Association," he replied. "Oh, the chairman? Wait, what? The chairman of the Chinese Basketball Association? You hold such a significant position?" Yilin exclaimed, her delight evident. Su Xiao, observing her animated expressions, could not suppress his laughter. "What are you laughing at? Quickly tell me, is there something that requires your attention regarding basketball? You'll assist the Chinese men's basketball team, right?" The Olympics are next year. We can't afford to embarrass ourselves on home turf. Yilan's barrage of questions left Xiao somewhat flustered. They are not particularly focused on me. My team is ranked among the lowest in the NBA. Those managers and owners, professionals in their field, often refer to me as a fool. But they are foreigners. Surely my compatriots would not share such sentiments. It is the same. Do you think that foreigners would look down on me while fellow countrymen would unconditionally support me? They might be even harsher, accusing me of bringing shame. Moreover, having been born in the United States and raised by my father after my mother passed away, I have spent the past 22 years largely away from home. Though we are both descendants of the Yellow Emperor, our nationalities differ. To them, I am merely a source of amusement. If I could orchestrate a trade with the Rockets to bolster their team and help Yao Ming secure a championship, perhaps they would speak kindly of me. Conversely, if my team obstructed Yao, I would undoubtedly face scathing criticism. The fact that I did not use the first overall pick to select Yi Jianlian or the first-round pick for Sun Yu is already a significant affront. In their eyes, I am merely a tool. Xiao expressed his grievances in one breath. Given his high-ranking position, why would he personally meet with you? If he truly looked down upon you, would you receive such treatment? Eileen inquired, somewhat unconvinced. He is not valuing me. Rather, he places importance on my family's enterprise, which has consistently ranked among the top 5 globally. He seeks more sponsors, requires additional funds, and aims to enhance the visibility of the CBA. Ultimately, they merely regard me as a tool, he replied. Meanwhile, back in the car, Xian wiped his hands with a handkerchief and muttered to himself. Living like a dog abroad, despised by foreigners, only to return home and put on a fade, believing oneself to be exceptional. Chinese basketball can thrive without anyone. Upon hearing Su Zhao's words, Eileen suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for this wealthy man. Despite his millions, he led a pitiable existence, unable to please anyone and burdened by immense pressure. Although materially, she could not compare to him. She at least possessed a complete family and would encounter no troubles upon returning to her homeland. Even abroad, she had the strength of her nation as a formidable support. In contrast, Su Xiao resembled a homeless child, abandoned by both parents, evoking a sense of compassion within the kind-hearted Eileen. Fear not, I currently lack accomplishments. I will endure for another year, and after that, I shall show them all, Su Xiao declared, suddenly turning to place his hands on Eileen's shoulders, gazing into her eyes. Startling her. What is he up to? This is the airport, a public space, she thought, her heart racing. Before she could respond, Su Xiao spoke again. Remember, Eileen, for those of us who wander far from home, we must rely solely on our own strength. Until we possess true power, we must swallow any insults and disdain. Chapter 16. The passerby King Xiaosu's unexpectedly formal and serious remarks left Yilan somewhat at a loss, prompting her to lower her head and murmur in response. Soon after, Xiaosu relaxed his demeanor and shifted the conversation, inquiring about the delightful attractions in Hebei. Yilan, hailing from the provincial capital of Shijiazhuang, suggested they embark on a journey to explore the city. As they traveled, their laughter and chatter led many to perceive them as a young couple on a leisurely outing. Boarding a green train, they commenced their adventure. The journey, involving both planes and trains, proved to be somewhat taxing for Yilan, who was not accustomed to such exertion, unlike Xiaosu, who regularly engaged in physical activities. As an ordinary student, she struggled with the time zone adjustment and soon found herself weary, ultimately resting her head on Xiaosu's shoulder and drifting into slumber. Observing the peacefully sleeping Yilan, Xiaosu felt a surge of tenderness for her. It was commendable that she, a young girl, had the courage to venture alone to a foreign land for her studies. Finding himself somewhat bored on the train, Xiaosu gazed out the window at the passing scenery. In that era, smartphones were not as multifunctional as they are today. They merely allowed for basic internet browsing and news reading. He retrieved his phone and scrolled through the latest basketball news. The Rockets had made significant moves, trading Spinelli's for the European MVP Scola and acquiring Mike James from the Lakers in exchange for Lucas. This championship guards addition greatly mitigated the Rockets' shortcomings at the point guard position, coupled with Francis, acquired from the Timberwolves. The Rockets now boasted 3 starting point guards from different teams last season. With the emerging Millsap in the European MVP Scola, the Rockets had finally addressed their last gap, positioning themselves as formidable contenders for the championship in the upcoming season. Indeed, the Rockets commanded considerable attention. Even a single piece of news garnered hundreds of thousands of views. Xiaosu glanced at the figures before scrolling down for the next headline. The Lakers' rookie class exhibited immense growth potential. This year, they had selected two promising newcomers with a second-round pick from the Timberwolves. One was the explosively athletic Strawberry, known for his defensive prowess, who was anticipated to become a crucial piece in the Lakers' championship puzzle. The other, Nule from Australia, was showcasing his talents in the ongoing Oceania Basketball Championship. Should he make it to the NBA, he too would likely play a significant role for the Lakers. This year, the Lakers' operations were seamless and successful, as Garnett's trade not only promised immediate championship potential, but also a bright future ahead. This can actually become news, Xiao chuckled to himself. What caliber are Strawberry and Nule? He knew that one had never logged into the NBA, while the other averaged merely 2 points in a single season. The notion that they could have a bright future was utterly absurd. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that the Lakers indeed enjoyed immense popularity in China. In his previous life, even Horton Tucker was lauded to the heavens, elevated to the status of a first overall pick, so it was not surprising that these two were receiving similar treatment. Nevertheless, this irked Xiao somewhat. Although he was not mentioned in the news articles, it felt as if every line pointed to him. Yet, he had no recourse but to endure, as patience was his only option at present. At some point, Yilin also awoke and joined him in watching the news. After viewing these two segments, she suddenly spoke up. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your journey to this point is not solely due to your family. I believe in your abilities. You can predict the outcome of a game after only watching half a quarter, which is no trivial feat henceforth. I will be your fan, as well as a supporter of the Timberwolves. I shall witness their rise. Gazing into her sparkling eyes, Xiao found himself at a loss for words and could only utter a simple, "Thank you." Are you really not considering lending a hand to Chinese basketball? I believe you possess great potential. If you could come to offer guidance, rather than merely imparting some experience, Chinese basketball would surely thrive. Xiao shook his head. Chinese basketball differs fundamentally from the NBA. It is not merely a matter of the sport itself. The NBA is a commercial league. In other words, where there is wealth, there is always room for solutions. If I were to abandon all restraint and invest heavily to form a galactic fleet, I could enhance my team's strength in a short span. However, Chinese basketball is not so simple. It resembles a complex system of governance, with intricate relationships and deep-seated interests. The domestic league, the CBA, suffers from inadequate systems across the board, and the level of play is inconsistent. From management down to players, coaches, and even referees, standards are not upheld. The Basketball Association is muddled by a cadre of unprofessional individuals, and the hierarchical mindset of officialdom is overly pronounced. Capable individuals often find their talent stifled, and sponsorship issues add to the complications. Therefore, for the time being, I prefer not to get involved. Compared to these old guards, I, a young man in my 20s, appear too inexperienced. Xiao understood that the future would inevitably fall to Yao Ming to clean up this mess. If he could not manage it, how could he, an outsider, hope to navigate these troubled waters? The system of Chinese basketball is excessively antiquated, with issues spanning the league structure, player rights and protections, contracts, refereeing, youth training, and the draft, alongside the internal conflicts within the Basketball Association, none of which are within his purview. It is not as dire as you portray, after all. We are still the dominant force in Asia. We are fortunate to be living in a remarkable era, as our players have entered their golden generation. This cohort may be unparalleled in the next 20 years, particularly with prodigies like Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, who are truly one in a century. We find ourselves in an extraordinary time, and once this era passes, we will realize the darkness we inhabited. However, this epoch will soon fade, likely within 5 years. The upcoming Beijing Olympics should mark our zenith, while the London Olympics in 2012 may signify the curtain call for this group. Eileen pouted in disbelief, asserting that they are still quite young. After all, in 2012, the eldest, Yao Ming, would only be 32, with talents like Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu. How could it possibly be their farewell? Nevertheless, I intend to assist the Chinese men's basketball team in my own way. For instance, upon returning with you to Hebei, I wish to establish a basketball training camp to nurture talent for our nation. This is the only contribution I can make at present. That sounds wonderful. I want to join too. You? Can you even play basketball? Hey, don't underestimate me. I've loved playing basketball since childhood. If you don't believe me, we could have a one-on-one match. I was surprised to discover that this seemingly soft and adorable girl could play basketball. It piqued my interest. All right, in any competition, there must be a victor. Let us wager something. Otherwise, I lack motivation. I didn't expect you to be a gambler. What do you propose? I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know once I win. If you don't reveal your wish now, you might miss the chance to do so. I want to go easy on you. Eileen maintained her cute tone while delivering a bold statement, amusing Xiao once more. The journey from Beijing to Shijiazhuang is brief, taking merely 2 hours. Xiao first escorted Eileen home before seeking accommodation for himself. My daughter, I've missed you dearly. How is life in America? Are you adjusting well? Eileen's parents embraced her excitedly upon arrival, having been away for just over a month. They couldn't contain their longing as they visited the school. If she were to be abroad for 1 or 2 years, their yearning would only intensify. Xiao, sensing the importance of this family reunion, discreetly took his leave. My daughter, who is that person who brought you back? He appears quite distinguished. However, I've heard there are many unscrupulous individuals in America, so you must be cautious. You excel academically, but you are still a minor, lacking social experience. Don't let anyone deceive you, her father expressed with concern. Deceived? I indeed felt I had fallen for his charm at least once. Eileen mused internally, yet she replied, I understand. I will be careful. Indeed, you are still quite young. Our journey abroad is primarily for the purpose of education. It is not yet the age for romantic entanglements. Should someone pursue your affection, I would advise you to reject them, just as you did previously. My dear, it is not that your mother wishes to prohibit you from dating. Your father agrees that you lack experience at this tender age. While we can oversee matters at home, we cannot extend our watchful eyes in America. We fear you might be deceived. Once you mature and acquire a bit more worldly wisdom, we shall encourage you to explore relationships. At that time, if a young man comes to court you, your mother would be delighted to invite him over for a visit. Oh dear, what are you imagining? We are merely friends, and given that we are both in America, it is only natural for us to look out for one another. Why the theatrics? Yilin felt somewhat speechless, yet there was an inexplicable sensation within her, akin to the embarrassment of being caught in a school romance and having one's parents summoned. However, Yilin had never experienced such a feeling before, and today marked her first encounter with it. Meanwhile, Xiao hurried back to the hotel, his heart racing with anxiety. The gaze of Yilin's parents had not been particularly warm, evoking a sense reminiscent of being caught in a compromising situation during school days. What do I have to fear if I am innocent? He mused. Nonetheless, in the following days, Xiao adopted a more subdued demeanor. He established a basketball training camp under the guise of his company, rumored to be affiliated with the NBA. The response was overwhelming, especially since Xiao offered training free of charge, attracting numerous talented youths from across the country. He promised that those who excelled in the camp would have opportunities for further training abroad. For several consecutive days, there was a steady influx of applicants. Some were simply basketball enthusiasts eager to enhance their skills and make friends through the sport, while others arrived with unwavering determination to pursue a professional career in basketball. A small portion of attendees sought to acquire signed jerseys from NBA stars. I never anticipated such a vibrant basketball culture in China, remarked assistant Z, taken aback. Initially enjoying his vacation, he received a call from Xiao, who was overwhelmed by the excitement and unable to manage it all alone. What's the matter, Su? You seem troubled, David observed. How would it be if we turned this into a business? Xiao inquired earnestly. What do you mean? Isn't this a charitable endeavor? Aren't you aiming to contribute to Chinese basketball? David replied, noting Xiao's serious demeanor, which suggested he was not joking. There is no conflict. I would provide them with a platform for training abroad, along with subsequent training expenses. How would we accomplish that? David asked, intrigued. This time, it was David who found himself puzzled, for he was merely a basketball assistant, lacking substantial knowledge in the realm of industry and only able to heed Xiao's words. Have you ever considered that with so many individuals registering to participate in the training camp, I cannot possibly send them all, can I? That would effectively dominate the United States, Xiao jested. What do you mean? David inquired. We could transform this into a competition, featuring one-on-one duels and 5-on-5 team matches, to be held on campuses or within communities, provided it occurs nationwide. Each season, we could select 10 individuals who would not only receive generous monetary rewards, but also the opportunity to train at the Timberwolves camp. Although the Timberwolves may not be a powerhouse, they are still an NBA team, an aspiration beyond reach for the average person. Currently, with basketball fervently trending, this is an opportune moment for promotion. Once Yao Ming retires, this enthusiasm may wane in China, making now the ideal time to capitalize on it. Anzi nodded in agreement. Yet he too felt uncertain regarding the specifics of the operation. Immediately contact Greybird and have him come to China to meet with me, he instructed. The efficiency of Tianhong Enterprises was indeed commendable. For the very next day, Greybird stood before Xiao. My vision is as follows. We need to communicate with the Chinese Sports Administration regarding this matter, which is your forte. I would also like to hear your thoughts on the operational planning, Xiao articulated. Mr. Su often proclaimed that a good idea should be brought to fruition, and he could not help but admire the second young master in this regard. This is indeed a commendable idea. Fulfilling your aspiration to cultivate basketball talent in China while simultaneously presenting a significant business opportunity. Receiving such praise from Mr. Greybird was no small feat, as he was personally promoted by Su Xiao's grandfather and later became a crucial aide to Su Xiao's father. Currently, he was responsible for the financial operations of the Timberwolves. I will take charge of the communication. As the organizers, we can provide the initial costs as well as the subsequent training expenses. The crux of this matter lies in our ability to attract advertisers and franchisees. If we succeed in this endeavor, it would undoubtedly serve as excellent promotion for our enterprises in China, along with the government's regulatory oversight and the competition's popularity. After a moment of contemplation, Greybird replied, if you wish to establish this as a nationwide league and ensure its longevity, it would be prudent to have a CBA team or an Asian League team involved. This would facilitate the development of talent that could be funneled back into your own team. Essentially, retaining these exceptional players under contract would grant you control. Thus, even if they later achieve fame through other basketball avenues, you could still profit from their contracts. Of course, acquiring a team is not an immediate concern. This is merely a strategic suggestion I offer you. Should the event's operations falter, this could serve as a contingency plan. It was surprising to see how well this individual had absorbed the wisdom from both his grandfather and father, even becoming well-versed in military strategy. Su Xiao mused with an inward smile. By the way, have you considered naming this event? After all, it is your creation and should bear your name. I have long contemplated this. Let us name it the King of Bystanders. If you appreciate this book, kindly show your support. Wishing everyone good health and a joyful Laba festival. Chapter 17. Seeds of Conflict. Once launched, the King of Bystanders garnered immense popularity. Initially, the plan was to conduct a trial run in Shijiazhuang this year, but unexpectedly, after just 1 week, a whirlwind of interest swept across the nation. Numerous sponsors eagerly registered to partake in this venture, particularly with the Olympics approaching next year, and the fervor for sports in China has reached unprecedented heights. Backed by world-class enterprises and NBA teams, it naturally attracted considerable attention, with some CBA teams even setting their sights on this phenomenon. In a park, a stunning couple strolled leisurely. I never expected you to be not only the boss but also exceptionally skilled at basketball. The girl, sipping water, couldn't help but compliment him. And this was precisely the interaction between Yilin and Su Xiao. Observing the current fervor surrounding the King of Bystanders, Yilin felt intrigued, especially since Su Xiao had invited her to watch a match in person. After the game, she could not forget their playful rivalry, ultimately resulting in her being thoroughly bested by the more professional Su Xiao. You are remarkably talented. You are the best basketball player among the most beautiful girls I have ever met, Su Xiao remarked as he handed her a bottle of drink. This King of Bystanders is indeed quite popular. Nearly everyone in China who loves basketball wishes to participate. Its excitement even surpasses that of the CBA. Is this your unique approach? Yilin said after regaining her strength from the drink. This is merely the first step. The future depends on the achievements I attain in the NBA, Su Xiao replied, gazing up at the sky before lowering his head. I will be leaving the day after tomorrow as I have matters to attend to back home. What about you? Will you accompany me? After all, your school term is about to commence. Yilin pondered for a moment and replied, no. I would like to spend a few more days with my parents. After all, once I leave this time, I won't return until the new year. And it will be next year before I see them again. I have never been away from my parents for such an extended period. So I wish to cherish this time with them. We can still meet in America, don't you think, young Master Su? Yilin's address for Su Xiao had transitioned from Boss Su to Young Master Su, a nickname she had affectionately given him. That's a valid point. When you arrive in America, do let me know. There, we are like family, and you must also focus on your studies. Let us meet at the pinnacle of our endeavors. All right. Su Xiao had to depart, burdened with numerous responsibilities. Yet he felt a tinge of reluctance as he surveyed the scene. When you return next year, how about I treat you to a visit to the Great Wall? Yilin suddenly suggested. That sounds wonderful. However, before that, may I invite you to watch a game? On January 21st, 2008, we will challenge the Lakers away. I know we might be thoroughly outmatched, but I still wish to invite you to witness a game, as I cannot conceive of any other way to extend an invitation. At this moment, Xiao's face had already flushed with embarrassment. He understood that inviting a girl to witness his team being thoroughly defeated was a rather awkward proposition. However, having uttered the words, there was no turning back. All right, I have faith in your abilities. January 21st, is it? I shall remember that. As the joyous days came to an end, Xiao found himself burdened with numerous responsibilities. One of these was the operation of the team. If they truly wished to enhance the team's influence, effective management was indispensable. Otherwise, even the local fans would not offer their support, let alone garner positive feedback throughout the league. Attracting players to join would be a mere fantasy. Hence, they needed to engage with the community and undertake philanthropic endeavors to elevate their visibility. Moreover, there was an even more pressing matter at hand, the specialized training for Milicic. With the Euro Championship concluded, Milicic, as Serbia's premier center, had experienced a smooth journey with the national team. However, Xiao now needed to facilitate his swift adaptation to a new position in the NBA. For a player, transitioning is often the most challenging phase. Consequently, upon returning, Milicic reached out to Xiao, who granted him a week's respite. Now that both had adequately rested, it was time to immerse themselves in training. Observing Milicic's enthusiasm, Xiao couldn't help but reminisce about his previous life. He recalled that in his past existence, Milicic was not particularly proactive. Prior to entering the NBA, he trained diligently. Yet once he joined the league, his attitude shifted towards negativity. This change was partly influenced by Larry Brown's coaching, which sapped his confidence and altered his mindset, ultimately resulting in a lack of diligence and enthusiasm in subsequent training. During his lengthy NBA career, especially after parting ways with Brown, his skills saw little advancement. Although he enjoyed a brief period of brilliance upon joining the Timberwolves, by then he was already in his mid-20s, having long surpassed his prime. Now, witnessing Milicic's eagerness, Xiao mused that he indeed had the power to transform a player's mentality. Dako, I observed your performance in the Euro Championship, and it was commendable. Although your team faced defeat, your individual display was exceptional. Both offensively and defensively, you exhibited a high level of prowess. I now hope you can carry this standard onto the NBA stage, continuing to improve. The first task during the off-season is to maintain your weight. 113 kilograms is your limit, and you cannot afford to gain more. You need to preserve your agility while enhancing your shooting skills, not only in mid-range but also in three-point shooting. In the new season, I expect you to play in a manner reminiscent of Gasol and Nowitzki. Xiao observed the fully prepared Darko, feeling a surge of confidence himself. A month had swiftly passed, and Milicic's intensive training was nearing its conclusion. Upon its completion, Xiao granted Milicic a 10-day respite, allowing him to enjoy some quality time with his wife, Monica. However, after this brief interlude, it would be time for the Timberwolves to commence their collective training, heralding the imminent start of the new season. After managing the team's operational affairs, Xiao also kept a watchful eye on the developments concerning the king of streetball. This year, he had hoped to host an NBA China game, but the necessary approvals had yet to be granted. Furthermore, during this critical phase of the Wuxong Arena's construction, the leadership preferred to postpone the China game until after the Olympics next year, assuring that the venue would be available for the competition. Xiao refrained from voicing any objections. After all, the Timberwolves' domestic influence was still quite minimal, attracting little attention. If the Lakers or the Rockets were to come to China for a game, they would likely have to beg for support. Hey, buddy, you look tougher than ever. Milicic quipped upon seeing Odin, indicating his adaptation to the team atmosphere, no longer the sullen figure he once was during his time with the Pistons. I hear you're the lucky one this year, selected by the boss for specialized training. Let me see the fruits of your labor. The words came from the once promising Darius Miles, who had just experienced the happiest moment of his life, regaining his health. This was monumental for him, akin to a rebirth, and he was eager to return to the court to prove himself. It truly is a joyful sight to see you back on your feet. I thought you might entrust your wife and child to me, remarked his former teammate, Autry. Get lost, or I'll kick your butt, Miles retorted, shaking his fist at Autry. Amidst the laughter and camaraderie, only Coach Casey bore a slight frown. All right, team, seeing you all enjoy each other's company brings me great comfort, Xiao announced as he entered the gym. Before the new season commenced, it was customary for the owner to address the staff, a practice common in every corporation. Folks, We have just endured a rather tumultuous season, but that is the essence of the NBA, the pinnacle of competitive basketball worldwide. In this league, everyone engages in rigorous training and faces intense competition. A moment's lapse could lead to falling behind. I cannot predict how many of you will remain here next year, nor do I know the scale of your next contracts. However, what I do wish to emphasize is the importance of seizing the moment and striving forward. Our goals are unified: to win games, claim the championship, earn greater rewards, and emerge victorious in life. Xiao's words, though simple and unadorned, truly resonated with the hearts of the team members. The upcoming season is bound to be fraught with challenges and difficulties, yet I firmly believe that if we persevere, a bright future awaits us all. Therefore, for the sake of our future and your lucrative contracts, let us strive together and embark on our new journey. Xiao concluded his heartfelt speech to a round of applause, as the players appreciated a boss who was approachable and favored his candid expressions. For them, the pursuit of championships and financial rewards boils down to these two aspirations. This ambition does not require elaborate illustrations, for they can envision it themselves. Xiao is regarded as one of the finest owners in the league from the players' perspective. Last season, several players who departed from the Timberwolves have mostly joined teams that truly need their talents, thus gaining greater opportunities for expression and more substantial contracts. The most evident example is Kwame Brown, who, after joining the Trail Blazers, secured a 4-year contract worth $32 million, with an average salary of $8 million. A figure that garners envy from many. So why should these young players not exert themselves, even if they cannot achieve a championship now? It is important to remember that only one team can claim it. As long as they showcase their skills and talent, there is no reason to fear a lack of lucrative contracts. Furthermore, they are confident in their youth. With relentless effort, winning a championship is indeed within reach. While all players brim with confidence, only the head coach wears a frown. Casey harbors doubts about Xiao, not out of prejudice or conflict, but due to his traditional coaching style. He feels dissatisfied with Xiao's adjustments, believing that this lineup lacks competitiveness in the league. Moreover, he considers himself partly responsible for developing Kwame Brown last season, as he has been the one guiding him throughout the year. After all, Xiao merely provided specialized training for 1 month. The recent trade of Kwame Brown, executed without consulting him, which resulted in acquiring 2 players he does not favor, has left Casey harboring resentment. He also perceives that Xiao has interfered excessively with the team. In Casey's eyes, Xiao is an outsider who should not offer any guidance. The management of player affairs and adjustments to the roster should seek his approval. This reflects the old-school coaching mentality, which is neither right nor wrong. Perhaps due to an atmosphere of amiable compliance, Casey has refrained from openly contradicting Xiao. However, silence does not equate to acceptance or the absence of grievances. Regardless, if next season unfolds as he anticipates, he intends to leave immediately after the season's conclusion, as he perceives this place to be nothing short of a graveyard for players. K.C. restrained himself from confronting Xiao face-to-face. Yet he had already begun to mentally berate him. No wonder the league regards you as a laughingstock. You let go of a newly developed player as if they were worthless, practically giving them away. Selecting a rookie big man with rough skills while cherishing a lackluster second overall pick. What a paradox. After finally managing to integrate Millsap last year, you begin to covertly support your fellow townsmen. With that attitude, managing the team effectively seems utterly improbable. K.C. What are you pondering? I've been calling you for quite some time. Xiao intended to discuss the plans for the upcoming season with K.C., but received no response after several attempts. Unbeknownst to him, K.C. was internally lamenting his own misfortunes like a brooding specter. Oh, it's nothing, Mr. Su. I've just been a bit fatigued these past few days. What is it? Despite feeling quite irked, for reasons unknown, K.C. refrained from expressing any dissent and instead greeted Xiao respectfully. Please take care of your health, Coach K.C. The new season is fast approaching, and we cannot afford for you to falter. Indeed, I will. By the way, Coach K.C., regarding our plans for the new season, our objective remains to secure a better draft position next year. Moreover, we must provide Odin with ample opportunities this year. Our future trajectory hinges on his potential. K.C. nodded mechanically, resembling an emotionless automaton. There is also Malisic, who can further develop his playmaking abilities. His defense is already commendable. I've worked on his shooting during the off-season. We might even explore some three-point strategies for him. He possesses a solid passing awareness. And if we can enhance his playmaking skills, I am confident he will be Odin's finest companion on the court. Xiao spoke without noticing K's expression, continuing on with his thoughts. And then there's Miles and Swift. I've ensured Miles has regained his health. He is indeed a valuable asset. As for Swift, let us give him some chances as well. I've observed improvement in his basketball IQ during the off-season. Hearing this, K.C. struggled to suppress a laugh. Swift? His basketball IQ was so glaringly low that even casual fans could discern it. Could one truly enhance such an innate quality? Did Xiao believe he held magical powers? Oh, and those two undrafted players, Tolliver and Garnier, both possess commendable skills. They warrant some exploration too. Wishing everyone a happy new year. May the coming year bless you with good health and prosperous endeavors. Those who cherish this book may consider saving it, for good fortune is bound to unfold in the year ahead. Chapter 18. A reunion with fortune. The off-season stretch is long yet fleeting for those indulging in life's pleasures. It appears all too brief, joyful moments seem to vanish before they truly commence. Conversely, for those dedicated to self-improvement, the off-season provides ample time to enhance various facets of their abilities, propelling them eagerly into the new season. The 2007 to 2008 season has officially commenced, and Xiao is filled with anticipation, particularly as this season witnessed the Houston Rockets achieving an astonishing 22-game winning streak. However, due to Yao Ming's injury, the streak ultimately halted at that number. Had he remained unscathed, one can only speculate the heights the Rockets might have reached. The season opener pits the Rockets against the Lakers, who will receive their championship rings at home, a moment that ignites the competitive spirit within Kobe's friend, Tracy McGrady. From the outset, McGrady displays remarkable assertiveness and aggression. The Rockets underwent significant changes during the offseason, including the replacement of their head coach with veteran Rick Adelman and the acquisition of several formidable players, such as the impressive starter from the Timberwolves, Steve Francis, future All-Star Paul Millsap, and the MVP of the EuroLeague, Luis Scola, alongside the ever-reliable champion guard, Mike James. On the Lakers side, they have replaced starter Mike James, whose performance nearly jeopardized their championship last season, particularly against the Cavaliers, who were an insufficient challenge in the finals. Although James managed a respectable average of 11 points against the Suns, his catastrophic performances against the Nuggets and Spurs in the playoffs were nothing short of disastrous. This season, the return of veteran Derek Fisher bolsters the Lakers' strength, as Fisher embodies the missing piece in their championship puzzle. Moreover, the acquisition of championship player James Posey fills the Lakers' previously weakest position on the wing. Posey's elite defensive skills and notable three-point shooting make him a valuable asset. And like Fisher, he excels in high-pressure situations. He played a pivotal role during the Heat's championship run. With these enhancements, the Lakers are undoubtedly a formidable force, further solidifying Jerry Buss's belief that they are the team least in need of draft picks, as star players are drawn to them naturally. In the inaugural match, despite McGrady's impressive 34 points and Yao's commendable 23 points and 11 rebounds, the Rockets succumbed to the Lakers, with Kobe scoring 40 points and Garnett contributing 23 points, 18 rebounds, and 6 assists. The synergy between these two players transcends mere familiarity, reaching an extraordinary level of collaboration. As the games commence, the Timberwolves' first match arrives later than others, facing the Denver Nuggets on the third day of the season, a repeat of last year's opener, yet this time, with Allen Iverson joining the Nuggets, forming a formidable duo. With both teams fielding their regular starters, the Nuggets feature Iverson, Diawara, Anthony, Martin, and Camby, while the Timberwolves present Arroyo and Roy in the backcourt, with Darius Miles and Malisic in the frontcourt, and the newly crowned number 1 pick, Odin, as center. Naturally, Xiao's pregame banter, laden with sarcasm, is an essential part of the commentary. While the home crowd may tolerate it, the away games resemble graveyards, leaving the weaker team to bear the brunt of the ridicule. Nonetheless, Xiao remains composed, focusing intently on the match. From the preseason performances, it is evident that Odin possesses exceptional physical attributes, though his technical skills remain somewhat unrefined, a realization shared not only by Xiao but also by opposing coach George Karl. As the game begins, Casey adheres to Xiao's strategy, directing Odin to take charge immediately. However, the Nuggets offer no respite, with Martin and Camby's defensive maneuvers exposing the harsh realities of the NBA to the rookie. They are determined not to serve as stepping stones for the newly minted number 1 pick. Odin's first attempt showcases his athleticism as he powers through 2 defenders for a shot, yet his rough technique results in the ball bouncing off the rim. Just then, a shadow emerges. It's the former 3rd overall pick, Miles, who outmaneuvers the 2003 third pick, Anthony, to secure the offensive rebound and successfully completes a follow-up basket. Can this player still perform? Everyone harbors a lingering question in their hearts. When Miles first entered the NBA, he was adorned with an illustrious reputation. Yet upon his arrival in the league, he failed to manifest his immense potential. Although he experienced moments of brilliance during his tenure with the Trailblazers, injuries soon beset him. For someone who has undergone minimally invasive surgery, athletic prowess is often irrevocably compromised, leading to a consensus among observers regarding Miles, who heavily relies on his physicality. Therefore, when he outmaneuvered Anthony to seize an offensive rebound and score, this question resurfaced in the minds of all, fans, commentators, and even opponents alike, wondering if it was merely a fleeting moment of brilliance. The home crowd of the Nuggets speculated, yet the players sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Last year, they had underestimated their opponents and suffered humiliation as a result, and they were determined not to endure such indignity again. Thus, they commenced the game with unwavering intensity, both offensively and defensively. Anthony's offensive onslaught was formidable, yet this year he was not contending against the rookie Tucker. Miles was resolute in his commitment to defense, having previously faced off against Xiao and was intent on tightly guarding Anthony. As Anthony executed a spin move, he collided with the approaching Milicic, and together they thwarted Anthony's attempt, rendering the Nuggets' first shot ineffective. However, upon reverting to their own offense, the Timberwolves struggled as well, relying once more on Odin. Unfortunately, Odin committed a turnover, allowing the Nuggets to launch a counterattack. Subsequently, both teams began to falter, with the Timberwolves granting Odin too many opportunities, which he repeatedly squandered. The Nuggets, on the other hand, were thwarted by the Timberwolves' commendable defense. After all, Casey had a knack for defensive strategies, and his players performed admirably. Yet, it was not long before the Nuggets discovered vulnerabilities in their opponents. That number 1 draft pick, despite his imposing physique, demonstrated a lackluster defense. His movements were rapid, yet devoid of experience, making him susceptible to being challenged and drawing fouls. Iverson engaged in conversation with Anthony. Initially, I had no fear of O'Neal. Amir Odin posed no threat. Subsequently, he took action, relentlessly attacking Odin and drawing fouls, thereby opening up opportunities for the Nuggets. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves found their offense ensnared in stagnation. Following Francis's departure, the team's guard position fell to Arroyo, while Arroyo excelled on the international stage, leading his team to victory over the Dream Team. His tactics proved ineffective in the NBA, failing to orchestrate a cohesive offense. It appeared that Casey was obstinately withholding the ball from the team's star, Roy, as if intentionally forcing Odin's development. During a timeout, Xiao was unable to discern Casey's dialogue with the players, yet it was evident that Casey was in constant communication with Milicic. Upon returning to the court, Milicic received the ball near the free throw line and attempted a shot. Xiao surmised that Casey intended for Milicic to create space for Odin. Regrettably, the shot went astray. The same strategy was employed for 2 consecutive possessions, yet Milicic failed to convert. On the sidelines, Casey scoffed, pondering, "Is this the promising interior player you value?" Hardly. He pales in comparison to Kwame Brown. Europeans tend to exaggerate their so-called talents. What was this fellow doing, emulating Kwame Brown? Who did he think he was? Haha. Let us not be too harsh. At least he performed decently in the Euro Championship. Perhaps he is merely struggling to adapt. Oh, I believe it's time for you to return home. Where the competition is gentler, it may provide you with a more delicate touch. Upon witnessing Milicic's consecutive failures from the free throw line, the commentators could no longer contain their derision. Prior to this, they had remained silent, perhaps fearful that Milicic would, like last year's Kwame Brown, prove them wrong. Only after he missed several attempts did they dare to speak. The commentary turned scornful, remarking that not every player possesses the ability to develop a shooting skill. Last year, fortune had smiled upon him, but the goddess of luck would not favor him twice. With the perimeter shots failing, inside the paint, Odin was left to contend with the entanglement of both Martin and Camby. Noticing the absence of opportunities within, Odin stepped out to attempt a mid-range shot. However, it was evident that he had yet to fully master the art of shooting, resulting in another failure. Xiao was perplexed as to why Roy was not being utilized to orchestrate the offense, considering he was the primary core of the Timberwolves. Even if they intended to develop Odin, it seemed excessive to completely exclude Roy from the play. Allowing Roy to initiate the offense and feed Odin a couple of passes could have bolstered team morale. What was Casey thinking? During the timeout, Casey was visibly frustrated. lamenting the loss of Millsap, who had been instrumental for him. Now, the bench was left with only the inept Swift, who he was reluctantly forced to rely upon as Odin had already accrued 2 fouls. The newly minted #1 pick appeared ill-prepared for the NBA. His physical prowess had sufficed in college, but it was inadequate at this level. His skills remained somewhat raw, and crucially, his foundational defense seemed to be faltering as well. He needed to rein in his fouls. The commentators were surprisingly courteous towards Odin. At this juncture, the Timberwolves were trailing by 12 points. With a score of 7-19. Frustrated, Casey opted to introduce Swift and Autry in place of Odin and Myers. Remarkably, this substitution revitalized the Timberwolves, who began executing a series of intricate plays. Swift first nailed a mid-range shot near the free throw line, demonstrating his shooting prowess. He then delivered a brilliant assist to a cutting Autry. On the defensive end, he anticipated Iverson's attacking route, positioning himself effectively to draw a foul from Iverson. On the subsequent possession, he successfully predicted the location of a rebound, snatching the offensive board and passing it back to Roy, who initiated his first offensive play, executing a pick-and-roll with Swift that culminated in an alley-oop. Did you sense that Swift seemed different today? He appeared remarkably astute. A stark contrast to the leaping player we had come to know. The commentators began to express their curiosity. Last year, we had the disappointing #1 pick in Kwame Brown. Could this year's surprise be Swift? Another commentator responded affirmatively, acknowledging the shift in his performance. Upon witnessing the scene from the stands, Xiao raised his fist in celebration. This was precisely the outcome he had yearned for. This season held immense significance for them. It was acceptable to lose, but it must be a loss with dignity. They aimed to cultivate a winning culture. In the early phase of the season, Xiao temporarily embraced the strategy designed for Odin, although it failed to materialize. He did not blame the coach, merely believing that Odin needed further practice. As the ball began to flow to Roy, the Timberwolves' offense started to flourish. After all, this season, Roy had reached an all-star caliber, and despite Odin's continued struggles, their remarkable performances from Roy, Swift, and others allowed them to narrow the deficit to just 42-50 by halftime, trailing by only 8 points. At halftime, Coach Casey stormed into the locker room, confronting Milicic. "What have you been doing during the offseason?" Xiao confidently told me to work on your shooting, yet the outcome? You missed all 4 mid-range attempts, failing to create any space. Faced with the furious Casey, Milicic remained silent, knowing he had indeed let the team down. His recent attempts had been tinged with anxiety, culminating in a 4th shot that felt immediately futile. After addressing Milicic, Casey shifted his focus to Odin, whose performance was equally disappointing. Aside from a single putback, he had not scored from the field, finishing the half with a dismal 1 for 5, accumulating merely 3 points and 5 rebounds, alongside 3 fouls and 2 turnovers. "Listen, Greg, this is the NBA, not college basketball. I've afforded you opportunities, but they are not infinite. I can tolerate mistakes for now, but you cannot persist in your errors. If this continues, you'll be relegated to the bench." Keeping a watchful eye on that water cooler. "Do you understand, rookie?" Even toward Odin, Casey offered no leniency. Believing that Odin's current abilities paled in comparison to those of last season's Kwame Brown, Xiao entered the locker room and observed Casey's outburst, but chose not to intervene. After all, the coach's authority should remain unchallenged. Having once held the role of a coach himself, he understood the intricacies involved. However, as the coach concluded his tirade and prepared to return for warm-ups, Xiao discreetly pulled Milicic aside, suggesting, "You might consider attempting 3-pointers. Sometimes, the difficulty of a mid-range 2-pointer can surpass that of a 3-pointer. So I advise you to give it a try." Xiao's conversation with Milicic caught Casey's attention. Although Casey was infuriated by Xiao's interference, he found himself unable to confront his superior directly, begrudgingly accepting Xiao's words. Nevertheless, he internally scoffed at the notion of someone lacking confidence in mid-range shots daring to pursue 3-pointers. It was indeed a fanciful thought. Casey had long since reached a conclusion. Should Milicic dare to attempt a 3-pointer, he would immediately replace him. Chapter 19. Xiao's predicament. As the second half of the match commenced, both teams maintained their starting lineups. However, the Timberwolves chose to entrust the ball to Roy from the outset, allowing him to orchestrate the play. "Brandon, I wish to give it a try. Could you grant me the opportunity?" Milicic whispered to Roy. After absorbing Xiao's words, he resolved to heed Su's advice, defying the coach's orders. Fully aware that this was his final chance. Should he fail again, he would relinquish his aspirations and resign himself to a blue-collar existence. Of course, Daco, Pursue what you desire, Roy responded, exhibiting his natural leadership qualities. As he dribbled past half-court, he continued to address Milicic. Do you recall the strategy one employed with Brown last year? Yes, I remember. Excellent, we shall replicate it. This time, you will assume Brown's role. You are capable of executing what he did, Roy encouraged. The two initiated a pick and roll from the left side at a 45-degree angle. Roy demonstrated a particular maneuver to Arroyo, who immediately grasped the concept, familiar with the play, and began to execute a cross movement with Roy, clearing space on one side. Subsequently, Roy drove towards the basket, while Milicic sprinted from the left 45-degree angle to the right. He had indeed taken Su Xiao's advice. Was he also to implement a strategy designed for Brown? On the sidelines, Casey grew increasingly dissatisfied, perturbed by Su Xiao's interference in his directives and frustrated by the players' insubordination on the court, an intolerable situation for a seasoned coach. Roy opted to penetrate the defense, anticipating the Nuggets would tighten their defensive formation. This tactic had been frequently employed in the previous season. However, last year, Brown had been positioned beyond the arc to provide spacing for Roy. Now, with Milicic occupying that position, they were left to rely solely on Roy's individual prowess. His teammates were certainly complicating his endeavor. Before the commentator could finish, Roy made a pass. Oh no, what are you doing? Just go for it, Brandon. Why pass to Milicic? What can he achieve from that position? Can he even shoot a three-pointer? Oh wait, he truly intends to attempt a three-pointer? An individual who struggles with mid-range shots is actually going to take a three? Milicic did not hesitate, fully aware that this was his final opportunity. Should he fail to seize this moment, he would face substitution for defying the coach's directives, thus commencing his career as a blue-collar benchwarmer. Yet, he was unwilling to resign himself to such a fate. From a young age, he had trained relentlessly in the bombarded basketball arena, striving to provide a better life for his mother and younger brother. After much toil, he had finally earned his place as a prodigy in the eyes of many and achieved his dream of entering the NBA, only to endure relentless hardship under Larry Brown's regime. Now, having encountered a proprietor who believed in him, willing to grant him an opportunity and accompany him in training and growth, along with a supportive team that placed their trust in him, he was determined not to betray this faith nor squander the effort he had invested over the past month. With the singular shot, he resolved to act. Milicic lifted his hand and unleashed a three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, finding its mark with precision. Following the successful shot, Milicic was engulfed in exhilaration, akin to a game-winning basket, as he roared at the audience, releasing years of pent-up frustration. In that moment, he seemed to discover the key to unlocking his potential. He first delivered a resounding block on Iverson at the defensive end, then turned back to deliver another three-pointer, leaving Kenyon Martin momentarily stunned. The deficit was reduced to 2 points, compelling the next defensive play. However, it appeared as though Milicic's latent talent was awakening. He executed a bounce pass to the cutting Myers, who completed a powerful dunk, leveling the score. In the following possession, despite Anthony stumbling his way to a two-point basket, Milicic stood resolutely at the three-point line, poised for another shot. No worries, brother, go ahead and shoot. I'll secure the rebound for you, called Odin from the paint. He refrained from rushing for the ball after the interior pressure had eased, choosing instead to pass the opportunity to the now hot-shooting Milicic. This time, Milicic made another attempt, but Martin bravely intervened, successfully disrupting Milicic's shot. However, without Martin's presence to impede him in the paint, Camby found himself unable to contain Odin. The Emperor Odin showcased his physical prowess, seizing the offensive rebound with both hands before leaping up to deliver a resounding dunk. The score was once again knotted at 52 apiece. This scene left the commentator utterly dumbfounded, as he remained silent for an extended period, only managing to utter a few words after Milicic once again sank a three-pointer. The Timberwolves consistently managed to conjure surprises each year. Subsequently, the Timberwolves' offense flowed much more smoothly. With Milicic providing firepower from the perimeter, Odin no longer faced double teams in the paint. One-on-one against Camby, he still felt confident, as his physical prowess was overwhelming. Though his technique was somewhat raw, it did not detract from his effectiveness. As the third quarter concluded, the Nuggets led by a mere 2 points, 75-73. Largely thanks to JR hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers. In the fourth quarter, it became evident that the Nuggets were genuinely intent on victory. They substituted in Klesra and completely disregarded the three-point incapable Myers, continuing to double-team Odin in the paint. However, it appeared that Milicic's newfound confidence had unlocked his latent talent. as he began to deliver exquisite passes. One particularly splendid assist found Myers cutting to the basket. Upon receiving the ball, Myers swiftly dished it out to Hyde on the baseline, who decisively nailed a three-pointer. The Timberwolves grew increasingly confident, while the Nuggets' interior stalwarts, Martin and Camby, began to falter under pressure. Last year's season opener saw them fall victim to complacency, becoming mere background props for Kwame Brown. If they were to become mere footnotes to Malisic this year, it would be a source of great embarrassment, a sentiment echoed by head coach George Karl. His expression darkened, and during a lull in play, he summoned Camby to the sidelines for a hushed conversation. Although the content of their exchange remained a mystery, it was clear that this cunning veteran had a few tricks up his sleeve. In the ensuing play, Camby, while contending for a rebound with Odin, exhibited a blatant display of force. At the apex of Odin's jump, Camby delivered a dangerously high elbow strike to his midsection, committing a flagrant foul. In that instant, Xiao understood the implications. This was the same old trickster who, unable to best Curry in the playoffs, had sent Iguodala to incapacitate him instead. It seemed that Camby's recent scheming was aimed squarely at Odin. Everyone is aware of Odin's notorious fragility. He is a well-known glass man. This time, Karl aimed to shatter that glass completely. Fortunately, with Xiao's health card providing protection, Odin stood up unscathed. However, Xiao in the stands was visibly furious. This health card was a lifesaver. Without it, that brutal hit could have jeopardized Odin's entire career. Such actions should not transpire within the realm of competition. Even the conclusion of the event is marred by the disgraceful conduct of Camby. Yet, Karl exhibited no semblance of shame. Instead, he witnessed Odin rise unscathed while Camby, incurring a second-level flagrant foul, was furiously ejected, continuing to argue with the officials and claiming that Odin was merely acting. This old curmudgeon truly incites disdain. A player's career spans but a few years, and this behavior jeopardizes their livelihoods. It is no wonder he ultimately faced unemployment, as players hold him in low regard. In the stands, Xiao felt utterly powerless regarding the unfolding events, silently cursing in his heart. The game resumed, and Odin, burdened with 5 fouls, was compelled to exit the court. On the floor, Malisic and Swift, both often regarded as disappointments, unexpectedly illuminated the scene, resembling 2 astute players orchestrating the game, allowing for a more fluid team operation. Whether on offense or defense, the Timberwolves exuded a refreshing vibrancy, liberating Roy, who in the final quarter alone scored 17 points, totaling 24 for the game. Malisic's sudden prowess in the second half, alongside Swift's newfound brilliance, laid the groundwork for victory. Malisic concluded with an impressive 17 points and 14 rebounds, shooting 4 of 5 from beyond the arc, while Swift contributed 7 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, along with 1 steal and 1 block. The first game of the top pick, Odin, did not go as hoped, managing only 4 of 11 from the field for 9 points and 8 rebounds before fouling out just before the final buzzer. Ultimately, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Nuggets with a score of 109-105, heralding a victorious start to their season. The once derided Minnesota Timberwolves have once again defied expectations by triumphing over the Denver Nuggets. At this juncture, Xiao began to ponder whether to alter his strategy this season and pursue a playoff berth. However, this reverie was swiftly shattered as the Timberwolves encountered a series of perplexing issues. Their subsequent performances took on an inexplicably bizarre quality. Having demonstrated the efficacy of delivering the ball to Roy in their initial match, the Timberwolves showcased an elegant offensive flow, with Malisic displaying his playmaking prowess. Although Odin's technique appeared somewhat raw, his physical attributes were undeniably impressive. Yet, following that inaugural game, the Timberwolves failed to capitalize on these strengths in their ensuing contests. Subsequent matches resembled a rigid exercise in forcing the ball to Odin, exposing his underdeveloped skills to the scrutiny of all. Malisic transformed into a mere oversized shooter, reminiscent of a 3D player at the power forward position, while Roy was relegated to the role of a pure scorer, unable to leverage his strong court vision. The distribution of the ball became concentrated in the hands of Arroyo and Brooks, 2 players lacking in organizational capabilities. Consequently, the Timberwolves stumbled to a dismal record of 3 wins and 24 losses, anchoring the league standings. This predicament thrust Xiao, who had recently begun to extract offensive potential from Malisic, back into the spotlight of criticism. Rookie sensation Odin, in his first 27 games, averaged a mere 7, 9 points and 6, 4 rebounds, with a shooting percentage of 45. 4. His propensity for fouling was alarming, averaging nearly 4 fouls per game, including 11 instances of fouling out. This situation rendered Odin a subject of ridicule within the league and ignited accusations of him being a bust. Prior to his entry into the NBA, Odin had been heralded as a transformative talent, drawing comparisons to legends like Duncan and Russell. Yet his current performance was far from satisfactory, inviting a torrent of vitriol. Sensational headlines emerged, dubbing him the second coming of Oluwa Candy and labeling him the most overrated rookie in history. In this unforgiving league, neither fans nor media exhibit the patience to await a player's development. They are quick to express their frustrations or simply revel in the drama. Should a player eventually succeed, apologies may be offered, but the cycle of praise and condemnation remains unbroken. This is the immutable reality of competitive sports. Xiao found himself in agreement with this harsh truth. Yet he was left speechless by the unfolding situation. The Timberwolves' decision to part ways with a nurtured #1 pick in favor of another perceived bust has left many questioning the future trajectory of the franchise, casting a shadow of uncertainty over what lies ahead. Upon seeing this news, Xiao felt an urge to express his frustration. You are not even a fan of the Timberwolves, so why are you so concerned? Meanwhile, on the training ground, one of the players reassured his brother, no worries. Just follow our boss during the off-season to train a bit. What you've experienced pales in comparison to my journey. If I could be molded by our boss, you certainly will have no issues. Melisik, noticing Odin's downcast demeanor during training, hurried over to offer comfort, as he understood this kind of pain all too well. Indeed, Greg. He continued, look at our team. Aside from Brandon, who was handpicked by our boss, the rest of us were largely disregarded. Last year, Kwame Brown, who played in your position, came in with high expectations but fell hard and became a laughingstock. Yet now, who would dare mock Kwame? Everyone is vying to offer him a lucrative contract. Thus, Dako is correct. If we train diligently under our boss, we will surely prove the doubters wrong. I even suspect our boss possesses some kind of magic, as I feel my game has improved significantly. Congratulations, Slomeyer. Swift was about to downplay the comment when he turned around to see Xiao smirking. Ah, boss, when did you arrive? Xiao replied. I've been here since you all stopped training. Swift's face flushed, and he immediately declared, we're heading to practice now. Xiao shook his head, realizing that despite improvements in his basketball IQ, Swift's lazy demeanor persisted. If only Swift could adopt a more proactive attitude like McGee, given his physical gifts, he wouldn't find himself without a team by the end of the season. Xiao had come to the training ground due to the Timberwolves' recent unusual performance, fearing potential discord within the team. However, seeing everyone enjoying themselves, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. It seemed he needed to discuss the future direction with the coach. Coach Casey, may I have a moment of your time? Casey's expression appeared somewhat grim. Yet he did not refuse Xiao. Coach Casey, as an outsider, I understand I shouldn't say this, but I feel that we've encountered some issues in our recent games. I believe our players possess great potential that has not been fully realized. I believe you are correct, Mr. Xiao, Casey interrupted. Huh? Xiao was taken aback as Casey continued. You are indeed an outsider and perhaps should refrain from such comments. Casey seemed somewhat displeased. I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us, Coach Casey, Xiao quickly explained, sensing Casey's discontent. No, boss, there is no misunderstanding. We are simply stating facts. You are indeed an outsider. While you may be an exceptional businessman in the commercial realm, that does not guarantee success on the basketball court. Casey appeared to be experiencing an emotional outburst, fervently expressing, do you believe our players have failed to showcase their true potential because I have constrained their performance? No, their capabilities are far from the requisite standard. Do you think my strategy is flawed? Yet, who mandated that I nurture a top draft pick this season and cater to their needs? Is our roster not already lacking in quality? Last season, we painstakingly developed Kwame Brown, only to lose him during the offseason without recompense. Furthermore, you allowed Millsap to be handed over to your local compatriot as a teammate. Have you considered the implications for this team? Who will be the next player to be given away to a fellow countryman? Roy or Melisik? At this moment, Casey finally ceased to endure and confided his inner discontent to Xiao. Chapter 20. I will coach the next game. I apologize, boss, for my momentary lapse. But for the upcoming game against the Lakers, I am not feeling well and request to visit the hospital for a checkup. I would like to have the assistant coach take over the guidance, if that is acceptable to you, boss. Upon hearing Casey's words, Xiao realized that he might have inadvertently displeased the head coach through excessive interference. However, Casey's criticism of his operations mirrored the mockery from outsiders. Xiao had faith in these players and did not believe that retaining players like Kwame Brown would yield better results. In his perspective, the competitiveness of the league held more significance than a few victories. As for offering Yu Ming to acquire Paul Millsap, that indeed stemmed from personal interest. Yet even with Millsap, what improvement could be anticipated? Would it not be advantageous for Millsap to accompany Yao in confronting the Lakers? Since the discussion had escalated to this point, Xiao deemed it necessary to lower his stance. He had never encountered a head coach bold enough to argue so vehemently with the owner, especially one still under contract for another year, set to expire in the summer of 2009. Such audacity, directed at someone as young as Xiao, was remarkable. Very well, Coach Casey. You may rest for the next game. I shall take responsibility for the strategy. I cannot sit on the bench, so I will prepare the tactics a day in advance, and the players will execute as per my directives. Let us see if this group truly is as feeble as you claim. Casey smirked inwardly, thinking you, a person who has coached only a few middle school basketball games, truly believes himself to be an expert? Coaching requires real-time adaptability, and you cannot even manage that. Yet you wish to dictate strategy a day ahead, especially against the league-leading Lakers. You ought to reassess your own capabilities. Although he held disdain internally, he nonetheless cautioned, Mr. Su, I advise you to reconsider this course of action. After all, the basketball court is not a chessboard, and there is significant randomness involved. You are not a specialist in this field, so I would suggest that you leave this matter to the assistant coaches who have been in the industry for many years. Xiao felt a surge of frustration. He understood that to secure Casey's compliance, the best method was to leverage professionalism to elevate or diminish him. Individuals of skill and capability do not yield to monetary influence, but rather to strength. Thus, Xiao persisted, stating, it matters not. I do not wish to lose the next game either. I will ascertain my own capabilities. Though Casey harbored no admiration for Xiao, he did not wish for his team to suffer such a humiliating defeat, as it would render him susceptible to public scorn. He feigned illness to avoid the game, merely to irritate Xiao and deter him from meddling in his affairs. However, upon witnessing Xiao's unwavering resolve, he decided to embrace the situation, stating, very well. Since the esteemed owner is so keen, let him have his chance. I shall inform my assistants that tomorrow they will heed your guidance, and we shall follow your lead in the match. After all, facing the league's top team, our chances of victory are slim. A loss would be expected, though I hope it is not too devastating. The game has yet to commence, and the outcome remains uncertain, Coach Casey, Xiao replied calmly. Should we triumph in this match, it would indeed affirm that owner Su possesses remarkable skills and is a true professional. I shall apologize for my earlier irrationality and will defer to your directives from henceforth. However, if we should falter, I kindly request that you refrain from interfering in my responsibilities. Casey candidly expressed his thoughts. Certainly, that is agreeable, Xiao responded. Although this conversation was not marked by heated exchanges, it concluded on an unsatisfactory note. From this incident, Xiao came to realize the necessity of assembling his own coaching team. Otherwise, the plans he envisioned would struggle to manifest on the court. My apologies, dear boss, for any distress my performance may have caused you. However, do not place the blame on Coach Casey. The fault lies with me, for he is indeed an excellent coach. After Coach Casey departed, Odin promptly approached Xiao to offer his apologies. They had witnessed the dispute between Casey and Xiao. Although the specifics of their conversation remained unclear, their expressions indicated that the dialogue had not been pleasant. Subsequently, Coach Casey convened a players' meeting and gathered his assistant coaching team to inform them of his impending visit to the hospital for a health examination, which would prevent him from accompanying them to Los Angeles. He entrusted Xiao with the responsibility for all upcoming training sessions, match preparations, and tactical arrangements. The group listened, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Xiao was to dismiss Coach Casey? Even if that were the case, the assistants should still support the forthcoming matters. What business did a mere owner have in such affairs? Or perhaps tomorrow's match against the Lakers was deemed inconsequential for them, leading everyone to conclude that defeat was inevitable, thus allowing the owner to engage in the game for mere amusement? Yes, that must be it. They all assumed they would lose, so they might as well let the owner partake for a fleeting moment of fantasy. It seemed nonsensical. After all, as an owner, he could not even access the bench, let alone direct the game. Surely, it would be impractical for every player to don an earpiece to hear his instructions on the court. The atmosphere of negativity and disappointment swiftly permeated the team. They are all professional athletes, And who among them desires to lose? As the team leader, Roy was the first to voice his concerns. I find this situation unacceptable. We are here to compete, not to jest. If there are issues, we can address them. But owner, the team cannot afford to languish like this. A team requires a head coach. Upon Roy's declaration, others quickly echoed his sentiments. Xiao raised his hand, signaling for silence. Let us take a moment to calm ourselves. I understand everyone's feelings. Coach Casey is an exceptional coach, and each of us present maintains a competitive spirit. So I empathize with your current emotions. However, we are all aware that our recent form has been lacking. As the head coach, the pressure he bears is immense, leading to some health concerns that require time for adjustment. The reason I ask for your trust is that this has been thoroughly contemplated with Coach and the coaching staff. We must adopt a new approach, one that Coach Casey is currently unable to master, thus I will guide us. In our next match, we will face our opponents with a renewed spirit. As he spoke, doubt began to creep in among the players, though some remained skeptical. Xiao continued. I harbor no doubts regarding your competitiveness. Like you, I aspire to prove myself in this league, and my choice is not misguided. Therefore, in the upcoming match, I am resolutely determined to win. Please trust me once, just as I trust you. If we fail to secure victory, I will refrain from involving myself in team matters henceforth. Trust me this once, as I trust you. Having reached this point, the others resolved to give it their all. With Xiao placing such faith in them, why should they not reciprocate? Besides, his reasoning held merit. They had indeed felt stifled in recent games. A change in strategy might be just what they needed. All right, we shall follow your lead this time. With Roy, the star player, voicing his support. What more could the others say? Xiao clapped his hands and addressed the players. In the next match, I do not wish to lose. So let us bring forth 100-fold of our spirit. Now, everyone, let us make the most of our training time. Gather at the gym by 5 p.m. for tactical rehearsals. The game against the Lakers had long been premeditated. It was merely a matter of opportunity, and unexpectedly, that moment arrived with perfect timing. Coach Casey, witnessing Xiao uphold his dignity and image before the players, felt a stirring within. Perhaps he had indeed erred. His manner of speaking and acting too impassioned and somewhat thoughtless. At 5 in the afternoon, the players assembled punctually, as this was an occasion where the owner himself took the reins of guidance. The players were eager to discern the true prowess of their owner. Gentlemen, let us rally our spirits. We have merely 3 days left. The game against the Lakers is upon us, and time is of the essence. Yet, it is sufficient for us to introduce something novel. Thus, I have altered the training regimen. From now on, we shall rehearse new tactics. Tomorrow morning's physical conditioning session is cancelled. The entire day will be dedicated to honing these new strategies. Early the day after, we shall set forth to Los Angeles to face the league-leading Lakers. Upon hearing the players' enthusiastic responses, Xiao commenced the training for his new tactics. No, Roy, do not gaze at me in that manner. You must play with greater aggression. Greg, as the first overall pick, summon the ferocity you demonstrated in college when you overwhelmed Noah and Horford with one hand. Dako, your three-point shots must be decisive, understood? If an opportunity arises in mid-range, seize it. Your footwork is nimble. The crux of this strategy revolves around pick-and-rolls, which relies heavily on the ball handler. Tucker, elevate your defensive intensity as if you were facing Kobe. When you receive the ball beneath the basket, assert yourself. Stop hesitating like a timid child. All those fakes of yours are ineffective. Who can you deceive? If he fakes, you must respond. At this position, simply maintain your position. Do not dance around the ball. Get to the point. There is no need for mindless drives. Our strategy emphasizes speed, but not at the expense of your mental acuity. Roy, you are the leader of this team. Moments like this demand your assertiveness. Within less than an hour, Xiao had vocally chastised the team, surprising everyone. The owner, who usually appeared so refined and gentle, transformed into a wild coach, peppering the air with expletives and banter, which left the team astounded. Perhaps he truly possessed the makings of a head coach, and a singular thought emerged in their minds. This is a brilliant coach hindered by wealth. All right, everyone, take a 20-minute break. Next, we shall simulate the Lakers' tactics for another round of practice. What? Why simulate the Lakers' tactics? Their strategy revolves around Kobe's isolation. Even if you know it, can you truly replicate Kobe's style? In a moment, I will select individuals to form a team to simulate the Lakers. Assistant coaches. You will guide the team's defense. Only by knowing ourselves and our opponents can we emerge victorious in every battle. After a brief sip of water, the group fell into a contemplative silence, and soon the respite ended. plunging them back into the grueling training regimen. At this stage, what were they thinking by neglecting to double-team? Did they genuinely believe they could fend off Kobe single-handedly, or were they simply overwhelmed by the pressure? Were they merely positioning themselves, waiting for the Lakers to seize the rebound? What about their defensive rotations? Did they really want their teammates to be posterized, becoming mere background figures in the day's top highlights? If the Lakers played with such reckless abandon, it would be a walk in the park for them. Thankfully, I didn't send you off to the Lakers. With your shot selection, even Phil Jackson would have given you a stern talking to, wouldn't he? Everyone was drenched in sweat. Yet Xiao showed no sign of relenting, coldly announcing, "We have a 20-minute break. Soon, we will switch roles. I will simulate the Lakers' defense while you all take on the offensive duties." The group exchanged glances, their perception of Xiao transformed. Gone was the passionate youth who once inspired trust. Now, he seemed a harbinger of relentless rigor. Even the assistant coach was taken aback. This individual was formidable. During Casey's training sessions, such intensity had never been witnessed. Undeterred by the astonishment around him, Xiao embodied the ancient wisdom that mercy should not be bestowed upon soldiers. He had always been benevolent, but it was now time to assert his authority. The night of training finally drew to a close. They were eager to return home and indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. However, Xiao's next words plunged them back into despair. "I will be here tomorrow at 10 in the morning, waiting for you. Heaven help us. Was there no end to this?" The boss had no nightlife and insisted they share in this torment. Xiao was unfazed. He recalled how the Miami Heat had maintained their competitive edge over the years, cultivating a culture of resilience through unparalleled training intensity, largely thanks to Riley. The next day, despite their reluctance, no one dared to oppose Xiao, for it was the boss's directive. They could only hope Casey would return soon. This level of training was exhausting. Not only were they physically drained, but enduring Xiao's relentless vocalizations took a toll on their spirits. "Today, I will simulate the Lakers' strategies for tomorrow and devise our countermeasures. Remember, I want to be on the bench to guide you during the game, so pay close attention." "Wait a moment, boss. How can you possibly predict the Lakers' tactics? This isn't team merely theoretical. Their adaptability during games is formidable. How will we handle that?" someone boldly questioned. Yet, Xiao merely smiled, not directly addressing the concern. Instead, he stated, "Thus, you must exert yourselves even more today. Listen intently, practice diligently. Rest assured, before the game, you will experience the latest in Tianhong's massage technology to alleviate your fatigue. If we secure a victory, I shall reserve the most exclusive venue in Los Angeles for our celebration." Although Xiao's terms were quite alluring, there was an unsettling feeling whenever he smiled. It wasn't until they commenced training that it became clear just how intense he could be, even more so than the previous day. It was no wonder that they relied on technological massages to alleviate fatigue. After all, it was essential to provide some form of compensation for the two ladies after the match. Chapter 21. Facing the Lakers January 21st marked the day Xiao had arranged to meet Yilin. Since their last separation, they had not seen each other. Their communication was limited to text messages and the occasional video call, making Xiao quite eager for this day. However, he refrained from rushing to Los Angeles for their rendezvous, as he needed to be with the team first to discuss tactical details. Upon landing, they were immediately required to head to the training facility to rehearse new strategies, which were entirely different from their previous ones and necessitated a period of acclimatization. Xiao understood that this was not the time to be swayed by romantic sentiments. He genuinely wanted to win this match. The prospect of facing ridicule in Los Angeles was daunting, and if it weren't for the opportunity to see Yilin, he would have preferred to avoid this humiliating place altogether. After all, he was not yet in a position of strength, and he did not wish to become a laughingstock. He was, after all, a prominent figure, an heir to one of the world's top 5 companies, and being mocked by this group was simply unacceptable. Since he was here, he aimed to vindicate himself and prove his worth, especially in front of Yilin. Sometimes, a man's competitive spirit can be remarkably fierce. Yilin, on the other hand, was not particularly keen on attending, as she was not a fan of the Lakers and held a slight aversion to Kobe Bryant. Her dislike stemmed from past indiscretions that had tarnished his youthful image. She preferred the fluidity of a well-played basketball game rather than watching one player dominate in isolation. Yilin's attendance was primarily motivated by her desire to see Xiao. The outcome of the game was of little concern to her. If they lost, so be it. After all, they were young and had a weaker team, so a loss was to be expected. If they somehow managed to win, that would indeed be embarrassing for her side. News of Yilin's attendance at the Lakers game delighted Harsin, who had confessed his feelings to her on multiple occasions, only to be rebuffed each time. Were it not for his father's precarious position with the Lakers, he might have been bolder in his pursuit. Harsin was aware of Yelin's interest in basketball, which led him to invite her several times to watch the Lakers play at Staples Center, all of which she declined, leaving him quite disheartened. Little did she know how difficult it was to acquire tickets for a Lakers game. Currently, they were at the pinnacle of the league, with both Kobe and Garnett drawing immense crowds. Tickets were indeed hard to come by, and her indifference was baffling. Countless fans would be in tears over this. However, upon hearing that Yilin would rare attend a game, Harsin was overjoyed and quickly sought out 2 tickets from his father. He specifically requested only 2 to avoid any distractions during the game, envisioning a romantic atmosphere to foster a moment of intimacy between them. This is also a facet of NBA fandom culture. The cameras often capture couples showcasing their affection, sharing kisses in the spotlight. Halston had meticulously orchestrated everything. But when he approached Yilin with his ticket, she promptly informed him that she had already acquired her own, sparing him the trouble. This left Halston in a rather awkward position. Nevertheless, he refused to concede defeat. In his estimation, Yilin's family background was modest, and she typically lived frugally, which meant she would likely have purchased a less expensive ticket, positioned farther back. He planned to exchange his forward-seated ticket for hers, and if that failed, he could always offer a signed memento from Kobe. Most attendees in the rear were not the elite, and he believed such an offer would be hard to refuse. Deep down, Halston was convinced that Yilin had not secured a prime seat. Otherwise, why would she opt for a game between the Lakers and the Timberwolves? This matchup boasted the cheapest tickets in the Lakers lineup, pitting the top team against the bottom. The spectators were likely either die-hard Lakers fans or those unable to afford or acquire tickets to more prestigious games. Why wouldn't she choose to attend a game against the Celtics or the Spurs? Little did he know that Yilin's ticket had been procured through Su Xiao's request to Kupchak. Su Xiao had no trouble obtaining 2 tickets, and Kupchak had arranged for them to be seated in the best location, ensuring that the cameras would easily find Su Xiao's spot, especially when they awaited his reaction to the Timberwolves' impending defeat. Yilin, let us go together. I can drive you. Halston extended what he presumed to be a gentlemanly invitation. Yet to Yilin, it came across as rather lowly. No, thank you. I'll take a taxi, she replied, unwilling to owe him any favors, especially not wanting to give Su Xiao the wrong impression. She swiftly departed in a taxi. Damn it, ungrateful. Just wait until we arrive at the arena, Halston muttered, abandoning his gentlemanly facade to curse behind her, as Su Xiao needed to engage in the team's final warm-up. He arrived at the arena early and chose not to pick up Yilin, understanding that he had his own commitments. Upon arriving, he found Su Xiao already seated, waiting for him. With the game about to commence, Su Xiao could not linger on the bench. It would feel out of place for someone of his stature to wait among the ball boys and arena staff. Thus, he decided to take a seat and await Yilin's arrival. You arrived quite early. I expected you would be late for a Lakers game, he remarked. Upon seeing Yilin, Su Xiao felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Truth be told, although he had confidence during training, the prospect of occupying this position and watching the game stirred some apprehension within him. After all, a game is unpredictable and basketball is a round ball. Anything could happen. If the Lakers found their rhythm today, shooting effortlessly as if guided by divine intervention, and with home court officiating favoring them, surrender might be the only option. Thus, Su Xiao felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Yet, the mere sight of Yilin managed to calm his nerves, though he could not quite fathom why. This was undeniably a game for his team, and her invitation made it imperative not to arrive late. Yilin smiled charmingly, melting Su Xiao's heart. It must be said, even without makeup, Yilin was a quintessential heartthrob. Today, she had adorned herself with care, making her allure irresistible. Would this match end in an overwhelming defeat? Yilin quietly inquired, secretly wishing for the game to slip into garbage time swiftly so she could engage Su Xiao in conversation. However, she feared that a dismal loss would dampen his spirits, leaving him disinclined to chat, so she hurriedly added, It's all right. Losing is no big deal. After all, you are still in the midst of a rebuild. Of course. It won't be that way. I wouldn't dare come to Staples Center unprepared. Today, I promise you a delightful surprise. It will be an exhilarating match. And I assure you, you won't be disappointed, Su Xiao declared with unwavering conviction. Oh, is that so? Then I shall await it with bated breath, Yilin replied, though a twinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. As a mere basketball enthusiast, she was not an ardent fan of any particular player or team. In fact, She found watching NBA games somewhat less appealing than playing basketball herself. She was not particularly skilled but enjoyed the sport as a hobby. Her presence at the game was solely to catch a glimpse of Xiao and share a conversation, for he was one of the few people she felt a connection with in this foreign land. This delineates the distinction between males and females. Girls often adorn themselves meticulously for the boys they admire, aspiring to showcase their beauty, while boys, in turn, groom their teams with care for the girls they cherish, eager to demonstrate their prowess. Ah, where has your team's head coach gone? Upon hearing the announcer's pregame roster, Yellen expressed her bewilderment at the absence of the Timberwolves head coach, pondering how a captivating match could unfold without him. Do not fret. He is merely experiencing some physical discomfort. Today, I shall orchestrate all the strategies for this game, Xiao declared nonchalantly. You, seated here, think you can orchestrate them from afar? Yellen assumed Xiao was jesting, joining in her laughter. Haha, indeed. Just watch. I have prepared a splendid surprise for the Lakers today. With that, a glint of cold determination flickered in Xiao's eyes. The sudden intensification of the tone initially startled Yellen, who soon found herself captivated. She discerned that the previously aloof Xiao possessed an intriguing allure. Subsequently, the commentator began to introduce the lineups for both teams. The Lakers maintained their most conventional starting five for the season, with guards Kobe and Fisher, flanked by the towering sharpshooter Radmanovic and Garnett on the forward line, while the center position was occupied by the rapidly improving young shark, Bynum. On the Timberwolves side, a slight adjustment was made in the backcourt. Instead of the usual starter Arroyo, the more offensively adept rookie Brooks was paired with Roy. Comparatively, Brooks boasted greater speed and aggressiveness, while Arroyo, although a formidable force on the international stage, found the NBA's pace less accommodating. Lacking in absolute speed and possessing only middling defensive capabilities, Arroyo, despite some organizational skills, required a significant share of the ball, which conflicted with Xiao's strategic vision. Consequently, Xiao resolved to assign Arroyo to the second unit, allowing Brooks to start, knowing full well that his physique would be overmatched by Fisher. Sitting before the television, Casey regarded this decision with disdain, a sentiment echoed by others who dismissed the adjustment entirely. They believed the Timberwolves stood no chance of victory, viewing the move merely as an opportunity to develop new talent. As the game commenced, Odin secured the tip-off for the Timberwolves, and Brooks wasted no time in advancing the ball to Roy as he crossed half-court. Faced with Kobe, Roy remained composed, keenly assessing the unfolding dynamics on the court. Malisic positioned himself beyond the arc, while Garnett trailed, hovering near the free-throw line to ensure he could contest Malisic's three-point shot, while also forming a secondary line of defense against Roy's drive. As the season progressed, Malisic's three-point shooting had gained recognition throughout the league, prompting Garnett to take heed. However, his defensive positioning showcased a profound understanding of defense. This maneuver sufficed, as merely creating space would suffice. Roy opted not to utilize Malisic's pick, instead seeking out Myers for a screen. Given Myers' lack of shooting ability, Radmanovic failed to defend effectively. With that slight opening, Roy confidently executed a pull-up three-pointer, much to the bemusement of onlookers, who noted that this young player seemed reluctant to challenge Kobe head-on, displaying an unexpected timidity at such a tender age. The audience was not particularly pleased with this goal, and they appeared indifferent. The Lakers entrusted their initial possession to Kobe, who opted for a mid-range isolation, though regrettably, he missed. Subsequently, Roy initiated a pick-and-roll with Odin, whose screen setting and rolling speed are among the elite in the league. With Bynum as his defender, Roy had a plethora of options. Despite Bynum's commendable physical attributes, his lack of acumen led him to be easily deceived by Roy's feint. As he attempted to recover, Roy executed a bounce pass to Odin, who delivered a powerful dunk. At this moment, the fans remained oblivious to the possibility that this game may not unfold easily. Kobe's second attempt also failed to find the net. As play resumed, Roy continued to engage in pick-and-roll with Odin, and while the Lakers' defensive rotations were in motion, Roy still managed to locate Brooks, who had run from the baseline to the 45-degree angle. Brooks received the ball and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Although Kobe finally scored on his third attempt, the Timberwolves' momentum was becoming increasingly challenging to contain. Roy sought another pick-and-roll, this time with Garnett stepping in. Upon noticing Garnett's approach, Roy promptly passed to Malisic, who found himself unguarded as Garnett had committed to the defense. As Bynum emerged, Malisic quickly relayed the ball to Brooks, who executed a pick-and-roll with Malisic. At this juncture, Bynum was unable to retreat and found himself matched against Brooks. Brooks possessed a distinct advantage in speed, easily accelerating past Bynum. Frustrated from being targeted repeatedly, Bynum failed to recognize that Garnett had already returned to established defensive positioning. Brooks, with his stature, was a prime candidate for a block, yet Bynum, consumed by his emotions, decisively fouled Brooks, earning him 2 free throws. Garnett was visibly displeased with this foul, feeling he had established optimal defensive positioning, given Brooks' height and jumping ability. This was a blockable shot that resulted in an unnecessary foul and 2 free throws, prompting Garnett to engage in dialogue with Bynum. Brooks converted both free throws, and the Timberwolves continued to exploit pick and rolls, targeting Bynum and Radmanovic, 2 relatively weaker defensive points. While the Lakers began to regain their offensive rhythm, they struggled to suppress the Timberwolves' relentless pace. After Roy executed a 1-on-1 against Radmanovic and converted a 2-1 play, Phil Jackson could no longer restrain himself and called for a timeout. He only charges in headlong, despite his speed. He poses little threat unless we fail to collapse on time. Do you understand? Use height to counter speed. That Myers has no presence in the paint. Ignore him. Andrew, just keep an eye on him and protect the rim. As for Milicic, he can only shoot threes. Radmanovic, you should defend Milicic. We only need to pay heed to Roy. At this moment, the Zen master patiently explained to the team, while Xiao, in contrast, had adopted a leisurely demeanor, observing the game unfold in the direction he had anticipated. Chapter 22. The stunning first half. After the timeout, the Lakers altered their defensive strategy. No longer affording Roy the opportunity to exploit mismatches one-on-one, they immediately intensified their pressure with a double team following a screen. The Timberwolves, realizing their initial tactics were ineffective, swiftly adjusted their approach by substituting Myers and Odin with Outlaw and Tucker, while Milicic took the center position, thereby creating a more spacious lineup on the court. Upon witnessing the Timberwolves substitutions, the Lakers promptly responded by bringing in Posey and Odom, forming their most formidable lineup, characterized by agility and a balanced offense and defense. The fans erupted in cheers at this configuration, yet Xiao remained composed. Subsequently, both the Lakers' offense and defense showed significant improvement, yet the score remained unchanged. With the Timberwolves maintaining a 5 to 7 point lead, which they preserved until the end of the first quarter, the fans remained oblivious, perceiving the Lakers as merely playing with the Timberwolves, believing the point differential was inconsequential. However, as the saying goes, an outsider enjoys the spectacle while an insider discerns the subtleties. Phil Jackson was the first to sense that something was amiss. Logically, the Lakers' shooting percentage was satisfactory, and their overall defensive cohesion was commendable. The Timberwolves' offense appeared largely unstructured, relying predominantly on individual efforts or simplistic drive-and-kick plays. How, then, could they maintain their lead? Phil Jackson found himself perplexed, resorting to substitutions for adjustments. Noting that Brooks had repeatedly exploited his speed against Fisher, Xiao replaced him with the younger and swifter Farmar. At this juncture, the match had transitioned into a battle of rotations, with Kobe leading the Lakers. This was the terrifying aspect of the Lakers, even during the bench phase. They could sustain the presence of a superstar at the helm. The Timberwolves introduced Swift, whose basketball IQ had improved, although still somewhat unrefined in technique. His decision-making and positioning had notably advanced. Kobe, with the ball, swiftly maneuvered past Hyde. Faced with Odin's impending help defense, he effortlessly passed to the cutting Bynum. Frustrated by the game's pace thus far, Bynum seized the opportunity to unleash an emphatic dunk. However, he was unaware that Swift had already established a defensive position. By the time he realized it, it was too late, and he collided directly into him. A whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul. Disheartened, Bynum lowered his head to retreat on defense. He managed to thwart Odin's aggressive play, yet the rebound was tipped away. Arroyo attempted a mid-range shot that missed, but Swift had anticipated the rebound's trajectory. Although he lacked the finesse of footwork or hook shots, he was adept at crashing the boards. Seizing the moment before Bynum could react, he soared for a thunderous putback dunk, emphatically slamming the ball right in Bynum's face. This further fueled Bynum's anger. Enduring humiliation from such a widely recognized disappointment was beyond the tolerance of the young shark. Turning back, he sought to assert himself offensively, determined to take matters into his own hands. Swift, arriving to defend, became the target of Bynum's forceful maneuver, which was somewhat excessive, resulting in the muscular Swift collapsing to the ground. Offensive foul. Another crisp whistle echoed through the arena. Within a mere 2 minutes, Bynum had been humiliated 3 times by Swift, who was derided as having nothing but muscle in his brain, and Bynum himself accrued 2 fouls. Consequently, He found himself burdened with 3 fouls far too early, necessitating his substitution for the blue-collar center Torivia. Bainham's irrational behavior drew the ire of the entire audience. With Bynum off the court, Odin found himself with significantly more space. Odin possessed commendable low-post capabilities, although his technique was somewhat rough. His robust physique and decent touch around the rim allowed him to maintain a respectable success rate, particularly against a center like Torivia, who was neither taller nor quicker than he. Strange, I recall watching your games before, and your big center's isolation skills were lacking. I was frustrated watching him struggle to score in the paint, Eileen inquired, perplexed. That was due to the coach's mismanagement, Xiao replied confidently. Xiao is well acquainted with Odin. In his previous life, Odin's low-post technique was indeed crude, yet he still possessed a modicum of rim-attacking ability and back-to-the-basket skills. Take the 2009 to 2010 season as an example. Although Odin played in only a little over 20 games that year, his shooting ratio from 0 to 3 feet was 71. With a remarkable 70 shooting accuracy, he averaged 7.2 back-to-the-basket attempts every 36 minutes, scoring 0.72 points per possession. To put it in perspective, throughout his career, Dwight Howard only achieved a higher efficiency in back-to-the-basket scoring than Odin did in that season on 2 occasions. Odin's impressive statistics were largely attributed to his physical gifts. He was taller, stronger, and quicker than Howard, and his footwork was commendable. This combination of attributes provided him a distinct advantage against less talented blue-collar centers. The main limitations hindering Odin's offensive prowess were his passing and shooting. His passing was subpar, and he lacked a reliable hook shot or mid-range game. However, when matched against a blue-collar center like Torivia, who was neither as tall nor as quick, Odin found himself thriving. This was part of Xiao's strategy. As long as Bynum was off the court, Odin's constraints would be lifted. Of course, unless Phil Jackson were foolish enough to assign Garnett to guard Odin, forcing their defensive core to engage in a battle against the Timberwolves' third or even fourth offensive options, while also contending with the exhausting physicality of interior play. After Xiao finished explaining to Eileen, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon further reflection, he turned to her and asked, "Since you still watch Timberwolves games, I remember you favored the Suns' fluid style of play. Why are you paying attention to our rather stagnant and oppressive teams matches?" Xiao suddenly realized that Yilin might not actually be interested in hearing his explanation. After all, it is your team, and naturally, I must pay attention. Though the performance has indeed been rather lackluster, Yilin remarked with a smile. Rest assured, the future will improve, and I believe that day is not far off. Xiao whispered close to her ear. Feeling the warmth beside her, Yilin's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "I was just joking." "I took it seriously," Xiao teased, observing her flustered expression. At that moment, both the 17 or 18-year-old girl and the 21 or 22-year-old boy felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. However, a sharp whistle abruptly interrupted their conversation. Swift once again caused Old Fisher to commit an offensive foul, and some fans in the stands began to express their dissatisfaction. How could the proud Lakers fans accept being repeatedly outplayed by a player recognized by the league as having the lowest basketball IQ? Complaints about the referees began to surface. The Lakers, left with no choice, substituted players and brought Garnett back into the game. His return had an immediate effect. Not only did he intimidate Odin on the defensive end, making it difficult for him to score, but he also contributed offensively. Although Swift managed to position himself correctly each time, he was still Garnett. No matter how high one's basketball IQ, the disparity in technical skill remained unaltered. The score quickly tightened, eliciting cheers from Lakers fans, who could not resist mocking the Timberwolves, saying, "Your Wolf King is indeed quite effective." Xiao merely observed quietly, never intending to completely shut down the Lakers. After all, this was Kobe and Garnett. However, achieving such a performance was already satisfactory, as it disrupted the Lakers' normal rotation. Thus, in the upcoming matches, the Lakers would no longer be able to proceed at their usual pace. Simultaneously, Odilo hit 2 3-pointers, allowing the Timberwolves to maintain a lead of 54-48, further derailing the Lakers' game plan. A player like Odilo, known for his erratic style, could be extraordinarily effective when in form. While his defensive skills were somewhat lacking as a substitute, once he found his rhythm, his leaping ability and wingspan made scoring seem effortless. Xiaomei, with a sense of satisfaction, spoke to Yilin, contemplating whether to turn back and draw a defensive player card for Odilo, which would undoubtedly elevate him to the ranks of the league's elite 3D players. With 600 points still at her disposal, she was observing several games, planning to make another attempt after the All-Star game, hoping to acquire some more useful star cards. Currently, the cards of Mobley and Korver remained unused as she reserved them for a spectacular performance in the next season, though she had yet to decide whom they would be assigned to. The primary concern at this moment was the urgent need for the system to upgrade. It was still at level 2, and the highest star card available was merely at grade B. However, what troubled Xiao was her complete uncertainty regarding how to upgrade the system, leaving her to navigate the situation step by step. As the halftime concluded, the Timberwolves, bolstered by Odelo's erratic yet impressive performance, maintained a lead over the Lakers at 60-55. During the intermission, the Lakers' locker room was filled with the furious outbursts of Phil Jackson. Their offense posed no issues, yet their defense had encountered significant problems that day. Allowing a team that averaged 95 points this season to score 60 points by halftime was an embarrassment, especially with defensive stalwarts like Kobe and Garnett on the roster. The Lakers found it intolerable to concede such a score to an opponent lacking offensive prowess. Phil Jackson believed they had merely underestimated their rivals. If they could approach the second half with earnestness, the Timberwolves would likely falter. Yet, the players on the court sensed something amiss. As the game had unfolded in an unusually peculiar manner from the start, the Timberwolves consistently exploited one-on-one situations, denying the Lakers any opportunity to exhibit cohesive defense. And they always seemed to find the most effective one-on-one matchups. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Timberwolves locker room was electric. My goodness, this game has been exhilarating. The Lakers are utterly powerless against us, Malisic exclaimed excitedly. This season had been particularly frustrating for him, despite his significant improvements and the development of his three-point shooting. He had rarely been afforded the opportunity to showcase his skills. However, this half had been liberating for him, as he sank 3 three-pointers, finishing the half with an impressive line of 13 points, 9 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 block, numbers that eclipsed the all-star power forward Garnett's 11 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists. One cannot deny that our owner possesses remarkable acumen. Team leader Roy also stepped forward, effectively showcasing his abilities throughout the half. The ball had remained in his hands, whether in offense or organization, and the team sailed smoothly. He concluded the half with 12 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. Indeed, perhaps we should consider appointing the owner as our coach in the future. Odin, too, joined in the fray. Although he had limited ball possession in this half, he was presented with numerous favorable opportunities. When faced with Garnett and Bynum, he opted for cuts and slips rather than confronting them head-on. However, when up against Turieff, Odin was more than ready to seize the moment. In summary, this half of the game showcased the characteristics of the Timberwolves players to their fullest extent. Across the vast ocean, basketball commentator Mr. Yang praised the Timberwolves' performance in the first half, stating, "In this game, particularly this half, the Timberwolves played exceptionally well, exhibiting everything they could offer. They transformed from their previously torturous gameplay to a strategy that capitalizes on their strengths against the weaknesses of their opponents." Acknowledging that the Lakers possessed 2 proficient defenders, they deftly avoided giving them opportunities, consistently exploiting their most vulnerable points. Coupled with their commendable shooting accuracy, they delivered a truly thrilling first half. However, I must reiterate that while the Timberwolves are functioning as a cohesive unit, they lack a genuine superstar. Players like Malisic and Odin, along with the former Rockets player Swift coming off the bench, displayed remarkable intelligence in their play. It is worth noting that Swift has made significant improvements this year. Had he exhibited such acumen during his time with the Rockets, he would not have been traded. These players have excelled, and Otlock's consecutive three-pointers have also contributed, yet they still failed to widen the score gap. The exchange of defense was mutual. But as the second half approached and fatigue set in, their shooting percentages declined. Meanwhile, I still have Kobe and Garnett on my side, which leads me to believe today will unfold as an exhilarating contest, albeit with slim chances for the Timberwolves to emerge victorious. After Mr. Yang's thorough analysis, fans at home felt reassured, as the Lakers boast a considerable following domestically. Despite the Timberwolves being owned by a Chinese individual, interest in such a low-profile team remains minimal. Thus, both at home and abroad, the consensus was that the Lakers would regain their form in the second half, leading to an inevitable conclusion. Yet, there was one individual who disagreed, Xiao. Oh, wait. Now it should be noted that there are 2 dissenters, as Yilin has also become a fervent supporter of the Timberwolves. Just wait, the second half promises to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 23, A Hero Emerges. Damn. Have these Wolves gone mad today? Garnett, panting heavily, exclaimed as he gazed at the unyielding score gap. In the third quarter, the Lakers launched a full-throttle counterattack, bolstering their defense, yet the Timberwolves consistently responded, maintaining a lead of 4 to 5 points. Ultimately, as the third quarter concluded, the Lakers trailed by 5 at 79 to 84. As the fourth quarter commenced, Phil Jackson finally grasped the tactical intent of the opposition. My directive for them today is straightforward: to fracture the game and play it their way. Observing Yillin's expression of partial comprehension, Xiao smiled gently and elucidated. Basketball is a sport for 5 individuals. It is a game of teamwork. If we were to rely solely on our collective efforts, we would stand no chance against a team as illustrious as the Lakers. However, should we transform this 5-on-5 contest into a series of 1-on-1 duels, the outcome becomes far less predictable. Listening intently, he continued, "Children, the Timberwolves are currently attempting to ensnare us. We must not fall into their trap. They have been coaxing us into 1-on-1 confrontations, but now we shall adjust our defensive strategies and offensive choices." During the timeout, Phil Jackson fervently orchestrated tactical adjustments. "Does this mean we are guaranteed to win the game?" Yillin gazed at Xiao with admiration. "No, the game has only just begun." Xiao, momentarily shedding his playful demeanor, focused intently on the match. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Phil Jackson has likely discerned the nuances of the game. With just over 8 minutes remaining, the Lakers trail by a mere 5 points. Xiao realized he had somewhat underestimated the Lakers' prowess. Even with strategic constraints on their opponents, they still possess the capability to compete robustly. Although this tactic may appear simplistic, it presents considerable execution challenges. Throughout the annals of the NBA, only the 2018 Rockets, under the guidance of Harden and Paul, have successfully implemented it. Furthermore, not everyone possesses the audacity to confront the Lakers in such a manner. Phil Jackson's initial inability to discern the Timberwolves' intentions stemmed from the presumption that no one would dare engage in a 1-on-1 contest against a team featuring Kobe. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers indeed altered their defensive strategy, deploying their most formidable and logical lineup: Fisher and Kobe in the backcourt, Posey and Odom in the frontcourt, with Garnett as the center. They decisively countered pick-and-roll situations, double-teaming the ball handler while preventing them from utilizing screens to find open shots or driving lanes. On the offensive end, all plays were initiated through Kobe. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson wore an air of disdain, seemingly unimpressed by such rudimentary tactics. "You fancy 1-on-1? Come face me. I have the league's premier 1-on-1 player." The Lakers' strategy proved effective, scoring 7 points to 2 in a mere 2 minutes, swiftly equalizing the score. Indeed, both Garnett and Odom stood as formidable weapons in the small ball era. The approach employed by the 2018 Rockets against the Warriors, characterized by spatial play and isolation, failed to breach the Lakers' defenses. This Lakers lineup boasted exceptional spacing, augmented by the unmatched prowess of Kobe in isolation. Xiao could only shake his head, recognizing his limited options and the scarcity of viable strategies at his disposal. As an outsider, he was unable to provide on-the-spot guidance, having to rely on pre-game arrangements. Although he anticipated the Lakers' counterattack, his potential solutions were scant. To restrain the peak performance of Kobe, one requires not only exceptional perimeter defenders, but also a top-tier interior presence like Garnett, complemented by a mature rotation system, akin to the 2008 Celtics. Clearly, the current Timberwolves lack such resources. Nevertheless, Xiao was not ready to concede defeat. He had one final trick up his sleeve: double-teaming Kobe. The Timberwolves called a timeout, and assistant coach Whiteman remained silent. The first 3.5 quarters unfolded as Xiao had predicted, resembling a scripted play. In the latter half of this segment, as Xiao put it, "We will attack with full force, leaving the stage for the stars." The Timberwolves reintroduced their twin towers to fortify the paint and secure rebounds, aiming to slow the game's tempo while carefully positioning the two players. Both possessed commendable mobility, yet Odin, being less experienced, was more prone to fouls, thus assigned to protect the rim, while Malisic roamed to disrupt. This strategy mirrored that of the 2008 Celtics. On the wings, they deployed the defensively adept Tucker alongside the physically capable and shooting-savvy Otto to pressure Kobe, with Roy positioned at the point guard role. On defense, they conceded Odom's three-point attempts, denying them opportunities for cuts, while simultaneously easing pressure on Posey, directing all defensive intensity toward Kobe. This is Xiao's final trump card, as well as the last resort of the Timberwolves. Xiao has adopted the defensive system of the Celtics, for it is the only scheme capable of containing Kobe. However, Malisic is not Garnett, and this bottom-dwelling Timberwolves team is far from the indomitable Celtics. Although the system is robust, the lack of capable players renders it ineffective. Fortunately, the Timberwolves maintained a commendable rhythm on the offensive end, with the three-pointers from Autry and Tucker, along with Odin's offensive rebounds, allowing them to cling to a slender lead of 98-96, with just over 3 minutes remaining in the first half. Yet, Kobe is Kobe. Irrespective of whether it is second-year Tucker or peak Tucker, facing Kobe is a daunting challenge. Kobe first executed a classic post-up turnaround layup to equalize the score, followed by a three-pointer over the taller Autry. The Staples Center erupted with fervor. "See, I told you the Lakers were merely toying with you before. Once they get serious, you are utterly defenseless. They first grant you a glimmer of hope, then showcase their might, plunging you into despair. What a ruthless tactic." Nevertheless, today's applause must also be directed towards the Timberwolves. Their performance has indeed been commendable. The Staples Center was now alive with excitement. With only 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game, the Timberwolves had used their final timeout, and it appeared that the momentum had shifted away from them. On the sidelines, Xiao felt somewhat powerless. According to his plan, the Timberwolves should have held a 2 to 3 point advantage in these final 3 minutes, allowing them to focus on defense for a slim chance of victory. Yet, he had underestimated Kobe and the Lakers. The burden of pressure now lay heavily upon the players on the court. Xiao pondered as the fans began to celebrate victory prematurely. "We have played well today. In the final minutes, as per the owner's wishes, the game is in your hands," assistant coach Huiman said slowly, noticing the glum expressions on the players' faces, which also left him feeling somewhat disheartened. In a normal game, they had tactically suppressed the Lakers, but were ultimately thwarted by the disparity in player capabilities. "I refuse to concede like this. The owner's strategy is not flawed. I want to prove to him that I can win this game," Roy asserted first, feeling stifled by the recent performances that had led to doubts about his abilities, questioning whether his title of Rookie of the Year was merely a result of last year's weak draft class. This game, with the ball entirely in Roy's hands, would showcase his true prowess, making him the most determined to win. "I will do my utmost to set screens for you, shoot with confidence, and I will secure the rebounds," he added. Odin has also expressed his thoughts. Although this game has diminished his ball possession, it has allowed him to play comfortably. Against the Lakers' formidable trio, Odin still managed to achieve a commendable tally of 12 points and 13 rebounds. He executed reasonable isolation plays in the paint and showcased powerful dunks, avoiding inefficient one-on-one plays that do not suit his strengths. Instead, he embraced a more efficient style of play, albeit one that he does not particularly favor. Nevertheless, for Odin at this stage, it is the most effective approach. Well then, my friends, let us prepare to welcome a long-awaited victory. Upon returning from the timeout, the Timberwolves maintained their previous lineup. Roy, holding the ball at the top of the arc, indicated to Odin that he did not want to pick and roll as he sought to engage in a one-on-one challenge. At this moment, the jeers from the Los Angeles fans erupted. Who does he think he is, T-Mac or Wade? How dare he challenge Kobe to a one-on-one? Hey, buddy, don't get it twisted. He's merely a rookie. Having been drafted in a lackluster year, and though he clinched the Rookie of the Year title, do you genuinely believe he possesses remarkable prowess? It takes audacity to engage Kobe in such a manner, and I hope he doesn't end up in tears after the encounter. Despite the cacophony of boos, Xiao remained resolute. He recognized that Roy was equally a tenacious competitor. Had fate not played its cruel tricks, Roy would undoubtedly have ascended to the ranks of a superstar. At this juncture, Roy remained impervious to the external distractions, focusing intently on Kobe, who reciprocated the gaze towards this young contender. The gesture Roy had just exhibited was reminiscent of Kobe's iconic moves against Jordan, signaling his intent to take him on. Unlike players who rely on speed and explosiveness, Roy thrived on his rhythm. He noted Odin retreating, granting him space, and without hesitation, he charged forward. Yet Kobe swiftly matched his pace. With calm composure, Roy shielded the basketball with his body, executing a smooth pivot followed by a deft hesitation. However, he still could not shake Kobe off. Roy attempted a second hesitation, utilizing a subtle maneuver to carve out a sliver of space, enabling him to push past. Odin had moved from the three-point line to the paint, and with Odin momentarily out of position, a gap emerged. Roy was poised to deliver a pass, as Odom had faltered and Garnett had not arrived in time to provide cover, leaving Kobe to desperately intercept the passing lane. In a moment of brilliance, Roy withdrew the ball, executing a captivating feint to create his shooting opportunity. He transitioned the ball from his right hand to his left, leveraging his body against Kobe, and launched a strong jumper that found its mark, with Kobe being unbalanced and conceding a foul, a splendid 2-1 play. Xiao, on the sidelines, erupted in excitement. Pumping his fist, Roy calmly converted the free throw, securing his 25th point and aiding the Timberwolves in leveling the score. However, Kobe was determined to reclaim his position. As the league's premier guard, he would not allow such provocations to go unanswered. With his eyes fixed on Roy, he sensed the moment to strike. As Tucker approached for help defense, Kobe spun around with finesse, executing a beautiful baseline layup to once again put the Lakers ahead by 2 points. In this thrilling encounter, Roy returned without a moment's hesitation, seizing the opportunity to strike as the Lakers struggled to establish their footing, landing a decisive three-pointer that propelled the Timberwolves ahead. Kobe, utilizing a screen, executed a deft floater, adding 2 points for the Lakers, who briefly regained a narrow lead of 105-104 with just 1 minute and 41 seconds remaining in the match. Roy, with the aid of Melisic's screen, performed a nuanced drive and floater, striking the backboard and reclaiming the lead for the Timberwolves. The game had morphed into a captivating duel between Kobe and Roy. Aware that the outcome was precarious, both players understood the stakes of the next possession. As the Lakers launched their offense, Roy found himself in a one-on-one against Kobe, while Odin quietly retreated behind. When Kobe attempted to carve out space for a layup, he was suddenly confronted by Odin, a formidable presence. Odin soared to deliver a resounding block, allowing Roy to swiftly transition and score another 2 points, putting the Timberwolves back in front. Kobe, visibly irritated by the Timberwolves' unsportsmanlike tactics, regarded Roy as merely a rookie, igniting his competitive spirit once more after a moment of composure. Determined to reclaim his dignity after a recent setback, Kobe charged towards the paint again, only to be thwarted once more by Odin, though this time the referee awarded a foul. Upon reviewing the play, it was evident that Odin's defense was impeccably clean. Despite the Timberwolves' protests, the league's favored stars often enjoy leniency, leaving Xiao with no choice but to accept the so-called superstar calls. Kobe calmly sank both free throws, re-establishing a lead for the Lakers. As the Timberwolves initiated their next offensive play, the Lakers were no longer willing to grant Roy one-on-one opportunities, opting instead for a double-team strategy. Caught somewhat off guard, Roy managed to maintain possession and passed the ball to Tucker, whose three-point attempt regrettably missed the mark, as he had yet to earn his reputation as the corner king. Securing the rebound, the Lakers held a slender lead of 107-106 with just 47 seconds left on the clock. Fisher leisurely advanced the ball past half-court, seemingly intent on running down the clock. With 30 seconds remaining, Kobe exploded into action, deftly evading his defender and facing the twin towers of Melisic and Odin. He took a contested shot that ricocheted off the rim, but Garnett, aware of the situation, snagged the rebound and converted it into a basket, extending the Lakers' lead to 109-106 with only 25 seconds remaining, tipping the scales of victory in their favor. After Garnett's successful putback, he pounded his chest in triumph, having accumulated 16 points and 12 rebounds for the game. Time was dwindling for the Timberwolves as Roy raced the ball up the court, navigating through 2 defenders to score a tough 2-pointer, bringing the score to 108-109, still within reach. The Lakers opted against calling a timeout. As soon as the ball was inbound, Odin immediately fouled Odom. Odom's first free throw was weak, grazing the front of the rim, but he adjusted for the second, sinking it with confidence. The Timberwolves found themselves in a difficult position, lacking any timeouts and forced to inbound from the backcourt. Knowing that Roy would inevitably be the one to execute the final play, Kobe applied relentless pressure. If Kobe truly unleashed his full defensive prowess, not even a peak Dwayne Wade would withstand it. With Fisher providing assistance, Roy struggled to bring the ball past half-court as the clock ticked down to just 7 seconds remaining. Suddenly, Roy recalled a strategic play from Xiao's training and signaled to his teammates, who immediately understood. As Kobe and Fisher intensified their defense, Roy executed a long pass, allowing Autolo to slip past Posey with Odin's screen. With just 3 seconds left, Garnett realized the impending danger and lunged towards Autolo. However, Autolo made no adjustments, rising with his unique shooting form to launch a 3-pointer over Garnett's defense. As the red light illuminated, the ball swished through the net. Chapter 24. Long-term considerations. With Autolo's remarkable 3-pointer, the entire Staples Center fell into a stunned silence. The first to erupt in jubilation was Xiao in the stands. whose laughter drew the attention of those around him, revealing that the man previously dubbed the savior of Los Angeles had graced the game with his presence. Timberwolves players converged, embracing Autolo in exuberant celebration of this hard-fought victory. No one had anticipated they would triumph over the league-leading Los Angeles Lakers, nor that the fate of the match would rest upon the shoulders of this unheralded newcomer. Only the Timberwolves truly understood the struggles and challenges they had faced throughout the season, having played nearly 30 games. Each one filled with frustration as they struggled to unleash their potential, finally breaking free in this match. Casey, watching from home, leaped to his feet in excitement. Although he had lost his wager, for a coach passionate about basketball and victory, nothing was more worthy of celebration than a hard-fought win. Kobe, displaying grace, approached Roy to extend his congratulations. Though merely a regular season game, Roy's performance had earned Kobe's respect. Throughout the match, Roy had amassed an impressive 32 points, 6 rebounds, and 9 assists, nearly achieving a triple-double. In the final 2 minutes, when the team faced dire straits, he scored 10 consecutive points, stabilizing the situation and executing a beautiful long pass to assist Autolo in clinching the game-winning three-pointer. It could be said that Roy's performance was on par with Kobe's own 34 points. Your team is truly formidable, managing to overcome the Lakers, something I never dared to imagine. Yilin jestingly remarked to Xiao, aware that he was currently in a euphoric state, rendering him oblivious to her words. Xiao merely glanced at her before grasping her hand and swiftly departing. "What are you doing? Where are you taking me?" Yilin inquired, somewhat flustered, as she had never had a boy hold her hand before. "We must hurry and leave this place, or we will soon be besieged by reporters." "Let us find a place to celebrate," he replied. As Xiao had anticipated, shortly after the conclusion of the match, a throng of journalists flooded the venue in search of him. The reason was simple, from the coach to the players of the Timberwolves. Everyone was extolling Xiao's remarkable contributions. Notably, the interim assistant coach had disclosed to reporters that the entire game plan had been devised by Xiao. And from the very start of the match, he had been a VIP spectator, merely executing his strategy. This revelation further piqued the curiosity of the reporters, who found themselves increasingly intrigued by Xiao. What manner of individual was he, possessing not only the audacity to break and rebuild, but also an admirable cultivation ability? Along with remarkable tactical acumen, he could foresee the trajectory of an entire match before it commenced, orchestrating a team languishing at the bottom of the league to triumph over the league's leading team. Such a formidable capability is truly daunting. If he were to coach a strong team with sufficiently skilled players, it would undoubtedly spell nightmares for rival teams. However, Xiao was not yet inclined to embrace coaching full-time, for he had just vanquished the Lakers, prompting another response from the system. The initial victory against the league's top team granted him 3,000 system coins, while simultaneously facilitating an upgrade of the system from level 2 to level 3, unlocking the A-level star pool. This A-level star pool was far superior to the B-level, containing several players who had been multiple-time All-Stars, signifying a substantial qualitative enhancement. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao embarked on a spree of 20 consecutive draws. After yielding no exceptional cards in the first 10 draws, he remained hopeful that the latter 10 would prove fruitful. Indeed, this time, he was not disappointed, reaping considerable rewards. Among his acquisitions were 3-player health cards, 2-player personality cards, 2 basketball IQ cards, and 3 special skill cards. However, Xiao was cautious with the special skill cards, recalling the discomfort he experienced during his previous attempt. Yet, the most gratifying aspect for Xiao was the 3-player cards he had obtained. 2 of them were A-level, comprising 1A and 1A-, alongside 1 B-level card. He decided to unveil the B-level card first, which randomly revealed Avery Bradley. Reflecting on this player, Xiao recalled him as a commendable 3 and D player who had once been named to the all-defensive team during his tenure with the Celtics. Possessing nimble footwork and exceptional defensive awareness, complemented by a respectable 3-point shot, this was indeed a valuable card. Next came the 2 A-level cards. If the B-level card was so impressive, one could only imagine the potential of the A-level cards. The first A card unveiled was Brook Lopez, a solid choice indeed. The rating of star cards is based on the overall honors of the player, encapsulating their career achievements. Therefore, considering Lopez's prime, with his prowess in the paint and his subsequent development of a 3-point shot, this card represented excellent value. As for the second A card, Xiao eagerly anticipated the star it would reveal. With a decisive sound, The star's name materialized before him, Manu Jin Billy. Xiao was elated, leaping with excitement. Jin Billy needs no introduction. He is not only a titan on the international stage, but also a player who managed to garner the unwavering respect of Coach Popovich. His ability to drive, shoot, and most importantly, his unparalleled creativity, offered a true visual delight. Xiao intended to keep this Jin Billy card close, already contemplating whom it would be designated for, though he understood that the time for that decision was not yet ripe. The recent lottery draw can be considered a resounding success. While Xiao was immersed in the joy of this fortunate event, a voice pulled him back to reality. "Are you all right, Boss Su?" Upon regaining his composure, Xiao realized that Casey had already entered his office. "Oh, of course, Coach Casey. I was just reminiscing about something delightful. What brings you here, Coach?" "Nothing of great importance. I am here to offer my apologies. My previous rudeness was an affront to you, and it is now evident that you were indeed correct. I was somewhat presumptuous, and I must sincerely apologize for my lack of courtesy. As for the future direction of the team, I concede that you are in charge." Xiao regarded the earnest, middle-aged man before him, devoid of any intention to harbor resentment. He understood that Casey was also a commendable coach, one who held steadfast to his own philosophies. Though his tactical acumen might still be lacking, he would undoubtedly transform into an exceptional coach after spending a couple of years learning alongside Carlisle. However, his stubbornness may prove to be an enduring flaw. "Coach Casey, there is no need for you to apologize. I recognize you as an outstanding and professional coach. We still require your guidance. We have a long journey ahead of us. At the very least, this season, we can strive for greater accomplishments, can't we, Coach Casey?" Casey nodded in acknowledgement, and Xiao signaled him to continue with his work. Without hesitation, Casey departed, returning to his post. The surprising news of the Timberwolves defeating the Lakers 110-109, ending their 13-game losing streak, quickly swept through the NBA. Many took delight in the Lakers' misfortune, as they remained a formidable team, with fans hoping for additional losses, particularly at the hands of a team like the Timberwolves, who were not only at the bottom of the league but also often mocked. This defeat further tarnished the Lakers' reputation. Nevertheless, the Lakers attempted to downplay the situation, asserting that it was merely a regular season game and not worthy of much attention, reiterating the notion that there are no weak teams in the NBA. In the aftermath of the victory over the Lakers, Xiao acquiesced to their request for a celebratory indulgence in Los Angeles, generously spending $3 million to treat the team. However, following this period of relaxation, the Timberwolves seemed out of sorts, suffering a loss to the relatively weak Kings in their next game, which incited Xiao's fury, leading him to cancel their holiday and replace it with training. As the season approached its midpoint, the Timberwolves had secured some victories, yet they still languished at the bottom of the league with a record of 9 wins and 32 losses. The early season deficits were substantial, but fortunately, the Timberwolves were gradually finding their footing, officially supporting Roy, while Odin was slowly adapting to the NBA's pace. Although his offensive finishing ability and propensity for fouls on defense remained issues, Odin's footwork in the paint was beginning to shine, and his ability to protect the rim and secure rebounds became his foundation in the NBA. Before the All-Star game, the Timberwolves' record improved to 13 wins and 36 losses, surpassing the Heat and tying with the Supersonics for 28th place in the league. This year's All-Star game, held in New Orleans, was supposed to be Roy's inaugural appearance. However, due to the considerable hole created by the Timberwolves earlier in the season and the limited opportunities afforded to Roy, he failed to deliver standout performances, resulting in his exclusion from the All-Star roster, replaced by Tracy McGrady of the Rockets. With Yao Ming free from injury troubles, McGrady faced significantly less pressure, which inadvertently helped him maintain his health. Moreover, the Timberwolves' trade of Millsap to the Rockets proved exceptionally beneficial, as his partnership with Scola alleviated the burden on Yao, providing essential defensive and shooting capabilities that the Rockets required. Currently, the Rockets ranked second in the Western Conference, leading the third-place Hornets by a solid 2-game margin, suggesting that Yao's place in the All-Star lineup was virtually assured. During the All-Star festivities, players enjoyed themselves. But what captured greater attention were the trades leading up to the trade deadline. The most significant move was Shaquille O'Neal's transfer to the Suns, who traded Marion and Banks for him, dismantling their established system. While many perceive this as a means for the Suns to address their shortcomings, Xiao recognized it as a futile attempt at imitation, discarding their strengths without successfully adopting another system. In addition, the Mavericks acquired Jason Kidd, a future championship-caliber guard. while the Cavaliers, Bulls, and Supersonics engaged in various trades. The Cavaliers brought in Ben Wallace and others to support their star player. Yet these acquisitions were either past their prime or lacking in talent. Had Wallace and a peak Zydrunas Ilgauskas been younger, the Cavaliers might have had a genuine chance to advance from the Eastern Conference. However, both were now in a state of semi-retirement. The Rockets also made a last-minute trade, opting to utilize Wells as a bargaining chip to avoid losing him in the offseason, trading him for the former bench player Bobby Jackson, thus successfully avoiding the luxury tax. However, this left McGrady in a precarious position for the playoffs with a lack of substitutes, forcing him and Battier to alternate at small forward while relying on Jarek and Francis in the shooting guard position. Xiao simply shrugged, content to await the season's conclusion without pursuing any trades, as the market value of his players remained low. He had no intention of negotiating with high-value players like Roy, as his primary focus was on developing talent and securing the top draft pick. The Timberwolves' point guard situation was problematic. Neither Brooks nor Arroyo met the standards of a competitive team. To contend for the playoffs in the following season, it was imperative to find a quality point guard. Relying on a player to fall into their lap was not feasible, so Xiao set his sights on the upcoming draft, hoping to secure the first overall pick to select Rose. With Rose on the roster, the Timberwolves would face fewer obstacles in their quest for postseason contention next season. Before that, however, the Timberwolves needed to enhance their players' value to secure favorable trades in the summer market. Xiao first focused on Darius Miles, a once promising third overall pick. Despite being granted 5 years of health, Miles still relied heavily on instinct, showing little technical advancement. The Timberwolves provided him opportunities, but he averaged only 8 points and 5 rebounds. He promised Xiao to develop his three-point shooting, yet his current shooting percentage lingered around a dismal 20%. The most troubling aspect was not merely his performance but his rebellious demeanor. Typical of a high school player, he resisted tactics and authority, indulging in excess whenever he had money. Therefore, Miles was the first player Xiao aimed to address, yet with 2 years and $18 million remaining on his contract, this posed a significant challenge. Reluctantly, Xiao decided to utilize a character card, initially reserved for a potential selection of Beasley should they fail to acquire Rose. However, to expedite Miles' development, he opted to employ the card on him. Following its use, Miles underwent a subtle transformation, becoming diligent and disciplined. He began to arrive first at the training facility daily. Though he still socialized with friends, he became more balanced, completely avoiding substances related to drugs and abstaining from parties that could interfere with games or training. This transformation has rendered him more at ease on the court, shedding the previous air of nonchalance. He has become fiercely competitive, driven by an ardent desire for victory. More importantly, through relentless efforts off the court, his three-point shooting has finally become reliable. While not yet among the elite of the league, he has achieved a commendable shooting percentage of nearly 30%, no longer the player left unguarded 3 meters from the basket. Chapter 25. It is time to fulfill promises. Following their match against the Lakers, the Timberwolves gradually found their footing again. However, the damage done earlier was too significant. Despite a commendable performance in subsequent games, they could not escape the fate of finishing near the bottom. Soon, the NBA regular season for the 2007 to 2008 campaign concluded. After a season of adaptation, the Lakers had evolved into the top team in the league, boasting an impressive record of 66 wins and 16 losses. Kobe Bryant achieved his long-awaited goal, securing his first regular season MVP award, while Kevin Garnett clinched the Defensive Player of the Year title once more, with both players earning All-NBA first-team honors. Among the interests of Xiao and many Chinese fans was Yao Ming's consecutive selection to the All-NBA first team. This season, due to Tracy McGrady's injury, which sidelined him for over 20 games, the Rockets, under Yao's leadership, achieved a record of 55 wins and 27 losses, securing the third spot in the Western Conference. They also embarked on a remarkable 22-game winning streak, the second longest in NBA history, allowing Yao, who averaged 2 points, 1 rebounds, and 5 blocks, to successfully earn a place on the All-NBA first team for the second consecutive year. He became only the second center to achieve this distinction after Shaquille O'Neal, significantly enhancing his reputation in the United States. The other 2 players selected for the All-NBA first team were Chris Paul of the Hornets, who averaged 1 points and 6 assists, capturing the assists title and leading the Hornets to a record of 56 wins and 26 losses, thus surpassing the Rockets for second place in the West. Joining him was his friend, the league's newly crowned scoring champion, LeBron James, who earned his first All-NBA first-team selection, marking the beginning of a decade-long streak filled with accolades. The second team included Steve Nash, Darren Williams, Tim Duncan, Dirk Nowitzki, and Dwight Howard. Sparks were expected to be among the first-team selections this year. However, the peak and uninjured Yao Ming was recognized as the top center in the league. Among this lineup, Darren was the youngest, guiding the Jazz to a fifth-place finish in the West. The third team comprised Manu Ginobili, Tracy McGrady, Paul Pierce, Carlos Boozer, and Amare Stoudemire. Although McGrady struggled with injuries that sidelined him for 21 games, he began the season in stellar form. Upon his return, he delivered commendable performances, averaging 21 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. Notably, during his absence, he successfully shouldered the team's responsibilities, allowing McGrady ample time to recover fully. This year promised to be exciting for the Rockets with a well-rounded roster, including the talented Paul Millsap, a gift from Xiao, ensuring they should at least advance past the first round. The Timberwolves' only connection to this narrative may lie in their rookie lineup. This season, Durant has undeniably secured the title of Rookie of the Year with an average of 20 points per game. Meanwhile, after a period of adjustment at the beginning of the season, Odin found his rhythm in the latter half, finishing the season with commendable averages of 11, 2 points, 7, 9 rebounds, and 8 blocks, all without utilizing any health cards. His performance earned him a spot on the All-Rookie First Team, igniting a glimmer of hope for Xiao. However, the highly anticipated Jianlian failed to make the rookie roster, which is undoubtedly a minor disappointment for him. Xiao has decided that he currently does not require an abundance of health cards. He can manage minor injuries on his own. Thanks to his family's resources, Xiao has established a medical support system with the Timberwolves that surpasses even that of the Suns. Consequently, he resolved to allocate 1 health card for Jianlian. It is unfortunate for that he sustained an injury just as he began to make a name for himself in the NBA. While it was not a severe injury, for a player of his caliber, such setbacks not only affect performance, but also lead to the loss of numerous opportunities. Next season, he will join the Nets. Xiao distinctly remembers Yi's first season with the Nets, where he had just delivered 2 impressive games, scoring over 20 points consecutively, only to be sidelined by injury, struggling to regain his form upon return. During Yi's recovery, Ryan Anderson seized the opportunity to shine, leaving Yi with limited chances to re-establish himself. Next season marks the much-discussed peak of Yi's career, yet injuries will continue to hinder his prospects. Although Xiao believes that Yi's struggles in the NBA are partially rooted in his character, it is undeniable that these injuries have significantly impacted him. Thus, Xiao is willing to utilize a health card to ensure Yi's development over the next 3 years. As for Yi's character, Xiao sees it as not inherently negative. At least he will not be led astray by others. Sometimes, becoming overly familiar and indulging too much is not necessarily beneficial. In addition to Yi, another Chinese player, Sun Yu is set to enter the NBA next season. While Xiao is not particularly fond of Sun due to his occasionally lackadaisical attitude, he must acknowledge Sun's exceptional talent, one of the highest peaks among Asian players, especially as a guard. His remarkable height, wingspan, and athleticism are exceedingly rare, coupled with solid ball handling skills, making him a standout among Asian guards. Xiao recognizes that 2008 was the pinnacle year for the Chinese national basketball team. Failing to achieve notable success could mean missed opportunities in the future. However, Xiao does not intend to intervene at this moment, as it is the Chinese team's prime era, while he finds himself at a career low. The national team is unlikely to prioritize him, and his ambitions extend beyond merely participating in this Olympic Games. Despite the significance of this event, Xiao aims to rescue Chinese basketball and elevate it to a formidable force on the global stage. Xiao envisions intervening in the Chinese national team during its tumultuous years around 2013 and 2014, a period marked by chaos, when he should have already secured a championship title, thereby increasing his notoriety. Thus, he opts out of this Olympic Games, believing that his greatest contribution to China would be ensuring a healthy Yao Ming, allowing him to maintain peak condition and avoid the physical issues that plagued him previously. Xiao vividly recalls that, despite Yao's efforts, his performance in 2006 was far from optimal. Once these matters are settled, Xiao shifts his focus to the upcoming draft, as this year's playoffs lack intrigue. With over a year of integration and the addition of strong player Bosch, the Lakers have become even more formidable, dominating the league. The finals feature the classic rivalry between the Lakers and Celtics, albeit lacking the excitement of previous encounters due to the trade of Garnett and Gasol. Though Gasol's fate remains unchanged, the Lakers swept the Celtics 4-1, with Kobe earning the finals MVP accolade, achieving back-to-back championships, and setting sights on a three-peat next season. For Chinese fans, the Rockets have advanced past the first round, thanks to the health of Yao Ming and the contributions of Scola, Millsap, and Francis. Defeating the Suns 4-1, a sweet revenge for their prior elimination. This marks Yao's second playoff matchup against Shaquille O'Neal, where he outperformed Shaq with averages of 21, 2 points and 9, 8 rebounds compared to Shaq's 13, 4 points and 7, 2 rebounds. In the semifinals, trailing 0-2. The Rockets mounted a comeback to win 4-3 against Chris Paul's Hornets, successfully reaching the Western Conference Finals. While the Hornets lost, hope remains, as Paul is still young. And at that time, few could foresee the future struggles he would face in the West. Ultimately, the Rockets fell to the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals, swept 4-1. Nonetheless, there is a silver lining for the Rockets. McGrady did not receive an ejection, maintaining his elite status for the next season, and they merely await Arteas' arrival. While others are taking action, Xiao too is busy, as the conclusion of the finals leads directly to the draft. With only 1 year left to fulfill his vow, Xiao is determined to lead the Timberwolves to the playoffs next season. He has endured enough mockery over the past 2 years, although he can feign indifference. The weight of his stature and reputation has been a burden, leading his father to contemplate having him return home and hand over the team's management to someone else. Thus, this year presents Xiao with a final opportunity. Failing to succeed would mean returning to inherit the family business. He has diligently studied the 2008 draft class, recognizing it as an underappreciated year, overshadowed by the brilliance of the 2009 class. Nevertheless, 2008 produced 2 MVPs, Rose and Westbrook, along with several all-star caliber players such as Love, Dragic, and Jordan. Additionally, there are many practical players like Gordon, Lopez, and Hill, alongside several talented yet troubled individuals like Beasley and O.J. Mayo. These players possessed extraordinary gifts but were hindered by their character flaws. Had they matured sooner, the NBA could have seen a couple more superstars. Unfortunately, the Timberwolves were not as fortunate, securing only the 5th overall pick, with the first pick going to the team now known as the Thunder. The Thunder, having missed out on Durant last year, acquired the first pick this year, indicating promising prospects for their rebuilding efforts. The Bucks secured the 2nd pick, and the Heat claimed the 3rd, resulting in a chaotic draft landscape. If the Thunder received the first pick due to their lack of Durant, then the Bucks securing the 2nd pick illustrates the butterfly effect that has reshaped the entire NBA. The 2nd overall pick will undoubtedly be utilized by the Bucks to select the prodigious talent, Beasley. Consequently, it is inevitable that Jianlian will be traded, which could prove beneficial for him, as the exposure in the small city of Milwaukee is rather limited. As for the Heat and the 4th-seeded Clippers, they are likely to be entangled in a dilemma between Mayo and Love. The prospects before Xiao have become increasingly evident. He must either trade up for a higher draft pick or select from the remaining players. Trading up seems implausible unless he can secure Rose. Otherwise, the remaining candidates hold little value for him, and the Thunder will not entertain trading their 1st overall pick. Thus, he must choose from the remaining rookies. Anzi has compiled a partial list of rookies, having meticulously observed and selected players who are either fitting for the team or exceptionally gifted. Xiao perused the organized data report before him. Eric Gordon, an explosive guard with formidable scoring capabilities and commendable defensive skills, suitable as the team's 6th man. Gary Neal, a tall and talented small forward from Europe, proficient in shooting. Brook Lopez, a technically sound center, though given the abundance of personnel in the team's interior, he is not recommended for selection. Naturally, having just drawn Lopez's player card, he would not opt for the larger Lopez. Among the remaining reports are those of J.J. Hickson, Anthony Randolph, JaVale McGee, and others. After a thorough search, Xiao found none of the players he desired. It appears their evaluations were lacking. Remarkably, the future MVP, a member of the 75th anniversary team, and a player averaging over 30 points and triple-doubles, Russell Westbrook, is conspicuously absent from the list. This oversight can hardly be attributed to their lack of professionalism. After all, during his college days, Westbrook played as a backup to Collison and lacked maturity in his skills, relying solely on his impressive physical attributes. At the time, his draft position was projected to be between 15 and 25. However, The Thunder, displaying exceptional foresight, recognized Westbrook as potential and decisively selected him with the 4th pick, subsequently nurturing his development. Chapter 26. Bountiful Harvest. The long-awaited 2008 NBA Draft has arrived as scheduled. Each year, the draft serves as the prime opportunity for teams to bolster their rosters. The rookies have also arrived early at the green room, awaiting their moment of destiny. Holding the first overall pick is the Thunder, freshly relocated from Seattle to Oklahoma City, who last year lost Durant. This year, they unambiguously chose Derrick Rose from the University of Memphis with the first overall pick. Let us hope that this rose blossoms for a prolonged period and does not wither too soon. Xiao silently prayed within his heart, yet he resolutely decided that, come what may, he would procure a health card for Rose. If there were to be a ranking of beloved basketball stars from his previous life, Rose would undoubtedly occupy the top position. Once a prodigy, Rose had been devastated by injuries but managed to rise again, adapting his playing style to survive tenaciously within this league. Moreover, during Rose's tour in China, Xiao was fortunate enough to bear witness to his emotional display, which left a profound impact on him. He observed Rose's transformation from a soaring, explosive guard to a more grounded player. From MVP to a benchwarmer, a transition that encapsulated the stark contrast between heaven and hell, an experience not easily comprehended by all. While Xiao was still reminiscing about Rose from his past life, Stern had already taken the stage to announce the 2nd overall pick. The acquisition of the 2nd overall pick by the Bucks came as quite a surprise. Based on their performance, the Heat, who were most deserving of the pick, ended up with the 3rd selection instead. The Bucks, unsurprisingly, opted for Beasley. If Derrick Rose is a genius felled by injuries, then Beasley is undoubtedly a talent undermined by his own disposition. Standing at 2.08 meters with a wingspan of 2.14 meters, coupled with extraordinary agility and elite offensive skills, Beasley possesses the enviable gifts of a basketball player. Regrettably, his initial arrogance led to his downfall. Now, instead of heading to a vibrant city like Miami, he finds himself in the smaller locale of Milwaukee. Devoid of the stern guidance of Pat Riley and the formidable presence of Dwayne Wade, joining a team that is entirely his. It remains to be seen whether this change will yield any improvement. Honestly, Xiao harbors a measure of admiration for him. After all, his offensive prowess is exceptional. If only his attitude were a bit more positive, securing a spot in the All-Star game would hardly be out of reach. Following his stint in the CBA, where he underwent a transformative experience, he has begun to mature. Subsequently, Miami used their 3rd pick to select O.J. Mayo, a stellar guard hailing from the University of Southern California. However, it was soon announced that he would be traded to the Clippers in exchange for their 4th pick, along with second-round selections for this year and the next, and veteran guard Brevin Knight, while parting with the undesirable contract of La France. The Clippers, in turn, selected Kevin Love from UCLA with the 4th pick, officially concluding the trade. In Xiao's view, this was a mutually beneficial exchange. The Heat, with Wade still in the lineup, do not lack for guards and are in need of a point guard. Although Mayo can play as a dual-threat guard in college, he is fundamentally a shooting guard, making it challenging to coexist with Wade. In contrast, Love, while perhaps not as gifted as Beasley, exhibits a commendable professional attitude, diligence, and a skill set that aligns well with Miami's needs. His ability to secure rebounds and execute post plays is substantial, ensuring that the Heat will remain competitive in the coming years. As for Love's peak, it likely bears little relevance to the Heat's current trajectory. Riley seems focused on acquiring fragmented contracts, clearly aiming not at the present but at the summer of 2010. Regarding Mayo's move to the Clippers, they indeed require a standout perimeter player, as they currently find themselves without a core following Brand's departure and are entrenched in a rebuilding phase. Even if they hadn't selected Mayo, they would have opted for Gordon. However, at this juncture, Mayo's notoriety undoubtedly eclipses that of Gordon. Just as Xiao was deeply immersed in analyzing this trade, Anzi interjected, reminding him, "It's our turn. Are we certain about this selection?" "Absolutely," came the reply. Xiao confidently stated. Subsequently, Stern took to the stage to announce the 5th pick. The Minnesota Timberwolves have selected Russell Westbrook from UCLA. Upon hearing this name, the venue erupted in astonishment, as this player had primarily served as a benchwarmer during his college tenure, with rather rudimentary offensive skills. His defensive prowess was his main selling point. At that time, Westbrook's draft ranking fell between the 10th and 20th spots, a rise attributed to his impressive performance during workouts. Based solely on his collegiate performance, his ranking would likely have been considerably lower. Hey, Kenny, have you noticed? The Timberwolves seem to have an affinity for players with explosive physical attributes, seemingly disregarding other aspects, remarked Charles. This selection of Russell Westbrook, a guard with remarkable athleticism, exemplifies this trend. However, his shooting and playmaking abilities remain significantly underdeveloped for a player in his position. Indeed, Charles, over the past 2 years, the Timberwolves have focused on selecting athletes with exceptional physical gifts. Yet, their developmental strategies have also revealed some distinctive potential. Perhaps they genuinely possess the capability to nurture such players. This time, the two commentators refrained from rushing to mock the players and instead engaged in a serious analysis. Unlike the commentators, the audience seemed somewhat skeptical. After all, these were players who couldn't even secure a starting position in college. The current Timberwolves desperately need a core player, not merely a functional guard. Nevertheless, unexpected choices have occurred during draft events. Even professional NBA teams occasionally overlook talent, not to mention the fans. Thus, Xiao chose to disregard their opinions. It is essential to recognize that Westbrook is a player with the potential to achieve MVP status. One should not dismiss Westbrook's capabilities based solely on his later career performance, particularly after joining the Lakers. An objective analysis of Westbrook's career reveals that he possesses exceptional physical attributes, boasting the strongest talent among guards. His offensive skills are indisputable. He is a 2-time scoring champion and has averaged over 30 points with triple-doubles. Even if his shooting has faced criticism in later years, it is crucial to note that these issues arose post-injury. Prior to his major injury, while his three-point shooting was average, his mid-range accuracy was remarkably precise, with his unique zombie jumper being particularly unforgettable for former Lakers fans. However, after suffering an injury inflicted by Beverly, Westbrook's physical condition began to decline. Yet, this slight deterioration did not significantly affect Westbrook during his peak years, as he continued to secure 2 scoring titles and average over 30 points with triple-doubles, leading many to believe he was unaffected by injuries. Nonetheless, such physical declines inevitably manifest with age, revealing the lasting impact of prior injuries. As Westbrook's age increases and his athleticism diminishes, the effects of those past injuries become apparent. Consequently, as he enters the later stages of his career, his shooting has inevitably declined as well. Nonetheless, Xiao need not worry excessively, as he possesses a health card. Furthermore, concerns regarding Westbrook's playing style, often labeled as detrimental or overly focused on personal statistics, are unfounded. Those who have truly observed Westbrook's game know that while his playmaking skills may not rival those of masters like Chris Paul, they are certainly competent. During his prime, he averaged 10 assists per game for 3 consecutive years. Westbrook's tendency towards individualism intensified following Durant's departure, compounded by the coach's leniency, which led him to prioritize statistics. Xiao is confident that such behaviors will not manifest within his team, as Westbrook is not inherently a detrimental player. After the arrivals of George and Anthony, Westbrook willingly relinquished control of the ball, and both Durant and George achieved their best seasons alongside him. Therefore, the narrative of Westbrook being a detrimental player focused solely on statistics should be reconsidered. Observing Durant's final year with the Thunder reveals a different picture of Westbrook, who that season exemplified an all-star caliber guard. Under his leadership, the Thunder reached the Western Conference Finals, nearly overcoming the Warriors. Had it not been for Durant's dismal performances in Games 6 and 7, during that season, Xiao closely followed the Thunder. As it was arguably Westbrook's peak year, his gameplay was exceedingly rational, showcasing both organization and offense, particularly during the playoffs against the Spurs, where he was a force to be reckoned with. With Westbrook's leadership, the Thunder toppled the 67-win Spurs. And had it not been for the emergence of the Warriors or Durant's lackluster late performances, that year could have marked Westbrook's ascendance to greatness. Consequently, Xiao need not be overly concerned about these aspects. His worries should lie in other areas, such as defense, off-ball movement, three-point shooting, and maintaining Westbrook's enthusiasm while ensuring he remains composed on the court to minimize errors. This is the true source of concern for Xiao. The star cards at his disposal cannot compensate for Westbrook's shortcomings, yet he is hesitant to draw more cards. For 2 years, Xiao has been unable to discern the tasks necessary to earn system currency, and given the current trade period, he must wait for the team's lineup to stabilize before attempting to draw again. Otherwise, the goodwill with teammates will be squandered. Since drawing more cards is not an option, perhaps he could activate a special skill card. Xiao silently hoped it would not be another disappointing experience. The mere thought of the last time sent shivers through him. However, A sense of anticipation welled up within him. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao decided to unlock a special skill card. Congratulations. You have received a designated star card. A melodious sound echoed, and Xiao instantly knew he had made the right choice. The star player designation card allows one to specify a star card not exceeding the system's level. Indeed, it arrived with impeccable timing. Xiao immediately delved into his thoughts, searching for a composed and unflappable player, one with solid defensive skills, the ability to play off the ball, and commendable three-point shooting. A name emerged in his mind, Chauncey Billups. He was once hailed as the cerebral leader of the Pistons, possessing an exceptional court vision that led the underdog Pistons to triumph over the Lakers' formidable F4, ultimately earning the Finals MVP. A player of great poise. With proficient three-point shooting and robust defense, he proved to be highly reliable in crucial moments. His accuracy only heightened under pressure, earning him the moniker of Mr. Big Shot in the NBA. Billups' basketball IQ was notably high. He could orchestrate plays while also excelling off the ball, adept at leveraging his physical advantages to overpower smaller defenders, thereby elevating his teammates' capabilities to an elite level. Xiao recalled how, upon joining the Nuggets, Billups guided Anthony straight to the Western Conference Finals, even delivering a remarkable 58-point performance against the god of point guards. In summation, he epitomized the player best suited to mitigate Russell Westbrook's shortcomings. However, Billups was not without his flaws. His scoring explosiveness was limited, despite his strong physique. His ability to penetrate defenses was average, and his fast break prowess often culminated in trailing three-pointers. His capacity for single-point explosions was lacking, and although his self-creation skills were decent, they did not reach elite status, as he struggled to manage a heavy volume of ball control. While his physicality was impressive, his speed and explosiveness were merely average, and his playmaking abilities were somewhat underwhelming. In essence, Billups was not the type to forcibly create scoring opportunities for his teammates through sheer talent. He preferred to run plays, which accounted for his average assists per game. Wasn't this precisely akin to confronting Westbrook's prowess? His scoring ability is indisputable, and his capacity to break through defenses is often underestimated. Prior to his injuries, he could dismantle defenses in a manner that even Kobe found challenging. Even after his significant injuries, Westbrook's ability to penetrate and create his own shots remains formidable. As for playmaking, there is no need for elaboration. His fast break capabilities, though diminished during his time with the Lakers due to age and exacerbated injuries, still possess remarkable potential as long as he maintains his health. In his prime, Westbrook was undoubtedly one of the most explosive guards in the history of fast breaks. In essence, Billups' strengths can seamlessly compensate for Westbrook's shortcomings, while Billups' weaknesses align perfectly with Westbrook's strengths. Though their physiques may be similar, their technical attributes are entirely distinct. Given Westbrook's athleticism and skill level, he could amplify Billups' advantages exponentially while nearly obscuring his deficiencies. This is the epitome of a perfect point guard, the deity of point guards in my estimation. With this in mind, there is no reason for hesitation. I promptly exchanged for Billups' star card. However, I do not intend to utilize it immediately, as my understanding of such star cards is still nascent. I must ensure that Westbrook's early development is not hindered, which would be a regrettable misstep. Therefore, I plan to have Westbrook practice first and reserve the card for later use once the season commences. As I pondered these matters, Anzi beside me roused me from my thoughts. It's our turn now, he remarked. You were right. No one has selected him. But based on the scouting report, he appears to be quite rough around the edges. What use is he? Anzi looked at me with a puzzled expression, while I was still lost in my own reflections. The draft continued in an orderly fashion. The Knicks, selecting sixth, repeated their previous choice by picking the Italian, Gallinari. The Grizzlies, at seventh, chose Gordon, who would later become known as two-time. The Bulls, picking eighth, opted for the notably underwhelming Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It's truly unfortunate for the Bulls. Not only did they miss out on the top pick, but they also selected one of the least impressive players in the top 10, a stroke of bad luck that cannot simply be blamed on circumstances. The Bobcats picked DJ Augustin at 9th, a conventional choice, while the Nets selected Brook Lopez at 10th. The Kings, as per usual, made a prudent decision by choosing Bellis. Next, it was the Timberwolves' turn, utilizing the pick they acquired from the Trailblazers for Kwame Brown. Just as the audience anticipated which prodigious talent the Timberwolves would select from the remaining pool of young stars, they stunned everyone by selecting Serge Ibaka from the Congo at 12th overall. This move left all present in sheer bewilderment. What on earth? Who is this guy? As inquiries arose in a cacophony, the audacious maneuvers of the Timberwolves left the audience astounded. Presently, the green room still brimmed with a plethora of young talents, including JaVale McGee, Roy Hibbert, Anthony Randolph, and Brandon Rush. Yet, Xiao chose an unconventional path, making a selection that bewildered many. Others may have been oblivious. But Xiao recognized that Serge Ibaka would evolve into an exceptional defender, although he had previously faced difficulties against Dirk Nowitzki and LaMarcus Aldridge. It was undeniable that Ibaka's defensive prowess was indeed at an elite level. He may struggle in one-on-one matchups against heavier power forwards. Yet his rim protection and help defense were formidable. Few in the league could boast of being able to block a prime LeBron James, and Ibaka was among that rare cadre. Furthermore, Ibaka was poised to develop his shooting skills, aligning with the evolving demands for interior players in modern basketball. Disregarding external skepticism, the draft proceeded as scheduled, albeit with alterations to subsequent selections. The Pacers chose Jason Thompson at the 13th pick, a diligent blue-collar player who eventually made his way to the CBA. The Warriors selected Brandon Rush at the 14th pick, while the Suns acquired their coveted Anthony Randolph at 15th. The 76ers opted for the dunk contest champion, Spates, and the Raptors selected Little Lopez, subsequently using him as a trade chip to acquire Little O'Neal, a transaction that, in hindsight, proved to be a misstep. Subsequent selections included the often ridiculed Hibbert by the Wizards and J.J. Hickson by the Cavaliers, a choice endorsed by the Emperor himself. The Nuggets picked McGee, prompting the formation of the Denver Athletic Brigade. At the 23rd pick, the Suns secured Courtney Lee, a commendable addition to their roster. What surprised Xiao further was the Spurs' decision at the 25th pick. Instead of selecting the future protege of Popovich, George Hill, they chose Nicolas Batum from France, effectively preempting Bowen's succession. It remained uncertain whether Batum would blossom into the next Kawhi Leonard within the Spurs system, yet it was evident they had moved on from pursuing Leonard. The 27th pick belonged to the Rockets, but was traded to the Timberwolves, who were disinclined to utilize it further, having already drafted 2 first-round talents. Lacking a second-round pick this year, Houston promptly announced a monumental trade during the draft. The Timberwolves sent their 27th pick and power forward Swift to the Kings in exchange for the Kings' 42 ND pick in 2008, along with second-round picks in 2009 and the guard Tyronn Lue, as well as the Rockets' power forward Chuck Hayes. The Rockets traded Bobby Jackson, a 2009 first-round pick, and the erratic Mad Dog Madrid to the Kings, while sending Chuck Hayes and an 11th second-round pick to the Timberwolves, acquiring Ron Artest from the Kings. The Kings, having dispatched Artest along with a second-round pick and Tyronn Lue, obtained Swift, Bobby Jackson, Madsen, and the 27th pick of 2008, as well as the Rockets' first-round pick for 2009. Officially embarking on a rebuilding phase, they selected an obscure guard named Giddens with the 27th pick, igniting fervor among Chinese fans, who perceived this as the Rockets' prime opportunity to contend for the championship. With a robust lineup and a healthy Tracy McGrady, countless fans were already yearning for the new season to commence. Meanwhile, Xiao felt he had secured what he desired. Although Swift's basketball IQ had improved, certain technical skills were unlikely to develop further at his age. Seizing the moment to trade him while his value was high seemed prudent, especially with the impending contract negotiations for Roy looming and the need for financial flexibility. The Timberwolves had accomplished their first-round objectives, and the remaining players could sufficiently be addressed in the second round. Wasting a first-round pick on a second-round talent would be an ill-advised decision, as the financial implications of contracts were starkly delineated. In the second round, the Timberwolves successfully selected the European guard Goran Dragic, a future standout in Europe. Other notable players experienced varying fates. For instance, DeAndre Jordan was chosen by the Bucks instead of the Clippers, while NCAA Mop Mario Chalmers was selected by the Nets. Montenegro's Pekovi found a home with the Suns, Omer Asik was picked by the Spurs, and the African Prince Batum was chosen by the 76ers. Thus concluded the NBA draft, devoid of any noteworthy undrafted prospects, prompting Xiao to convene a press conference for the new recruits and further refine the team's composition. More significantly, the Olympics loomed on the horizon. Though Xiao would not be participating, as a fervent basketball enthusiast, he could not resist witnessing this grand spectacle in person. Trusting the management to handle team affairs, he arranged to return home with Yi Lin after the press conference. On August 8, 2008, an indelible moment of pride for countless Chinese citizens unfolded as Li Ning ignited the Olympic torch midair, heralding the commencement of the Games in Beijing. Su Xiao had witnessed this opening ceremony countless times in his past life, yet the excitement was still palpable. The men's basketball tournament, replete with star-studded lineups, captured his utmost attention. The United States fielded their strongest players, while Spain boasted a golden generation. Argentina and Lithuania also posed formidable challenges, and the host nation, China, was in its strongest form in 2 decades. In the opening match against the United States, China showcased commendable spirit, but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming might of the Dream Team 8 after 2.5 quarters of resistance. Nevertheless, the 76-101 scoreline was respectable, marking the smallest margin in history between the two nations at the Olympics. Yao Ming scored 19 points, unhindered by injuries this time, and performed significantly better than in his previous life. The second game against Spain was what Su Xiao awaited with bated breath. Given Yao Ming's current form and stamina, there was a genuine opportunity for an upset against Spain. Prior to the match, Su Xiao shed his previously reserved demeanor, proactively engaging with the media for interviews, particularly with the esteemed CCTV. During the interview, he articulated China's perspective on the impending clash with Spain. Su Xiao expressed confidence that China had a fighting chance, contingent on their perimeter performance and the pivotal role of a specific player whose identity surprised both the media and the national audience, Wang Zhizhi. This response has taken many by surprise, particularly given that his age is advanced and he is not even a starter for the national team. Currently, China boasts 2 players in the NBA, Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, along with Sun Yu, who is set to join the league. However, in Su Xiao's view, the pivotal figure is unexpectedly dodgy, a notion that remains perplexing. I have long asserted that he lacks understanding of the sport, as evidenced by the performance of the team he manages, which is now languishing in mediocrity, while the Lakers are on the verge of clinching a 3rd consecutive championship. This illustrates the repercussions of entrusting a non-expert with professional matters, and one can only hope that Chinese basketball does not heed his counsel or follow his path. A professional media figure expressed his commentary through a secondary account, echoing the sentiments of the majority who believe that Su Xiao's emergence for an interview at this juncture is merely a bid for attention. During the interview, Su Xiao was posed a question regarding his expectations for the match between China and Spain. His response was remarkably resolute: to secure victory. Despite Spain being the reigning world champions from the last World Cup, he maintained that we still have a chance. Su Xiao's assertive reply resonated with many, showcasing his ambition and pride. Nevertheless, a significant faction emerged to criticize him, arguing that imposing such pressure on the Chinese players is unwarranted and that they should simply focus on demonstrating their spirit. In light of these remarks, Su Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment. His intention in stepping forward for the interview was to alert the Chinese team, recalling the heartache of having substituted dodgy in critical moments or the exhaustion felt at the end of a match, pain that has lingered throughout his life. On the day of the match, Su Xiao arrived as scheduled, accompanied by Yilan, to witness China compete against Spain at the Wuxang Arena. Prior to the game, Yilan, with a puzzled expression, inquired why he would make such statements in front of the media. While she did not resort to the same verbal attacks as others, she found his comments difficult to comprehend. In her view, Su Xiao possessed a deeper understanding of basketball than most, often predicting outcomes ahead of time. Do you genuinely believe that Liu Wei and Wang Zhizhi are more significant figures than Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian? Yilan pressed further, referencing Su Xiao's emphasis on Liu Wei during the interview, which had incited widespread discontent, given that Liu Wei was widely regarded as a weakness at that time. It is indeed difficult to fathom Su Xiao's high regard for Liu Wei. One wonders how it will feel a decade from now, witnessing China struggle to find a player with Liu Wei's caliber. While the promising Guodailuan has yet to leave a mark on the international stage comparable to Liu Wei's distinguished legacy, undoubtedly, this match stands as one of Liu Wei's magnum opuses, having dismantled the Spanish defense with remarkable prowess. Regrettably, a lack of capable substitutes led to Liu Wei's physical fatigue in the 4th quarter, resulting in errors and missed shots, as Su Xiao pondered. However, the true extent of the situation would only become apparent as the game progressed. Su Xiao patiently elucidated to Yilan, stating that the contributions of both players were paramount. Yao Ming's presence was also instrumental. He served as the foundational pillar, instilling confidence and strength in China when facing formidable teams. Yet, victory would ultimately hinge on the performances of others. Yi Jianlian exhibited remarkable talent, though he remained somewhat youthful this year. With his skills still in need of refinement, his moment would truly arrive at the next Olympics. In this Olympic Games, Yi Jianlian bore a heavier burden defensively, surrounded by several seasoned veterans. Despite having honed his skills in the NBA for a year, his technique lacked the necessary solidity. Wang Zhixi, with his exceptional skills and vast experience, had not yet reached an age where he could no longer compete. Furthermore, Spain fielded a multitude of players in a direct matchup. We might not falter against them. The critical factor lay in the transitional phase, a crucial segment of the game, where the performance of the core players would determine success. As for Liu Wei, his significance was immense. Besides Liu Wei, could one find a superior point guard on the Chinese team? Neither Chen Jianghua nor Zhang Qingpeng would fare well against the Spanish backcourt. Liu Wei possessed the physical attributes to contend with European guards and showcased excellent shooting skills. The sole drawback lay in his ball-handling proficiency. Nevertheless, China had Sun Yu, who could effectively navigate the ball past half-court to alleviate pressure. Su Xiao lamented the fact that the men's basketball team had lived under the shadow of relentless pressing for years. Yet, who could have anticipated that Liu Wei and Sun Yu's unorthodox yet pragmatic style of dribbling would prove to be the most reliable? While the process may lack aesthetic appeal, it was undeniably effective. Looking ahead, China had talented guards like Guo Dailuan and Zhao Jiwei, whose American-style ball handling was commendable, yet the pressing issue remained an enduring challenge. If only Deng Huada were available now, Su Xiao mused, for under his coaching, the Chinese men's basketball team was the only one unafraid of pressure. Employing a thrilling cavalry charge approach. Do you truly believe China has a chance to win? Yilin asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Certainly. We are not as weak as one might think. At the very least, we are historically the strongest we have ever been. If we cannot even dare to aspire for victory now, then the essence of the competition would be rendered meaningless. As the whistle blew, the match between the Chinese men's basketball team and Spain officially commenced. Right from the start, China surged forward with tremendous momentum, capitalizing on Yao Ming's presence. Yao, living up to expectations, set a remarkable precedent by scoring the opening basket with an iconic back-to-the-basket move followed by a smooth turnaround jumper. It must be noted that an uninjured Yao Ming is in splendid form. Following this, Yi Jianlian executed a stunning driving dunk, igniting the atmosphere in Wuxong Arena. On the other hand, the Spanish team, not perceiving China as a formidable opponent, fielded a less-than-optimal starting lineup, omitting key players such as Pau Gasol, Navarro, and Garbajosa, thus granting China the opportunity to seize the initiative. In this contest, China's sharpshooters swiftly capitalized on their chances, beginning with Liu Wei, who, after a fierce drive, scored 2 points. He then received a pass from Yao at the baseline, converting a three-pointer, followed by a shrewd steal from Raul Lopez that allowed him to assist Yao in executing a powerful dunk over Gasol. I must emphasize Liu Wei's significance in this match. Contrary to some negative opinions, he truly possesses commendable skills. While he may not rival Europe's elite guards, there is no one on the national team who can surpass him. Su Xiao confidently remarked to Yilin, who found herself increasingly admiring him. With Liu Wei and Sun Yu igniting the perimeter and Yao Ming along with Yi Jianlian commanding the interior, China momentarily subdued Spain's rhythm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Spanish squad began to take the game seriously, promptly substituting in Garbajosa and bolstering their defense. 2 timely three-pointers from the perimeter stabilized their position, while Rudy Fernandez intercepted Sun Yu for a fast break dunk. Both players are poised to enter the NBA next season, naturally drawing the attention of fans, and Rudy's dunk extended Spain's lead to 6 points, just when it seemed that Spain was regaining their form and would suppress China. The Chinese players disagreed. Zhu Fangyu executed a beautiful backdoor cut, creating space from his defender, and sank a three-pointer off Yao's assist. Shortly thereafter, Liu Wei set a screen and lobbed the ball to Yao, who delivered a spectacular one-handed dunk, bringing China within 1 point once more. Nevertheless, the spectators remained skeptical about China's chances of overcoming the world runner-up, with expectations merely focused on minimizing their defeat while showcasing an impressive performance. Indeed, the title of world champion can be intimidating. Such a label instills trepidation in a country with a population of 1 billion, making the prospect of victory seem unfathomable. Both the players on the court and the fans outside share in this sense of pessimism. Su Xiao felt a pang of this sentiment but recognized his own limitations. I am determined to build a national team that instills fear in nations around the globe. Su Xiao silently murmured to himself as the match continued. On the court, Pau Gasol scored a 2-1 under the basket, prompting China to request a substitution, bringing on De Ji. At that moment, Yilin was most eager to see De Ji's performance, curious to ascertain whether Su Xiao's words held true. De Ji did not disappoint Su Xiao's trust. Upon entering the game, he deftly maneuvered past Spain's defense and executed a graceful layup. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood level at 20-20. Although China did not gain a lead, managing to match the reigning World Championship champion Spain was already a source of satisfaction for many fans. Patience was key. The time for the Chinese team was just beginning. Chapter 28, Battling Spain. History awaits my rewrite. The first quarter ended in a tie. While the Chinese team performed commendably, it did not fully reflect their capabilities. Spain's initial approach was rather casual, riddled with errors, which afforded China the opportunity to compete. Should Spain tighten their strategy and bolster their defense, the young men of the Chinese basketball team might still struggle to withstand the pressure. A young man beside Su Xiao was explaining the unfolding situation to those around him. Had Su Xiao not seen the subsequent matches, he might have been inclined to agree. However, he chose not to interrupt, instead turning to Yilin and saying, "The forthcoming matches will be quite thrilling, destined to become one of the most classic games in the history of the Chinese men's basketball team. As for the outcome, I cannot say for certain." Su Xiao refrained from making absolute statements, as he was uncertain about the extent to which forcing Yu Ming to avoid injuries would enhance their performance. The young man beside him evidently caught Su Xiao's remarks. Although he found them somewhat at odds with his own perspective, he did not rush to refute them. Instead, he turned around and politely inquired, "Why do you believe the upcoming game will be so exhilarating, yet the outcome remains uncertain?" "I think it is undeniable that there exists a considerable gap between us and Spain, and acknowledging that gap is not a negative thing." While he was opposing Su Xiao's view, the politeness of his disagreement brought a sense of comfort to Su Xiao, as it was reasoned and not merely a mindless retort. Thus, Su Xiao playfully proposed, "Brother, let us make a wager. The point difference in this match will be no more than 5 points, of course. I'm referring to the regular time, excluding overtime. What do you say? The loser must fulfill a request from the winner. Are you brave enough?" Jokingly, he thought, "Do you really believe we could take Spain into overtime?" Yin Majuan mused, knowing well that Spain was the only team in the world capable of rivaling the United States, although they were strangers and this wager held little weight. The atmosphere had escalated to such a point that it would be awkward not to partake. "All right, it's a deal." As the second quarter commenced, Li Nan made an immediate impact with a three-pointer, showcasing his renowned skill as Little Li the Flying Dagger, propelling China into an early lead. Meanwhile, Spain struggled to find their rhythm, plagued by a series of turnovers and missed layups. Had it not been for Chun Jianghua's unfortunate sequence of errors, including a blocked shot, China could have established an even more significant advantage. Spain responded by bringing Pau Gasol onto the court, while Yao Ming made his entrance for China, both teams reinstating their key players. Spain, now anchored by Gasol, initiated a scoring run with 5 consecutive points, while Lu Wei capitalized on a screen from Yao Ming to execute a delicate floater. It is worth noting that Lu Wei's floater, a skill that may become rare in a decade, highlights a concerning trend. Many younger guards may resort to merely charging towards the basket, lacking the finesse for mid-range shots, a plight that elicits a sigh of despair. The current competitive level with Spain makes it hard to fathom a future where China could descend to 8th place in Asia. The contest progressed into a tug-of-war, with Gasol exploiting space along the baseline. China mirrored this strategy, as Yao Ming successfully finished a similar high-low play. Following Wang Zhiji's flawless free-throw execution, China extended their lead to 8 points. The free-throw proficiency of the elder generation of players is certainly a lesson for their successors. As Su Xiao remarked, subsequently, Zhu Fengyu found his mark from beyond the arc against Giannakis, widening the gap to 11 points. Even the commentators could hardly contain their excitement, exclaiming, "11 points! We lead by 11. Sensing the pressure, Spain resorted to a full-court press, a potential vulnerability for China, which allowed them to swiftly reduce the deficit back to 8 points. Yin Majuan, observing Spain's aggressive defense, expressed his skepticism about China's chances, stating, "This is why I doubt our opportunity in this match. Although I hate to admit it, the gap is substantial. We simply cannot cope with their pressing strategy. And this is just the beginning. More challenges await." Hearing his analysis, Su Xiao began to explain to Yilin, the previous play was poorly managed by the Chinese team. They shouldn't have allowed such a tall player to handle the ball across half-court. Lu Wei and Sun Yu should not have lingered in the backcourt. With Wang Zhiji as an option, they ought to have surged forward to confront the opposition, as this is the most effective way to counter a pressing defense. This is the very strategy meticulously tailored by Duan Huada for China, demonstrating to the nation that overcoming tight defenses is indeed feasible with the appropriate tactics. This team stands as the sole national squad unafraid of stringent pressures. However, amidst their discussion, Zhu Fengyu sank a three-pointer, extending the lead to 11 points. Shortly thereafter, Yi Jianlian executed a spectacular buzzer-beater dunk, as Yao Ming secured a rebound and assisted Lu Wei, who executed a flawless coast-to-coast layup. The fallen Ginobili became a backdrop to one of the classic moments in Chinese basketball. At the conclusion of the first half, the Chinese men's basketball team held a commanding lead of 48-37 over Spain. Despite trailing by 11 points at halftime, Yan Majuan remained unfazed, patiently elucidating Spain's forthcoming strategy and how China might be overturned. Observing his composed demeanor, Yang Yi briefly mistook him for a Spaniard. Nevertheless, Yan's insights were profound, showcasing a deep understanding of basketball and the national team. His rational discourse, while devoid of flaws, was somewhat irksome to listeners. In the second half, Spain exhibited a markedly more serious approach compared to the first. Calder-In, Rodriguez, and Pau Gasol all started. Yet they were unable to halt the ferocious advance of the Chinese team. Zhu Fengyu, through deft off-ball movement, received the ball for a three-pointer, while Lu Wei, utilizing a screen, executed a direct pull-up three-pointer, widening the gap to 17 points, to the astonishment of commentators and the fervent waving of towels from the bench. Subsequently, both teams engaged in a fierce battle, characterized by numerous turnovers and missed shots. Spain, relying on Gasol's tenacity, began to narrow the deficit. It was during this moment that Su Zhao's reinforcement of Yao Ming became evident. In Su Zhao's recollection, Yao struggled during this period due to rapid fatigue and a prolonged absence from high-intensity games, resulting in a scoring drought for China until they finally managed a few points. However, this iteration of Yao Ming, having undergone Su Zhao's enhancements, utilized his most proficient techniques to contribute to China's score. Following a contested rebound, the ball was deflected by Yi Jianlian. Yao, positioned at a 45-degree angle, faced Spain's double team, executing a feigned shot that deceived his opponents. He then sidestepped, dribbled across a step, and, just before his adversaries converged, executed a sudden, delicate hook shot that broke China's scoring slump. In this moment, Su Xiao was certain that he had never witnessed such a play in his past life. The emergence of a scene previously unseen indicated that China truly had a remarkable opportunity in this match. Subsequently, he took to the court, showcasing his elegant footwork and gentle touch, scoring 4 consecutive points to solidify their lead. He then seized an offensive rebound and successfully executed a three-pointer, igniting fervor among countless Chinese fans as he passionately celebrated with a powerful fist pump beneath the basket. In that instant, they genuinely felt the atmosphere of victory. As the third quarter concluded, China led Spain by 16 points, with a score of 63-47. During the timeout, the camera unexpectedly focused on Su Xiao, prompting memories of his bold declarations before the game. At that moment, he was the sole believer in China's potential for victory, and the two players he had mentioned, Lu Wei and Wang Zhizhi, had made significant contributions in this match. Perhaps his assertions were indeed accurate. This notion rapidly spread among the fans, he understood, though perhaps they had underestimated him. "You are Su Xiao, the esteemed owner," Yan Majuan respectfully apologized, realizing he had been somewhat presumptuous. However, Su Xiao bore no ill feelings. He found Yan Majuan to be polite, cultured, and insightful. Although his words may have been blunt, they incisively addressed the issues at hand. Had it not been for Su Zhao's keen insight, he might not have recognized Yan Majuan's worth. "My name is Yan Majuan, originally from Hunan, but I have relocated to Singapore with my parents. I am now studying at the University of Toronto in Canada, and I have long heard of your esteemed reputation." Yan Majuan introduced himself to Su Xiao. "Relocated to Singapore? So, you are also of Chinese descent?" Su Xiao replied inquisitively. "Quite so. Despite residing abroad, my heart remains with China. Once I complete my studies, I naturally wish to return and contribute to my homeland," Yan Majuan quickly clarified, concerned that his earlier analysis of Spain's advantages over China might have irked Su Xiao. "Your analysis was indeed thought-provoking. As you know, I am also a devoted basketball enthusiast. I would like to inquire, in your opinion, what areas must the future Chinese men's basketball team improve upon to surpass the current squad and achieve greater heights?" This was the first question Su Xiao posed to Yan Majuan, eager to discern the depth of his knowledge. "With all due respect, While I have been vocal about China's current issues that pertain specifically to this match against Spain, if the opponent is Spain, we do have many challenges. However, it must be acknowledged that this iteration of the Chinese men's basketball team may very well be the strongest in history, unprecedented and perhaps unmatched in the future. If we aspire to surpass our current capabilities, it will be difficult unless we can find another prodigy like Yao Ming. And the basis for this? Currently, we have a peak-performing Yao Ming, along with two young NBA-caliber players, Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu. Yao Ming, a player of unparalleled talent, is a rare gem that appears once in a century, a phenomenon shaped by fortuitous circumstances. I do not believe we are on the cusp of discovering another player of his caliber. Similarly, Yi Jianlian may evolve into an exceptional athlete, yet it is arduous to find someone with Yao's commanding presence. Sun Yu shows promise, yet his shooting remains a critical weakness. Should Sun Yu refine his shooting skills, there may be a glimmer of hope, but as global basketball progresses, our system and physicality face significant challenges in maintaining our current status. This perspective piqued Su Xiao's interest, as many now regard this as the dawn of the Chinese men's basketball team's pinnacle, with few daring to suggest that we have already reached our zenith. However, this composed young man demonstrates a rare foresight, which is commendable. As the two conversed, Spain had swiftly closed the gap, erasing a 16-point lead in an instant, leaving only a 6-point margin. Alarmingly, Spain was gaining momentum while China's stamina waned, having gone without a score for an extended period. In this critical moment, Liu Wei sank a pivotal three-pointer from the baseline, helping to stabilize the situation for the Chinese team once again. At this moment, the camera shifted back to Su Xiao, and the two pivotal figures mentioned prior to the match were once again validated. However, before the spectators could revel in their joy, Spain executed a rapid baseline throw-in, launching a counterattack that caught China off guard. Fernandez scored a layup while drawing a foul. Although the subsequent free throw was missed, Spain managed to secure a follow-up basket, swiftly amassing 4 points. Shortly thereafter, Liu Wei's three-point attempt failed, leading to yet another counter by Spain. It became evident to all that the Chinese players were running low on stamina, echoing Su Xiao's earlier concerns regarding their physical condition, an issue indeed difficult to resolve. Fortunately, Wang Zhizhi stepped up at a critical moment, sinking a mid-range shot that alleviated the immediate crisis for the Chinese team. Clearly, Su's pregame assertions were accurate. Wang Zhizhi was indeed a key player in this match. Apologies are in order for those who doubted his understanding of the game. He is operating on a different level. The forum buzzed with praise for Su Xiao. Stay composed and take your time. With the current rhythm, there are ample opportunities for the team to capitalize, he thought. Su Xiao's heart began to race with excitement. Although he had witnessed this in a previous life, in this incarnation, there truly existed a chance for an upset, igniting his enthusiasm. With just 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, Spain executed a tactical play culminating in a three-pointer, narrowing the score to 70-72, trailing by only 2 points. No worries, Daji should still have a two-pointer from stepping out of bounds, while Spain had only Gasol's single score to show for it. Su Xiao desperately rifled through his memories from the previous life, anxious not to misremember anything. Indeed, it was that fateful shot by Yao Ming, which under normal circumstances should have been thwarted. However, the current Yao Ming lacked the physical and health issues that had plagued him in the past, having not endured 6 months of rehabilitation and a half-year hiatus from basketball. Instead, he had consistently competed at a high level in the NBA until May, which ultimately provided him with this crucial two-point edge. The missed shot by Navarro was a disappointment, yet Wang Zhizhi secured the rebound. Navarro's performance in this match was undeniably poor, but who can be blamed? He had been a starter for Spain, and now he found himself relegated to the bench, treated with such disdain. Who could have anticipated the chilling atmosphere of the substitutes bench? When Navarro was finally called upon to showcase his signature skill, not a single shot found its mark. With his failure, it became our moment to shine. With just 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining, Wang Zhizhi stepped out of bounds but managed to score a crucial two-pointer, reminiscent of a script from a previous life. This pivotal basket put China ahead by 4 points, leaving countless Chinese fans on the edge of their seats. Although Pau Gasol managed to stumble his way to a basket in the final moments, Spain still trailed by 2 points. Liu Wei's blunder with just 6.5 seconds left startled the fans. Yet Spain opted to let Rubio attempt a layup in their last offensive play. As his shot veered off course, Yao Ming secured the rebound, sealing the conclusion of the match. The final score was 74-72. China had indeed triumphed over the world champions, Spain. We achieved the impossible, and it felt surreal. The commentators roared with excitement as the players embraced one another, relishing the sweet taste of victory. The arena erupted in cheers, and as the final whistle blew, the fans at Wuxong, led by the DJ, sang anthems in praise of their homeland. The scene was utterly breathtaking. This was also a result of Su Xiao's prior arrangement with the DJ, utilizing his modest fame to gain a backdoor entry. He yearned to witness this moment. Having felt the thrill of the 2015 Asian Championship from his television set, he was determined to experience it firsthand today at Wuxong, Beijing. Chapter 29. The rift with Casey. Following China's victory over Spain, the entire nation was engulfed in a euphoric celebration that lasted a day. Regardless of their interest in basketball, everyone was aware that among the three major ball sports, the men's basketball team had clinched the World Championship, a reason to celebrate for an entire year. This followed the previous Olympic Games, where China triumphed over Serbia and Montenegro, the world champions of 2002. Now, we had once again defeated the world champions from 2006, earning the title of World Champion Killers. Though we understood that Spain had relaxed excessively, granting us this opportunity, it was nonetheless a cause for pride. Fueled by our soaring morale, we decisively defeated Angola and narrowly triumphed over Germany in a life-and-death battle, achieving an unprecedented record of 3 wins and 2 losses in the group stage. Regrettably, we found ourselves in the group of death, apart from the United States. Both Spain and Greece, the silver and gold medalists from the last World Championship, also ended with 3 wins and 2 losses. Spain and Greece advanced based on point differentials, while we, despite our historical best performance, finished 4th in the group. In the knockout stage, facing the tall and formidable Lithuanian team, we could not escape elimination. However, this was an outcome we accepted with grace. Due to our win-loss record, we concluded the Olympic Games with 3 wins and 3 losses, securing 7th place, while Australia, with a record of 2 wins and 4 losses, finished 8th. Thus, we had truly earned the title of the 7th best team in the world, a result we could be immensely proud of. Having wrapped up matters concerning the Olympics, Su Xiao now turned his attention to preparing for the upcoming season. The primary objective for the Timberwolves was to reach the playoffs, a commitment he had made for the 3 years. Next season would certainly involve providing Russell Westbrook ample time to develop. During this period, the other players needed to step up. If the narrative from his previous life held true, Westbrook would be well acquainted with the rhythm of the NBA by mid-season, fully capable of assuming the role of the starting guard. However, for the Timberwolves, this timeline was somewhat extended. Su Xiao aimed to expedite Westbrook's development. Thus, during the first 10 games, all team resources would be directed towards him. Following that, another 5 games would be allocated for refining the team's roster, with Su Xiao intending to enhance Westbrook's capabilities by the 20th game. Looking at the current roster, Roy remained the most stable element. And due to the high camaraderie within the team, Su Xiao was unperturbed by potential discontent regarding his arrangements, especially from the team leader, Roy. Apart from Roy, another focal point was last year's first overall pick, Greg Oden. After a year of honing Oden's skills, it was evident that while his physical attributes were indeed exceptional, his robust physique, remarkable mobility, and decent flexibility, he remained limited to scoring primarily within the 3-second area. Although Oden boasted a commendable efficiency in back-to-the-basket plays, surpassing Dwight Howard, his frequency of such plays was low. Oden often relied on sheer force to finish at the rim or utilized his agile footwork to navigate into the key, thus achieving a higher shooting percentage than Howard, who lacked Oden's lower body strength and height. Nevertheless, Oden struggled with his hook shot, mid-range floaters, and overall shooting accuracy. Defensively, while he exhibited solid rim protection and rebounding abilities, he was prone to fouls, a persistent issue that plagued him both in his previous life and the present. Last season, Oden's foul troubles were unparalleled throughout the league. After a year of careful observation, Su Xiao ultimately assessed Oden as capable of meeting the minimum threshold for a first overall pick. Perhaps he might one day have the opportunity to become an all-star. Yet he would never reach the echelon of historical greatness, falling short of Kevin Durant and even below Al Horford in terms of accomplishments. However, this was of little concern to Su Xiao. It was precisely what he desired. If Oden was not up to the mark, he would simply assist him. A vision of a star player ability card for Oden materialized in his mind, knowing that such cards encapsulated a player's entire career. Thus, the technical prowess of LaMarcus during his peak, combined with the three-point shooting abilities developed later in his career, were imparted to Greg Oden. LaMarcus possessed one of the finest shooting touches among interior players in the league, characterized by his refined techniques and mastery of various scoring methods. Furthermore, he boasted extensive experience on the defensive end. However, LaMarcus's shortcomings lay in his lack of speed and limited jumping ability, which precisely highlights Odin's advantages. The finesse of LaMarcus's skills, coupled with his defensive experience and positional acumen, serves to effectively compensate for Odin's deficiencies. These concerns are not what Xiao prioritizes, rather. The most pressing issue lies within the front line. Although Malisic has developed elite three-point shooting capabilities with Xiao's guidance, he still prefers to occupy the center position defensively, excelling in rim protection. However, his ability to assist defensively leaves much to be desired. Despite possessing commendable mobility and wingspan, his positional judgment in defense remains lacking. The situation is even more dire with the small forwards, Otrallo and Miles, who constitute the team's most significant weakness. Otrallo, while somewhat erratic, does not pose a problem offensively. His ball handling and shooting skills are commendable. The real issue, however, lies in his defense. With exceptional physical attributes, height, wingspan, and swift mobility, he possesses the potential to become a formidable perimeter defender, yet his defensive techniques are abysmal, and he struggles to rectify his tendency to jump prematurely. Nonetheless, there is hope for Otrallo, particularly since Xiao possesses a star card for Bradley, whose defensive skills are undoubtedly invaluable. In contrast, addressing the situation with Darius Miles proves to be far more challenging. Although Miles showcased a brief period of brilliance upon returning to health, he quickly reverted to his undisciplined high school habits, displaying lethargy on defense and a lack of commitment to private training. Last year, with Xiao monitoring him, he exhibited slight improvement in training, managing to correct his shooting form and develop a three-point shot. However, other aspects of his game have not seen significant enhancement. He continues to rely primarily on his natural athleticism during games. Initially, Xiao contemplated granting him a star card this offseason, but Miles spent the summer either throwing parties or en route to them, indulging excessively. This behavior dissuaded Xiao from his intentions. A player may be permitted to struggle, but a lack of effort is unacceptable, a sentiment Xiao greatly admires about Pat Riley of the Heat. It is this very ethos that has forged the Heat's resilient identity, a culture Xiao aspires to cultivate within his own team. While Xiao possesses a knack for transforming talent into gold, such abilities are rendered futile if players lack dedication and a tenacious spirit. Consequently, Darius Miles has become one of his targets for removal this summer. Although the remaining 2 years of his $18 million contract deter numerous teams. As for free agency, Xiao has ruled out any considerations, as no player is inclined to venture to the frigid confines of Minnesota. In the midst of his predicament, the veteran Burks approached him. A friend of mine, Hammond, from the Magic's management, previously reached out, expressing interest in trading for Aaron Brooks, offering Trevor Ariza as compensation. What do you think, boss? Ariza? This prospect stirred a sense of excitement within Xiao. If Ariza could indeed join, his defensive prowess would undoubtedly address the Timberwolves' issues on the front line. As for Brooks, with Xiao having selected Westbrook and Draghi in this year's draft, the opportunities for Brooks would naturally diminish. Presently, it is an opportune moment to consider trades, especially since the Magic are willing to part with Ariza. Xiao surmised their intentions. After the conclusion of the next season, Ariza would become a free agent, and extending his contract would be unfeasible, particularly with the need to preserve cap space for re-signing Hito T. Arco Lu next year. Rather than allowing him to depart without compensation, it would be wiser to exchange him for a rookie contract. Of course, that is not an issue. Since he is your old friend, you may handle the negotiations. However, I have a stipulation. He must be packaged with Miles. I am willing to offer a second-round pick, but not a first. Xiao smiled as he spoke to this veteran Timberwolves staff member. Miles, you see, has 2 years remaining on his contract at $18 million. It would be quite challenging if we do not offer a first-round pick that is of no concern, Burks. While Darius Miles has 2 years left on his contract, the second year carries only $2 million in guaranteed money, making it quite feasible to release him and not occupy excessive cap space. I will not part with a first-round pick, but I can offer a second, especially considering our long-standing relationship with the Magic. Our previous trade involving Malisic was mutually beneficial and helped them secure a playoff berth. This time, with your friend involved, I have high hopes for you. Xiao shamelessly manipulated Burks, while Burks conducted his affairs with commendable efficiency. The Magic swiftly reached an agreement with the Timberwolves, trading Ariza for Alonzo Brooks, Darius Miles, and 2 second-round picks from 2009 and 2010. Due to the minor nature of this transaction, it garnered little attention. However, Xiao was dissatisfied with the deal. Ariza, undoubtedly seeking a long-term contract next season, clearly would not remain with the Magic. The very act of trading Ariza was a measure to mitigate losses, and Brooks, who performed admirably last season and is still young, remains under contract for at least 3 more years. Thus, the Magic did not suffer from this trade and even stood to gain slightly. Although Miles carries a less favorable contract, it is only for this year, and he will surely be waived the following season, posing no significant impact on the Magic's future cap space. In light of this, allowing the opposing team to profit from 2 additional second-round picks indicates that while Brooks is personable, his professional acumen leaves much to be desired. Such matters should ideally not be entrusted to him in the future. This experience also led Xiao to realize that while having good relationships is beneficial, it is prudent to refrain from excessive sentimentality during negotiations, lest one falls into traps. Following the completion of this trade, the preseason for the upcoming season was approaching, and the Timberwolves roster had stabilized. The lineup for the next season included point guards, Russell Westbrook, Goran Dragic, shooting guards, Brandon Roy, Gary Neal, Tyronn Lue, small forwards, Trevor Ariza, Outlaw, and P.J. Tucker, power forwards, Darko Milicic, Tolliver, and Chuck Hayes, centers, Greg Oden, and the impressive Marc Gasol from the Olympics. While not overwhelming, the team possesses youth and vigor, presenting a solid opportunity for the Timberwolves to contend for a playoff spot next season. However, prior to the onset of the season, players were required to undergo intensive training, and the management convened to establish policies and directions for the upcoming season. I disagree. Such strategies are detrimental to our entire team and could undermine our cohesion. A rookie does not warrant such measures. He is not even a first overall pick. Even if he were the Heights' first overall pick, Oden, we witnessed his performance in state last year. The potential harm to the team from this approach is considerable. Coach Casey, during the early part of last season, Oden's performance was indeed subpar, but this is also related to your coaching tactics. Simply allowing him to play without any structured strategy has not served him well. Are you suggesting that I deliberately hindered his performance? Or do you believe my abilities are fundamentally lacking? If it is the latter, you may as well speak candidly without resorting to your subtle Chinese manner of expression. If it is the former, allow me to clarify that I am a professional coach, regardless of the policies you implement. My sole aspiration is for the team to triumph and for the players to deliver their utmost performance on the field. My sentiments toward the team and its players are no less profound than yours. During an internal management meeting, when Xiao presented his plan, having decided to forego the first 15 games for the sake of Westbrook, Casey could no longer remain passive and confronted Xiao directly. At this juncture, Xiao also discerned a notable decline in the team's camaraderie, as evidenced by a measurable drop in their goodwill and trust. It seemed that any arising conflict would precipitate such a decrease. Currently, the discord stemmed from the differing philosophies between Casey and Xiao regarding team construction, rendering reconciliation a formidable challenge. Even if they were to resort to a lottery system to gloss over the issue with goodwill, it would not alter Casey's convictions. Nevertheless, Xiao was resolute in his stance, as he had meticulously devised a plan for the team that no one should alter lightly. Consequently, his rhetoric became somewhat impassioned. In contrast, Burks, the amiable member of the management, stepped forward to mediate. Let us proceed by observing a few preseason games. If Westbrook truly demonstrates the extraordinary talent that compels one to overlook all else, then we may revisit the discussion. To which Xiao firmly responded, no, there shall be no negotiation. In an unexpected turn of events, Xiao and Casey found themselves in complete agreement, both deeming the matter non-negotiable. Thus, the management's inaugural meeting concluded in discord, leaving an atmosphere of discontent, while the team's camaraderie plummeted. Yet, this was merely the prologue. The preseason ultimately served as the catalyst for the eruption of their discord. Chapter 30. I Sign Myself. Following the preseason, the rift between Xiao and Casey had irrevocably intensified, reaching an irreconcilable juncture. The sole cause was none other than Westbrook's abysmal performance. His frequent errant shots, poor decision-making, and confounding turnovers, coupled with his rigid approach to layups, left much to be desired. While he managed adequately in one-on-one defense, his inability to guard without the ball led to numerous lapses, further solidifying Coach Casey's convictions. However, this did little to sway the opinions of team owner Xiao. This is trivial. Compared to the future's Russell Westbrook joining the Lakers, these are mere trifles. Such tendencies are inherently Westbrook's flaws. Even during the season, he was crowned MVP. His style of play remained unchanged. However, what does it matter? Once he employs Chauncey Billups' superstar card, these issues will be effortlessly resolved. Currently, Xiao is honing Westbrook's original capabilities, his psyche and character. Only by confronting his most dismal self under high-stakes competition and persevering through it can Westbrook be deemed adequate. Otherwise, even if endowed with Billups' abilities, he risks losing his authentic self. A superstar card cannot obstruct a player's natural development, it merely compensates for their deficiencies. Yet, character and temperament can be subtly altered. If one enters the league exhibiting Billups' composure without having endured trials or failures, perhaps Westbrook may cease to be the eternally passionate young man. Only those who emerge from the depths will possess a greater thirst for victory. Thus, even in such circumstances, Xiao remains steadfast. Should the management's objective for the upcoming season be to languish, they ought to express it candidly. I shall ensure their development while striving for the top pick. Kindly refrain from duping the audience with grandiose promises of playoff aspirations. After several preseason games, Westbrook averaged 13.5 points, 6.1 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2.3 turnovers, with a shooting percentage of 43 and a three-point percentage of 29. With an average playing time of 33 minutes, he boasted the highest usage rate on the Timberwolves, a performance that can only be deemed disappointing. Fans are understandably concerned. Having witnessed the Timberwolves select a guard with the 5th overall pick this year, the ambiguity in the preseason suggests another year of stagnation. Perhaps they should aim for Griffin next year. During an internal meeting, Coach Casey chastised Xiao, but he stood his ground. Coach Casey, please recognize your position. If your complaints stem from inadequacies in your own abilities, I urge you to refine your coaching skills rather than shouting at the very boss who pays your salary. Humph. My skills are lacking. Casey scoffed. Indeed, I lack the capability to nurture rookies while simultaneously contending for the playoffs. Who do you think he is? Even LeBron wouldn't manage that. You are correct. Such a task is beyond my limits. So please, demonstrate how it can be done. Having concluded her statement, Casey rose abruptly and exited with a slam of the door. Despite their differing philosophies, Xiao held a profound respect for Coach Casey. He was undeniably a dedicated and responsible coach, devoted to his craft. Although his thinking was somewhat traditional and his abilities not particularly outstanding, his genuine passion for basketball and his commendable work ethic were truly admirable. Xiao had no intention of dismissing him unless circumstances reached an irreconcilable point. However, just as Xiao was in the process of seeking a new head coach, Casey convened a press conference to announce his resignation from the position of head coach of the Timberwolves, clearly articulating the reasons behind the ideological discord with owner Xiao. This action has undoubtedly incited the ire of Xiao. His decision not only plunged the Timberwolves into a quandary regarding the selection of a new coach, especially with the regular season looming just 2 days away, but it also complicated the already challenging task of finding a suitable replacement. With his remarks, those coaches of considerable caliber would be even less inclined to involve themselves in this murky situation, while those lacking in expertise would struggle to command the locker room. More critically, he has thoroughly disrupted the morale of the team. After all, the players maintained a good rapport with Coach Casey, and his actions have inevitably created a rift between his loyalists and the newcomers represented by Westbrook, thereby triggering a cascade of locker room issues. This is what infuriates Xiao the most. He will not tolerate anyone attempting to undermine his team from within. This is his team, and its unity and harmonious locker room are his non-negotiable principles. He cannot allow outsiders to revel in their misfortune. Currently, the team's camaraderie has plummeted to a concerning 70, awakening a sense of urgency within Xiao. It is imperative to find someone immediately to stabilize the players, but who would be suitable? The individual must possess the ability to command the locker room, either being a formidable figure with exceptional skills or someone who can earn the players' trust, preferably someone familiar to them. This predicament poses a significant challenge for Xiao. Established figures are certainly reluctant to navigate this troubled water, and the assistant coaches lack the requisite capability. Moreover, it is evident to all that the current state of the locker room calls for a scapegoat, leading to a chorus of refusals from those Xiao approached. This predicament has indeed posed a challenge for Xiao, who could possibly soothe the players' emotions, stabilize the locker room, and lead the Timberwolves out of such a dire situation without fearing the repercussions? With merely 2 days remaining until the regular season, Xiao certainly does not wish to present a team devoid of a head coach and plagued by low morale on the court. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Xiao. Of course, the most trusted figure among the players must be appointed. Ants, convene a press conference at once. I am to announce the new head coach. Typically, a media day precedes the commencement of a season, allowing reporters to cover the team. The Timberwolves had their media day just yesterday, but with KC's unexpected turmoil, the reporters must be burdened once more. These journalists, to be frank, have grown weary of the Timberwolves. In the words of Li Yunlong, they are incessantly troubled by trivial matters. The viewership is minimal, the coverage scarcely garners attention, yet the disruptions persist. It's merely a coach's resignation, a statement suffices. As for the internal conflicts within the team, the Timberwolves hardly attract the intrigue that larger franchises do. Such matters are only scrutinized in high-profile teams. If your performance is poor and losses abound, it is only natural that internal harmony would be elusive. Moreover, is it not possible to convey everything in one day? The coach announces his resignation in the morning, and in the afternoon, the owner convenes a meeting to declare the new head coach. Do they really believe the journalists are devoid of humanity? The working class possesses its own resilience. Consequently, during the evening press conference, many esteemed journalists from the industry were absent, leaving primarily local Minnesota media in attendance. Esteemed journalists and media friends, good evening. I apologize for encroaching upon your leisure time, but there are matters I must clarify here. Xiao commenced with a courteous opening, though the journalists appeared somewhat impatient. Regarding Coach KC's resignation this morning, I express my profound regret. He is an exceptional coach, dedicated and beloved by the players. However, due to our differing philosophies, we ultimately parted ways. I sincerely wish him a bright future ahead. Xiao's polite remarks, though understood by all, were nonetheless delivered in a manner that was quite agreeable. May I ask, Mr. Su, is it true that Coach Casey mentioned your objective for the upcoming season is to tank for the top draft pick? Indeed. The notion of tanking for next year's draft pick is an unwritten rule in the NBA, one that cannot be explicitly stated as it contradicts the essence of competitive sports. Thus, even if the team truly intends to tank next season, it cannot be openly communicated to the media. The standard phrasing is, our primary focus for the upcoming season will be to develop our young talent. Of course not. I still remember the promise made to Timberwolves fans. This season, we shall strive wholeheartedly for the playoffs, aiming to reach the playoffs within 3 years and contend for the championship within 5. Xiao resolutely proclaimed. However, Coach Casey emphasized the necessity of focusing on this year's rookies, urging that energy be directed towards nurturing the newcomers. Yet, judging by the performance observed in the preseason, the rookie Russell chosen this year does not exhibit the maturity akin to that of LeBron. If the aspiration is to contend for the playoffs, how can one ensure the team's performance while simultaneously developing these young talents? Moreover, as far as I am aware, the internal atmosphere within the team has soured due to Coach Casey's departure, with many players feeling that it is unjust to squander precious opportunities for victory on the trial and error of the youth. The inquiry came from a young female journalist, evidently fresh in her career, who dared to pose such pointed and sensitive questions, perhaps being used as a pawn. Firstly, I wish to assert that nurturing new talent does not conflict with the pursuit of victory. We have invested significantly to select Russell. Neglecting his development would render all our efforts futile. Although Russell's preseason performance has been subpar, I firmly believe this is not a permanent state. His talent is unparalleled among guards, and he possesses the potential to become a player of historic caliber in the NBA. As for concerns regarding player dissatisfaction, I believe you may be overthinking it. All members of our team have experienced similar phases, whether it was Roy or Odin. They were afforded an entire season to adapt and learn through their mistakes in the NBA. If one were to claim this is unfair, I would argue it is Russell who is at a disadvantage, as he has only had a handful of games to acclimate. An older journalist then posed a question. Do you believe Russell has the potential to reach a historic level of performance akin to Odin's? After all, Xiao had previously stated that Odin was also a player of historic caliber. However, despite Odin's lackluster performance at the beginning of last season, even his later improvement was merely adequate, far from the standards of a historic player. Xiao perceived the undertone of sarcasm in the question. Certainly, both players will achieve historic status. I firmly trust that their coaches will cultivate them into players of remarkable legacy, destined to secure numerous championships in the future. Oh. Having said all that, May I inquire about the identity of the new coach for the Timberwolves? The conversation finally returned to the main topic, prompting everyone to remember that the purpose of today's press conference was to announce the new head coach. Each individual present had their own channels of information, yet none had heard of anyone vying for the position of head coach of the Timberwolves. Moreover, Casey's sudden resignation indicated that this decision was not premeditated by the Timberwolves, suggesting that the coach must have been hastily appointed, or perhaps an assistant coach would be stepping up. The journalists were eager to see who would dare to take on such a daunting task and inherit this troublesome situation. Initially, it seemed that appointing an internal candidate as a temporary head coach for this season did not warrant such a grand event. Thus, the notable figures in the industry were absent, while those present were either young newcomers or mere spectators. Then, Xiao dropped a bombshell. The Timberwolves would sign Xiao to a 5-year coaching contract worth $100,000. Upon hearing this announcement, the room fell silent as everyone pondered whether Xiao was referring to himself or someone sharing his name. Finally, a young woman stepped forward. Could you please clarify? Will you be personally taking on the role of head coach? Indeed, I will personally assume the role of head coach and lead this team out of its current predicament. With Xiao's affirmation, the reporters could no longer contain themselves, erupting in laughter as if they had just heard the most absurd joke. One young journalist, suppressing his amusement, ventured to ask, "Dare I inquire, Mr. Su, are you truly signing yourself, or are you merely accepting the minimum coaching salary to prove your worth?" Of course not. I do not need to prove anything to anyone. The minimum salary is a requirement due to the NBA's explicit salary regulations, which also account for coaching salaries within the team's overall budget. My choice to accept the minimum is simply to minimize costs. You are surely aware of this rule. Xiao was no benevolent figure, and the mocking tone of the question ignited a flicker of irritation in his response. "Oh, may I ask, Mr. Su, are you truly proficient in team management and well-versed in NBA tactics? What strategies do you employ, and could you elaborate on the future tactical core of the Timberwolves? Which insider do you represent?" This is quite an amateurish question. While you could inquire about the team's core strategies, let me disclose that the tactic that ended the Lakers' winning streak last season was indeed my strategy. Xiao offered no warmth, yet the journalists were ecstatic, for they had stumbled upon a sensational story, a historical anomaly of a wealthy scion not only assuming ownership, but also taking on the role of a coach. This news was undeniably explosive. Despite the unfortunate parting, each party harbored their own intentions and schemes. Xiao aimed to swiftly return to the team and rectify its course, while the reporters eagerly prepared for the headlines of the following day. Chapter 31. Coach Su's Inspirational Musings. The NBA's most eccentric team, renowned for its extraordinary antics. For the sake of publicity, Su, the owner, truly expended every effort, consistently employing a perfectly timed folly that left others speechless, thereby effortlessly securing the top news spot. Though the Timberwolves may appear as an inconspicuous underdog, they invariably generate significant headlines each year, singular in their comedic flair. Overnight, Xiao and his Timberwolves found themselves embroiled in yet another media whirlwind. At merely 22 years of age, he had already weathered the storms of public scrutiny since acquiring the team, showing little concern for it. What mattered most at present was stabilizing the team, especially with the season opener just a day away, leaving little time for extensive preparation. The following day, Xiao arrived at the training facility early, finding the players already present, though their spirits were notably subdued. Even their usual warm-ups reflected an underlying tension. Casey's loyalists, led by Roy, engaged in their routines, while another faction, represented by Odin and Westbrook, appeared indifferent towards Casey, conversing among themselves. Upon Xiao's arrival, they quickly gathered around him. "Boss, is it true that Coach Casey has really resigned?" Roy was the first to speak, casting a sidelong glance at Westbrook, who remained silent and downcast. Xiao noted this detail. It was not a promising sign and could very well serve as a catalyst for conflict. Should any issues arise in the future, tensions could easily escalate. "Fellows, I understand the deep affection you hold for Coach Casey, for he is indeed a commendable coach, diligent and dedicated. However, I must express that he has resigned. This is now a matter of the past. We have no justification to hinder someone's pursuit of a brighter future. Yet, we cannot forsake our own prospects for the sake of someone who is gradually distancing themselves from us. To disregard those present in favor of those who have departed, only to feel sorrow when they leave again, is the height of folly. Although Su Xiao's words were spoken softly, they resonated with strength, invigorating those who heard them. Seizing the moment, Su Xiao swiftly continued, "Our team is still in its youth. We require time to acclimatize to the arena. However, this process may not be entirely smooth. We must grant one another both time and trust. If my memory serves me correctly, Roy, it took you a year to adapt to the rhythm and intensity of the NBA. As for Greg, his journey is even more pronounced. We all need the space to make mistakes. Yet, I must address Russell. You are at a disadvantage. For the time available for you to adjust to the NBA is limited. We must strive for victory this season, presenting you with a formidable challenge. Are you willing to accept it? Of course, if you find this too demanding, we can afford to wait an additional year. I can manage external affairs. No need for that, Coach Su. I only require 10 games. I assure you, I will not let you down." After a prolonged silence, Westbrook finally spoke up, expressing his appreciation for the way Su Xiao handled the situation, which brought comfort to everyone. Roy's gaze towards Westbrook softened, and he candidly assured him that he would gladly assist with anything he needed, urging him not to bear too much pressure, as the entire team would stand by him. Such words from the veteran of the team indicated an active acceptance of Westbrook. Su Xiao, well aware of Westbrook's resolute character, understood that while one might debate his skills in the past, there was no doubt about his toughness and strength of character. He was indeed a true man. Witnessing this moment filled Su Xiao with gratitude, especially as the previously dwindling camaraderie score of 60 had risen by 10 points to 70. This increase was crucial, as only with a sufficient camaraderie score could one benefit from the rewards of the lottery. In times of underestimation and declining morale, the camaraderie gained from the lottery would be rendered unusable. It required resolving internal conflicts and stabilizing emotions to be effective. Although Su Xiao often grumbled, he comprehended the underlying dynamics. After all, this system would not forcibly alter one's beliefs, but rather enhance one's perceived credibility. When the team held a high degree of trust in a leader and understood their policies, the system would be beneficial. However, if one's ideals were not accepted, it would be rendered ineffective. Thus, seizing the moment when emotions were stable, Su Xiao quickly accessed the system for a lottery draw, eager to solidify his ideals further. With 600 system coins at his disposal, he initiated 10 consecutive draws, resulting in an additional 50 points of camaraderie, significantly uplifting the team's morale. All right, team. Let us commence our warm-up training and prepare for the first match of the new season. As the players engaged in their regular training, Su Xiao hastily examined the rewards from the recent draw. In addition to the 50 points of camaraderie, he received 3 health cards, 1 star player card, and 1 special skill card. With 8 health cards now in hand, he felt assured that his team would likely avoid injuries in the coming years. As for the star player card, Su Xiao could hardly contain his excitement and decided to activate it immediately. Congratulations, host. You have acquired B-level star player, Al Harrington. Harrington, Su Xiao swiftly recalled details about him in his mind. This individual is a player born in the wrong era, standing at an impressive 2.06 meters. Endowed with exceptional shooting prowess and commendable athleticism. His shooting skills are remarkably high, complemented by proficient techniques in scoring within the paint. Additionally, he possesses a signature move of dribbling into a spin for a thunderous dunk. Had he played in the small ball era, he would undoubtedly have been a formidable force in the post. However, the audience's perception of him largely remains tethered to that infamous We Believe Warriors team, where he served as a bench assassin. In summary, this player is an extraordinarily capable scorer in the paint. Notably, he once dominated against the formidable Dwight Howard, scoring 38 points while his counterpart managed only a handful. This performance stands as a hallmark of Harrington's career, and he has also delivered stellar displays against Yao Ming, proving his undeniable scoring capability, albeit with a slight deficiency in defense. The capabilities of this individual may be preserved for the time being, as the team already boasts 3 star cards. Should we find ourselves in the latter stages of the season without notable achievements, it would still be possible to utilize them then. Concurrently, Su Xiao, upon acquiring this card, had already identified suitable candidates. However, he lamented to himself that the trade occurred prematurely. If only Swift were endowed with his intellect, would he not soar to unprecedented heights? All right, everyone. Let us take a pause, Su Xiao announced, halting the training session. At this juncture, the fundamental drills had been completed, and the players were primarily engaged in one-on-one or two-on-two exercises, focusing on their shooting or addressing weaknesses. Now, We must deliberate the tactics for tomorrow's game and also rehearse elements of our strategic framework. The assistant coaches observed Xiao's intention to elaborate on tactics with a degree of trepidation. After all, it was uncommon for someone in their early 20s to assume the role of an NBA head coach, particularly when that individual also owned the team, leaving them hesitant to voice their concerns. They merely hoped Xiao would assume responsibility and refrain from shifting the burden of coaching duties onto them, especially considering they were novices in the field. Were it not for the need to earn a living, who would willingly serve this young heir? It is worth mentioning that following Casey's resignation, several members of the coaching staff, who had maintained favorable relations with Casey, also opted to resign, including Huimante, who had previously been directed by Xiao from afar last season. He, too, could not tolerate the prospect of Xiao as head coach. This morning, he submitted his resignation, resulting in a restructuring of the coaching management team, predominantly comprised of individuals handpicked by Xiao. Although these individuals are relatively youthful compared to other teams' coaching staffs, their youth embodies potential for development, alleviating Xiao's concerns regarding the continuity of his philosophy. Next came Xiao's tactical exposition, during which he discerned the apprehensions harbored by his aides. Initially, these individuals approached Xiao with a blend of fear and disdain, as no one would expect a 22-year-old who had never played professionally to command the role of an NBA head coach. As such, they had prepared to delegate all tactical arrangements to him, positioning themselves as mere motivators, ready to deflect blame for any losses. The assistants perceived the Timberwolves as merely a stepping stone to hone their skills. However, upon absorbing Xiao's detailed tactical analysis, they were rendered speechless. They had never encountered such meticulous tactical instruction before. A single strategy could yield numerous scenarios, with each player assigned distinct roles within the same formation. Observing such a young owner, who not only achieved success but also possessed profound insights into basketball, was indeed a revelation. Xiao smiled inwardly, thinking, you see, without revealing some genuine substance, you would truly believe I am a mere novice. Considering my past life, I am nearly a century old. How could I be outmaneuvered by this group of youngsters? In terms of tactical understanding, Xiao possesses a wealth of knowledge. The 2008 to 2009 season soon commenced, with the inaugural match featuring the Trail Blazers versus the Lakers. The new Trail Blazers, bolstered by the formidable duo of Durant and Aldridge, were certainly a force to be reckoned with. However, they proved no match for the reigning champions, the Lakers. Notably, Kwame Brown, once mockingly referred to as the player swapped for Garnett, exhibited an impressive performance, utilizing Wang Jiji's footwork and technique to frequently outmaneuver Bynum, finishing the game with 18 points and 11 rebounds. Despite their inability to hinder the Lakers' advance, they at least lost with dignity. In stark contrast to the overwhelming dominance displayed in the first match, the second game between the Cavaliers and the Celtics was particularly riveting. This season, these two teams were destined for a fierce rivalry in the Eastern Conference. Although the Celtics lacked the defensive framework brought by Garnett, a younger Gasol effectively restricted the Cavaliers' interior play, aiding his team in securing a 93-88 victory. The Timberwolves match was scheduled for the following day, allowing Xiao to thoroughly assess the performances of other teams, as both the Lakers and the Trail Blazers were formidable adversaries. In their opening game against the Kings, the Western Conference's bottom-dwelling team, the Timberwolves faced a considerable challenge. They struggled to implement Xiao's strategies, inadvertently granting Russell Westbrook excessive opportunities. Westbrook played for 37 minutes, shooting 4 for 14 and accumulating 11 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals, but his 4 turnovers and 3 fouls would surely invite media scrutiny post-game. Ultimately, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Kings with a score of 101-95, yet for them, the victory was overshadowed by the impending media and fan backlash. Most media attention directed at the Timberwolves was not due to their performance, but rather in search of amusement and sensationalism. However, the victory left them with little to critique. They quickly discovered a new source of intrigue: Xiao's utilization of Westbrook. Although the Timberwolves won, Westbrook became the subject of ridicule. While the developments of Odin and Autry went largely unnoticed, despite Odin's impressive display that showcased previously unseen shooting skills against the Kings' interior defense. Similarly, Autry, coming off the bench, demonstrated remarkable defensive prowess, effectively shadowing the Kings' leading scorer, Martin, who managed only 12 points. The media's fixation on Westbrook sparked dissatisfaction in Odin. "We won the game. Yet you choose to ignore our achievement, fixating instead on a rookie player and a new coach, nitpicking their performances. This is a disservice to them and a lack of respect for us. After the game, Odin expressed his frustration to the media, stating, "In our previous match, we performed admirably, and we must continue to strive for excellence. This season, we are destined for the playoffs." After the game, Xiao jovially remarked to his teammates on the bus, "How did it feel for you, Russell, in your inaugural NBA match?" To which Russell replied, "Not bad, coach. I feel quite all right. I wonder how you feel, considering it's your first time coaching in the NBA as well." Westbrook, in a lighthearted manner, began to joke with Xiao, saying, "I find playing on the court to be far less exhausting than dealing with the barrage of questions from the media and fans that awaits us. Everyone, brace yourselves. Those with fragile mental fortitude should disembark quickly." Xiao playfully pretended to be a bus ticket collector, eliciting laughter from the team. "Don't underestimate it, coach. When you call out like that, it carries quite a presence," they teased. "Indeed, it sounded quite commanding. You truly have a talent, coach. Whatever you do seems to resonate. And you always manage to bring humor to the situation." The players were filled with laughter, entirely disregarding Xiao's earlier concerns. Thus, they prepared to face their next opponent, the Dallas Mavericks, soon to be known as the Mavericks. However, Xiao felt that Mavericks lacked the charm of Mavericks, so as a longtime fan, he preferred to continue calling them by the latter name. Meanwhile, Westbrook was about to confront a series of daunting challenges against the veteran kid of the Mavericks. Westbrook appeared somewhat inexperienced, as the seasoned kid limited him to a mere 2 of 11 shooting, resulting in only 6 points alongside 5 turnovers. Consequently, the Timberwolves suffered a predictable defeat, providing the media with ample fodder for criticism. The blame fell squarely on Xiao, who granted the rookie an extended playing time and entrusted him with ball control, a decision that many deemed to be detrimental. Nevertheless, Xiao remained unfazed, fully aware that the true storm was yet to come. Chapter 32. The calm before the storm. Following this, the Timberwolves embarked on a streak of consecutive losses. Against the Thunder, Westbrook was nearly overwhelmed by this year's first overall pick, Rose, who dominated him one-on-one. Against the Spurs, he witnessed Tony Parker achieve a career high of 52 points, followed by a vengeful defeat to the Kings and a loss to the Warriors, who were without a point guard. The series of consecutive defeats has left the fans, who once defended Xiao, utterly disheartened. Coupled with the media's sensationalism and the incitements from certain professionals, the cacophony of insults has become relentless. Steve, it appears that the Timberwolves hold this rookie in particularly high regard. Do you believe that the Timberwolves have erred in their judgment, or is it us who have misjudged? Mark Smith gazes with smug satisfaction at Steve Kerr in the commentary booth, as these two future Warriors head coaches brazenly mock Minnesota. Come on. Can't you see the record? Just compare it to this year's #1 pick in the same position. The Thunder have secured 4 wins and 6 losses, having been the bottom team last year. Although they haven't broken into the top 8, they are at least shedding the label of a weak team. Now look at Minnesota's record. 1 win and 10 losses, 10 consecutive defeats. There's no sign of Rose's potential in Russell, Kerr unabashedly remarks. Indeed, while I concur, I believe the core issue within the Timberwolves does not solely rest on Russell's shoulders. Do you not agree? Certainly, the primary problem lies with that incompetent coach. If he truly cherished basketball, he ought to allow professionals to manage the team and simply fulfill the role of an owner. Why insist on being a coach when the team is evidently brimming with potential? Last year's #1 pick, Odin, has made significant strides this year, exhibiting improved shooting and defensive positioning compared to last season. The defensive prowess of the forward, Otto, has also seen remarkable enhancement, and he has a chance to contend for a spot on the all-defensive team. This is evident not just to me, but to all fans, yet only the coach seems oblivious. I wonder what kind of magic Russell has employed to captivate this head coach. Perhaps he presented him with a fruit basket? The Timberwolves must be in despair. The media's ridicule has only intensified the fans' anger and hopelessness. Typically, during such times, the combined pressures of fans and public opinion would compel a team to change coaches. However, alas, the team is theirs to manage as they please. Could you be a decent person and just leave? Stop ruining our team. Are you an undercover agent sent from China? You boldly proclaimed before the game that you'd make the playoffs, and this is how you choose to repay us? You are nothing but a colossal fraud. Get out of Minnesota. You are not welcome here. Fans have spontaneously crafted a colossal banner displayed outside the Timberwolves arena, Yet the situation remains rather hopeless. Even the league finds itself powerless, as Xiao has consistently exercised caution, denying them any opportunity to expel him. Several attempts have been made by individuals surrounding him to provoke him into uttering racially charged remarks. Fortunately, Xiao's wit has allowed him to evade such traps. Though he has managed to sidestep these provocations, he has nonetheless witnessed the unscrupulous tactics employed by these rogues. A group of individuals who incessantly harass him in an effort to elicit detrimental statements, clearly acting as pawns for someone else. However, witnessing their beloved coach and owner being subjected to such disdain has ignited a spark of anger among the players. Odin, in particular, has boldly retorted, "Mark my words. We stand by our coach. He possesses capabilities far beyond the ordinary, and I firmly believe we will emerge as a formidable team this season." Yet, persisting in this manner is unsustainable. Now that 10 games have transpired, it is time to assess the results, coincidentally encountering Russell Westbrook, who is engaged in additional training. Russell, you must have adapted to the intensity of the NBA by now. We have limited time ahead, at most 5 games, before we must alter our strategy, Xiao stated. Rest assured, coach, I have no issues at all. I eagerly anticipate a change in tactics. Xiao, taken aback by Westbrook's response, curiously inquired, "Are you struggling with this style of play, or do your teammates hold grievances against you?" Xiao feared potential psychological or locker room issues with Westbrook. Either scenario could prove catastrophic, and he did not wish to see his grand plans cut short. Neither, coach. I simply do not wish for you to bear the brunt of the criticism. I am unfazed by external opinions. I remain steadfastly myself. However, I do not want my presence to cause you any harm. My teammates have been incredibly understanding, and I am genuinely grateful for their support during this time. I do hope for a change in our playing style, for I believe that with my abilities, I can be that pivotal figure in any system. Upon hearing Westbrook's response, Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the indomitable spirit he had long admired. As long as Westbrook could rediscover that tenacious demeanor, combined with his and Billups's capabilities, the future of the Timberwolves indeed appears promising. In the subsequent 5 games, Westbrook's performance began to improve. Against the Thunder, he faced off against Rose and achieved a season high of 24 points and 9 assists, securing a satisfying revenge. In the matchup against the Pistons, he recorded a double-double with 16 points and 10 assists while facing Iverson, leading the Timberwolves to 2 victories. Although the Timberwolves concluded November with a record of merely 3 wins and 12 losses, Xiao found this result entirely acceptable. The record ahead is not unachievable. Xiao recalled that this year's Western Conference was not as formidable as last year's. Securing 48 victories would virtually guarantee a playoff berth, implying that a record of 45 wins and 22 losses would suffice. Time was of the essence, for the pursuit of victories had commenced. Xiao promptly deployed a star card to empower Westbrook, for players endowed with star abilities would pledge their unwavering allegiance to him. Next came the moment to confront the league and prove their mettle. The first match of December was against the surging Eastern Conference team, the Magic, a formidable rival. This year, the newly acquired Brooks had flourished within the Magic, proving to be the most consistent offensive force off the bench, despite being a substitute for Nelson. Additionally, the former prodigy Darius Miles, who had transitioned from the Timberwolves, continued to thrive under the stringent guidance of Van Gundy, maintaining his work ethic in training and exhibiting heightened defensive tenacity. Prior to the game, Xiao convened a tactical meeting in the locker room. "Listen up, gentlemen. From today onward, we shall embrace a new rhythm. Our era has begun." Upon hearing Xiao's declaration, the team felt invigorated, knowing that a new strategy was to be implemented. Although Xiao had previously introduced various tactical systems for their practice, he had refrained from deploying them to better acclimate Westbrook to the NBA's pace. Thus, when criticisms of Xiao's capabilities surfaced, they had long to counter. Now, however, it was time to vindicate themselves. "Russell, you have no objections, do you? Your privileges end here," Xiao remarked, directing his gaze at Westbrook. "Of course not. I have adapted to this arena and am prepared for any system. I am still me, Russell Westbrook." Today, Westbrook seemed to gaze at Xiao with newfound clarity. He felt an internal warmth, his movements becoming more fluid. During warm-ups, he effortlessly sank 3-point shots that had previously eluded him. Strategies that once puzzled him now made sense. And he could easily assess the dynamics on the court, including off-ball movement, defense, and orchestrating half-court plays. Skills that had once been foreign to him suddenly clicked into place. "Huh. We certainly know you, And it is time for the outside world to recognize you as well, Roy teased. Xiao, with a hint of concern, urged Russell. Always believe in your abilities. You may not realize it, but as an observer, I see clearly that you are destined to erupt in this game. And this is merely your beginning. With fervor, Xiao continued, not just him, but each of us. I am a witness to your growth. Your capabilities are evident to me. While the future may take us in different directions, here and now, we stand united as the Timberwolves, brothers, partners. A team that fights for one another. Let us unveil our fangs. It is time to feast, my friends. Show them who the true jesters of the league are. The tale of a comeback is eternally the most exhilarating, especially considering that the Timberwolves are comprised of a youthful ensemble. A mere spark is sufficient to ignite their fervor. All right, gentlemen, it is time for us to take the court. The home announcer for the Magic is announcing the starting lineups, eager to conclude his shift, pondering the merit of competing against such a comical team. Meanwhile, the fans have eagerly gathered, anticipating a decisive victory for their home team, now solely curious about the margin by which the Magic will triumph. On the Timberwolves side, the regular starters are Westbrook, Roy, Ariza, Malisic, and Odin. For the Magic, the backcourt features Nelson and McCants, the latter being a 2005 lottery pick acquired from the Timberwolves, a player that Xiao dealt with upon his arrival. Over the past 2 years, McCants has performed admirably in Orlando and has now secured a starting position. On the forward line, we have Turkoglu and Lewis, while the interior is anchored by Howard. The Magic must exercise caution regarding their forward line. The duo of Lewis and Turkoglu, both formidable long-range threats, was pivotal in their victory over the Cavaliers, as no one could effectively contend with these two. As the game commences, Odin wins the tip-off, and Westbrook dribbles past half-court. In a departure from the norm, there is no immediate pick-and-roll for Westbrook. Instead, Malisic and Roy execute off-ball screens. Roy navigates to the 45-degree wing, and Westbrook delivers the ball, entrusting the Timberwolves' first possession to Roy. Has the Timberwolves finally altered their strategy? Finally cognizant of their previous folly? The commentator casually remarked as Roy faced McCants' defense at the waist level, executing a back-to-basket jumper that found its mark. McCants' defense was rather lackluster, and such an opportunity was one Roy could not afford to miss. The Timberwolves scored first. Subsequently, the Magic initiated a pick-and-roll with Turkoglu and Howard. Malisic swiftly rotated to protect the basket, denying them a chance for an alley-oop. Turkoglu, with no other option, passed to Lewis, but Ariza promptly closed in, denying a second opportunity during Nelson's pass. At that moment, Westbrook suddenly surged forward, positioning himself directly in front of Nelson, obstructing his line of sight for a pass. Attempting to advance, Nelson misjudged Lewis' intention, leading to a turnover as the ball soared into the backcourt. It was then that Westbrook's astonishing speed became evident. No one could rival him in a straight sprint. He swiftly picked up the ball and executed a powerful dunk in one fluid motion, a skill that Billups lacked. After scoring, Westbrook pounded his chest and roared in exhilaration. However, the Magic remained unfazed. Howard signaled his intent to reclaim dominance on the next play, but faced with Odin's formidable defense, he found it challenging to execute his moves. In terms of physicality, Odin matched Howard, boasting a sturdier lower body and greater height. Howard attempted to leverage his footwork, but Odin maintained his position, rendering Howard's fakes ineffective. This discomforted the powerhouse, as he recalled last year's Odin, who could effortlessly elevate under the basket. It was no joke. Lopez's defensive acumen was substantial, and while Lopez lacked in agility and leap, those were Odin's advantages. Thus, whether Howard attempted to outmaneuver or overpower, he found himself unable to prevail, ultimately passing the ball out. Fortunately, McCants hit a buzzer-beater two-pointer, salvaging the offensive effort. As Westbrook advanced past midcourt, Odin called for the ball at the 45-degree angle. Aware of Odin's shooting capabilities this season, Howard had to step forward. Westbrook decisively passed the ball before sprinting towards the opposite baseline, creating space on one side. Ariza slipped along the baseline, navigating around a screen to the same side corner. At this moment, Odin began his movement, pressing hard towards the basket. It was a challenging matchup for both sides. Despite Odin's physical advantages, Howard remained at his peak. Recognizing the lack of opportunity, Odin passed to Roy at the 45-degree angle. Roy, utilizing the screen set by Malisic, drove again as the Magic contracted their defense. Yet, no one noticed Westbrook lurking near the baseline, poised for action. Initially prepared to make a cut, Westbrook, seeing the Magic's compressed formation, prudently chose to backtrack to the three-point line. Roy, spotting Westbrook in a position to shoot, wasted no time in delivering the ball. Given Westbrook's previously poor three-point shooting, no one anticipated that he would find himself open, or perhaps the Magic's strategy was to concede the three to Westbrook. Little did they know, Westbrook's shooting had significantly improved under Billup's tutelage, transforming him into a player of merit. He effortlessly sank the shot. Curse it, that fellow seems rather extraordinary today. On the sidelines, the illustrious Van Gundy articulates with eloquence. Although the forthcoming match may not see the ball solely in Westbrook's hands as in previous encounters, his presence is felt in every play. The seamless cuts and emphatic dunks exemplify the synergy with Billups. The incisive cuts reflect the awareness of a seasoned player, while the powerful dunks showcase Westbrook's extraordinary prowess. On the defensive end, Billups, despite lacking in speed, masterfully employs his physique to dominate smaller guards, utilizing impeccable positioning to thwart opponents' drives. A prime example is Paul, who, despite his quickness, often finds himself ensnared by Billups. In contrast, Westbrook's unparalleled speed, particularly in his explosive first step, significantly compensates for Billup's sole defensive weakness. This is precisely why even Paul was left in utter dismay, let alone a player like Nelson, who was swiftly subdued by Westbrook's defense. Offensively, Billups excels at leveraging his physicality to dominate smaller guards. The outcome of this match reflected Westbrook's transition from a ball-dominant role to one without the ball, yet he relentlessly exploited his robust physique to overpower the Magic's guards. Coincidentally, the Magic's two guards were the diminutive Nelson and the similarly sized Brooks, making them easy targets for Westbrook's onslaught. Westbrook, possessing formidable scoring prowess coupled with Billups's basketball intellect, rendered those two smaller guards utterly helpless today. Chapter 33, The Timberwolves on the right track. Oh, I feel absolutely wonderful today. I am immensely grateful to my coach and my teammates, who accompanied me through the most arduous journey. I have emerged stronger. You will witness a better version of me moving forward. This game is merely the beginning. Furthermore, I hope that all who have disparaged my esteemed mentor will extend their apologies. He is truly an extraordinary individual, both in terms of basketball strategy and team management. You all owe him an apology. This is what Westbrook remarked during the post-game interview. In a remarkable display, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Magic with a score of 113-88. Westbrook delivered an astonishing performance, amassing 28 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, alongside 3 steals and 1 block, all without a single turnover. Following the match, he granted an uncommon interview. As Westbrook aptly stated, this was merely the beginning. However, many at the time dismissed it, perceiving it as nothing more than a rookie enjoying a simple meal. Yet, as time progressed, Westbrook's and the Timberwolves' performances compelled observers to reconsider their initial indifference. Against the Bobcats, Westbrook scored 30 points, accompanied by 6 rebounds and 6 assists. In a subsequent game against the Nets, Odin dominated with 26 points and 19 rebounds, single-handedly overwhelming the young Brook Lopez. During this match, Xiao couldn't help but smile, as the star player cards indeed manifested their prowess when juxtaposed with the actual stars. Against the Clippers, Roy shone with 33 points, signaling the return of the King of Los Angeles. In a game against the Jazz, 3 players scored over 20 points, while the bench player Oturo remarkably recorded 14 points, 5 steals, and 4 blocks, thoroughly dismantling the opponent's AK-47. Their defense against Darren was impenetrable. A streak of 5 consecutive victories in December thrust the Timberwolves back into the spotlight, transforming ridicule into respect for this formidable opponent. Achieving 5 consecutive wins is no trivial feat. What truly stands out is the multifaceted nature of the Timberwolves' gameplay, which starkly contrasts with their previous struggles in November. Each match revealed a different tactical framework, showcasing an extensive array of strategies. However, Xiao is not inclined to rest on his laurels. He aimed to capitalize on this momentum. The Timberwolves currently sat at the 12th position in the Western Conference, merely captivating the audience's attention. Yet, the forthcoming Timberwolves were poised to seize greater opportunities as a fierce pack of wolves was on the prowl. In an away game against the Nuggets, Westbrook showcased his innate talent while facing Billups, achieving 30 points, 11 rebounds, and 12 assists, thereby notching his first career triple-double. Following this performance, Xiao realized that while star player cards could enhance a player's abilities, encountering the actual stars maximized their potential, provided they were utilized correctly. Giving Westbrook a Shaquille O'Neal star card, however, would likely result in detrimental effects. Against the Kings, Malisic dazzled with 7 3-pointers, accumulating 29 points and 9 rebounds, reminding everyone of his prodigious talents. With Odin's rise, Malisic's role within the team had indeed diminished. Although he possessed exceptional 3-point shooting skills, other facets of his game remained underdeveloped. Presently, Malisic functioned more like a towering presence, creating space for the team as a large 3D player. Yet, through Su Xiao's guidance and development, he had transformed from a previous disappointment. Malisic's mid-range shooting, playmaking, footwork in the paint, and defensive skills had all improved significantly after he regained his confidence through diligent training. Nevertheless, he now adhered more closely to tactical instructions. In truth, Malisic was perhaps Su Xiao's most significant source of pride, as his abilities were cultivated under Su Xiao's direct supervision. Each offseason, Su Xiao personally oversaw Malisic's training, rigorously implementing defensive drills and facilitating collaborations with semi-professional or professional trainers, leading to increasingly exquisite passing skills. Subsequently, against the Spurs, the entire team erupted, sinking 23-pointers, nearly leaving Popovich breathless, culminating in a resounding 128-101 victory and marking their 8th consecutive win. In a clash with the Heat, Odin again faced foul troubles. But backup center Gasol stepped up with 19 points, 17 rebounds, and 7 assists, effectively dismantling the Heat's interior defense, leaving Wade despondent as they replaced one formidable player with another. In the game against the Grizzlies, the Timberwolves exhibited their fearsome defensive prowess, restricting the Grizzlies to a mere 61 points, with only rookie Eric Gordon managing to score 11 points during garbage time. At this juncture, the Timberwolves had achieved a remarkable 10-game winning streak, propelling them to the cusp of playoff contention, standing at 13 wins and 12 losses, position 9th in the Western Conference. Yet, the true test awaited, as they were set to embark on a treacherous 3-game road trip against the Lakers, Cavaliers, and Rockets. These 3 matches serve as a true testament to the strength of the Timberwolves. The game against the Lakers holds particular significance for Su Xiao, who has once again invited Elin to witness the event in person. However, this time he cannot accompany her in the stands, as he must take on the role of coach to confront the Lakers directly. This match is seen by Su Xiao as a battle to prove himself. He vividly recalls the moment he was revered by the audience during his previous visit to Staples Center, a memory that now feels like a profound humiliation for him, fueling a deep-seated determination within. This year marks merely the beginning. Los Angeles, we shall see, and when the time comes, you will be the ones lamenting and cursing me. Upon entering the Staples Center, a surge of anger welled up within Su Xiao. Gentlemen, he proclaimed, tonight belongs to us. Victory shall be ours. Let Los Angeles cheer for us. His pregame rallying cry was simple yet infused with strength. Westbrook, the embodiment of Los Angeles, was ready to showcase his prowess before his home crowd. As the game commenced, Su Xiao's strategy focused on exploiting the interior height. However, contrary to expectations, the Timberwolves did not aggressively attack the paint. Instead, in an unusual twist, Odin positioned himself at the left corner, leaving the Lakers momentarily disoriented. Initially, Malisic was intended to serve as the outside shooter, leading to a defensive strategy of a 3-2 zone. Yet, with Odin occupying the corner, the Timberwolves found themselves with a void in the interior. After a pick and roll with Westbrook, Malisic rolled to the basket, and Westbrook delivered the ball to Ariza, who promptly passed it to the open Odin in the corner. Without hesitation, Odin launched a 3-pointer, striking true. The Lakers found themselves bewildered. How could Odin also shoot threes? In the ensuing round, the Lakers displayed an unwavering resolve, while the Timberwolves employed a similar strategy, merely shifting their positioning. Another 3-pointer was launched, catching the Lakers by surprise right from the outset, as Odin made 2 quick 3-point shots. With no other recourse, the Lakers were compelled to expand their defensive zone, inadvertently creating more space for their opponents. The Timberwolves swiftly adjusted their formation along the sidelines. A well-executed movement opened up the left side, allowing Odin to receive a high pass at the 45-degree angle near the free throw line. Confronted by Bynum, Odin skillfully maneuvered for a bit of room and executed a delicate floater to secure 2 points. Bynum's physique is already considered the pinnacle for a center, possessing both strength and remarkable leaping ability. Yet Odin matched him in prowess, certainly deserving of the title the Emperor. In this confrontation, Odin leveraged his proactive approach, gaining the upper hand and capitalizing on LaMarcus's technique to hit a splendid floater. Bynum, feeling slighted, sought to reclaim the ball for a shot. However, facing the dual height of Odin and Malisic, he found it challenging to make a move and ultimately passed to Garnett, who made a mid-range shot to conclude that offensive play. However, the Timberwolves quickly repositioned, with Malisic faking a run to receive the ball. Seizing the opportunity, Odin cut down the lane, and Westbrook promptly delivered the ball to him. Although Garnett reacted swiftly to cover the gap, he was powerless against the accelerating Odin, who soared for a thunderous dunk. Odin's leaping speed was nothing short of legendary, surpassing even Howard's ferocity. Incensed by being posterized, Garnett retaliated in the next round, delivering a harsh elbow to Malisic, which did not escape the referee's scrutiny and was deemed an offensive foul. Malisic, with his European grit and having been shaped by strife, had long suppressed his temper. Now, having found his footing, he refused to indulge Garnett's antics, forcefully shoving him back, which caught Garnett off guard. The former MVP, not one to suffer such indignities, hurled the ball back, fully aware that engaging in a physical confrontation could lead to his detriment. Thus, a classic case of fight or retreat unfolded, with Garnett casually walking back to his teammates while exchanging verbal jabs, inciting Malisic to charge at him. Ultimately, their teammates intervened, preventing an altercation, and the referees issued technical fouls to both players. However, Garnett's antics had unsettled Malisic's mindset, which had initially been intended to facilitate Odin's advantage against Bynum. Unexpectedly, it was Malisic who erupted first, rather than Bynum maintaining his composure. After a few successful high-low plays, Malisic, upon receiving the ball at the free-throw line, fixated on Garnett rather than seeking out Odin. Garnett, ever the crafty veteran, seized the moment to engage in trash talk. "Softy, have you never witnessed NBA-level competition? You merely stand outside and shoot a couple of balls. You're softer than the women at a nightclub. It's no wonder you couldn't last with the Pistons. Were you toyed with by the two Wallaces?" As the situation escalated, Malisic could no longer contain himself. He charged forward and collided forcefully with Garnett, resulting in an offensive foul. Rising to his feet, Malisic vehemently confronted Garnett, uttering a scathing remark. The voice of this statement resonated loudly, catching the attention of the referee, who promptly issued a technical foul. Coupled with the previous technical foul, the player was ejected from the game not once, but twice. Consequently, not only was participation in this match rendered impossible, but even the subsequent game against the Cavaliers would be unattainable. This left Xiao somewhat taken aback. However, upon reflection, he realized that for a seasoned player like Garnett, Malisic was still too inexperienced. Garnett was notorious in the league for his sharp tongue, as evidenced by the infamous incident on the bus with Anthony. Although some later attempted to clarify and absolve Garnett, it was indeed his trash talk that instigated the situation. Malisic, still seething with anger as he returned to the locker room, made Xiao acutely aware that Garnett had genuinely provoked him this time. Yet, he also understood that the strategy he had devised would no longer be viable and that a tactical alteration was imperative. With this in mind, Xiao immediately called for a timeout. "Listen up, guys. We are facing some challenges in this game, but we are not without opportunities. What we need to do next is quite simple. Set screens and look for old Fisher beyond the three-point line, while being mindful of our positioning in the paint." As he spoke, Xiao illustrated the strategy on the board. "Chuck, you're up. On defense, make sure to stick to Garnett like glue." He substituted in Hayes, a former Rockets player. Though Hayes was not particularly tall and had a rather rudimentary skill set, he left a lasting impression on Chinese basketball fans, particularly due to his defensive prowess. His stable lower body had once managed to completely neutralize Bynum in the playoffs, rendering the 213-meter giant utterly ineffective, and he had famously forced Garnett from the paint to the three-point line. However, Hayes' offensive game was a significant concern, aside from opportunistic rebounds and cuts to the basket. He possessed hardly any offensive maneuvers. His playmaking skills were still underdeveloped, relegating him to a blue-collar role, and his lack of height and vertical leap made even that role arduous. Nevertheless, Xiao found himself with little choice. Both Pau Gasol and Odin leaned more towards the center position, and he had never attempted to have them both on the court simultaneously. Influenced by his previous experiences, Xiao placed great importance on spacing and mobility. Having both players on the floor would slow the team's tempo considerably, as Pau Gasol was not as agile or quick as Malisic. While Xiao was still contemplating his options, the Timberwolves began their next offensive assault. Westbrook faced off against Fisher and accelerated past him with ease. Fisher's defense was decent for his age, but being a heavier guard, speed was not his forte. The infamous clip of him being effortlessly bypassed by Rose had become legendary. If Rose could do it, so could Westbrook. After slipping past Fisher, Westbrook encountered Garnett's help defense. Garnett disregarded Hayes entirely to assist Westbrook, and under Garnett's interference, the shot failed to find its mark, with the rebound secured by Lakers forward Posey. Damn. It seemed Garnett's strategy had succeeded, neutralizing the most significant threat to the Lakers' defense, thus allowing Garnett to focus on providing help defense and protecting the rim. Xiao sat on the bench with a solemn expression, observing the unfolding match. Malisic was undeniably a pivotal element in Xiao's strategy, while not the centerpiece. He was an indispensable factor in numerous tactical formations, capable of shooting three-pointers, facilitating passes, and providing defensive support without monopolizing possession. He could be regarded as an elite utility player. Introducing Tolliver at this juncture, though it would enhance offensive capabilities at the 4 position, would render the team's attack too predictable. The Lakers' rotation could easily counter him, making his impact far less effective compared to Malisic. Moreover, while Hayes struggled offensively, he at least managed to engage Garnett defensively. By the end of the first quarter, Xiao had already expended 2 timeouts, combined with the official breaks. He had utilized 3 timeouts to devise new strategies, yet each tactic was systematically dismantled by the Lakers. Kobe and Garnett were simply extraordinary, arguably the 2 most formidable players in the league. Xiao attempted to leverage Westbrook's speed against the aging Fish, but the Lakers' rotations continuously thwarted his plans. Seeking to involve Roy proved futile as well. After being overpowered by Roy last season, the Lakers resorted to aggressive double-teaming. The Timberwolves' previously comfortable 10-point lead evaporated in an instant. The only remaining advantage, Odin, found himself ensnared in the interior battle, without Malisic to divert Garnett's focus. His defensive prowess was overwhelmingly apparent, showing up everywhere on the court. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers trailed the Timberwolves by a mere point, 26-27, despite the latter having surged to a 12-2 lead at the outset, a promising start utterly disrupted by Garnett. Xiao, unwilling to accept defeat in this game, recognized he had no choice but to employ a particular tactic. As he watched Garnett celebrate after hitting a buzzer beater against Fujasic, Xiao steeled his resolve. If they were to play without honor, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Initially intending to reserve this strategy for the latter half of the season, he now deemed it necessary to act immediately. System: activate L. Harrington star card. Target Chuck Hayes. Chapter 34. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Wishing all readers a joyful new year filled with fulfillment, health, safety, and happiness. May the year of the rabbit bring you good fortune, and may the new year be as vibrant as a tapestry. Regular updates will resume tomorrow. Thank you for your continued support and affection. Chapter 35. The Battle of the New and Old Wolves. Suddenly, Chuck Hayes felt a warm surge flowing through his body. Xiao turned to Hayes and said, "Chuck, you are the most dedicated player I have ever encountered. Tonight, I want you to showcase your abilities in Los Angeles. I believe you can do it, and you must believe in me as well. The specialized training I provided you is not in vain." Upon hearing Xiao's words, the warmth within Hayes became even more pronounced. "I understand, Coach. I will tightly mark Garnett and defend the paint with all my might." "No, Chuck. Your responsibilities extend far beyond that. Do you recall the specialized training I conducted with you? Shooting?" Hayes gazed incredulously at Xiao. "Indeed, your offensive capabilities constitute your bottleneck. Should this match serve to shatter that limitation, Chuck, you shall truly establish yourself within this league. And do not forget, your shooting during practice is exemplary. But that is merely practice, Coach. If training does not prepare one for the game, what purpose does it serve? To placate your fragile psyche?" Xiao's eyes were steadfast as he regarded Hayes. "Listen, Chuck, I implore you to make a three-pointer and a mid-range shot in this next quarter. Trust me, you are capable of it." His teammates offered encouraging glances. Odin even embraced Hayes, saying, "Chuck, if you cannot create opportunities from the perimeter, I will be severely hindered in the paint." The intermission was brief, and soon the second quarter commenced. "It's all right. Don't be anxious. I can do this." Hayes continuously reassured himself internally, while his teammates harbored concerns. They were well aware of Hayes' abilities, and under such pressure, the demands placed upon him felt overwhelmingly burdensome. They could not fathom why Xiao had made such a request. There were alternative strategies. However, without any offensive threat from the power forward position, each player faced an oppressive defensive presence from Garnett. "Ah, Xiao, I finally comprehend the challenges you encountered in your prime. The lack of offensive aggression from the power forward is truly disheartening for a center. Xiao observed Hayes, his thoughts drifting towards Xiao. Back on the court. The Lakers were currently led by Garnett and Odom, with Odom tasked with guarding Pau Gasol while Garnett provided assistance, hardly acknowledging Hayes' presence. Seeing Hayes lingering beyond the arc, Garnett merely scoffed before turning his attention to Westbrook, who utilized his physical advantage to overpower Farmar. As Westbrook pushed toward the basket, Garnett had already begun his advance. Just as Westbrook created space and prepared to shoot, Garnett lunged, swatting the ball away. However, the agile turtle was quick, soaring to retrieve the basketball midair and tossing it to Hayes, stationed at the three-point line. The coach had proclaimed that he would succeed. He would indeed succeed. The moment Hayes grasped the ball, a tempest surged within him. Yet, witnessing Hayes at the three-point line, the Lakers neglected to defend him. Their focus trained on others to thwart any potential passes. Shoot quickly, there's no time left. Westbrook roared in frustration. The previous shot had not touched the rim, so the clock would not be reset, and considerable time had already been squandered. Hayes, observing the situation, wasted no time and launched a three-pointer. However, as soon as he released the ball, he sensed its inadequacy. Years of understanding and judgment regarding rebounds told him instantly that it had fallen short. Yet, there was no time for regret, for his teammate, Pau Gasol, utilized his long reach to deftly tip the ball back into Hayes' hands. Should he shoot again? In that fleeting moment, Hayes hesitated. The Lakers still had not approached him, believing he had merely thrown up a desperate shot due to time constraints. They doubted he would attempt another. Hesitating like a coward, what's the point of holding the ball without the ability to shoot? Garnett stepped forward, initiating his verbal jabs. Fine, if that's how you feel, I won't hold back. Hayes, who had been wavering, steeled himself. What man does not harbor a spark of fire within? His coach had demanded action, and a surge of warmth coursed through him, intensifying his desire to shoot. He raised his arms and unleashed a three-pointer. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air. Splendid! Xiao could hardly contain his joy. Woo-woo. Unbelievably, Chuck Hayes had sunk a three-pointer, his very first in his career. No doubt, the Timberwolves bench erupted in wild celebration, waving towels, while the Lakers stood in stunned silence. No matter, it was merely a stroke of luck. They would continue undeterred in the next possession. Phil Jackson exchanged a glance with Garnett, signaling him, which provided Garnett with a modicum of reassurance, leading him to continue his battle against Hayes on the offensive end. However, Garnett towered over Hayes by several inches, a gap that skill alone could not bridge. Despite Hayes' earnest efforts to contest Garnett, the latter effortlessly converted a signature jump shot, his body's coordination and explosiveness still intact, unscathed by injury. Russell, give me the next possession. I want to try again, Hayes said as Westbrook dribbled past the half-court line. No problem, Westbrook readily agreed, genuinely pleased to see his teammates shine. In the next play, Hayes found himself unguarded once more. This time, without a moment's hesitation, he shot again. Double kill. Another three-pointer, silencing the Staples center considerably. Recognizing the unfolding predicament, Phil Jackson immediately called for a timeout. Damn it, when did this guy learn to shoot threes? What sort of sorcery has that damn Chinese player cast upon him? Although Phil Jackson has mentally vanquished Xiao 100 times, the game must proceed. Now, Lamar, your task is to defend against this individual. As it stands, he seems capable only of taking slow shots, lacking any other skills. Kevin, you remain stationed under the basket to protect the rim. Following this, Phil Jackson elaborated extensively, establishing the strategy before returning to the game. In this instance, Xiao's strategy for the Timberwolves was considerably simplified, instilling greater confidence in Hayes and encouraging him to relentlessly pursue offensive opportunities through various means. Should Hayes succeed in exploiting his position, the interior presence of Pau Gasol would facilitate the execution of the classic Spanish high-low offense. Returning to the court, the Timberwolves continued to create space on the offensive end. This time, Odom was compelled to follow, leaving Gasol and Garnett to establish their positions in the paint. After Dragic advanced the ball past half-court, Odolo seized the moment, executing a backdoor cut that provided Gasol with room to receive the pass. Dragic, utilizing his most familiar technique, deftly lobbed the ball into the fray. Upon receiving the ball, Gasol remained composed, driving forcefully towards the basket, causing Garnett to stagger slightly behind him. Unlike his brother, Gasol was a quintessential center, possessing a weight and strength that Garnett could not withstand. Creating space, he pivoted sharply. Odolo, who had been in motion, quickly reversed course and slipped beneath the basket. Gasol executed a concealed pass, allowing Autolo to soar for a thunderous dunk. Marvelous. Su Xiao's heart soared with delight. His strategy had indeed borne fruit. Garnett found himself ensnared in the tussle within the paint, which hindered his ability to exert energy on help defense, thus providing Autolo with a golden opportunity. Subsequently, although Garnett showcased nimble footwork, his shot was evidently affected by prior exertions, resulting in a lackluster attempt. It seemed that the toll taken on his defensive stamina had begun to manifest in his offensive play, making the ensuing moments more favorable for the Timberwolves. Phil Jackson, sensing the shift in momentum, swiftly substituted Garnett for Bynum and Kobe during a stoppage in play. Nevertheless, the Timberwolves' offensive onslaught remained unabated. Gasol continued to wield his playmaking prowess from the free throw line, delivering a handoff to Roy, who, with Gasol's screen, charged towards the basket. The Lakers' defense collapsed rapidly, yet Roy remained unperturbed as he deftly kicked the ball out to Hayes. The Lakers' defense was swift to converge, demonstrating their discipline, with Posey quickly closing in. In a moment of calm, Hayes executed a feint that nearly deceived the defensive specialist Posey, as Posey momentarily shifted his weight. Hayes promptly lowered his center of gravity and surged forward. Kobe appeared just in time to intercept his path, but Hayes, with a fluid spin, eluded Kobe's grasp, subsequently converting a contested shot for a 2-1. Regrettably, Hayes lacked the height and leaping ability of Harrington. Otherwise, this could have culminated in a spectacular dunk, a maneuver Harrington had mastered. The bench was also ablaze with excitement. Hayes roared triumphantly after scoring a 2-1 in front of Kobe, as if releasing pin-up frustrations from before. However, Kobe swiftly retaliated with a layup, answering with his own 2-1. As the second quarter approached its midpoint, Su Xiao made another adjustment, substituting Tolliver for Hayes. Compared to Hayes, Tolliver stood slightly taller at 2.03 meters, exhibiting quicker movement and superior leaping ability, with a relatively stronger offensive presence. Defensively, while Tolliver was tenacious, his positioning and awareness were somewhat lacking, yet he possessed his own advantages. In the latter half of the quarter, Su Xiao unexpectedly altered his strategy, initiating a frenetic pace of counterattacks. Both teams became embroiled in chaotic skirmishes, but it was evident that the Lakers preferred a different tempo. They had their towering presence. The Timberwolves, however, disregarded this, launching fast breaks, counterattacks, and relentless three-pointers without hesitation. The Lakers attempted to impose their rhythm, yet the Timberwolves consistently found openings, executing various pick-and-rolls that left Bynum struggling to recover in time. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the Timberwolves led the Lakers by 11 points, 59-48. Well done, team. Let us continue this in the second half. Victory is ours, Su Xiao encouraged, clapping his hands. Indeed, coach, tonight Los Angeles belongs to us, he added with a smile. Yes, coach, you can finally hold your head high in Los Angeles tonight, he remarked. Su Xiao chuckled, replying, of course, but that is still far from sufficient. Everyone believed Su Xiao was merely motivating them, eagerly chiming in that they would strive even harder in the second half to impress. However, Su Xiao shook his head, stating, do you know what my only dissatisfaction with your first half was? The team looked puzzled, and Su Xiao directly revealed. My expectations for the second half are simple. If the opponent plays well, we shall play well. If they choose to provoke us, we should not hesitate to retaliate. If they insult you or deliberately provoke you, do not tolerate it. Respond appropriately. If they strike, you strike back. Any fines incurred will be covered by the team. Su Xiao articulated the most stirring words with the calmest demeanor, and as he slowly raised his head, the locker room erupted into enthusiastic applause. As professional players, they understood the importance of maintaining their composure on the court. Once physicality ensued, they risked the stigma of lacking professionalism and causing detrimental repercussions, which constrained some players and allowed certain unruly individuals to dominate. However, with the head coach and owner tacitly endorsing this approach today, what was there to fear? Hey coach, are you serious? If Garnett gets mouthy, can I really go and smack him? Odin eagerly inquired. That might not be wise. After all, he was once the king of the Wolves. The obedient child, Roy, expressed his concerns. From the moment he departed from Minnesota, he ceased to be the Wolf King. He became your adversary. If they encounter him in the playoffs, he might escalate his aggression. It is advisable to inform them now that they are not to be trifled with. Su Xiao continued calmly, emphasizing the necessity of imparting the lesson to these young individuals that kindness can be exploited, particularly in this arena. Should they reach the playoffs, they would likely be devoured, leaving no remnants. Fueled by this anger, the Timberwolves returned to the second half of the game, while their opponents, the Lakers, remained oblivious to the turmoil within the Timberwolves. As the second half commenced, the Lakers adopted a more cautious approach. After all, they too wished to avoid defeat. An 11-point deficit was far from insurmountable, especially given the numerous occasions this season when they had trailed in the first half, only to rebound vigorously in the latter half. Garnett engaged in a physical battle with Odin in the paint, yet it was evident that Garnett was at a disadvantage against Odin's formidable physique. Consequently, Garnett resorted to his trademark trash talk, believing that provoking the arrogant young Odin might elicit a reaction akin to Melisic. Your trash talk mirrors your playing style, pathetic and soft. After so many years in Minnesota, we are on the brink of surpassing your accomplishments, and you dare to provoke with such feeble banter? After receiving Xiao's tacit approval, Odin retorted fiercely. To his surprise, Garnett's composure shattered at this response. He retaliated by hurling the ball at Odin. "Well, you initiated this," he exclaimed, giving Garnett no time to react. "Oh, Garnett, what compelled you to provoke Odin?" After all, Odin had trained in boxing during his college years. Meanwhile, Xiao observed with secret delight from the sidelines. Both players received technical fouls. Garnett was ejected due to a previous infraction, while Odin was also dismissed with a second-level foul. With Odin's departure, the Timberwolves still had the capable Pau Gasol at their disposal. But the Lakers' defensive structure crumbled with Garnett's exit. What followed was a showcase of brilliance from Westbrook and Roy. "Old fish. Just a washed-up fish. I'll dismantle your defense with ease. Kobe, come guard me. Roy, it's your turn." As the dynamic duo erupted in the backcourt, the agile Gasol in the paint faced Bynum without a hint of trepidation. The outcome of the match lost all suspense with Garnett's departure. Chapter 36. Charging into the playoffs. Odin bound Garnett. As the new king of the Wolves vanquished the old, the Timberwolves began to awaken after Garnett's exit. What did his trade bring to the team? Following the Timberwolves' resounding victory over the Lakers, a plethora of similar headlines emerged. Xiao granted the players a day off, covering all expenses in Los Angeles. While it was termed a break for the players, it felt more like a respite for himself, as he had not spent time with Elin in quite a while. "Congratulations, Mr. Su, you are finally poised to prove yourself," Elin sweetly remarked. "Haha, it's not me proving myself, but rather these players performing admirably. You know, my judgment has always been quite astute," Xiao replied, a hint of shyness in his voice. Typically, he exuded confidence before the team, yet in Elin's presence, he felt somewhat restrained. He was not fond of socializing and struggled to engage with the opposite sex, often lost in his own basketball realm. "Do you think this outfit looks nice?" Elin boldly inquired. "Well, it looks nice. Oh no, it's absolutely stunning." Xiao wanted to say more, but swallowed his words, feeling it overly sentimental. At just 23 or 24, he questioned why he sounded like a middle-aged man. "If it's beautiful, then take a picture for me. I have a passion for photography." "You enjoy photography?" "Of course, I love capturing beauty. Whether it's the beauty around me or my own. Photography is about preserving beauty, even if just for a fleeting moment," Elin said, her large, expressive eyes sparkling. "It appears we share a common interest. Do you also enjoy photography?" Xiao teased. "I enjoy capturing you. Oh, I mean I also like preserving your beauty," he added with a mischievous grin, uncertain if Elin understood his jest. The two wandered through Los Angeles, enjoying each other's company like a typical couple. "I have a year and a half until graduation. Could you help me find an internship?" "I don't plan on pursuing further studies," Elin candidly asked. "Why not continue your education? You have the capability." "Well, I'm not particularly fond of my major. I want to intern while exploring subjects I'm truly interested in." "What is your field of study?" Xiao suddenly recalled that he had never inquired about Elin's major despite knowing her for so long. "I study materials architecture, but I prefer my elective course in financial management. I believe I am better suited for managing finances," she said with a confident smile. "Perhaps I could assist you with that," Xiao thought to himself, realizing he could benefit from her expertise in managing finances. "Oh dear, where is my mind wandering?" Xiao promptly adjusted his collar, shaking his head to regain his composure. "Ha ha ha, that's splendid. It's settled then. Perhaps in the future, I could assist you in managing the team's finances. Rest assured, I will be meticulous and ensure that you assemble the most formidable lineup with minimal expenditure, ultimately overpowering the Lakers and maintaining a relentless dominance over them." The seemingly adorable girl spoke with a carefree candor that both surprised and delighted Xiao. However, joyous moments are often fleeting. Next, Xiao was to accompany his team to Cleveland, followed by a back-to-back challenge against the Houston Rockets, a grueling schedule indeed. Before their departure, Yilin personally saw them off. Xiao leaned close to her ear and gently murmured, "Be careful. My feelings for you have grown more complicated." He then made a playful face, causing the innocent Yilin to momentarily be taken aback, allowing Xiao to dart away. "This guy is becoming increasingly mischievous," Yilin pouted. After a brief interlude of happiness, Xiao once again led his Timberwolves on a new journey to Cleveland. Following their impressive 10-game winning streak, the system rewarded him with an additional 500 system coins, allowing him to level up successfully to level 4 and unlock the S rank. Gazing at his remaining 100 starting coins, Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Having unlocked S-rank players, how could he not take a chance after enduring so much over the years? Securing S-rank players meant acquiring the top 10 from each position, and if he were to draw Jordan, it would be monumental. Without further ado, he initiated a draw. In 10 consecutive pulls, aside from the friendly credibility, he received a special skill card, a star player card, and 2 tactical ability cards, items he had never drawn before. The quality of the draw seemed dubious, suggesting that this player card might indeed be of S rank. Xiao had likely discerned the system's lottery patterns. When it appeared to be a gain, there were often pitfalls, while losses could lead to unexpected fortunes. Without hesitation, Xiao activated the star player card. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired an S-rank star player, Chris Paul skill card." "Wow, it's Paul, the god of point guards," Xiao exclaimed, jumping up from his bed. With an exceptional basketball IQ, perfect organization, and a balanced offense and defense, he had a remarkable ability to defend consecutively. Alongside precise shooting and incisive drives, coupled with an indomitable spirit, Paul's virtues quickly flooded Xiao's mind. Yet, Paul was not without his flaws. His most significant limitation was perhaps his physical condition. His height restricted many of his capabilities, preventing him from achieving the scoring explosiveness of players like Westbrook. In critical moments, he could score a basket or two, but when faced with formidable defense, relying on Paul to break open a game and score 40 points to save the team would often result in efficient stats of 2010, yet ultimately a loss. This is also the reason why Paul has not advanced to the Western Conference Finals for many years. Only by being alongside prolific scorers like Harden and Booker does he stand a chance of reaching that stage. Additionally, there are moments on the court that require subtlety. Thus, Xiao must deliberate carefully when utilizing this card. He needs to identify someone who can perfectly mask Paul's shortcomings, thereby maximizing the card's potential. It would have been ideal had this card been available sooner. It would have complemented Westbrook quite well, Xiao mused. Yet now Westbrook benefits from Billup's influence and cannot utilize Paul's card. For the time being, this card must be retained. Awaiting the emergence of an exceptionally gifted athlete with a calm and sunny disposition, perhaps he could become the next LeBron James. Xiao also planned to utilize the remaining 2 cards. He had amassed quite a few special skill cards and did not intend to hoard them excessively. As for the tactical card, he had never obtained one before and was eager to experiment. He decisively activated the tactical card, and instantly, hundreds of strategies appeared within the system. Given the circumstances surrounding tomorrow's game against the Cavaliers, it recommended 2 specific strategies, with an additional opportunity for tactical consultation on the day of the match. "Goodness," Xiao exclaimed upon witnessing this situation. "What is the point of hard work when I can simply draw luck? I can just cheat and see who my opponent is." While marveling at the invincibility of this system, he berated himself for wasting such a valuable resource. Having this in reserve for the playoffs would have been far more beneficial. Who knows when he would have the chance to draw something like this again? Judging by its appearance, the rarity of this tactical card was comparable to that of an S-grade star card. Although he had squandered one, he received a notification from the system indicating that tactical cards are divided into 2 types. One that reveals the strategies employed by the next opponent and provides corresponding countermeasures, and another that allows immediate mastery of a specific tactic. If he was not mistaken, there should still be one unopened tactical card, likely pertaining to immediate mastery of someone else's strategy. Xiao decided against opening this card for the time being. He believed he had a fair understanding of tactics, and he also felt that adopting someone else's strategies may not necessarily suit the current Timberwolves, even if he were to learn them. Imposing another's tactical ideology could prove detrimental to the team. Thus, he opted to retain this card for now. As for the remaining special skill cards, well, he had already opened one, so why not proceed with another? Xiao began to understand why mystery boxes had become so popular in the future. The thrill of opening them was exhilarating. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a high-quality Japanese maid. In an instant, a sweet-looking Japanese maid materialized in the room. Xiao sputtered, nearly choking on his drink. What is this? Can I choose not to have this? You can't do this to me. Just then, Westbrook entered, calling for Xiao to commence the tactical analysis meeting, only to be greeted by the astonishing scene before him. Boss, what on earth is happening here? The Divine Turtle once again contributed a plethora of emoticons, and Xiao, without the luxury of explanation, hastily ushered Westbrook out. Outside, Westbrook displayed a bemused expression reminiscent of Nick Young. Boss, you're quite something. The current play is rather flamboyant, Ariza jested as Xiao entered the hotel conference room. Trevor, since you are tasked with guarding LeBron tomorrow, I have arranged an extra practice session for you after the meeting, Xiao stated nonchalantly. Presently, Xiao found himself in a quandary, as the system, in its folly, only provided and did not account for returns. The girl could not go back now, and was obliged to remain by his side. How would he possibly explain this to Yilin later? He decided to dismiss such thoughts and focus on preparing for the upcoming game. Aside from Ariza, who was mired in his own sorrow, the others listened attentively. Given that both towering figures in the paint could not participate, particularly with Odin serving a 3-game suspension for fighting, the Timberwolves fielded a starting lineup of Pau Gasol and Hayes. However, fate had other plans. Although Gasol excelled in rim protection, the lack of substitutes meant that once he left the court, only Hayes and Tolliver remained. Furthermore, LeBron was shielded by the referees in this match. Ultimately, the Timberwolves succumbed to a score of 103-111, bringing an end to their 11-game winning streak. Nevertheless, this marked the official commencement of the Timberwolves' ascendance. In the next match against the Rockets, Odin continued his suspension while Malisic made his return. Meanwhile, Arteist was sidelined due to injury, and prior to the game, Yuming engaged in a friendly exchange with Xiao. Xiao expressed his aspiration to establish a basketball training camp in the country during the upcoming summer, aiming to assist more talented youths in realizing their basketball dreams and to inject fresh blood into Chinese basketball, a notion that resonated with Yao Ming. Xiao was aware that next season, Yao Ming would acquire the Shanghai team, thus becoming a minor proprietor. He sought collaboration with Yao, recognizing that Yao's esteemed reputation in the country could facilitate the execution of his plans. In this match, the Timberwolves ultimately succumbed to the Rockets, primarily due to McGrady's explosive performance, where he amassed 41 points and 11 assists, overwhelming the defensive lines of Ariza and Outlaw. In this incarnation, McGrady abstained from pain management, thereby extending the peak of his prowess for an extended period. On the Timberwolves side, the standout player was Hayes, who has seamlessly adapted to Harrington's capabilities. By combining his defensive skills, rebounding, and gradually developed playmaking, he achieved an impressive stat line of 28 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 steals. Hayes' three-point shooting was so astonishing that even Yao Ming could only shake his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Hayes, you are not this kind of player. If only you had showcased this talent earlier." As for their inability to surpass the first round or overcome the Lakers, Hayes has undeniably transformed. Despite the defeat, the Timberwolves' morale remained unshaken. Following their victory over the Mavericks, they secured a place in the Western Conference's top 8 with a record of 17 wins and 14 losses. Furthermore, Westbrook earned the title of Western Conference Rookie of the Month for December, thanks to the Timberwolves' remarkable 14-2 performance during the month. Coach Xiao also garnered the accolade of Coach of the Month, which took everyone by surprise, rising from the worst to the best in merely a month, thereby drawing attention to this young coach and casting doubt on the previous coach, Casey. However, the absence of Roy from the monthly accolades left Xiao somewhat dissatisfied, particularly as they had achieved the best record in the league. Nonetheless, Roy's selection for the All-Star game appeared secure. In the previous iteration, Roy was selected for the All-Star game last year, and after enduring a year of struggles, he now deserved his first All-Star appearance in this timeline. Entering 2009 as the 8th seed in the Western Conference marks a promising beginning. Timberwolves fans finally glimpsed a sliver of hope and dawn, yet with hope comes caution. They began scrutinizing the games with a magnifying glass. Such is human nature, when devoid of hope, no one pays attention, but when a glimmer of optimism emerges, people tend to become overly cautious, fearing that hope might slip away. Having finally broken into the Western Conference's top 8, the fans advised against complacency, urging the team to remain vigilant and not to fall back. This was both a message from the fans and a warning from Xiao to his players. However, As the new year commenced, the Timberwolves embarked on a remarkable 5-game winning streak, solidifying their position in the Western Conference's top 8, much to the relief of their anxious supporters. This month, the Timberwolves once again achieved an impressive record of 11 wins and 3 losses, propelling them to 6th place in the Western Conference, just half a game behind the 5th-placed Mavericks due to 1 fewer game played. Should they succeed in their upcoming away game against the Celtics, the Timberwolves would surpass the Mavericks and ascend to 5th place in the Western Conference. The arrival of happiness has been rather abrupt, leaving fans in a state of bewilderment. Just a month ago, they were vying for the top draft pick, and now they find themselves contending for home court advantage in the playoffs. Yet, in the unforgiving Western Conference, how could the youthful Timberwolves navigate such a path so effortlessly? Once their strategies were deciphered, the Timberwolves faced a series of defeats, but fortunately, Xiao promptly made the necessary adjustments. Furthermore, Westbrook's development has sent Timberwolves fans into a frenzy of delight. The most explosive point guard in history, his style is perpetually electrifying. Yet his mind remains astutely clear and composed. In moments of stagnation, his clutch shooting has proven to be a crucial remedy for the team's struggles. While his three-pointers in critical situations have been devastatingly effective, Westbrook is increasingly embodying the essence of a superstar. It appears that the decision to nurture him at the beginning of the season was indeed a wise one. All of this has truly been worthwhile. At this juncture, such perspectives began to gradually circulate, and the number of individuals queuing up to apologize to Xiao steadily increased. Naturally, there were also those who remained obstinate, insisting that Westbrook's performance bore little relation to Xiao, despite being directly rebutted by Westbrook himself. However, Xiao remained unfazed. In his view, if such individuals did not possess a bit of stubbornness, there would be nothing firm about them at all. Chapter 37, Rookie of the Year, Westbrook. Gentlemen, bonuses have been distributed. Congratulations to us on our return to the playoffs. After the training session, Xiao shouted to the crowd, declaring that this was a moment of joy for everyone. Playing basketball is not merely about financial gain. It is primarily about family and life. Ultimately, the Timberwolves achieved an impressive record of 53 wins and 29 losses, successfully advancing to the playoffs. Although they secured only the 5th seed in the Western Conference and lacked home court advantage, this accomplishment exceeded everyone's expectations, especially considering their dismal start of 3 wins and 12 losses. A group of young players, supporting each other amidst skepticism, managed to navigate through adversity under the guidance of a young coach, delivering a resounding rebuttal to their critics. This narrative is more exhilarating than any other. This season has proven to be fruitful for the Timberwolves. Russell Westbrook was honored with a spot on the All-Rookie First Team, triumphing over his fiercest competitor, Derrick Rose. As the latter's team, the Thunder, failed to make the playoffs, despite Rose's impressive average of 18, 8 points and 2 assists, Westbrook's statistics of 16, 8 points, 2 assists, 8 rebounds, 9 steals, and 8 blocks stood their ground. Both point guards are regarded with high hopes. They embody the most aggressive playing style while possessing the calmest of minds. Rose's penetrating drives are a visual delight, complemented by his unwavering composure, inspiring optimism among Thunder fans for a bright future. Meanwhile, Westbrook's ferocious dunks exemplify an aesthetic of raw power, combined with exceptional basketball intelligence and a cool-headedness during critical moments, igniting a fervor that could warm the cold Minnesota winter. Having transitioned from being scorned by Minnesota fans to earning nicknames such as the KG of point guards and the new King of the Wolves, it is evident how deeply the fans appreciate Westbrook. The media sees this opportunity to fervently promote the rivalry between Westbrook and Rose, branding them as adversaries from the Northwest Division. Joining them on the All-Rookie First Team was Malik Beasley of the Bucks, whose immense talent remains undeniable despite the absence of Pat Riley's stringent oversight, provided he stays clear of trouble. Beasley is poised to be one of the league's finest players. J. Mayo of the Clippers, averaging 19.6 points, emerged as the scoring leader among rookies. Alongside Brook Lopez of the Nets, the Timberwolves' Pau Gasol earned a place on the All-Rookie Second Team, alongside Rudy Fernandez, Kevin Love of the Heat, Nicholas Batum of the Spurs, Eric Gordon of the Grizzlies, and DJ Augustine of the Bobcats. Chalmers from the previous season did not make the cut, as he did not join the Heat this time, instead serving as a backup to Harris on the Nets, a consequence of Xiao's butterfly effect. However, Xiao's butterfly effect extends beyond this. Both the team standings and the All-NBA selections have undergone significant alterations this season compared to the previous life. For instance, the All-NBA first team remained unchanged, still comprised of Kobe, Wade, LeBron, Nowitzki, and Howard, as Xiao has yet to influence them. The second team, however, saw a shift, featuring Paul, Roy, Yao Ming, Duncan, and Garnett, the latter of whom, due to his health, displaced Pierce. The third team also experienced changes, with Billups and Anthony remaining, alongside the ousted Pierce and the aging Shaquille O'Neal. A familiar yet unfamiliar name, Tracy McGrady, made an appearance in the third team, as he maintained commendable competitiveness without injections, continuing his peak form from the previous season with averages of 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists. Although it is uncertain how long McGrady can sustain his prime without medical intervention, Xiao knows that this season presents the Rockets with their best chance at a championship. Bolstered by Yao Ming, McGrady, Artest, Battier, and the previously acquired Millsap and Scola, this Rocket represents the sole team within the league possessing the formidable strength to challenge the Lakers. The Rockets, with an impressive record of 56 wins and 26 losses, firmly hold the second position in the Western Conference. Their first-round playoff adversaries are the Hornets, who were also their opponents in last year's semifinals. However, the current Hornets are significantly less formidable than they were last year, while the Rockets have gained strength with the addition of Artest. No. Now is not the time to focus on the opponent. Xiao forcefully slapped his face, realizing that this series is crucial not only for the team's future but also as a stepping stone to garner public attention. He cannot afford to falter this time. Although the foe is the seasoned Spurs, and the odds may not be in their favor, he is unwilling to relinquish even the slightest chance of victory. Gentlemen, what lies ahead is a perennial powerhouse of the NBA, a team that any opponent would be eager to face, the San Antonio Spurs. This series of matches may prove to be quite arduous for us. However, my comrades, I must assert that the time has come for a transition in the NBA. It is high time we displace these seasoned veterans. Xiao's voice reverberated in the conference room, igniting a fervor within the players. Onward, San Antonio. In contrast to Minnesota, San Antonio resembles a tranquil and understated village, much like their star player Duncan, who embodies a modest yet unpretentious demeanor. No one anticipated that the Timberwolves, despite their dismal performance at the season's outset, would ultimately reach the finals, facing the seasoned Spurs. Will the Timberwolves create a miracle this time? What surprises might this young Chinese coach bring forth? What do you think, Reggie? In the pregame commentary, Reggie Miller partnered with Kenneth. After Kenneth's analysis, Reggie began. To be honest, I find this series quite intriguing. While many believe the young Timberwolves will be schooled by the experienced Spurs, I beg to differ. Oh, what insights do you have? I believe this series will not be an easy feat for the Spurs. I have observed the Timberwolves play. This coach possesses a certain acumen. Despite his youth, he has a wealth of tactics at his disposal. Moreover, this youthful brigade is vibrant and tenacious. The aging Spurs may indeed struggle to keep pace with these pups. Furthermore, the dialogue between Odin and Duncan is also noteworthy. Last year's Odin failed to live up to the moniker of prodigy, yet this year, he has emerged as one of the most dominant forces in the paint. Meanwhile, Xiao was finalizing strategies with Westbrook and Roy. Listen up, guys, this is your playoff debut. Do not feel any pressure. Play freely without reservations. Let us showcase our style and impose our rhythm upon the Spurs. Only then shall we have the opportunity to bring them down. Now, let me hear a goal. We are champions. In the opening game, Xiao maintained his usual starting lineup: Westbrook, Roy, Ariza, and Malisic, with Odin in the paint. The Spurs' backcourt duo consisted of Parker and Ginobili, while the forward line featured Batum and Duncan, with the veteran Kurt Thomas as center. The Spurs' intention with their dual guards was clear. They aimed to establish their offensive rhythm from the outset, refusing to allow the Timberwolves to dictate the pace, reminiscent of their strategy against the Suns in the 2005 Western Conference Finals. As Xiao observed this cunning fox from the bench, his impression of him remained unfavorable, perhaps due to the fact that he had once supported Mo's endeavors, thereby leaving a lasting negative impression. As the match commenced, Roy executed an off-ball movement to receive the ball at the waist, then forcefully attacked Batum, delivering a turnaround jumper to score the first point of the game. Batum appeared too inexperienced. One could only wonder if the Spurs would cultivate him into the next Leonard. Xiao smiled, contemplating whether Batum would ever become a version of Kawhi Leonard. Regardless, it was evident that the Spurs were unlikely to secure Leonard under the current circumstances. The Spurs continued to employ their tactical system, allowing Duncan to handle the ball. However, rather than assigning Odin to guard him, Xiao opted for Malisic to take on that responsibility, aiming to conserve Odin's energy while maximizing his rim protection capabilities. This, however, placed a heavy burden on Malisic, who found himself facing the historically renowned power forward and quickly accrued a foul in the opening round. Subsequently, Malisic was subjected to relentless domination by Duncan, who maneuvered effortlessly in front of him, showcasing mid-range shots, post plays, assists, and cuts. Malisic struggled to cope, as Duncan amassed 11 points within the first 5 minutes, while Malisic, tasked with defense, recorded a mere 0 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 fouls. Yet, Xiao refrained from calling a timeout, as the Timberwolves appeared to be leading in terms of the overall game flow, while the Timberwolves found it challenging to contain Duncan. The Spurs similarly struggled to defend against the dynamic duo in the Timberwolves backcourt. Roy, confronting Ginobili's mid-range pull-up, and Westbrook, with his peculiar shooting style, capitalized on his physicality to back down Parker. It was quite infuriating to witness him outmaneuvering Billups with such ease. On the sidelines, Popovich was eloquently vocal. During the finals between the Pistons and the Spurs, Billups had often exploited this tactic against Parker. However, back then, the Spurs had Bowen for support, whereas the current Batum was merely a rookie. I still have Bowen. Popovich suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and promptly called a timeout, substituting the underperforming Batum. Meanwhile, Xiao was not idle. He brought in Gariniel and Odilo. With Bradley's defense, Odilo, endowed with height, long arms, and remarkable hops, became a veritable nightmare for any guard. The decision to keep him as a bench player stemmed from his ball-handling skills, aimed at boosting the scoring potential of the reserves. Moreover, given his defensive prowess, he was well equipped to torment the opposing bench's scoring threats. Initially intended for Ginobili, Popovich had opted to start Ginobili in this match. No worries, if Ginobili is elusive, then let S target Parker. Just as Marion had once vexed him, Odilo, of comparable caliber, would surely bring him discomfort. The pace of both teams shifted rapidly. What began as a shootout abruptly transformed into a defensive battle. At this juncture, Westbrook emerged, consistently utilizing screens for mid-range pull-ups that severely challenged the Spurs' defensive line. Westbrook's shooting had become remarkably precise, reminiscent of Billups' finesse, while the Spurs guards struggled to keep pace with him. In the paint, Cato Thomas served as a solid shield, effective as a blue-collar player. Yet it proved difficult to coax him into an aggressive defensive stance. Xiao smiled broadly. This was the first dish he had prepared for the Spurs, targeting their weakness in interior mobility. Consequently, Duncan had no choice but to frequently come over to provide defensive support, which helped to contain Westbrook's offensive prowess. But patience is a virtue. There was a second course to follow. Employing a similar tactic, Westbrook utilized a screen, but this time it was a feigned attack. As he passed the ball back to Malisic, Bowen swiftly rotated, and Malisic did not pause, delivering the ball to Autry in the corner. Faced with the defensive challenge posed by Court Thomas, Autry directly fed the ball to Odin. At that moment, Odin had already positioned Duncan behind him, and upon receiving the pass, he executed a thunderous dunk. In the next play, Malisic remained outside while Neal's cut created a mismatch opportunity for Odin. After passing to Odin, the latter executed a skyhook, successfully scoring once again. The second maneuver strikes at your lack of athleticism in the paint. With less than 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Timberwolves have already stretched the score to 21-13. Remarkably, this Timberwolves team does not resemble a squad participating in the playoffs for the first time. Their coordination flows seamlessly, striking at the Spurs' vulnerabilities with precision, as Reggie Miller remarked. Indeed, one wonders what adjustments Popovich will implement. Gentlemen, we are about to encounter difficulties. The Spurs will undoubtedly intensify their pressure on the ball handler. Do not hold on to the ball, and once an opportunity arises, be swift in your shot. For offensive rebounds, one must be relentless in pursuit. Xiao understands that Jin Billy will likely take a breather soon, as stamina is a significant constraint for him. So he is not overly concerned about the Spurs executing a fast break. Parker alone is not much of a threat. Following the timeout, the Spurs substituted in Oberto while retaining Duncan and Parker, replacing Jin Billy with last year's rookie, Aflalo. It was surprising that Finley was not brought in. Had he been, the Timberwolves would have faced a much easier challenge. Xiao also substituted in Marc Gasol and Hayes. As expected, the Spurs began to apply pressure on the ball handler. As Hayes brought the ball up, Bowen suddenly lunged forward and stripped Hayes of the ball. Quick as a flash, Parker initiated a fast break, assisting Aflalo for an easy layup. No more holding the ball, Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction, having emphasized the opponent's intention to pressure the ball handler. Such mistakes cannot happen. Hayes, feeling guilty, raised his hand to acknowledge his error. Subsequently, the Timberwolves executed their plays with greater urgency, denying the Spurs any opportunity to double-team. The ball was passed inside, but Marc Gasol, facing Duncan's defense, appeared hesitant and was unwilling to attack the basket. Fortunately, Outlaw managed to hit a buzzer-beating three-pointer. Something feels amiss. The Spurs' strategy is not merely about double-teaming. Xiao pondered the Spurs' tactics deeply. In the second quarter, the Spurs quickly caught up and took the lead. Popovich watched with satisfaction from the sidelines, seemingly conveying, experience prevails. Chapter 38. The cunning Spurs. Listen up, gentlemen. Although they have regained the lead, we still have a chance. Their first half was not a genuine double team. It was a trap designed to force us to play inside against Duncan one-on-one. In the locker room at halftime, Xiao patiently explained the Spurs' tactical system to his players. I apologize, coach. We failed to fully execute your strategies, Marc Gasol said, his expression filled with remorse. At halftime, the Timberwolves trailed the Spurs 48-53, with the performances of Gasol and Hayes being disastrous. I do not want your apologies. The game is far from over, Xiao retorted. Upon observing the dejected expressions of the two individuals, the usually composed Xiao delivered a profoundly impactful statement. He remarked that they would persist with the defensive strategy previously employed, urging them to seize any opportunity from the perimeter and execute decisively. Xiao endeavored to maintain his composure, his tone steady. The first half served as a tuition fee for their learning. Now it was time for a counterattack. His words resonated with conviction. As the whistle blew, the second half of the match commenced. The Spurs continued their relentless double-teaming of the ball handler. While Roy quickly shifted the ball, Malisic, without hesitation, launched a three-pointer. The league's leading three-point shooting percentage indeed lived up to its reputation, with the first shot finding its mark. Following that initial success, the second and third shots came in rapid succession. There were a few misses along the way. Yet the Timberwolves' relentless pursuit of rebounds, disregarding their defensive positioning, proved to be a considerable headache for the Spurs. Once Odin also sank a three-pointer from the corner. The Spurs began to feel the pressure, and the Timberwolves fully overtook the score. Our offense is performing admirably. Now we must focus on our defense, Xiao instructed. Though the Spurs are fundamentally a defensive team, their offensive capabilities cannot be underestimated. We must refrain from excessive double-teaming and instead employ switches. When Parker and Ginobili find themselves in a particular position, we must not fall for their tricks or rush out recklessly. Xiao once again held the tactical board, leaving the assistant coaches bewildered. It is certain that the Spurs will adjust their defense in response to our offense, especially since Popovich places immense importance on defensive strategy. Shouldn't we then alter our offensive tactics? One assistant inquired, perplexed. Our shooting is currently exceptional, and we have closed the gap and taken the lead through our offense. So there is no need to proactively change our approach. However, we must prioritize our defense, especially now that everyone is riding the high of offensive success. It is all too easy to become overzealous defensively and fall prey to the crafty veterans, leading to unnecessary fouls. Xiao calmly explained, garnering a few more admiring glances from those around him. Indeed, the Spurs made adjustments on the offensive end, increasing the ball-handling duties of Parker and Ginobili. However, with the Timberwolves fully in rhythm, the arduous layups from Parker and Ginobili felt like mere drops in a bucket. Xiao's strategy was sound. As long as he did not allow Ginobili and Parker to inflict damage and slowed the pace of the game, conceding a few points was inconsequential, for they would inevitably struggle to contain him upon their return. Popovich's insistence on man-to-man defense was rendered ineffective as the Timberwolves, emboldened by their shooting prowess, launched shots despite defensive pressure, and the aging Spurs simply could not keep pace with the youthful agility of the Timberwolves. Although the fourth quarter saw a slight improvement in the Spurs' defense with the inclusion of young players like Aflalo and Batum, relying heavily on newcomers meant accepting their growing pains, including offensive errors and poor shot selections. Despite the Timberwolves experiencing a dip in shooting in the fourth quarter, they consistently maintained a vigorous defensive effort, particularly in their rebounding, finishing the game with a 15-rebound advantage over the Spurs, and winning the fourth quarter by 8 rebounds, with 6 of those on the offensive glass. Consequently, the Spurs scored a mere 16 points in the fourth quarter, ultimately losing the game 94-99. The victorious Timberwolves did not allow themselves to relax. Immediately after the game, Xiao convened a team meeting. After all, as a young team making their playoff debut, there were many errors to address and constant reminders were necessary. I was not entirely satisfied with our last game, Xiao expressed with some frustration. The tactics we devised before the game were not executed fully, and our once proud offense turned hesitant. Had it not been for a barrage of three-pointers in the third quarter and our rebounding in the fourth, we could have lost our first game. Our most significant adjustment for the next game must be our mindset, especially regarding our strongest offensive plays. We will continue to rely on our dual threats. Greg, do not fixate on one-on-one battles with Duncan. You are still young, with a long journey ahead. Do not let the fleeting victories or defeats cloud your focus. Xiao reassured Odin, who had struggled against Duncan in his previous attempts. Duncan is the greatest power forward in history. Even if you had Elijah's skills, it would be a challenge to surpass Duncan. In the next game, we must leverage our athletic advantages in mid-range shooting and improve our defense against Parker. Instead of merely attempting to block him in the paint, we must find ways to prevent him from entering it altogether. The second match took place once again on the Spurs' home court. In this game, the Spurs altered their starting lineup, relegating the veteran Kurt Thomas to the bench and promoting the former mascot, Bonner, to the starting position. The implication was unmistakable. They aimed to create space on the offensive end, granting opportunities to their dynamic duo, while placing the defensive burden squarely on Duncan's shoulders. Oh, Popovich, you were truly fortunate. Without a player like Duncan to support you, would you dare to employ such tactics? From the outset, Duncan indeed exerted considerable pressure on the Timberwolves defensively. After all, Malisik's skills in the post were still developing, and his ability to penetrate was rather average. Popovich recognized this, hence assigning the defensively challenged Bonner to guard him. However, Odin possessed a three-point shot, compelling Duncan to also keep an eye on Odin's perimeter threat while managing the Timberwolves' guards' drives and the forwards' cuts. Simultaneously, he was required to provide effective screens on the offensive end, creating ample space for Parker and Ginobili to operate. As Xiao's strategies against Parker began to yield results, Duncan once again took on the role of the Spurs' offensive anchor. Indeed, he is the greatest power forward in history. At that moment, neither Nowitzki nor Garnett could hold a candle to Duncan. This match was solely about Duncan. Had anyone else been in his place, the outcome would have been drastically different. No one else could have produced such an effect. Xiao calmly stated from the coaching bench. After one quarter, Popovich altered his strategy as the Timberwolves' defense left no room for Parker and Ginobili to penetrate easily. Xiao's approach was quite straightforward, utilizing height to restrict speed. Merely surpassing by half a step proved futile, for the height and long reach of the defender could still disrupt the play. Xiao distinctly recalled the previous year's playoffs, where the Spurs faced the Suns. The Suns employed a similar tactic against the Spurs' dynamic duo, with their interior players, Stoudemire, Fry, and a second-year Robin Lopez, offering scant rim protection. However, the Suns executed two primary strategies. Firstly, they leveraged their forwards' height to stifle the backcourt duo, preventing them from easily accessing the paint, while screens were set from above. Secondly, they focused on maintaining an aggressive offensive tempo and capitalizing on bench firepower. As a result, those matches were high-scoring, surpassing the century mark, yet the Spurs struggled to score, unable to rely on their preferred methods. While Parker and Ginobili could score, they failed to inflict significant damage, allowing Stoudemire to wreak havoc offensively without facilitating team play. Now, Xiao felt confident that his lineup, featuring Westbrook, Ariza, and Outlaw, was not significantly weaker than the Suns' Richardson, Old Hill, and Dudley. Although there was a slight gap in experience, Westbrook possessed skills that rivaled Billups, and Outlaw offered defensive prowess akin to Avery Bradley's. Moreover, he had no concerns regarding their offense. Although Westbrook had yet to reach his peak, the Timberwolves were currently riding high on confidence, making them virtually unstoppable against the Spurs. In the second game, the Spurs suffered a decisive defeat, losing 91-107. Upon returning to their home court for the third game, the Timberwolves granted no opportunities, defeating the Spurs again with a score of 113-99. Leading the series 3-0, the youthful Timberwolves grew somewhat complacent, prompting Popovich to finally adapt in the fourth game, pairing Bowen with Batum in the starting lineup and also promoting Aflalo to a starting position. The Spurs have displayed a much more rational performance, with their defense adequately keeping pace and their offensive firepower proving commendable. Additionally, Ginobbili's presence off the bench has allowed the Spurs to maintain their offensive rhythm. In the fourth game, the Spurs achieved a resounding victory over the Timberwolves, triumphing 105-88, thus earning themselves a glimmer of hope. "Listen, children," said Popovich, surveying the room. "No team has ever come back from a 0-3 deficit in the playoffs. However, history is crafted by human hands, and records are meant to be broken. Let us be the pioneers this year, here on our home court, as we vanquish our opponents and forge history." Popovich also inspired his players before the game. In this match, the Spurs exhibited greater discipline, compelling the Timberwolves to commit 20 turnovers throughout the game. Ultimately, they triumphed on their home court with a resounding score of 110-90, narrowing the series to a score of 2-3. At this juncture, an increasing number of voices within the forum began to cast doubt upon the Timberwolves. The Spurs' proclamations of historical significance were also resounding. Indeed, the Timberwolves had demonstrated commendable performance this year. However, the Spurs, as a venerable powerhouse, possessed the potential to seize any opportunity and truly etch their names in history. While the Timberwolves remained somewhat unseasoned, the atmosphere in the United States became charged as discussions turned more objective. The sixth game, held in Minnesota, was a do-or-die scenario for the Timberwolves. Failing to secure this match would undoubtedly inflict a severe blow to their mindset and morale in the subsequent seventh game. Fear not. Gentlemen, stay relaxed. The Lakers have already advanced. If we aspire to challenge them, we must not allow the Spurs to impede our progress, declared the coach, who opted for a starting lineup featuring Outlaw, emphasizing a vigorous offensive approach from the outset. At this moment, Xiao remained remarkably composed, understanding that any sense of urgency would only amplify the pressure on his players, thereby complicating their performance. Under his guidance, the team's demeanor grew notably tranquil. As the match commenced, both sides engaged in fierce physical confrontations. Though Bowen had aged, his defensive footwork remained intact, coupled with his penchant for exploiting underhanded tactics, which proved particularly troublesome for Milicic. The latter, aside from his three-point shooting, lacked a consistently reliable scoring method. Thus, as long as Bowen shadowed Milicic, preventing him from taking shots, his threat diminished significantly. Moreover, Bowen's own proficiency in three-point shooting compelled Milicic to maintain a more expansive defensive stance. Nevertheless, due to the Timberwolves' twin towers, they maintained an advantage on the boards, ensuring the scoreline did not widen excessively. At that moment, Xiao suddenly conceived a strategy. He waved to the bench and called for a timeout during a dead ball situation. "Mark, you're up." Upon hearing Xiao's summons, Pau Gasol promptly removed his jacket in preparation to enter the game, while Odin, noticing Gasol changing, was already heading towards the sidelines. "Greg, return, you will join Mark, and we shall deploy a twin tower formation. Greg, you position yourself low, while Mark takes the high post, executing a high-low collaboration. Othello, you must be poised to act. First, align yourself on the same side as Greg, then move to the opposite side, maintaining an active pace. Russell, you will take charge of this strategy." If the Spurs of 3 years hence were to witness this tactical maneuver, it would undoubtedly cause them considerable distress. This evokes memories of the tactics that once saw the Grizzlies triumph over the Spurs, with Pau Gasol positioned high and Zach Randolph down low, causing Duncan and McDyess to falter in their defensive assignments. Following that series, McDyess retired from the game. Today, the Spurs' interior defense is anchored by Duncan, supported by Bowen and Batum. One brings experience while the other contributes athleticism, forming what appears to be a splendid combination. However, Popovich, have you ever encountered such a lineup? Chapter 39. Paying tuition upon returning to the court, the Spurs found themselves momentarily bewildered by the opposing formation. What was this, a twin tower setup? Westbrook brought the ball up, with Pau Gasol calling for it from the high post, while Odin established position against Duncan down low. Gasol's height allowed him to disregard Bowen entirely as he effortlessly delivered the ball, simultaneously initiating his movement towards the basket. Odin, understanding the intent, elevated for a high finish, and the duo executed a seamless collaboration in midair. On defense, the strategy involved utilizing the more adept low-post defender Gasol to challenge Duncan, while the more agile Odin shadowed Bowen. Coupled with the Timberwolves' towering lineup, the only player below 2 meters on the court after Ariza substituted for Roy was Westbrook. Notably, Westbrook is among the most proficient rebounders in the guard position. Although his triple-doubles in previous seasons may have raised eyebrows regarding their authenticity, his rebounding prowess, particularly in seizing offensive boards, is undeniably elite among guards. As a result, the Spurs found themselves in a stalemate. The intense physicality of the first half led to a low shooting percentage for both teams. However, the Timberwolves focused on their interior game and effectively protected the boards. allowing them to seize a 48-39 lead as they entered halftime. In the second half, Ginobili emerged, scoring 6 consecutive points to halt the Timberwolves' momentum. Throughout the third quarter, he accumulated 13 points, reminiscent of the elegant Argentine who once dazzled during the defensive battles against the Pistons. Yet, it was clear that Xiao was playing his cards openly. Westbrook was not yet the scoring champion. Despite possessing capabilities akin to Billups, he remained a rookie, unable to fully harness the potential of such skills, and fell short of the MVP-level play. "Coach, let me take him one-on-one," Roy declared, stepping forward. Indeed, there was still Roy, a crucial asset in this series. Xiao had been preoccupied with showcasing his strategies in front of Popovich, hoping to secure victory through tactics alone. Yet, he overlooked the fact that these players were all capable of standing on their own, particularly Roy, who now ranks just behind Kobe and Wade among guards. "All right, Brandon, it's your turn now." Xiao outlined a straightforward play for his team. However, upon returning to the court and observing the Timberwolves' positionings, Popovich could not help but smile from the sidelines. This was a formation he knew all too well, the triangle offense. Did you truly believe Roy could rival Kobe? Popovich regarded this with a hint of disdain, for in his eyes, only Kobe had the capability to overcome the Spurs' ironclad defense. Throughout this entire season, Xiao has consistently emphasized the importance of discipline within the team. The Timberwolves are renowned for their tactical prowess and teamwork. And with Roy being a naturally collaborative player endowed with high basketball IQ, his performance lacks the personal heroism that characterized his previous life. Nevertheless, Roy has evolved into the league's third-best shooting guard, exhibiting a playing style reminiscent of Kobe Bryant, initiating play from mid-range and employing scoring techniques akin to Kobe's. Now, with the shackles of restraint cast aside, it is time to unleash his full potential. As Roy faced the seasoned Bowen, he first leaned into his opponent. Then with a sudden burst of strength, he pushed Bowen back slightly and surged forward. Observing this, Duncan attempted to step in for support, but Roy executed a sudden stop, switching the ball from his left hand to his right, creating an opening as Duncan inadvertently vacated the right side. Roy effortlessly completed a driving layup amidst the contact. Following this, Roy performed a graceful floater, striking the backboard and simultaneously drawing a foul from Bowen. "You've grown old. Those tricks no longer work," Roy remarked nonchalantly after the basket. Bowen, bent over and clutching his knee, gazed at the young player before him with a sense of resignation. Acutely aware of the passage of time, Bowen was subsequently substituted out, and although his replacement was Ginobili, it did little to impede Roy's momentum. Ginobili, unable to maintain the competitive edge he displayed in the third quarter, perhaps drained from his defensive exertions, managed only one basket from 7 attempts throughout the fourth quarter, compounded by the Timberwolves' overwhelming dominance on the boards. The Spurs could only rely on their experience to draw fouls and earn a few free throws in a desperate attempt to keep pace. Yet, ultimately, the inexorable march of time cannot withstand the vigor of youth. Following a thunderous fast break dunk by Westbrook, the score settled at 92-84. In the aftermath, Finley was seen shedding tears on the court, encapsulating the profound sense of powerlessness and disappointment that resonates deeply with all athletes. Due to Xiao's influence, the Spurs fell short of the championship in 2007, leaving Finley as the only player in the organization without a title. Yet, such is the nature of competitive sports. Brutal defeat is the norm, while success remains a fleeting anomaly. The rarity of serendipitous success compels one to revel in the moment of triumph. After the match, Roy embraced Xiao, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, coach. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for leading us to this advancement. It is not I who led. It is you who fought for this victory. We have triumphed. Let us wholeheartedly indulge in this celebration that belongs to us." After a 5-year hiatus, Minnesota has returned to the playoffs, defeating the Spurs to advance to the second round, where they will face the defending champions, the Los Angeles Lakers. It is noteworthy that this marks only the second occasion in the franchise's 20-year history that they have surpassed the first round. However, in the second round, against the formidable Lakers, the Timberwolves lacked the confidence they displayed in the first round. Despite having triumphed over the Lakers in the regular season, the intensity of the playoffs is a completely different matter. In the first 2 games, the Lakers exerted tremendous pressure at home, with the young Timberwolves averaging nearly 14 turnovers per game. The Lakers' counterattacks came in relentless waves, securing victories in both matches with alarming ease. As they returned to Minnesota for the third game, Xiao endeavored to rally his team. Yet he was acutely aware of the challenges posed by their current roster in overcoming the Lakers. "Don't worry, boss. We will show them our strength in this game, Westbrook confidently asserted. Indeed, we fight for Minnesota, Roy replied. In this match, we must minimize turnovers. If we cannot halt the Lakers' counterattacks, we must at least exhibit the appropriate defensive resolve, Xiao added in conclusion. The game commenced with both teams employing their regular lineups, and Garnett, returning to Minnesota, was met with the loudest jeers from the crowd. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from executing an alley-oop dunk right from the start. It's all right. Let us play to our rhythm, he remarked. Westbrook orchestrated the positioning of his Timberwolves teammates. Suddenly, he surged forward, shaking off old fish and charging toward the basket. However, Garnett, quick to react, positioned himself directly in Westbrook's path. Unperturbed, Westbrook skillfully maneuvered the ball while retreating, successfully drawing Garnett out of position. In a swift motion, he elevated his hand and released the ball, allowing the cutting Ariza to receive it and soar for a stunning layup that leveled the score. Subsequently, Westbrook continued his relentless assault, executing precise passes to Roy, Malisic, and Ariza, who were all in exceptional rhythm. Within the first 4 minutes, the Timberwolves had already netted 4 3-pointers, establishing an 18-6 lead, and concluded the first quarter with a score of 36-23. In the second quarter, Hayes and Outlaw maintained the Timberwolves' fiery momentum, propelling the team to an impressive 69 points by halftime, while the Lakers managed only 54. However, the turning point of the match emerged in the third quarter. Westbrook's drive was met with a foul, yet the referees remained silent, only to call a controversial offensive foul on Old Fish moments later against Westbrook. This decision unsettled the young star, but fortunately, Roy intervened just in time to restrain Westbrook, who was eager to voice his grievances to the officials. Shortly thereafter, in a moment of impulsivity, Westbrook attempted to force another drive against Old Fish, only to be whistled for traveling. In this moment, Westbrook was clearly disheartened, although a portion of his skills and basketball intelligence were inherited from Billups. His temperament remained distinctly his own. When his fiery temper flared, he quickly incurred a technical foul, and more troublingly, the referees began to scrutinize him, resulting in 5 fouls before the third quarter had concluded. Without Westbrook's penetrating drives, the inexperienced Dragic was utterly unable to withstand the seasoned veteran's manipulation. The Timberwolves players also saw a decline in their shooting touch, allowing the Lakers to capitalize on the opportunity, culminating in a remarkable fourth-quarter surge of 35-17, which flipped the score in their favor. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Timberwolves with a score of 117-109. After losing the third game, the energy and spirit of the Timberwolves were markedly diminished in the fourth. Momentum waned, and they ultimately faltered, suffering a staggering defeat at home with a score of 93-112 against the Lakers. Following a game where the referees had favored him, Westbrook delivered a dismal performance, shooting only 2 for 13, with a mere 11 points, 4 assists, and 6 turnovers. In the aftermath, Westbrook's gaze was vacant, reminiscent of a child who had erred, desperately wishing to escape the weight of this loss and retreat to the locker room, yet he was held back by Xiao. My boy, it was merely a game. For every defeat, there is a victory. The opponent played better than us today, and there is no need for self-reproach, Xiao advised earnestly. Listen, Russell. A formidable individual should not be defeated by failure, nor should he flee from it. We must possess the confidence to win but also the courage to accept defeat. Like a man, embrace it all, and remember this feeling. In the future, when you feel weary, reflect upon this poignant moment. At that moment, Kobe and Garnett approached, embodying the spirit of victors. Kobe sought out Westbrook and Roy, embracing them with heartfelt warmth as he regarded them as worthy adversaries. Garnett, on the other hand, approached Xiao. Thank you for your nurturing. Witnessing your progress to this point brings me immense joy. You are so young and filled with promise. I truly hope to avoid facing you next year, Garnett remarked with a smile. It's not too late for you to return, Xiao humorously replied. Perhaps you might indeed lead this team to places I have never ventured. Witnessing the remarkable achievements of the team for which he dedicated 11 years of his life, Garnett is genuinely elated, as his profound emotional ties to the franchise run deep. After the Lakers triumphed over the Timberwolves, their journey was not devoid of challenges. In the Western Conference Finals, they faced the formidable Rockets, a team led by the likes of Yao Ming, a healthy Tracy McGrady, and Ron Artest, which proved to be quite a formidable adversary. Additionally, the strategic acquisitions of Paul Millsap to bolster the power forward position in a revitalized Francis, alongside the pivotal trade that brought Artest to the Rockets, have transformed this team into a powerhouse within the league. The opulence of their roster is undoubtedly comparable to that of the Lakers, although this iteration of the Rockets lacks the youthful vigor of Brooks and Lowry. Alston's current form positions him as a viable starting point guard for the finals, having demonstrated his capability to compete at the highest level this season. The clash between these two teams is undoubtedly akin to a cataclysmic collision of celestial bodies. The fans have long been prepared for a thrilling best-of-7 showdown, which indeed reached a decisive seventh game, though the journey there unfolded with a touch of unexpectedness. Chapter 40. The strengthening objectives for the new season rather than merely a contest between the Lakers and the Rockets. It can be seen as a testament to Xiao's significant contributions. On one side, there is the formidable Kevin Garnett, and on the other, the dynamic duo of Ron Artest and Paul Millsap. Regardless of which side emerges victorious, it stands to reason that Xiao deserves recognition from both factions. The Rockets commenced the series with an impressive 3-1 lead, achieving consecutive victories on the road. Had it not been for Garnett's extraordinary performance, comprising 23 points, 9 rebounds, 10 assists, 5 steals, and 4 blocks, the Lakers might have faced a complete and utter defeat. In these 4 matches, Kobe Bryant averaged 30 points. However, the Lakers' interior defense, particularly Andrew Bynum, was nearly overwhelmed. With an average of 19 minutes on the court, he could manage only 5 points and 75 rebounds, while his counterpart, Yao Ming, averaged 18 points and 9 rebounds. This spectacle stirred great excitement in Xiao, who had long anticipated the conclusion of the Lakers dynasty. Having already secured 2 championships, he felt it was time for a change. Yet, in the 5th game, Xiao's concerns materialized. The Lakers finally awoke, making significant adjustments on both ends of the court. On defense, they opted for a strategy of fronting and double-teaming, denying Yao Ming the opportunity to exploit Bynum in one-on-one situations. Offensively, they abandoned the previous approach of allowing Kobe to engage in mindless isolation against the Rockets' formidable duo, Ron Artest and Shane Battier. The tactics began to revolve around Kevin Garnett, embracing a triangle offense system, thereby granting Kobe greater opportunities for cuts or mismatches against Rafer Alston and Tracy McGrady. This compels the Rockets to enhance their defensive coordination, inadvertently leaving the corners exposed. In this match, Kobe Bryant not only scored 28 points but also delivered 8 assists. After several lackluster performances, Posey shone with 19 points from 4 of 5 three-point attempts, while Garnett amassed an impressive 22 points and 18 rebounds. Conversely, Yao Ming could only muster 12 points. If the Rockets failed to devise a strategy to counter the Lakers' double-teaming in the next game, and if Scola and Millsap at the power forward position cannot provide sufficient offensive support, the Rockets may find themselves in a precarious situation, with a potential reversal of the series at 3-1 looming. Ah, Yilin, don't you agree? I analyzed this from the very beginning of the game. See how astute I am? Xiao exclaimed as he hurriedly grabbed Yilin, who was about to leave. Su, please have some decorum, Yilin replied sharply. Listen to me, Yilin. That made. Xiao faltered under Yilin's penetrating gaze, hastily altering his words. That girl, I truly have no knowledge of her. I am being wronged. He lamented with a sorrowful expression. Ah, it seems that even the illustrious Su has his charm, attracting unknown girls. Perhaps you should return to your pressing matters, Yilin remarked, her smile lacking warmth. Yilin, you have misunderstood. I genuinely do not know who brought her in. Yet, she only admitted to being your servant. Yilin's tone carried a hint of ire. Xiao found himself at a loss for words, silently cursing the system 1,000 times in his mind. In any case, I truly do not know where that girl has gone. I can only leave her to find some work. I am at a loss for how to explain. But I assure you, I have never touched her. At the very least, do not misinterpret my innocence, Xiao insisted, thumping his chest. With a huff, Yilin turned to leave. Boss, Anzi nudged Xiao. What is it? Xiao glared, still brimming with indignation from his earlier encounter. I wanted to ask about the scouting report. We still haven't. Anzi stuttered under Xiao's fierce gaze, rendered speechless. Of course, we must review it. Xiao affirmed. Xiao suddenly regained his composure, for indeed, work remained paramount. The year 2009 was heralded as a significant draft year, albeit at the time it was referred to as a super minor year. The Timberwolves possessed 3 first-round picks that year, having already determined their positions following the lottery. They held the 13th, 23rd, and 29th picks. Xiao was particularly averse to the 29th pick, as the Timberwolves only had one second-round pick at 59. Thus, He sought to trade the 29th pick for a higher second-round selection. This position was rather awkward, although it was at the end of the first round. It still necessitated a first-round rookie contract. Being a time traveler, Xiao was acutely aware that the players he wished to select were either available earlier or could be acquired with the second-round pick, rendering this particular pick a needless expenditure. When is the joint workout? Prepare for it. I intend to attend in person. Also, arrange for these few prospects to come for the workout. Xiao instructed Anzi as he walked, for he needed to hasten his journey to Houston to witness the next game of the Western Conference Finals. Such a high-caliber match was simply too precious to miss. By the way, contact Ibaka from the Spanish League. He should be returning soon. Additionally, I have a player in mind. Discuss with Burks and devise a way to trade for him, but Roy, Westbrook, and Odin are off-limits. With the tasks delegated, Xiao felt unburdened and promptly flew to Houston to watch the game. It was no wonder everyone aspired to be an owner. Such a lifestyle was enviable. In the sixth game, the Lakers dealt the Rockets another devastating blow in Houston, and the pivotal player was not Kobe, but rather Garnett, who had long been criticized for his postseason underperformance. Garnett delivered a stellar performance, amassing 22 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists, thoroughly dismantling the Rockets' power forwards. Neither Scola nor Millsap could contain the peak form of Garnett. He carried this momentum into the seventh game, where he recorded 32 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 blocks, including a crucial rejection of McGrady in the final moments, extinguishing the Rockets' hopes. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Rockets 99-96, completing a remarkable comeback from a 1-3 deficit to win the series 4-3 and advance to the finals. However, Artea's dismal performance squandered the entire effort of Xiao and McGrady. As Anzi remarked to Xiao after the game, it was evident that he harbored dissatisfaction towards the Lakers and wished for their defeat in this round of the playoffs. Notify the coaching staff and management. We shall convene in 3 days to discuss off-season plans and set objectives for the upcoming season. Upon receiving Xiao's notification, everyone understood his intentions. It was clear that he aimed to analyze the match between the Rockets and the Lakers. I shall not waste words. Let us directly address the game between the Rockets and the Lakers. What are your thoughts? As Xiao opened the door, he spoke. Having reviewed the match and analyzed the footage, I believe that the Lakers' ability to stage a comeback from a 1-3 deficit and advance is attributed to their discovery of the key to victory, which lies in the Rockets' power forward position. Although Scola and Millsap are commendable players, they find themselves at a disadvantage when faced with Garnett. The speaker, a video analyst named Harriman, continued. The Lakers centered their offense around Garnett at the high post. The height disparity rendered Scola and Millsap incapable of contesting his shots. This necessitated Yao Ming to cede some space in the paint. Subsequently, by utilizing weak side screens, Kobe could receive the ball in the low post without having to confront both Xiao and Artea's defensive efforts simultaneously. This constitutes their initial strategy, leveraging Garnett's dominance over the Rockets' interior to manipulate their defensive setup. Although Bynum may exhibit some naivety, his physique still enables him to provide substantial screens and secure rebounds beneath the basket. After listening to Harriman's opening remarks, Xiao felt quite satisfied with the response. Albeit somewhat incomplete, it was impressive that Harriman, a relatively young video analyst, could discern these aspects. With his introduction, everyone began to voice their opinions. Yet the discourse predominantly revolved around Garnett. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are all deliberating on the fact that Garnett is the tactical nucleus of the Lakers, have we ever considered how we lost? What distinguishes us from the Rockets? What valuable lessons can we glean from them? Moreover, what should our course of action be for the upcoming season? Xiao posed these profound inquiries, plunging everyone present into deep contemplation. They were no longer a mere underdog team. They now had to strategize on how to confront this formidable opponent. In comparison to us, the Rockets exhibit a more refined execution of tactics, committing fewer errors, and their strengths are effectively showcased against the Lakers. For the next season, we must reinforce our interior presence, contemplating trades for draft picks to acquire players capable of matching up with Garnett, and focus on a slower-paced, defense-oriented approach. Enz was the first to break the silence. This answer left Xiao profoundly dissatisfied. It seemed that over the years, he had learned nothing while being by my side. Henceforth, I must earnestly endeavor to cultivate his abilities. If he continues to falter, a change must be considered. Xiao pondered to himself. This response not only left Xiao dissatisfied, but it also sparked considerable discontent within the management team. Setting aside the challenge of finding someone capable of matching up against Garnett, Even if one were to find such a player, would our current assets suffice for a trade? Moreover, with the Rockets' current rhythm, defensive strategies, and solid interior presence, they still succumb to the Lakers. By seemingly relinquishing their youthful advantage and engaging in a battle of attrition with seasoned veterans, are they not courting disaster? Boss, I hold a differing opinion. A faint voice emerged from the corner. Lou, be confident. You are now a part of my coaching staff. Feel free to express your thoughts, Xiao encouraged. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the familiar Tyronn Lue, the esteemed coach. Last season, Lue was traded to the Timberwolves in a deal involving Artest. But Xiao valued his contribution to the locker room atmosphere and opted not to release him. As soon as Lue announced his retirement, Xiao extended an invitation. Eager to have him join his coaching team, recognizing that coaching was where Lue could truly shine. I believe there is another aspect of the Rockets' defeat to the Lakers that warrants our attention. Their pace is simply too sluggish. Throughout this series, there was a notable lack of transition offense, and their forwards exhibited average athleticism. Whether it was Artest, Millsap, Scola, or Battier, none excelled in transition. Nor did they exploit the Lakers' vulnerabilities offensively. Utilizing pick-and-rolls against the Lakers' twin towers, defensively, they could have easily double-teamed Garnett, expanding their rotations without requiring Yao Ming to chase Garnett all over the court. Ultimately, the Rockets' athleticism appeared somewhat lacking. After a brief pause, Lue continued. I believe we must acquire athletic, tall forwards who can handle the ball during the off-season. We cannot afford to be outpaced by the Lakers. We possess a natural advantage at the point guard position, and with Odin, our interior is formidable. Even our bench can match up. Our only deficiency lies in the lack of an outstanding forward. Ariza is a decent piece, yet his contributions are limited, lacking the firepower of a big three. While Outlaw's defense is commendable, his offense is erratic. To surpass the Lakers, we must have an exceptional forward capable of penetrating their perimeter defense. Just say you want LeBron. Xiao mused. I didn't expect you to set your sights on LeBron so soon. No wonder you're so adept right from the start. This sentiment aligned seamlessly with Xiao's own thoughts, and intriguingly, Lue's assertions were seemingly validated by the Lakers' performance in the finals. Ultimately, the Lakers fell to the Celtics in a close 3-4 series, with Paul Pierce decisively overcoming the defensive efforts of Posey, averaging 26.7 points and shattering the Lakers' hopes for a three-peat. It appears my strategy is sound. The Lakers are likely to sign Artest next season. For us, it will still be a formidable challenge to overcome them, but at the very least, we must ensure they feel the strain, as our sights are set on 2012. Chapter 41. Cultivating in my own way. On the day following the Lakers' heartbreaking loss in the championship, Xiao hurriedly returned to his homeland. The basketball training camp he had previously discussed with Yao Ming was officially launched. Yao's esteemed reputation in the country is undeniable, and his influence, compounded by the prior impact of the Streetball King, has led to a steady influx of applicants. Despite the defeat against the Lakers, Xiao's prowess became more widely recognized, garnering him a growing number of admirers willing to embrace his talent. Moreover, his formidable skills allowed him to offer this basketball training camp entirely free of charge. Participants were no longer required to pay exorbitant tuition fees, as those with sufficient skill or innate talent could easily join. Having previously organized basketball training camps in China, Xiao was familiar with the logistics, yet this time he yearned for first-hand experience, thus limiting the camp's location to Beijing. He firmly believed that in the future, his training camps would take root across the nation. As he envisioned leading his team to the pinnacle of success, he anticipated a burgeoning recognition of his efforts. However, he soon realized a potential drawback. Could his actions incite resentment from competitors or threaten the interests of influential figures? The previous Streetball King had already attracted animosity from several peers. After careful consideration, Xiao decided to establish the headquarters of his training camp in New York. In his homeland, he would select promising talents to be sent to New York for training, signing contracts with them. Until the age of 22, all expenses for the players would be covered by Tianhong Group, while they trained in New York and had opportunities to audition for NBA teams. Xiao would arrange everything for them, including participation in training sessions with the Timberwolves. Should they fail to secure a position in the NBA, they would then be integrated into Tianhong Group. Upon the announcement of this initiative, it created a sensational stir, sending ripples throughout the nation. Tianhong Group, a leading entity among the world's top 500 companies, raised questions about why anyone would aspire to the NBA when they could work for such an esteemed organization. The situation only settled when the chairman of Tianhong Group personally confirmed the undertaking, alleviating the concerns of the public. In a frenzy, all parents began urging their children to learn basketball and enroll in training programs. It must be said that this approach is far more effective than the future initiatives like the fledgling Eagle program or the merely verbal policies that aim to combine education and sports. Thus, on the inaugural day of the basketball training camp, skilled players from across the nation gathered in unison. Consequently, Xiao had no choice but to raise the eligibility criteria, restricting participation to those under the age of 16. Moreover, only 5 fortunate individuals would be granted the opportunity to accompany Xiao to the United States each year. However, this privilege came with a stipulation. If one were to sign a contract with Xiao's Tianhong Group, they would not be permitted to return independently to participate in various competitions without Xiao's consent. Otherwise, Tianhong Group would reserve the right to terminate the contract and demand exorbitant penalties for breach of agreement. Upon the emergence of this condition, certain prominent figures found themselves increasingly restless. This implies that without Xiao's endorsement, even access to the national team would be unattainable. Furthermore, the departure of talent from various provinces is a significant loss to their respective regions. Consequently, on the 3rd day of the training camp, numerous disparaging reports about Xiao emerged. Terms such as charlatan and rogue contracts surfaced, with some suggesting that Xiao's operations resembled those of the Aoshan team, portraying athletes as mere commodities. A torrent of derogatory remarks ensued. Instead of focusing on their professional responsibilities, they engaged in fierce power struggles. Xiao cast aside his phone and sank heavily onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette. These individuals are perpetually preoccupied with safeguarding their meager interests, utterly neglecting the broader picture. They fail to reflect on why a nation of such vastness has produced so few skilled basketball players and disregard the countless talents wasted under their watch. Xiao's pent-up frustration had yet to find an outlet when representatives from the Basketball Association arrived at his door. Mr. Su, we recognize your goodwill. Your substantial investment in establishing a basketball training camp in China and your willingness to impart your successful NBA experience is deeply appreciated. Xiao, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his temples. It was evident that he had little desire to indulge in their insincere flattery. Let us be straightforward. My conditions remain unchanged. I aim to enhance Chinese basketball. Although you may possess greater age and knowledge than I, the training of young talent should be entrusted to professionals. He waved his hand, effectively interrupting their praise. Mr. Su, we must concede your excellence. However, if you take all the promising talents away, what will remain to ensure your stated commitment to the betterment of Chinese basketball? My approach is quite simple. I will only take 5 individuals each year, and trust that those I select could just as easily be claimed by others in the future. If I take them, at least their nationality will remain Chinese. If others take them, that is not guaranteed. This is my promise to you. The representatives hesitated, for Xiao's words were not without merit. Please trust me. Although I was born abroad, I am fundamentally Chinese. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths to establish a training camp in China? What benefit would seizing your talent bring me? Observing their indecision, Xiao earnestly reiterated his stance. Mr. Su, since you express it this way, we shall trust you once. However, there are 2 stipulations you must agree to. Otherwise, your basketball training camp will struggle to operate in China. Please proceed. If the country requires it, any player contracted with you must return, and you must not obstruct this. Secondly, if players have not successfully entered the NBA or established themselves in a higher-level league by the age of 22, and they do not wish to join Tianhong Group, their contract with you will be automatically terminated, allowing them to return to the CBA. Of course, this is entirely reasonable, but I also have 2 requests. Firstly, I only consent to matches involving the national team. I do not agree to exhibition games or competitions such as the national games. Secondly, these players have been painstakingly nurtured at considerable expense, embodying my dedication, thus it is only right for them to represent our country in competitions. However, if a player is injured and has not fully recovered, I reserve the right to decline your request. I do not wish to see the athletes I have developed fall due to injuries. Xiao did not afford the other party a moment to respond and directly articulated his 2 requirements. The first was somewhat acceptable. But the second, what does it mean to be unhealed? Which athlete is without some injury? If you refuse the national team assignment due to a minor ailment, does that not seem somewhat unreasonable? It is quite simple. Let us both conduct medical evaluations. I have access to the most esteemed medical institutions globally. And you may also arrange for evaluations for the players domestically. We can then compare the two assessments to determine whether they possess the capability to continue competing. Su Xiao's remarks left no room for criticism. Mr. Su, I believe we can foresee numerous collaboration opportunities in the future. We are all Chinese, and in such matters, unity is paramount, said Xian Lao. Indeed, it is a joy to stand shoulder to shoulder for the brighter future of Chinese basketball. This group of old-timers is truly the bane of my existence, Su Xiao lamented as he rubbed his face while expressing his grievances to NZ. Nevertheless, the initiative lies with you this time. As long as the training camp is established, these players will have no choice but to heed your directives. If you truly wish to prevent them from participating, they would dare not exhibit any performance on the international stage. You have struck a chord with me. NZ remarked while pouring water. It is not that I do not want them to go. I simply do not want these players to toil for an uninformed leader. In a few years, they will realize that China does not lack talent, but rather, it is the leadership approach that is flawed, compounded by ongoing issues within the league. Moreover, we have the Rookie King initiative, which is exclusively aimed at young players. However, the Rookie King is distinct. It is an industry that welcomes participation from all, providing opportunities for skilled individuals who lack connections. The business spawned alongside Rookie King is thriving. In just 1 year, 60,000 people participated nationwide. And I believe even more will join my basketball empire in the future. Su Xiao confidently grasped his wine glass and raised it to his lips, downing its contents. Xian Lao, has that young man truly managed to siphon off the talent? These are all sourced from local sports bureaus. If this escalates, I fear. A stout man accompanying him inquired. Is there no alternative? He speaks so nonchalantly, yet if he truly desires it, he could easily employ tactics, perhaps by offering some financial incentives to facilitate overseas opportunities and promising a position within the Tianhong group, leading to a potential change of nationality. At that point, we might find ourselves with nothing to show for our efforts. Does he truly dare to act in such a manner? Does this not equate to being at odds with the entire nation? Moreover, what is his ulterior motive? I am at a loss regarding his intentions. Yet he perpetually presents himself with an air of strategic prowess, leaving one to ponder the true nature of his designs. One can only hope that his actions align with our aspirations. Xian Lao wiped the sweat from his brow. Initially, at the airport, he looked down upon them, and now, he finds himself being led by this young man. Truly, how times have changed. A week slipped away in the blink of an eye. Su Xiao scrutinized the names on the list, ultimately selecting 22 exceptionally gifted young individuals, yet he could only take 5 with him. Remarkably, several familiar faces appeared on the list, including Ding Yin Hang, Wang Zhilin, and Zhai Xiaochuan, all of whom are destined to become national champions. Initially, Guo Ailuan was also included, but he chose to withdraw voluntarily, likely due to pressure from his club, especially since he is set to embark on his professional career next year. Among the crowd, the relatively unassuming Abu Shalamu and Zhou Qi also caught Su Xiao's discerning eye. These two are merely 13 years old and, in terms of skill, are undoubtedly the weakest among the 22. However, their potential is immense. Furthermore, Su Xiao recognized 2 familiar faces among those who did not make the list, Sun Minghui and Hu Jinxiu. It seems they will have to wait for another opportunity. Though one cannot help but wonder if his return will be as smooth as today's experience. Once he departs, it is likely that various training camps will begin signing these players to binding contracts. This is unacceptable. He must take proactive measures to gather those with talent. Yao, how are things progressing on your end? The progress is relatively smooth, thanks to you, Boss Su. Without your resources, I would have had no chance to pursue this acquisition. Not a problem, but do not forget your promise. I have managed to offend all the right people domestically this time. Now, I must rely on you. All those with talent will be sent to Shanghai, and your team will possess a formidable reserve of strength. Furthermore, anyone I cannot retain will also be dispatched to Shanghai, along with the exceptional talents selected by the king of the street, ensuring that your team is brimming with potential. Allow me to express my gratitude in advance, Boss Su. When you return next year, you shall leave laden with success. The 2 individuals thus reached a clandestine agreement. Despite being influenced by personal sentiments, their sincere intention was to foster the development of Chinese basketball. Su Xiao observed the 5 individuals chosen, among whom Wang Zhilin, Ding Yanhang, and Zhou Qi were those he was confident could enter the NBA. Wang Zhilin's talent is undeniable. He shone brightly at the 2012 Nike World Championship with 19 points and 8 rebounds. Had he participated in the draft that year, he would have likely been a lottery pick, even if he had entered in 2013. His rookie year performance could have secured him an average of 2010 in the CBA, potentially landing him at the tail end of the first round. Unfortunately, his participation in the national games delayed his prospects, and after suffering a significant injury, his athletic ability was severely compromised. Nevertheless, he could still be selected by the NBA while merely resting at home. Xiao firmly believed that with his guidance, an NBA career was certainly within reach. As for Xiao, no elaboration was necessary. His development was a matter of maintaining the right mindset. Ding Yanhang posed a bit more of a challenge. His physique did not provide him with an advantage in the NBA. However, Xiao had deliberately reserved a skill card of Genoba Live for him, anticipating its necessity. Regarding Zhai Xiaochuan and Abdu, Xiao was confident that their talents were at least on par with Yuto Watanabe. If they were resolute about securing a place in the NBA, it was not beyond possibility. He had already begun to anticipate the future of this national team. The paramount challenge now lay in instilling an unwavering winning mentality within them, akin to Watanabe's, where basketball and dreams are pursued as life's ultimate calling rather than mere employment. Neither Wang Zhilin nor Zhou Qi possessed the same determination as Watanabe, while Ding and Abdu could be relied upon. As for Xiaochuan, the tenacious spirit of a man who would push through cramps to score was indeed worthy of trust. Children, you have journeyed thousands of miles to this far shore, not to join the Tianhong group, but to pursue the dreams that reside within your hearts. I understand that basketball means more to you than the Tianhong group. Now that you have arrived here, you embark on your path toward your aspirations. I hope that your efforts do not ultimately become worthless. You have the safety net of Tianhong behind you, but ahead lies a world that belongs solely to you. Upon their arrival in New York, Xiao extended a warm welcome, and these words were a heartfelt expression from him. Although he knew that such sentiments might not create significant change, they could ignite a fervor within them. However, Xiao could not afford to spend all his time on them, as he had more pressing matters at hand. The 2009 draft conference awaited him. Boss Su, you have finally arrived. The Timberwolves breathed a sigh of relief upon Xiao's arrival. Here are the reports on the rookies. I have prepared them for you. Elgin reported his work to Xiao. With the draft conference looming tomorrow, Xiao was not inclined to be negligent. Although he was well acquainted with this year's prospects, certain details still required his attention. For instance, Curry was utterly disinclined to join Minnesota, even if they managed to acquire the draft rights to seize him. It would likely culminate in a disappointing outcome akin to that of Francis. By the way, how are the trade discussions I tasked you with? The other party is not interested in the Lakers' draft rights or our current year's picks. They seek a higher draft position this year and more secure future selections. Additionally, the Grizzlies previously proposed a trade offer. Please review it. They remain quite keen on their draft rights, but this would mean parting ways with both Marc Gasol and Malisic, two valuable interior players. Is this truly worth it? Certainly, it is entirely acceptable. Marc Gasol would merely serve as a backup to Odin here, which seems a misuse of his talents. Inform Gerard that I have consented, and we shall proceed with the trade immediately. Chapter 42. The Artificial LeBron? The 2009 draft conference has arrived as anticipated. This time, the Warriors secured the coveted first overall pick. It is undoubtedly destined for Griffin. However, one wonders who will claim Curry now that the Warriors have refrained from intercepting. Will the Knicks realize their aspirations? The owner confirmed that negotiations with the Grizzlies were successful, and the draft rights they provided were highly satisfactory. Just then, Stern officially announced the commencement of the draft. Without a moment's hesitation, the Warriors executed their choice, selecting Griffin with the first pick. The Thunder, holding the second pick, were previously thwarted from claiming Durant due to Xiao's actions. It remains to be seen whom the Thunder will select this time. As James Harden's name was called, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that General Manager Pu has maintained his keen eye, opting not to select the previously favored the beat. Following this, the Kings chose Tyreke Evans with the third pick, mirroring their choice from the previous timeline, albeit earlier in the order, truly a testament to their unwavering affection. The Raptors surprised many by selecting Rubio with the fourth pick. Despite already possessing a Spanish point guard in Calderon, many questioned this decision, particularly given their frail interior defense. Wouldn't it have been more prudent to select the beat for rim protection? Subsequently, the Grizzlies selected the beat with the fifth pick. It appears that even after descending 3 slots, they could not evade this predicament, truly unfortunate for the Grizzlies. However, the Grizzlies soon announced a trade. sending their center Al Jefferson to the Pistons in exchange for the 16th pick in 2009 and the hefty Glenn Davis. This marked the first transaction of the draft, with many believing it was a precursor to paving the way for the beat. Shortly thereafter, a second trade emerged, a three-way deal involving the Grizzlies, Timberwolves, and Hawks. The Grizzlies traded the 16th pick from the Pistons in 2009, their own first-round picks from 2010 and 2012, along with guard Mike Miller and power forward Warwick, to acquire the Timberwolves' Pau Gasol, guard Gariniel, in the 29th pick, the Lakers' first-round selection, in 2009. The Timberwolves dispatched center Pau Gasol, guard Gariniel, power forward Malisic, forward Tolliver, and guard Tucker, receiving the Grizzlies' first-round pick from 2010, Miller, Warwick, and the Hawks' Josh Smith along with the 39th pick in this year's second round. The Hawks, in turn, traded Smith and the 39th pick to obtain this year's 16th pick from the Pistons, the Grizzlies' first-round pick from 2012, along with Malisic, Tolliver, and guard Tucker. This transaction has undeniably escalated the atmosphere of the draft to a fever pitch. Is it that the Timberwolves have no intention of moving forward? For the sake of a player like Josh, they have relinquished their most opulent interior duo. Have they not yet suffered enough at the hands of Garnett last season? Can Josh even defend against Garnett? I initially believed that the Timberwolves trio of towering players held the promise to end the Lakers' reign in the West. Yet it appears that the management is unwilling to grant them the time to develop. With this current lineup, facing the Lakers next season, they are bound to be soundly defeated. Various commentators have unleashed their critiques, but Xiao is accustomed to such scrutiny. Whenever he makes a trade, he is invariably met with backlash. After all, he has left an impression of folly. However, those who criticize him tend to fade into silence as the season progresses. This time, exchanging a seemingly cohesive roster for Josh is indeed perplexing. What exactly is Josh? He is a player of explosive talent but limited basketball IQ. His capabilities have already been demonstrated in Atlanta. He relies on physical prowess to play the game. Furthermore, he is somewhat of a misfit, lacking the shooting ability to play as a small forward and somewhat undersized for a power forward. While he excels in help defense, he is ill-suited for the gritty, laborious tasks. Thus, this trade has left many scratching their heads in confusion. Xiao remains unperturbed, turning his attention to the upcoming draft. The Milwaukee Bucks have selected Stephen Curry with the 7th pick. This truly took Xiao by surprise. He had not anticipated that, without the Warriors, Curry would still be intercepted at the 7th pick. The Knicks, selecting 8th, must be in despair. The thwarted Curry was somewhat discontented as well. Who would desire to go to a place like Milwaukee? One wonders if selecting Curry could alter the trajectory of the Bucks franchise. Although it is evident that they would not secure Giannis, Xiao mused, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Giannis. Apart from his extraordinary physical prowess, there was little to commend. Moreover, the irritating little antics, such as tiptoeing, were truly bothersome. Yet, Xiao contemplated the possibility of refining Giannis. Perhaps he could correct his demeanor, at least ensuring he would not act foolishly. The Knicks, with tears in their eyes, ultimately selected Jordan Hill, a scenario reminiscent of the previous life. Subsequently, the Bobcats chose Jennings, only to swiftly announce a trade that sent him to the Warriors in exchange for Steven Jackson. This decision likely stemmed from the Bobcats' new coach, Larry Brown, notorious for his reluctance to utilize rookies, coupled with an already established backcourt featuring Felton and DJ Augustine. Their intentions were unmistakable. The Nets, picking next, selected DeRozan, only to be leaked by reporters that an agreement with the Magic was nearly finalized, indicating that Carter would most likely appear in Orlando next season. Soon enough, it was the Timberwolves' turn. Holding the 13th pick, they selected the older rookie, James Johnson, from Wake Forest University. This formidable individual possesses exceptional physical prowess. Although he may not be particularly tall, his robust build and remarkable lateral agility render him quite nimble. Consequently, he often finds himself oscillating between the 3 and 4 positions on the court. Additionally, this gentleman holds another esteemed title as a black belt martial artist from a renowned martial arts lineage, a quality that Xiao greatly values. The players of the Timberwolves are youthful and passionate, yet most are rather mild-mannered, necessitating a gritty enforcer to safeguard their interests. Following this, Xiao shifted his focus. As the more notable Lawson was selected by the Jazz, Holiday by the 76ers, and Teague by the Hornets, who would serve as Paul's backup. Subsequently, the Timberwolves secured Taj Gibson with the 23rd pick. Despite not being particularly tall, Gibson is a tenacious power forward and one of Thibodeau's trusted lieutenants. Su Xiao's decision to choose him was well considered, with Ibaka on his roster, although proficient in defensive support and rim protection. Ibaka's ability to match up against power forwards who rely on strength is rather limited. In his previous life, Ibaka was overwhelmed by players like Randolph, Aldridge, and Nowitzki, unable to muster any resistance. Thus, Su Xiao required a defender capable of standing firm, and Gibson emerged as an ideal complement among this year's draft class. Under Thibodeau's guidance, Gibson is diligent and willing to embrace a blue-collar role, contributing on offense with his shooting and expertise in backing down opponents in the low post, allowing him to effectively replace the peak performance of Boozer in critical moments. With all his desired selections fulfilled, he could now quietly revel in their performances. Unexpectedly, the Spurs drafted Darren Collison with the 24th pick, a choice that took Su Xiao by surprise. The former player who once relegated Westbrook to the bench had not anticipated such a position. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the Spurs opted for Collison instead of George Hill, thus acquiring a valuable addition. Following this, the Timberwolves utilized their 39th pick to select the white dunker Buetinger, and at the 58th pick, they fortuitously acquired the talented Matthews. Su Xiao was reluctant to pursue Matthews in the undrafted market, as he was confident he would not secure him. Furthermore, Matthews is a player brimming with self-assurance. Even after going undrafted, he was confident enough to sign a one-year deal with the Jazz, subsequently landing a substantial contract with the Trail Blazers in the following year. The only team that piqued Su Xiao's interest was the Lakers, who, with 3 second-round picks this year, selected Ailes, Jeremy Tyler, and the Australian kangaroo Patty Mills. These individuals pose no threat to Su Xiao's plans. Despite the media's exaggerated praise for them, they are not the ones capable of altering the future of the Lakers. Mills is indeed commendable, yet the Lakers would not utilize him. Following the conclusion of the draft, Su Xiao adhered to his customary practice of meeting with the newcomers. Thanks to the team's stellar performance last year, the system rewarded him with 2,500 system coins, prompting Su Xiao to indulge in another round of lotteries. His initial 10 consecutive draws nearly overwhelmed him. 9 cards of friendly persuasion and 1 health card left him wishing for the system's demise. Nevertheless, he believed in the old adage that from despair comes hope. With a mix of apprehension, Su Xiao attempted another 10 consecutive draws, only to be met with further disappointment. 1 special skill card and 1 B-grade star card. Eagerly, Su Xiao prepared to unveil the cards, fearing another insipid player card might drive him to despair. Since he was committed to revealing them, he decided to do so all at once. This time, the special skill card is also revealed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the star card of Jeff Green and the Universal Understanding card. Jeff Green is indeed an excellent choice, possessing formidable scoring abilities and a high basketball IQ, making him one of the most adept players for pick and rolls alongside Harden. However, at this moment, Su Xiao is more curious about the true nature of the Universal Understanding card. The Universal Understanding card, when one is misunderstood, can instantly dispel the misunderstanding and restore harmony. What a remarkable item! Su Xiao raised his eyebrows, feeling a surge of excitement, eager to put it to the test. Since the last time Su Xiao exchanged for a maid from the system, Yilin had not taken the initiative to contact him again. As expected, it wasn't long before Yilin called. I was impulsive earlier and misunderstood you. I apologize. It's all right, I forgive you. Su Xiao felt a sense of relief wash over him as he spoke these words, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. This is even more exhilarating than the forgiveness cap. The misunderstandings in life have been resolved, and now I must wholeheartedly dedicate myself to my work. Next, Su Xiao aims to forge a brand new Timberwolves team. Without hesitation, he bestowed Paul's skill card upon Josh. Josh, endowed with an innate athleticism of historic proportions, was once dubbed the Little LeBron. However, his basketball IQ, shooting, and defense leave much to be desired. Yet, these are precisely Paul's strengths. Despite his lack of natural talent, Paul often faltered in crucial playoff moments, preventing his team from advancing further, which has rendered the Western Conference Finals a source of jest. However, with such skills now granted to the gifted Josh, the future remains uncertain. Perhaps he is destined to rival LeBron. In comparison to LeBron, Paul's shooting, particularly from mid-range, is undeniably the most reliable, earning him the moniker of the graveyard for shooters. Moreover, Paul's defensive prowess speaks for itself, having achieved 7 consecutive all-defensive team selections, a feat beyond even LeBron's reach. Additionally, Paul's often criticized subtle tactics have been filtered out by Xiao, who demands that the team be tough yet fair. They may engage in brawls, but must not resort to underhanded tactics. Thus, Josh transformed from an ambiguous player into a quintessential small forward, rivaling even LeBron in his role. Xiao affectionately dubbed him the artificial LeBron. Xiao eagerly anticipates the arrival of the next season, eager to discover the potential ceiling of this team, even if they may not yet reach championship caliber. However, it is evident that the upcoming season will see the Timberwolves as a team rich in both talent and skill, requiring merely time to mature, gel, and accumulate experience, ensuring a promising future ahead. Chapter 43. A day off due to illness. I sincerely apologize to everyone. I simply cannot endure today. I kindly request a day off, with normal updates resuming tomorrow. I am grateful for your support and understanding. Writing is no easy task. And if you enjoy this book and find it captivating, I would appreciate a moment of your time to lend your support with a few votes. Wishing you all happiness, fulfillment, and good health. Chapter 44. A new landscape in the league. All right, team, let us rally our spirits. This is our inaugural game of the new season, and we must give it our all. Before the game, Xiao passionately delivered an invigorating speech in the locker room. The young men, full of youthful fervor, found such a speech perfectly suited to their spirited nature. Moreover, this game holds great significance for me, Xiao remarked with an air of mystery. What is the occasion? Are you proposing? Josh teased. Not quite, Xiao replied, feigning embarrassment. Ever since he utilized the universal understanding card, his relationship with Yilin had rapidly blossomed. Naturally, the teammates, always eager for juicy tidbits, would not let such delightful news slip by. Now, onto serious matters. Two prominent figures from my country have come to observe and learn, and this match serves as an opportunity to showcase our prowess. Therefore, we must display our vigor. Our opponents, the Nets, are without Carter, and we must secure a decisive victory. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I would have no face to return home with. The setback at the Tianjin Asian Championships has served as a significant wake-up call for the Basketball Association. Now, in their quest for knowledge in America, Xiao's Timberwolves have become the premier choice. Come on, Timberwolves, champions of the league. Following their successful advancement to the Western Conference semifinals last season, the Timberwolves have garnered the highest attention in 5 years. Fans have ceased their criticisms of Xiao, replaced instead by an inexplicable excitement. The current joy for Timberwolves fans lies in witnessing Xiao's antics, and then witnessing his ability to turn the mundane into the extraordinary. In the opening game, the Timberwolves starting backcourt featured Westbrook and Roy, with Odin at center, and forwards Josh Smith and Chuck Hayes. After all, Ibaka and Gibson are still inexperienced rookies, while Hayes possesses Harrington's offensive capabilities, albeit lacking confidence last season, hindering the full realization of his potential. During this season, throughout the offseason, Xiao consistently accompanied Hayes, assisting him in cultivating his confidence. Concerning the opposing team, the Nets, Xiao was aware that although there were some personnel changes from the previous incarnation of the Nets, their overall strength remained at the bottom of the league. The starting lineup featured Devin Harris, DeRozan, former Timberwolves player Darius Miles, his old acquaintance E. Jianlian, and center Brook Lopez. As the game commenced, Westbrook dribbled past half-court while Josh seized the opportunity for a sudden cut. Westbrook, with remarkable quickness, delivered a splendid direct pass that landed perfectly in Josh's hands. The latter executed a powerful dunk in the face of the defender, showcasing his extraordinary athleticism. Following this, Josh demonstrated excellent defensive acumen, accurately intercepting the Nets' passing lane. He then launched a long pass that skillfully traversed between the two defenders, landing in Westbrook's hands for another emphatic dunk. The Timberwolves ignited the atmosphere with two spectacular dunks to begin the match. What followed was a series of instructional plays, facing his optimal counterpart. Lopez found himself utterly helpless against Odin, merely watching as he was dunked over. Roy delivered a masterclass to rookie DeRozan, with precise mid-range shots and textbook-like fakes, rendering DeRozan's inaugural NBA lesson vividly memorable. However, as the game progressed, the audience began to notice something different. Did you sense that this Josh seemed somewhat transformed? Although it was difficult to pinpoint exactly how, it felt as if his shooting had become more accurate and his defense less susceptible to fakes, moving beyond mere instinct. Moreover, how was it that his playmaking ability appeared nearly on par with Westbrook's? The passes were exceptional. Amidst the spectators' astonishment, the score gap continued to widen. Although the Nets later substituted in former Timberwolves player Brooks, making a symbolic attempt to close the gap, the Timberwolves bench proved even more formidable, featuring Dragic, Mike Miller, Ottolo, Ibaka, and Gibson, alongside those waiting for their opportunity, Matthews, Budinger, and Walrick. This lineup afforded the Nets no opportunities, culminating in a resounding victory of 109-82, heralding the commencement of a new season. Listen up, team. While our performance in this match was commendable, there remain numerous areas for improvement. Post-game, Xiao took to the airplane to elucidate the objectives for this season. Josh, I have faith in your abilities. It is just that they have yet to be fully unleashed. However, the circumstances have changed now. I expect you to rise to the stature of LeBron this season. Absolutely. Coach, I have never considered myself to be significantly inferior to LeBron, Josh confidently replied. Josh, this season I urge you to embrace a greater role in orchestrating plays. This is your first step towards emulating LeBron. Furthermore, you must refine your shooting and defensive skills. Remember, effective defense does not necessarily manifest as electrifying blocks, but rather in devising strategies that prevent opponents from scoring. Russell, my expectation for you is to pursue continuous growth, while Josh will take on more organizational duties. Do not forget that you remain our starting point guard. Your playmaking will continue to be indispensable this season. Elevate your off-ball movement and defensive attributes. And do not neglect your incisive drives and shooting. You are our linchpin in challenging contests. Brandon, you are our leader. Greg, you are our pillar. Xiao has evaluated each player and assigned them tasks, heralding the dawn of a new era for the Timberwolves with this aerial conference. Subsequently, the Timberwolves embarked on a season of youthful exuberance. Although the initial phase of the season saw Xiao experimenting with lineups, resulting in a record of 20 wins and 19 losses, the team's performance steadily improved as the season progressed, leading to an increasingly harmonious synergy. Under Xiao's stewardship, the Timberwolves ascended to become one of the most aesthetically pleasing teams in the league, with young talents like Westbrook, Josh, and Odin delivering unparalleled dunks in every game. With Westbrook and Josh functioning as the engines of the court, the Timberwolves maintained efficient operations throughout the full 48 minutes, boasting an offensive efficiency that ranked among the best in the league, with their average points per game second only to the Suns. However, unlike the Suns, the Timberwolves also excelled defensively, thanks in part to Xiao's star card. Even without elaborate strategies, his individual defensive skills proved sufficient. Nevertheless, Xiao did utilize a tactical card to adopt the defensive strategies from Spoelstra's Heat era, which suited the current Timberwolves quite well. Xiao has come to appreciate the significance of coaching. While tactics may not be evident in weaker teams, they are irreplaceable for a strong team. The Timberwolves' previous achievements, although publicly attributed to lineup experimentation, were, in reality, a means for Xiao to justify his shortcomings. His once confident tactical system had become less applicable amidst the array of talent in the Timberwolves, had it not been for Spoelstra's defensive strategies. The Timberwolves' season might not have fared as well. It was only after elevating their defense that Xiao found clarity on the offensive end, allowing the Timberwolves to develop a distinctive style characterized by a fast pace and high intensity. This rendered the Timberwolves a distinctive team in the NBA at that time. Both Roy and Josh successfully earned selections to the Western Conference All-Star team, marking Josh's inaugural appearance in the All-Star game. The transformation of Josh left many astounded. Once merely an erratic shooter reliant on sheer talent for offense and defense, he has now evolved into Minnesota's equivalent of LeBron, excelling in scoring, playmaking, and defense. His once criticized shooting has improved remarkably. When asked about the source of his transformation, he frequently credited Xiao, whom he regards as his savior, the one who fundamentally altered the trajectory of his career. Xiao, a Chinese national, has gradually shed the initial perceptions held by the public, as people began to accept and admire this charming, wealthy, and capable heir. Within his home country, Xiao and his Timberwolves have become prominent figures in NBA news, second only to the Rockets and Lakers, with increasing calls for Xiao to return and assume the role of head coach for the Chinese national team. The recent defeat at the Tianjin Asian Championships has made Chinese fans realize that perhaps no one is better suited for this position than Xiao, who has demonstrated the ability to lead a team from the depths of despair to great heights in the NBA. However, Yao Ming, Xiao's fellow countryman, faced a far graver situation. Due to the expiration of Xiao's health card, Yao sustained a severe injury in December 2009. But since he was not a member of Su Xiao's team, the health card could only be utilized once. Consequently, Su Xiao could only watch helplessly as Yao fell. And tragically, Yao was sidelined for the remainder of the season, with his contract set to expire in 2010. The recent injury is likely to impede Yao Ming from securing a maximum contract. He should focus on recuperating. I hope he will join my team next year, where I will lead him to victory. Su Xiao silently prayed for Yao. Meanwhile, his Rockets underwent a monumental transformation. With Yao's downfall, irreconcilable conflicts arose between Tracy McGrady and the management. Consequently, the Rockets executed a significant trade, initiating a complete rebuild. Ultimately, they completed a 3-team trade with the Kings and the Knicks, sending McGrady, Alston, and Dorsey to the Knicks in exchange for Kevin Martin from the Kings and Jordan Hill from the Knicks. Following this, the Rockets found themselves mired in a losing streak, while the Knicks, now with McGrady, embarked on a winning spree. Unlike in the previous timeline, McGrady at this juncture had not experienced a decline in his abilities. Although he faced some deterioration, his athleticism remained intact, averaging close to 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists per game. Additionally, Alston, who returned to the Knicks alongside McGrady, was a beloved figure in New York, having grown up in the Queens neighborhood, revered as the streetball king and a legend of Rucker Park. In this environment, Alston rediscovered his peak form, feeling the adoration from New York with every game. Unlike in the past, he did not see a dramatic drop in performance. Instead, he grew more formidable with every challenge. Under their leadership, the Knicks surged into the Eastern Conference's top 8, returning to the playoffs. Another team that underwent a rebuild was the Wizards. Although they avoided the infamous gun incident involving Arenas, it was evident that the management was dissatisfied with the team's current state. After 4 consecutive first-round exits, all at the hands of the same individual, LeBron James, the Wizards sought to escape this mediocre predicament. Beyond the cumbersome contract of Arenas, they traded away their other 2 stars, Butler and Jamison, essentially giving them away to the Mavericks and Cavaliers. In this reshaped landscape, the Timberwolves solidified their position as the 3rd-best team in the West, unable to surpass the Mavericks and Lakers due to a disparity in strength. Moreover, during a matchup against the Suns this season, the Timberwolves set a record, battling through double overtime to ultimately triumph 159-155. The game featured a remarkable total of 36 dunks, with the Timberwolves contributing 19 and the Suns 17, marking a historic first. For the Timberwolves, Westbrook, Josh, Ibaka, and Odin collectively delivered 16 dunks, with Westbrook showcasing an electrifying coast-to-coast slam in the second overtime. On the Suns' side, newly acquired Richard Jefferson, the former dunk champion Richardson, and Stoudemire were equally relentless, contributing 11 dunks. This match was as thrilling as an all-star game. Deemed one of the most memorable classics of the 21st century, the exquisite offense against wild youth was truly exhilarating. Chapter 45, The Collapse of the Wolves? I have delightful news to share. Upon hearing that the esteemed Mr. Su had an announcement, everyone immediately gathered around. We must extend our heartfelt congratulations to our Team S Brandon Roy and Josh Smith for being selected to this year's NBA All-Star Second Team. Furthermore, Josh, you have also earned a spot on the All-Defensive Second Team, which should be considered a double delight for you. Come on, everyone, let us cheer for them. Oh, I must say, the camaraderie within the Timberwolves has significantly improved under Su Xiao's influence, with everyone genuinely celebrating and applauding their teammates' achievements. Due to Josh's selection to the second team, triggering a contractual clause, it falls upon you to treat us tonight. No objections, I trust? Su Xiao smirked, casting an alluring glance at Josh. And no objections, boss, please don't look at me like that. It gives me the creeps, Josh jested hastily. By the way, who else made the first team? Josh's competitive spirit was ignited. During his time with the Timberwolves, he had developed a stronger sense of leadership, along with an intensified desire to win. The first team? Su Xiao pulled out his phone to check. Kobe, Wade, James, and the Beast, Howard. And the last one? Su Xiao pondered for a moment before continuing. Our first-round opponent, Kevin Durant. What? It's him? A third-year rookie, and I've been outshined by him? Upon hearing Kevin Durant's name, Josh calmed down a bit. He had expected either Tim Duncan or Dirk Nowitzki. Stay composed, Josh. This season, Kevin is the scoring champion. A 22-year-old scoring leader who has shattered Tracy McGrady's record. Westbrook interjected, revealing his unwavering admiration for Durant and seizing the moment to defend him. No. His level is far from that of the first team. He is merely a scorer. In this playoff series, I will show them who truly deserves a spot on the first team, Josh declared vehemently, slamming his fist against the nearby chair. All right, Josh, I understand your feelings. Given that, we must seriously analyze how to approach this playoff series, as the Trailblazers are no weak adversaries this season. Xiao gathered his team to discuss the tactics for tomorrow's game. As they prepared for the first round of the playoffs against the Trailblazers, the Timberwolves, despite holding home court advantage as the third seed in the Western Conference, faced a formidable opponent. The adversary comprised the newly crowned scoring champion, Durant, and Aldridge leading the Portland Trailblazers, forming one of the most potent duos of recent years. Additionally, seasoned guard Andre Miller anchored the team, while inside, Xiao had nurtured Kwame Brown, complemented by a capable bench featuring Rudy Fernandez, Wilcox, and other skilled players, presenting a considerable challenge. The Timberwolves opted for their most familiar starting lineup: Westbrook, Roy, Josh, with the frontcourt consisting of Odin and Hayes. Hayes, having developed offensive capabilities, dominated the rookie Gibson and Ibaka, firmly establishing himself as the team's starting power forward. Xiao's decision to start him was also strategic, aiming to leverage Hayes' defensive prowess to contain Aldridge. After all, even a peak Ibaka would struggle against Aldridge, let alone a rookie. The Trailblazers maintained their regular lineup: Andre Miller, Randy Foye, Durant, Aldridge, and Kwame Brown. "Boss, you have finally fulfilled your promise," exclaimed Kwame Brown, affectionately embracing Xiao. "And you have proven your worth in the league. You are now undoubtedly the starting center for a playoff team. To be honest, I am a bit concerned that you might pose us some trouble." Xiao pleased, patted Brown on the back. "Haha, boss, while I appreciate your words, I won't hold back during the game. Your center should be wary, after all. He took my position, and I intend to play hard. I look forward to it," Xiao replied as the game commenced. Odin won the tip-off for the team. Westbrook brought the ball across half-court and quickly found Josh, passing the ball before relocating, with Roy stepping up to set a screen. A switch in defense led to Josh being matched up against Randy Foye. Although the latter was physically strong, his height was a disadvantage, allowing Josh to disregard the defense and effortlessly elevate for a mid-range shot. This is Paul's signature move, now executed to perfection by Josh, who possesses a height that Paul could never attain. This technique has become increasingly effortless to employ. The ball was skillfully executed, leading to the Trailblazers' offense. Rather than entrusting the first play to Durant, Aldridge opted for a deceptive shot fake, delivering a precise pass to Kwame Brown. After a splendid catch beneath the basket, Brown executed a seamless turn, employing a feint that outsmarted Odin and effortlessly laid the ball in. It seems Durant truly possesses a keen understanding of the game. This play allowed Kwame Brown to assert himself against his former team. One cannot help but acknowledge Durant's burgeoning leadership qualities. Xiao harbors a certain aversion to Durant, primarily due to his temperament. However, he unequivocally recognizes Durant's prowess. Whether it be his skills or his dedication on the court, Durant stands as one of the finest players in the league. A commendable performance indeed. Let us dismantle them in this manner. After Kwame Brown scored, Durant vociferously yelled at him. However, the Timberwolves quickly found their rhythm, with a clear objective to target Randy Foye, exploiting this particular weakness. Josh executed plays against Roy, who in turn faced off against Westbrook, while they took turns challenging the smaller Foye. Xiao's maneuvering proved devastating for the Trailblazers, striking at their Achilles heel and rendering their defensive resources futile. Following Josh's breakthrough that led to Hayes hitting a three-pointer, the score shifted to 16-7, prompting McMillan to call a timeout in frustration. He opted to bench Foye, bringing in the less vulnerable Webster, though Webster was not known for his defensive prowess. Coupled with a prior significant injury, his explosive abilities had diminished, leaving him to rely on his shooting and sturdy physique to secure playing time on the court. Nevertheless, Webster's presence at least leveled the physical playing field for the Blazers, who adjusted their defensive strategy to apply pressure on the Timberwolves' perimeter ball movement, aiming to disrupt their fluid offense and force them into isolation plays. Fortunately for the Timberwolves, the individual skills of their players shone through, resulting in high success rates on several isolation attempts, allowing them to maintain a 29-21 lead at the conclusion of the first quarter. In the second quarter, the Blazers introduced their bench lineup. Although Bruce, Bilal, and Wilcox lacked offensive firepower, they were quintessential blue-collar players in the paint, significantly overpowering Ibaka and Gibson in both height and weight. Meanwhile, The perimeter players, Fernandez and the previously beleaguered Randy Foye, seized the opportunity to regain their confidence. The Timberwolves' second unit defense lacked the intensity of the first, and point guard Dragic had not yet developed into the all-star he would later become. Thus, Xiao ensured that either Westbrook or Josh remained on the court to maintain effective team organization. The Blazers bench retained Durant, who led them to begin closing the gap in the second quarter. Although Josh had acquired some of Paul's defensive techniques, Durant's mid-range pull-up was simply indefensible, rendering any defense moot. Each time Josh managed to contest, Durant would effortlessly receive the ball at waist height and execute a pull-up jumper. Within 3 minutes of the second quarter, Durant had made all 4 of his shots, scoring 8 points. While the Timberwolves did respond, none could match Durant's scoring consistency. And the disparity in height and weight in the paint led to significant rebounding disadvantages for the Timberwolves. Their strength in defensive transitions faltered, and they were left to depend on Josh's individual capabilities. Fortunately, undrafted rookie Matthews stepped up at a crucial moment, hitting a three-pointer that provided the Timberwolves with a much-needed respite. This scenario underscored the Timberwolves' reliance on cohesive team play, contrasting sharply with the Trail Blazers' heavy dependence on Durant. Relying solely on one player makes it exceedingly difficult to triumph over a team like the Timberwolves. Across the vast ocean, the exuberant commentary continues. Ever since Xiao guided the Timberwolves out of their quagmire, the team's prominence in China has surged. With Yao Ming's downfall and Yi Jianlian's nets descending into disarray, the Timberwolves have emerged as the most fervently supported team among Chinese fans, prompting commentary to exhibit a noticeable bias towards them. However, international commentators have sensed an oddity. The game is still being narrated by Reggie Miller, who perceives that the Timberwolves situation is far from favorable. It is evident that the Timberwolves have not executed their most favored tactics, as McMillan's counter-strategy has been commendable, maintaining a height advantage in the paint and stifling the Timberwolves' rebounding. This has impeded their renowned defensive counterattacks, as Miller confidently asserts. Indeed, both Gibson and Ibaka's shooting remains inconsistent, lacking the spatial expansion that Odin and Hayes could provide, which will undoubtedly become a target during the playoffs. This moment tests Xiao's adaptability, yet he seems to be adhering to his familiar regular season strategies. Another commentator, Kenny Johnson, has also detected some signs. Nevertheless, the Timberwolves concluded the first half with a narrow lead of 55-50. Gentlemen, as we enter the second half, we must intensify our defensive efforts, especially against Durant. When he has the ball at his waist, we must immediately double-team him, as he struggles to break through such pressure. We cannot allow him to score so effortlessly, as he did in the first half with 19 points. Based on the experiences of previous encounters, it is evident that Durant's scoring efficiency diminishes when faced with double teams, which elucidates why he experienced the most productive phase of his career while playing for the Warriors. Xiao believes that, although the point differential may be precarious, he retains confidence in his team. However, as the second half commenced, the tides shifted dramatically. Durant ceased to receive the ball in the low post, with Aldridge assuming that position. In the first half, Hayes had successfully disrupted Aldridge's plays. However, this time, Aldridge managed to secure the ball. Setting a screen for the veteran Miller, he delivered a precise pass to the cutting Miller, who, without hesitation, passed to the corner where Fry awaited. Fry, pivoting at a 45-degree angle, found Durant, who effortlessly sank a pull-up three-pointer, narrowing the deficit to 2 points. The Timberwolves sought to exploit Fry, but this time, Fry's defense was exceptionally tenacious. Josh attempted to overpower him, but Fry's physique is among the sturdier for guards, having once been touted as the mini-Wade during the draft. Josh contemplated a forceful shot, but Durant swiftly provided assistance, prompting Josh to execute a Paul-like deft pass to Westbrook. Instead of shooting immediately, Westbrook opted to drive. But Kwame Brown had already rotated over, leading Westbrook to pass inside to Odin, who was thwarted by Aldridge, resulting in a turnover. As they resumed play from the baseline, the ball found its way to Roy, who concluded the offensive sequence with his signature floater. Conversely, the Trailblazers employed a similar strategy, and this time, Fry chose to shoot directly without passing, successfully hitting a three from the baseline. No worries. Let us maintain our composure and seize opportunities without hesitation. Xiao encouraged from the sidelines. Westbrook, feeling a surge of impulsiveness, quickly regained his composure, thanks to Billup's basketball IQ. Following a pick and roll, he attacked the basket, though not decisively deep, and passed to Roy from mid-range. with Aldridge and Kwame Brown guarding the paint, along with the long-armed Durant providing assistance. Penetrating their defensive circle would result in a turnover. Thus, Westbrook opted for an early pass to Roy, who then fed Josh. The latter executed a pump fake and calmly sank a Paul-style floater. However, these 2 points failed to staunch the bleeding, as the Trail Blazers' offense fully ignited, with Durant again scoring a contested pull-up mid-range shot. In contrast, their own offense faltered, with Hayes relegated to the corner. Although he possessed Harrington's scoring and shooting capabilities, his height remained a significant disadvantage. Josh had already noted Hayes' predicament, but even if the ball reached Hayes, Aldridge's extraordinary wingspan allowed him to leap and effectively contest Hayes' shot, causing further disruption. This marked the second instance. Xiao observed the unfolding situation on the court, cold sweat streaming down his brow. On 2 occasions, once with Josh's penetrating pass to Hayes and another with Westbrook's assist to Hayes on the opposite side, the Trail Blazers' timely defensive interventions thwarted their efforts. Moreover, his own offensive attempts were utterly stifled by the imposing presence of Durant, Aldridge, and Kwame Brown, leaving him bereft of rebounds and unable to accelerate the pace of the counterattacks. Was I destined to succumb to the curse of the Wolves' collapse as well? Xiao felt a wave of despondency wash over him, as he found himself utterly at a loss for any means to halt the Trail Blazers' momentum. Chapter 46. Xiao's Bottleneck Period. Oh heavens! The NBA truly is a realm of miracles. The Timberwolves, whom we had high hopes for prior to the game, suffered a defeat in their inaugural match against the similarly youthful Trail Blazers. The disappointment was palpable in the voice of the Timberwolves' home commentator. Yet it could not prevent the Trail Blazers from triumphing with a score of 114-102. Durant made a remarkable debut in the playoffs, scoring 36 points, while Aldridge contributed an impressive 32 points and 11 rebounds. Former Timberwolf Kwame Brown also made his mark with 12 points, 9 rebounds, and 2 blocks. This left Josh, who had boldly proclaimed his intention to prove his worthiness for the All-Star selection before the game, somewhat disheartened. In the inaugural match, Xiao experienced the taste of the playoffs. For him, it was encapsulated in a single word: frustration. He played with an overwhelming sense of constraint, unable to showcase his distinctive abilities, as the rhythm of the game remained firmly in the grasp of the opponents. Furthermore, the unassailable mid-range prowess of Durant and Aldridge rendered the youthful and dynamic Timberwolves powerless. At this moment, Xiao realized that his opponent was formidable. The trio of Durant, Aldridge, and Kwame Brown, with their towering heights and long wingspans, formed a no-fly zone that was not easily breached. The twin towers of Aldridge and Brown exhibited remarkable synergy, while Durant's sweeping defensive capabilities on the perimeter effectively compensated for Aldridge's mobility limitations. The backcourt, led by the seasoned Miller alongside the competent Foy, proved to be no trifling matter, as each was adept at mid-range shooting, complicating defensive strategies. The bench players, Rudy Fernandez and Webster, also contributed to the offensive firepower. This adversary truly posed a significant challenge. Xiao, running his fingers through his hair, replayed the game footage repeatedly. Yet he had yet to devise a strategy to decisively overcome the Trail Blazers and turn the tide, before he could formulate a countermeasure. The next match awaited him in Minnesota. He could only hope to rely on screen-and-roll plays to exploit the Twin Towers' lack of agility, while leveraging the advantages of his substitutes. For the time being, this was the plan he would implement, hoping that the opponent would not replicate their previous explosive performance. "I will not allow Durant such unbridled freedom this time," Josh declared with frustration before the game. Yet, predictably, he was met with a harsh reality. In this match, Durant once again demonstrated his worthiness of being a first-team player, amassing a remarkable tally of 29 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists, nearly achieving a triple-double that would surely induce anxiety in perfectionists. Aldridge also contributed significantly with 29 points and 11 rebounds, while the seasoned Miller calmly secured 18 points and 9 assists. The Trail Blazers triumphed over the Timberwolves once more with a score of 108-102, completing a resounding away victory that elevated their series lead to 2-0. As the halftime whistle blew, the disappointment among Minnesota fans was palpable. Indeed, there is nothing more disheartening than having hope only to be met with despair. Minnesota now finds itself teetering on the brink of hopelessness. Following this match, an article titled "A Unity of Sheep Cannot Withstand a Fearsome Wolf" surged to prominence on social media. This article criticizes the Minnesota Timberwolves for their overall softness, likening the players to a flock of timid sheep who falter when removed from their familiar rhythm. In critical moments, no player steps up to disregard defensive pressure and assist their teammates. At this juncture, Stan Van Gundy sharply identified two major issues plaguing the Timberwolves, both of which are inextricably linked to coach Xiao. In a post-game interview, Van Gundy remarked on the tactical shortcomings of the Timberwolves. Throughout the regular season, they exhibited remarkable cohesion and discipline, relying on stellar rotational defense, swift transitions, and the dynamic duo of Westbrook and Josh to maintain a tight offensive tempo. Coupled with the ability of all players to shoot, the Timberwolves enjoyed considerable spacing. However, as this is the playoffs, it is evident that the Trail Blazers have meticulously analyzed the Timberwolves' regular season strategies. Unfortunately, Xiao, as the head coach, failed to recognize this, making no adjustments in the two games, an egregious tactical oversight. Moreover, while Hayes has shown impressive growth, he has been targeted on the court. The Trail Blazers exploited their height advantage to construct a formidable wall inside, which came at the cost of leaving Hayes unguarded. Yet, he did not respond adequately. Although I must concede that his offensive skills have improved significantly since his time under my guidance, he still cannot assume a more substantial role in this lineup. He is unable to defend Aldridge and struggles to make three-pointers. Van Gundy may have reminisced about his time with the Rockets. Pondering if Hayes had possessed his current offensive prowess back then, they might have indeed advanced past the first round that year. Subsequently, Van Gundy seemed intent on not sparing Xiao, stating that it is unfair to blame Hayes entirely, as the impact of having Ibaka or Gibson on the court would be less effective than his. This brings us to Xiao's curious decisions. Originally, they were the team least intimidated by a twin tower setup, boasting the league's best three-point shooter in tandem with Odin, creating a formidable duo. Regrettably, Su exchanged this for Josh, who now finds himself powerless against Durant. While Josh has indeed performed commendably this year, dismantling the interior twin towers was ill-advised, as the adage "he who controls the paint controls the game" remains ever true. Van Gundy's incisive commentary serves as a wake-up call. Xiao, once revered as a strong contender for Coach of the Year, has seen his reputation plummet dramatically. His overreach in decision-making led to the dismantling of a duo that could rival the Lakers, leaving the Timberwolves exposed in the playoffs. Xiao's capabilities appear limited, with the real talent lying in his assistants. The Hawks lead the Heat 2-0, and the Trail Blazers lead the Timberwolves 2-0, with the common denominator being that both starting centers were effectively gifted by the Timberwolves. This is how netizens behave. At the slightest setback, they unleash their fury, completely disregarding the accolades and cheers they once bestowed upon Josh for leading them to victory after victory. They conveniently forget that last year's playoffs saw Xiao triumph over the universally acknowledged best coach in the NBA, Popovich, in the first round. However, Van Gundy's remarks served as a wake-up call for Xiao. Indeed, if Hayes is to be utilized in this manner, then let us embrace it. Xiao pondered. For the upcoming match is a matter of life and death. At such a critical juncture, altering the strategy could either signify adaptability and victory or lead to irreversible defeat. Xiao finds himself in a position where he must make swift decisions. Yet the more urgent the need, the more his confidence wanes and hesitation takes hold. After all, he is but human, fearful of making mistakes. He can accept a loss to the Lakers, but cannot fathom being ousted by the Trail Blazers in the first round. Thus his dread of failure looms large. Now, Xiao is alone in his office, repeatedly watching game footage, but his mind has drifted far from the game itself. He does not even notice Yilin approaching his side. Do not burden yourself so heavily. Yilin enters, observing the vacant look in Xiao's eyes, gently grasping his hand. If you continuously fear failure, then all success will be devoid of flavor. If failure is not absolute, then success lacks any sense of achievement. The comfort derived from timidity is far less gratifying than the thrill of striving for victory. Yilin perceives Xiao's distress and can only offer her understanding as counsel. Yet her words resonate deeply, unraveling the knots in Xiao's heart. "Thank you," he murmurs, taking a moment to steady himself before delving earnestly into the strategies for the upcoming match. It is only at this juncture that Xiao comprehends the immense pressure associated with his position. In his previous life, he often criticized coaches for being too rigid and lacking adaptability, but now, having arrived at this pivotal point, he understands how difficult it is to be flexible. Setting aside the task of soothing players' emotions and maintaining a harmonious locker room atmosphere is one matter. However, The challenge of altering strategies mid-game, abandoning previously successful tactics and formations to construct an entirely new strategy, all while ensuring that players rapidly acclimatize, especially on the grand stage of the playoffs, is no trivial undertaking. As the third game approaches in Portland, it marks the Trail Blazers' first playoff appearance in 8 years since 2002, returning with a 2-0 lead, reveling in the embrace of their adoring fans. The fervent cheers of Portland supporters resonate even in the locker room, an irritant to say the least. Listen up, team. The score is currently 0-0. In this game, we must execute to the utmost of our abilities. Josh, do not expend excessive energy on Durant. Your task is simple. Orchestrate the offense and fully harness your organizational prowess. All right, team, it's time to take the court. The commentary for this match was delivered by the illustrious Clyde Drexler, a legendary figure of the Trail Blazers. While he was still immersed in the introductions of the Trail Blazers players, a staff member beside him alerted him to the fact that the starting lineup for the Timberwolves had changed. They had altered their formation. In this match, the Timberwolves opted to replace the underperforming Hayes with the starting role of Oturu. It is worth noting that Oturu is not only in excellent physical condition, but also possesses the defensive skills reminiscent of Bradley. His prowess is undoubtedly commendable, although he has previously occupied the role of the sixth man, given his commendable shooting and scoring abilities. In this match, Xiao directly assigned him to the starting lineup, allowing him to play alongside the first team, which served as a true test of his abilities. The Timberwolves, intriguingly, did not bolster their interior defense, but rather stripped away their armor entirely. Drexler wore an expression that suggested he comprehended Xiao's intentions. However, Xiao's objectives for this game extended beyond mere offensive exchanges. At the outset, Odin successfully aided the Timberwolves in securing possession. For their first offensive play, Westbrook took control of the ball, swiftly evading the aging Miller and driving straight into the paint. Aldridge, recognizing the need to provide support, rushed over, but Westbrook, undeterred, promptly passed the ball to the lurking Otello at the baseline. Kwame Brown, as usual, moved swiftly to assist in defense, yet Otello differed from Hayes. His shooting featured a high release point and impressive elevation, making it challenging to disrupt his shots. Consequently, Otello opened the scoring with a three-pointer right from the start. After sinking the three, Otello refrained from celebration, immediately shifting his focus to closely guard Durant. Xiao's sole defensive instruction for Otello was to closely shadow Durant, wear him down, and challenge his footing. The Trail Blazers, observing Otello's relentless defense on Durant, recognized that passing him the ball would not be an easy task. However, on the other end, Aldridge was matched up against Josh, which presented a significant height advantage. Although Josh had previously played as a power forward, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed in the face of Aldridge's imposing presence. Miller, experienced as always, passed the ball to Aldridge, but at that moment, Westbrook sprang into action. He swiftly doubled up on Josh, resolutely denying him the opportunity for an easy post-up at the free throw line. Indeed, Aldridge was caught off guard, and Westbrook seized the chance to strip the ball away. With Josh in possession, he immediately initiated a fast break. When it comes to fast breaks, Westbrook is among the league's elite. Thus, the Timberwolves' long-awaited counterattack unfolded. With Josh leading the charge and Westbrook sprinting ahead, a masterful pass connected the two, allowing Westbrook to soar into the air and execute a powerful two-handed dunk. Guys, keep it going. Don't give them a moment to breathe. Xiao passionately shouted from the sidelines. Otello's relentless defense on Durant made it exceedingly difficult for Durant to receive the ball. And although he managed to disregard Otello's defense, the challenging nature of his shot significantly hindered his shooting percentage. Tony Allen executed an exemplary defense against Durant. Despite lacking the towering height of Giannis, through his precise shooting and immaculate defensive skills, he successfully contained Durant, a feat that even Giannis had not accomplished. Xiao assigned this very task to Otello, instructing him to receive the ball and shoot in the most uncomfortable manner possible. As anticipated, the shot did not find its mark, allowing Odin to secure the rebound. Josh quickly initiated a counterattack. Just as all eyes were fixated on Westbrook, Josh abruptly halted, spinning backward, with Odin trailing behind him. Odin effortlessly completed a layup, drawing a foul from Faye in the process, resulting in a 2-1 conversion. The Timberwolves surged ahead with an 8-0 lead, a strategic maneuver orchestrated by Xiao, emphasizing the importance of the center participating in fast breaks. Given the opposing Twin Towers, Kwame Brown and Aldridge, both of whom lacked Odin's athleticism, it was evident that if Odin sprinted, they could only watch from a distance. Sensing the precarious situation, McMillan promptly called for a timeout. Following this, the Trail Blazers made some adjustments in their offense, intensifying their focus on inside scoring, while the Timberwolves relentlessly double-teamed Durant and tightened their defense. Although Durant is among the league's elite scorers, he is not an adept playmaker. Despite efforts to enhance his facilitating abilities later in his career, his limitations remained evident, and even in his prime, Durant struggled against double teams, yielding low efficiency. This time, Xiao was resolute in his determination, employing a relentless strategy to double-team Durant, leveraging the swift mobility of the Timberwolves roster. This aggressive approach afforded Randy Foye and Kwame Brown numerous opportunities in the first quarter, with both players scoring 8 and 10 points respectively. Meanwhile, the commentators across the ocean expressed their concerns, lamenting, "This one do. The dual stars have yet to find their rhythm, and role players are holding their ground." Once Durant and Aldridge discover their touch, the Trail Blazers will likely seize the game. Little did they know, Xiao had no intention of allowing the dual stars the chance to find their groove in this match. Chapter 47, Hidden Perils. Guys, can you hold on during this game? Xiao inquired anxiously of his players in the locker room. "We're fine, coach. We've just begun. And we can handle this," responded Josh and Westbrook. "Indeed, coach, we're young. This challenge is nothing for us," they assured him. Xiao's concern stemmed from the fact that he had shortened the rotation for this game. Westbrook and Josh nearly played the entire first half, with Westbrook resting for a mere 44 seconds and Josh for less than 2 minutes, as their presence on the court was critically important. Their playmaking and defensive support were the Timberwolves' greatest assets. Although this year's newcomers, Matthews, Ibaka, Gibson, and last year's Dragic, had all delivered commendable performances, Xiao found himself at a loss. Alas, he reflected on how he had once criticized coaches for not giving newcomers opportunities, only to become the very type of coach he loathed. Xiao sighed, recognizing this as one of the greatest dilemmas faced by coaches, balancing the development of new talent with the pursuit of victory. Even the Warriors of yesteryear had to shrink their rotation during crucial moments. Matthews, Ibaka, Gibson, Dragic. Understand that it is not due to your inadequacies that I must limit your playing time, but rather my own shortcomings as a coach. Whether you comprehend my decisions or not, I must inform you that your playing time will be reduced, as I previously indicated. In the locker room, Xiao endeavored to soothe the emotions of these rookies, acknowledging their hard work throughout the season. Who wouldn't desire to showcase their talents on such a grand postseason stage? "Coach, you need not explain, we understand. It is our own abilities that fall short, not your judgment." The first to speak was Gibson. A graduate of the prestigious University of Southern California, Gibson had long since grown accustomed to such circumstances. Despite a hint of disappointment, he understood the competitive principles inherent to the realm of sports. All he could do was strive harder to enhance his abilities. Ibaka, too, bore no complaints. His experiences playing in Spain had conditioned him to such realities, where coaches were not inclined to soothe their players' emotions as Xiao did. For him, this was merely the norm, though he was somewhat surprised by Xiao's attentive care for their clarity. In contrast, Matthews and Dragic could not completely mask their discontent. Last year, Dragic enjoyed considerable playing time and demonstrated commendable performance worthy of a bench role. This season, he showcased his scoring prowess during the regular matches, yet now found his time on the court curtailed, leaving him with undeniable grievances. Matthews, possessing a proud spirit, despite being the lowest in rank among them, harbored aspirations of claiming a starting position. Even if he did not become a starter, he believed he could hold his own against Mike Miller. Naturally, Xiao observed their performances closely. As the second half commenced, he continued to rely heavily on his starters. The efficiency of the starting five was remarkably high. Although Durant and Aldridge found their rhythm in the latter half, Josh, unlike Hayes, had also played the power forward position previously with the Hawks. He frequently exploited Paul's ability to match up against Aldridge. Though Aldridge proved difficult to defend, he was even more challenged on the defensive end. Moreover, Durant had expended considerable energy due to Oturo's relentless pressure. The Trail Blazers intended to capitalize on the rotation period to close the gap. However, they were unprepared for Westbrook's boundless stamina. In the rotation, Westbrook attacked the opposing bench with relentless vigor. Ultimately, Westbrook played for 42 minutes, achieving a triple-double with 27 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists, while Josh contributed significantly with 19 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists over 39 minutes. coming tantalizingly close to forming the first postseason triple-double duo. In the end, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Trailblazers with a score of 99-88, successfully prolonging their season. Nonetheless, Xiao's strategy of shortening the rotation faced criticism. Although the Timberwolves emerged victorious in this match, it must be noted that such a tactic serves as a coach's last resort, signifying a lack of alternatives and a reliance on the individual prowess of his star players. Commentator Steve Kerr echoed this sentiment during the post-game interview regarding Xiao. So, where do you believe this year's Timberwolves will end up? The host sought to maintain the momentum, pressing further. To be candid, this year's Timberwolves boast a commendable roster, yet the players are exceedingly young. More critically, their coach is also quite inexperienced. Last year's Xiao proved to be somewhat ephemeral. He has now been thoroughly analyzed, lacking superior strategies to navigate through challenges. Thus, I fear that this year's Timberwolves may not transcend the first round. Kerr's remarks appear to be objective and just, resonating with the sentiments of the majority. However, for Xiao, it no longer matters. He has faced skepticism far too often and has never been regarded favorably. Following Kerr's statements, the entire Timberwolves team seemed invigorated, akin to being fueled by adrenaline. The fourth game is still set to take place at the Rose Garden, the home ground of the Trailblazers. Once again, the former sovereign of the Rose Garden, Roy, has reclaimed dominion over the arena, leading the Timberwolves to a resounding victory over the Trailblazers with a score of 110-101, having scored an impressive 38 points. The Timberwolves, emboldened by their triumph, returned to their home court for the fifth game, where they decisively overwhelmed the Trailblazers with a staggering 123-94 win. By the third quarter, the outcome was already beyond doubt. In this match, Dragic, who had previously seen his playing time reduced, experienced a remarkable resurgence, scoring 21 points in a single quarter and finishing the game with 26 points and 6 assists, as if to demonstrate to Xiao his capability to shine on the grand stage of the playoffs. As they returned to Portland for the sixth game, inspired by the previous match, Xiao once again expanded the rotation slightly. This exemplifies the advantages of a youthful coach. As long as one performs well, Xiao remains willing to offer opportunities. However, in this match, the Trailblazers were not inclined to grant chances so readily, as they found themselves on the precipice of elimination. Durant, with a remarkable 14 out of 21 shooting, scored an impressive 41 points, alongside 9 rebounds and 6 assists. Aldridge, with 11 out of 17 shooting, contributed 26 points and 11 rebounds, and crucially secured an offensive rebound in the final 9 seconds, assisting Durant in sinking a pivotal three-pointer to tie the game. Yet, in overtime, Durant exhibited signs of fatigue, while the Timberwolves were relentless. Goodness, it was almost extraordinary. Russell seized a defensive rebound and charged down the court, finishing with a layup. Once again, Russell, in a breathtaking fast break, executed a thunderous dunk. Having played for 50 minutes, he still possessed the stamina to complete such an explosive play, showcasing extraordinary athleticism. Roy faltered, and it was again Westbrook who soared to save the ball, reclaiming possession. Josh asserted control, directly assisting Odin, who scored, allowing the Timberwolves to establish a 7-point lead. It appeared that Portland was destined to bid farewell to the playoffs. In overtime, Westbrook vividly demonstrated his athletic prowess and enviable physical condition, amassing a stat line of 23 points, 10 rebounds, 12 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. He tallied 9 points, 2 assists, and 1 steal in the extra period, effectively sending off his former brother-in-arms, Durant. When Durant departed from the Thunder, Xiao was indeed displeased, yet none felt the loss more acutely than Westbrook, which undoubtedly fueled the intensity when the two met again. In this instance, Xiao could be seen as vindicating Westbrook, though one wonders if Durant might seek to reunite with Westbrook in the future. Ultimately, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Trailblazers with a score of 114-109, eliminating them with a decisive 4-2 series victory and advancing to the second round. Following the game, Durant approached Westbrook, and the two shared a friendly embrace. If, in this lifetime, my influence could preserve the friendship of the once mighty Thunder trio, it would indeed be a significant accomplishment for me. In her heart, Xiao silently contemplated that their second-round adversaries would be the familiar Spurs. Prior to this, the Spurs had just accomplished a remarkable upset, eliminating the second-seeded Mavericks. Although the Spurs had struggled during the regular season, their performance in the playoffs remained remarkably stable, affording the Mavericks little opportunity to capitalize. This year's Spurs, in contrast to last year, exhibited a more fluid offensive strategy, shedding the stagnant style that characterized their previous campaign. Both Batum and Aflalo had developed significantly, each contributing an average of over 10 points per game. Additionally, the Spurs had fortuitously acquired Darren Collison, a former college teammate of Russell Westbrook, enhancing their second unit's impact. However, the improvement in their offense was accompanied by notable defensive concerns, particularly regarding their interior defense. The departure of Cot Thomas had diminished their defensive prowess in the paint, and the newly acquired Mike Diaz was not particularly renowned for his defensive skills, leaving Duncan to shoulder most of the rim protection responsibilities. In facing the Spurs, Xiao felt a sense of ease. After all, the Spurs lacked the towering interior presence of the Trailblazers and the monstrous talent of Durant. Without such a formidable forward lineup, the Timberwolves' offense could establish its rhythm. Moreover, there was no need to shorten the rotation in this series, not because she believed the Spurs were weaker than the Trailblazers, but rather due to the fact that the Spurs roster did not impose the same constraints upon themselves. Thus, Xiao opted to start Ibaka. Although Ottolo felt a tinge of disappointment, Xiao promptly offered him psychological support, alleviating his concerns. As anticipated, in the first game, Westbrook continued his dominant display, scoring 29 points and nearly dismantling the Spurs' defense. Had it not been for Duncan's relentless help defense, Westbrook might have approached 40 points. Moreover, Josh, no longer facing a beast like Durant, managed the game with greater ease, achieving a triple-double with 19 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists, alongside 4 steals and 3 blocks. The Timberwolves secured a resounding victory in the opening match, triumphing 109-95, thus commencing their second-round campaign on a high note. In the subsequent game, the Timberwolves maintained their effortless winning streak, arriving in San Antonio with a 2-0 lead in the series, continuing their playoff journey. Chapter 48, a rare Spurs-style game. In the third game, the Spurs replaced the starting Mike Diaz with Matt Bonner, indicating that Popovich intended to adopt a strategy reminiscent of Xiao's previous approach, utilizing ample spacing to compensate for their lack of height in the paint. On the Spurs side, the only player capable of providing a spacing advantage was Matt Bonner. Undoubtedly, this approach entrusted the responsibility of interior defense solely to Duncan. One cannot help but acknowledge the fortunate circumstances of Coach Popovich, who encountered a prodigy like Duncan, a talent rarely seen in a century. Xiao cast a glance at the opposing lineup and lamented internally that in this lifetime, he would not have the opportunity to coach Duncan. Otherwise, he would genuinely have sought to bring Duncan on board. Possessing such a reliable cornerstone in the paint would have made the construction of this roster exceedingly effortless. The Timberwolves, on the other hand, continued to employ their previous lineup, with Westbrook and Roy partnering in the backcourt, while Josh and Ibaka collaborated in the frontcourt, and Odin taking the center position. As the match commenced, Duncan was the first to secure possession for the Spurs, and their initial offensive play was directed towards him. In this instance, the Spurs did not engage in a methodical setup, but rather executed a swift mid-range shot, albeit to no avail, as the rebound was claimed by Ibaka. Meanwhile, on the Timberwolves side, Odin and Josh executed a high-low play. As soon as Josh received the ball, he signaled Odin to cut down, resulting in a forceful drive towards the basket. However, Duncan's timely defensive intervention thwarted Odin's attempt, compelling him to resort to a delicate floater to conclude the offensive play. Yet, under Duncan's influence, that too failed to find its mark. Ibaka attempted to seize the rebound, but it ultimately fell into Batum's possession. In this opening exchange, neither team gained a distinct advantage, leading spectators to anticipate a defensive struggle characterized by missed shots. However, the Spurs ignited the scoreboard first. Parker rapidly advanced past half-court, locating the swift-moving Aflalo, who effortlessly secured 2 points. An aggressive fast break? This was uncharacteristic of the Spurs' usual demeanor. Nonetheless, the Timberwolves were not to be outdone. Upon Westbrook's return, he heralded their offensive surge with a three-pointer. Bonner, undeterred, responded with a three of his own, though it was ruled out of bounds by the officials. Subsequently, both Josh and Batum sank three-pointers, while Ibaka powered through Bonner for 2 points. Following that, Aflalo also connected from beyond the arc. Within the first 2.5 minutes, both teams had successfully nailed 4 three-pointers. Odin, seeking to challenge Duncan, found himself struggling against the veteran's defense. Just then, he spotted a cutting Josh and delivered the ball, resulting in a strong 2-point finish beneath the basket. Focusing on exploiting Bonner's defense, It became evident that as long as Duncan was kept away from protecting the rim, the Spurs' interior would be vulnerable. The Timberwolves' three perimeter players quickly shared this realization, directing the ball back to Odin in hopes of drawing Duncan's defensive attention. In this instance, Duncan appeared somewhat apprehensive while defending against Odin, which allowed Odin to seize the opportunity and execute a deft layup beneath the basket. Subsequently, he managed to score a strong 2-1 against Duncan. Fortunately, Duncan retaliated with a thunderous dunk, preventing the score from widening. However, the Timberwolves had discovered the key to victory as Odin transitioned to the paint, this time facilitating a cut by Ibaka, who fumbled the ball slightly. It was evident that the quality of the pass was subpar, and Bonner's vigorous interference nearly disrupted the play. Alas, Ibaka's lengthy arms saved the day, as he deftly lifted the ball into the hoop. Following this, Batum assisted Duncan for another basket, narrowing the Spurs' deficit to just 2 points at 14-16 as the official timeout commenced. The Spurs' strategy today diverged from their usual approach. They sought to accelerate the pace and emphasize offense. "Let us demonstrate our attacking prowess," they resolved. "Come on, fellows, let these veterans know that this is our era now. It is time for them to step aside." Assistant coach Tyronn Lue also rallied the team. Upon returning to the game, the Spurs maintained their perimeter shooting intensity. Upon Ginobili's entry, he cleverly drew a foul from the young Matthews beyond the arc, converting all 3 free throws to regain the lead for the Spurs. However, the Timberwolves swiftly retaliated, with Odin assisting Josh for a layup, followed by Josh's emphatic block against Parker, allowing Westbrook to counterattack and dish out another assist to Josh for 2 more points. Later, Westbrook's layup attempt missed. Yet Gibson secured the offensive rebound and assisted Matthews in the corner for a 3-pointer. The Timberwolves executed a 7-0 run, regaining control of the game's tempo. Nevertheless, Ginobili refused to yield any opportunities. Parker quickly inbounded the ball, and Ginobili surged forward, executing a smooth layup against Josh. "If you insist on playing offensively and at a rapid pace, then let us engage in a shootout." With Josh tumbling along the baseline, Matthews received the ball in the front court and, without waiting for his teammates to cross half court, launched a 3-pointer. "Since I am open, why not take the shot?" Matthews possesses an extraordinary mental fortitude. He never falters when opportunities arise. His 3-point shot finds its mark with unwavering precision, extending the lead to 7 points once more. On the sidelines, Xiao comprehends that Popovich is now fully committed to a decisive strategy. The previous 2 losses have illuminated the futility of merely controlling the tempo and relying on defense for victory. They are not the Trailblazers, lacking the same caliber of front-court talent. Apart from Duncan, the height of the other players in the paint is insufficient. Furthermore, they do not possess a trump card like Durant. Solely focusing on defense will expose them to relentless assaults from Westbrook and Josh. And this aging roster struggles to execute rapid rotations akin to those of the Trailblazers. Most critically, the Timberwolves' pick-and-roll strategy is an insurmountable challenge for the Spurs. Each player is capable of shooting and rolling effectively. If Xiao recalls correctly, the Spurs were eliminated by a similar pick-and-roll tactic employed by the Suns in the previous lifetime, and it was a sweeping 4-0 defeat, devoid of suspense. Hence, Popovich has altered his approach, aiming to counter the Timberwolves as he did in 2005 against the Suns, employing an offensive strategy. Regrettably, the Duncan of today is not the same as the Duncan of 5 years past. During the conversation, Duncan executed a delicate jump shot, a feat not achieved without difficulty. However, more critically, his defensive retreat was noticeably slower than before. Westbrook seized the opportunity, pushing the pace directly along the baseline. The Spurs' defense was yet to establish its position, with Duncan still at the free throw line when Westbrook surged forward. Duncan could only desperately chase from the side as Westbrook halted and released the ball. Following closely, Josh received the pass at the free throw line and effortlessly bypassed his defender. Although Duncan attempted to provide support, his lack of positioning rendered him incapable of significantly hindering Josh's shot, which was smoothly converted. Batum, in a moment of haste, committed another error, allowing Westbrook to capitalize on the transition and assist Matthews for a 3-pointer. The Timberwolves began the game with an impressive shooting performance, hitting 12 out of 16 attempts, widening the score to 31-21, a 10-point lead. In response, Popovich promptly called a timeout, substituting Parker and Bonner for 2 rookies, Darren Collison, who had performed admirably this season, and this year's second-round pick, Jerebko, akin to Bonner, a formidable long-range shooter. Upon returning from the timeout, the Spurs' defense still exhibited little improvement, with Outlaw sinking a three-pointer. The Timberwolves astonishingly started the game with 6 successful three-point attempts, a scenario almost unfathomable for a Popovich-coached team. Despite defensive issues, this lineup's offensive capabilities were arguably the strongest the Spurs had to offer. In the final 2 minutes of the first quarter, the Spurs ignited their counterattack through offense. First, Duncan drew a foul from Gibson, converting both free throws. Next, Ginobili executed his signature drive, passing to Duncan at the baseline, who converted a reverse layup while drawing a foul from Hayes. Duncan's 5 consecutive points reduced the deficit to 8. However, in the closing moments, the Spurs faltered with consecutive mistakes. Initially, they allowed Westbrook an easy drive for a layup, followed by a turnover on an inbounds pass that enabled Gibson to dunk effortlessly. Most critically, with just 3.8 seconds remaining, Westbrook executed a fast break, scoring while drawing a foul from his senior, Collison, completing a 2-1 play. In a mere 44 seconds, the Timberwolves amassed 7 points, extending their lead to 41-26. As the second quarter commenced, the Timberwolves' three-point shooting cooled, missing 2 consecutive attempts, thereby granting the Spurs an opportunity. Ginobili and Parker, the seasoned duo, were tasked with leading the offense during Duncan's absence. The duo did not disappoint. Billy first executed a three-point play, followed by Parker, who adeptly utilized screens to penetrate. Confronting Hayes, Parker's signature floater repeatedly found its mark, narrowing the deficit to 8 points. "Old friend, it seems we must rely on you once more." After Parker sank his second floater, he exchanged a celebratory high-five with Billy. This surge in offensive momentum invigorated the Spurs' defensive efforts. Outlaw, emerging from the perimeter, attempted another three-pointer, but Udoka's vigorous block thwarted the Timberwolves' consecutive three-point attempts. However, Hayes secured the rebound, allowing Minnesota to orchestrate another offensive push. Gibson executed a forceful drive against McDyess, scoring 2 points and breaking the Timberwolves' scoring drought. Subsequently, Gibson successfully disrupted Billy's layup on the defensive end, yet possession remained with the Spurs. The opposing team recognized that they had only Odin as their towering presence. Should Odin leave the court, their interior defense would mirror that of their rivals, albeit with the latter being older while they were youthful yet lacking experience. On the bench, Xiao silently observed the evolving situation, contemplating the necessity of acquiring a backup center for the next season. Though Hayes currently performed admirably with both offense and defense, his height was a significant limitation. Within his own system, Hayes was destined for mediocrity, not the player he aspired to be. In the midst of this, Hayes managed to score 2 points in the paint, but McDyess swiftly responded with an interior basket. Following that, Dragic committed an offensive foul, leading to an official timeout. Perhaps it was a deliberate strategy by Popovich. Upon resumption, Batum discerned Roy's pass, intercepting it for a breakaway dunk. The Timberwolves faltered upon returning. Aflalo missed a three-pointer, yet the Spurs displayed an energetic fervor in rebounding. In one possession, they claimed 3 offensive rebounds, but ultimately, Oberto failed to convert as Outlaw deflected the ball out of bounds. Observing this, Xiao recognized the need to abandon his pretensions and hastily substituted Westbrook and Odin into the game. Popovich's ability to adjust in real time was indeed formidable. After each timeout, the Spurs consistently made the necessary adaptations, while Xiao's adjustments were minimal. Nonetheless, the Timberwolves maintained a robust overall strength. The commentators objectively noted that Xiao was now sweating profusely, astonished by the vast gap between himself and a top-tier coach. He acknowledged that, had the Spurs not possessed a less favorable lineup, had Duncan not just returned from injury, and had they not been aging, he would have been utterly outmatched. Subsequently, Aflalo sank another three-pointer, reducing the earlier 10-point advantage to a mere 4. Following an offensive foul by the Timberwolves, Xiao genuinely grew anxious, bellowing at the referee. That was a blatant flop. However, the referee paid no heed. In an instant, Parker scored again. Had it not been for Josh's timely return to complete a crucial 2-1, the Timberwolves might have found themselves at a greater deficit. At this juncture, the Spurs' defense suddenly intensified, forcing another turnover from the Timberwolves, which Parker capitalized on for a fast break. Had it not been for Josh's swift pursuit, Aflalo would have made another 2-1, and with 2 successful free throws, the gap was narrowed to just 3 points. In a pivotal moment, Westbrook once again channeled the spirit of Billups, delivering a stabilizing three-pointer that allowed the Timberwolves to catch their breath. In the first half, both teams exchanged blows, with the point differential fluctuating between 3 to 6 points. The Spurs struggled to catch up, while the Timberwolves could not extend their lead. However, a turning point emerged in the final 2 minutes of the first half. Roy, who had been relatively quiet, stepped up, first sinking a three-pointer and then recovering a nearly turned-over ball. Seizing the chaotic moment with no defensive structure in place, he scored another layup. Following that, he assisted Ibaka for a layup and executed a full-court dash for another 2 points. Had it not been for Aflalo hitting a three-pointer while under pressure, the Spurs would have been left to contend solely with Roy's scoring surge. Nevertheless, the Timberwolves, thanks to Roy's late-game contributions of 9 consecutive points through scoring and assists, widened the gap to 12 points, concluding the first half at 66-54. Your defense resembled an empty street at dawn, allowing the opposition to penetrate with ease. During halftime, Popovich unleashed a tirade in the locker room. They were too fast, too precise. We could no longer match their pace and needed to switch to a zone defense. Only Gin Billy dared to speak amidst Popovich's fury, and history would prove him correct. As the second half commenced, the Spurs implemented a zone defense and substituted the underperforming Bonner for the more youthful Jerebko. This adjustment proved timely, as the Timberwolves failed to score in consecutive possessions, allowing the Spurs to seize the opportunity with Parker and Batum combining for 4 points. However, the Timberwolves starting lineup was not akin to a mere rotation. Roy maintained the momentum from the end of the first half, executing a backdoor layup followed by a three-pointer around a screen, keeping the point differential steady at 10. In the third quarter, the Timberwolves rediscovered their shooting touch from the first period, with Oden also sinking a straight-on three-pointer. The Timberwolves' shooting prowess was formidable. Although Xiao may not be an exceptional coach, he undoubtedly excels as a manager and owner, having cultivated numerous talented players. I still recall Oden's inaugural year in the NBA, where he was merely a foul-prone master of dunks. Now, under Xiao's tutelage, he has even developed a three-point shot, a rarity in the league. Moments ago, there was an effusive praise for Bobo's commentary, which swiftly transitioned to admiration for Xiao. Additionally, there is Josh, a prodigy who, despite spending many years in Atlanta, was merely known as a jumper. Now, he stands as a premier playmaking forward, rivaling even the likes of LeBron James. His once criticized shooting and defense have remarkably improved, now reaching the pinnacle of the league's standards. Following Josh's successful mid-range shot over Duncan, the score ascended to 82-66. At this juncture, the Timberwolves had firmly seized control of the game's tempo. Just as Xiao believed that victory was within easy reach, the Spurs launched their counterattack. In the fourth quarter, Ginobili employed every tactic at his disposal to create opportunities for the Spurs, scoring a staggering 41 points in that period. Alas, it was not enough, and they ultimately fell short. The Spurs lost to the Timberwolves by a narrow margin of 111-117, a defeat that starkly contrasted with their usual performance and nearly signaled the end of their season. Chapter 49, A Bold Notion. Establishing a new league following their third consecutive loss, the Spurs' momentum dissipated rapidly. In the fourth game, they were utterly bewildered by the dazzling offensive display of the Timberwolves, concluding the series with a score of 119-92. The aging Spurs were unable to overcome the youthful vigor of the Timberwolves. Unbeknownst to Xiao, his presence had prompted a complete transformation in Coach Popovich's strategic approach. Although Popovich would have made adjustments in the following season regardless, the impression left by the Timberwolves, who had eliminated them for 2 consecutive years, was far more indelible than that of the Suns. The Timberwolves were set to face their old adversaries, the Los Angeles Lakers, in the Western Conference Finals. Having been swept out of contention by the Lakers in the previous season, they had made targeted reinforcements to their roster, enhancing their forward position, albeit sacrificing some height in the paint. However, the Lakers had also bolstered their lineup with the addition of a formidable player like Artest. The opening game was to take place in Los Angeles. In this match, Xiao's tactical arrangement was unequivocal, focusing primarily on Joshua. Although Westbrook still possesses an undeniable advantage in speed, he is no longer the player capable of overwhelming the Lakers' backcourt. Thus, the core of the strategy does not revolve around him. Rather, it centers on Roy and Joshua. For this game, Xiao opted to start Gibson in place of Ibaka. While Ibaka is indeed a formidable presence, Gibson's superior height and technical proficiency make him a more suitable choice against the Lakers' interior. Utilizing Ibaka to contend with the bench player Odom is prudent, as Ibaka's agility allows him to effectively pursue Odom. The first game of the Western Conference Finals unfolds at Staples Center, a moment eagerly anticipated by many. Once, this venue, rife with mockery, nearly instilled a psychological shadow in Xiao. However, now, even the Lakers must approach the challenge with caution. As the game commenced, the Timberwolves directed the ball to Joshua. With Odin setting a screen, confronted by Bynum's defense, Joshua delivered a resolute mid-range shot that found its mark. It is worth noting that Paul's basketball intelligence and skill are exceptional. His ability to discern weaknesses in the opponent's defense and leverage his technical advantages or those of his teammates creates high-probability scoring opportunities. Unfortunately, Paul's physical attributes are limited. His height poses a significant drawback, rendering him often powerless against intense defensive pressure. In contrast, Joshua faces no such limitations. In terms of physical attributes, even LeBron cannot claim to overshadow Joshua, rendering him unperturbed by the opponent's intensity. This is precisely why, in the first game of the Western Conference Finals, Xiao entrusted such a significant responsibility to Josh. The strategy was straightforward. Josh would control the ball and seek opportunities for mismatched one-on-one plays. When faced with the formidable artist, Josh opted for direct pull-up shots. Had it been Kobe, Josh would have executed mid-range shots from the post. If Garnett were present, it would entail pulling him out for a one-on-one, driving straight to the basket. As for Bynum and Fisher, they were virtually inconsequential. By halftime, Josh had already amassed 25 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists, leading the Timberwolves to a 12-point advantage. In the second half, the Lakers adjusted their starting lineup, replacing Bynum with Odom. The Lakers' intention was evident. They aimed to utilize the quicker Odom to match up against Josh. However, it became apparent that this was a miscalculation. Odom, who is not particularly renowned for his defensive prowess, struggled against Josh, proving less effective than Artest had been. Josh went on to score 12 points in that quarter alone. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the Lakers finally recognized the need to double-team Josh. However, Westbrook showcased his sharp-shooting abilities, particularly in his three-point shooting, hitting 6 out of 7 attempts throughout the game, including a perfect 3 for 3 in the final quarter, which rendered the Lakers' double-team efforts futile. Ultimately, in the first game of the Western Conference Finals, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 112-101, with Josh achieving an extraordinary triple-double of 42 points, 12 rebounds, and 11 assists, while Westbrook contributed 25 points and 5 steals. Despite securing victory in the first game, it was imperative to remain vigilant against the Lakers, especially the peak version of the team. In the second game, the Lakers indeed made changes, decisively removing Bynum and reinstating Odom as a starter. Although Odom's performance in the previous game was subpar, as Phil Jackson's most trusted player, he was naturally reinstated without hesitation. From the onset of this match, the Lakers established a clear intent to double-team Josh, preventing him from starting the game with the same explosive energy he had displayed previously. Although Odom did not directly match up against Josh initially, his quick foot speed allowed for a more rapid rotation of the Lakers' defense. In this match, Westbrook's three-point shooting was not as precise as in the previous game, and the encounter quickly devolved into a contest of missed shots. Both teams exchanged blows, determined to dismantle each other's hoops. Observing that the opponent's interior lacked Bynum, Xiao decided to let Odin take the lead, focusing on attacking the paint. With the technical prowess of Big Low boosting his performance, Odin's intimidation factor in the post grew significantly. However, Xiao underestimated Garnett, who, despite not being severely injured, remained a formidable presence. At this juncture, although Garnett's age has increased, his athletic prowess remains intact due to an absence of injuries. Several lob passes intended for Odin were thwarted by Garnett's intervention. This situation has left Xiao somewhat perplexed. Fortunately, the Timberwolves' defense remains steadfast, although their offense has faltered. Their remarkable defensive prowess has prevented the Lakers from pulling ahead significantly. The intensity of this contest has escalated, with both teams engaging in increasingly aggressive actions and the officiating becoming more lenient. The physicality of the match resembles the fierce rivalry of the historical yellow-green battles. At one point, Artest and Josh exchanged heated words, and players frequently found themselves tumbling over one another in pursuit of rebounds. Despite Ibaka and Gibson being newcomers, the Timberwolves exhibit a tenacious style of play, exhibiting no fear of confrontation. Ibaka even managed to topple Bynum in a battle for position. The struggle persisted until the final moments. It was during this time that the impact of superstars became evident. Roy's missed layup in the closing seconds provided the Lakers with a fast break opportunity. Kobe seized the moment, charging through the defense to complete a crucial 2-1 play, nearly securing victory for his team. The Lakers triumphed with a score of 88-83, evening the series at 1-1. The competition now shifts back to Minnesota for a fresh start. At this juncture, commentator Steve Kerr shared his insights. The Timberwolves possess considerable strength, but they are not yet poised for immediate success. What leads you to that conclusion? Inquired the host, DeBo Lang. Kerr replied, "The team's sole weakness lies with their coach. I must concede that Xiao has exceeded my expectations, but to evolve into a championship-caliber team, his current achievements are insufficient." What areas do you believe the Timberwolves need to improve? The host pressed. Primarily, their offense. While the Timberwolves' regular season attack appeared fluid, their offensive strategies are overly simplistic. Their high level of play is largely attributed to the players' basketball IQ, allowing for instantaneous collaboration. However, when faced with targeted defenses, their system falters, rendering their offense ineffective. Kerr continued, "Regardless of a player's basketball intelligence, a tactical framework is essential. A coach's strategies must be complemented by players capable of executing them. The relationship between coach and players is symbiotic, and in this regard, Xiao has room for growth. His defensive strategies are commendable. Yet the offensive approach is limited to merely 3 plays, which is insufficient for the current Timberwolves, especially given their roster of exceptionally talented young athletes. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Xiao excels in nurturing player talent and uncovering potential. I firmly believe that the Timberwolves' rise is merely a matter of time. Should Xiao develop additional offensive strategies akin to his defensive tactics, the Timberwolves will undoubtedly be formidable next season. Conversely, if this does not happen, it would be prudent to recruit an assistant coach skilled in offense, which would significantly enhance their prospects. I am confident that after this season, many capable assistant coaches will seek to join Xiao's ranks. Kerr did speak some undeniable truths. The Timberwolves' offense is indeed severely restricted by the Lakers. It is only through the individual prowess of the players and Spoelstra's defensive framework that they have managed to hold their ground against Los Angeles. However, in critical moments, the Lakers consistently deliver a decisive blow. After all, defense is a reactive choice, while offense is inherently proactive. It is precisely the issues on the offensive end that are magnified in the presence of the Lakers. Ultimately, despite winning the first game, the Timberwolves succumbed to 4 consecutive losses, resulting in a gentleman's sweep with an aggregate score of 1-4, thus being eliminated and regrettably halting their journey in the Western Conference Finals. Following their victory over the Timberwolves, the Lakers will face the formidable Boston Celtics in the finals. This marks the 3rd consecutive year that the two teams have faced each other in the finals. Last year, the Celtics, led by the remarkable performance of Paul Pierce, thwarted the Lakers' quest for a three-peat. However, this year, with the addition of Ron Artest, the Lakers have clearly elevated their strength. Ultimately, they avenged last year's defeat, triumphing in a hard-fought series with a score of 4-3, thus securing their 3rd championship trophy in 4 years. Kobe Bryant became the 2nd player, after Michael Jordan, to claim 6 championship titles, establishing himself as the undisputed heir to Jordan's legacy. Kobe's victory also ignited a fierce determination in LeBron James, who resolved to make his own mark. Yet, Xiao found himself preoccupied with other matters this summer, as it was his first time reaching the Western Conference Finals. He received a reward of 3,000 system coins. Xiao decided not to hold back and used all of it, aiming to acquire several tactical and health cards. As Greg Oden's health card was nearing expiration, and Brandon Roy had also utilized one. For the upcoming season, Xiao aspired to recruit Yao Ming, who had previously been employed, and he was curious whether he could leverage this opportunity again. If successful, it would indeed be a significant gain. Moreover, even after spending the 3,000 coins, he still had over 7,000 system coins remaining, more than sufficient for his needs. In a swift manner, he utilized the 3,000 system coins and ultimately acquired, for health cards, 3 special skill cards, 3 tactical cards, 3 star cards, 3 basketball IQ cards, and 1 personality card. Overall, the results were satisfactory. After the draw, the next event was the draft, alongside another important matter. Previously, in collaboration with Xiao, Xiao had gathered numerous talents domestically, and now he harbored a new ambition. He envisioned establishing his own league. This initiative would not only allow prodigiously talented players from his country to acclimate to professional leagues early on, but it would also serve as an opportune moment to promote his league, particularly as the NBA was poised for a potential lockout in the following season. Historical trends suggested that a rift between the NBA and the nation was inevitable, leading to a decline in the NBA's influence. as a reborn individual endowed with unique advantages. Xiao could not tolerate the arrogance of the NBA. This has been Xiao's aspiration ever since he entered the NBA, a venture he has long been preparing for, the establishment of a league that rivals the NBA. This is his original intention, or perhaps we might call it his ambition. Time, however, is not on his side. According to historical trajectories, the day of rupture is merely a decade away. Everything must be accomplished within these 10 years. And Xiao possesses the confidence to do so. Chapter 50, a powerful alliance. Nevertheless, there are pressing concerns weighing on Xiao's mind. The question remains whether he can retain all of his veteran players. Currently, Odin has begun to express dissatisfaction with his role in the low post, albeit subtly. He has shared some grievances during player meetings, voicing concerns over his limited ball possession. Roy, too, has begun to exhibit similar inclinations, though his discontent is less overt than Odin's, manifesting through subtle expressions and on-court nuances. As for Westbrook, there is no cause for concern. His loyalty to the team is beyond reproach. If he can remain steadfast in a city like Oklahoma City, he will undoubtedly do so in Minnesota. The greatest worry lies with Josh. Xiao has invested significantly in him, having bestowed upon him the sole S-grade player card. According to the typical course of history, Josh is likely to seek a lucrative contract in 2013. While Xiao can meet his financial demands, there is no guarantee that Josh will consider Minnesota, given that he has already established his market value. He may very well aspire to play in larger cities such as Los Angeles or New York. Hence, it is imperative to amass additional talent as a contingency and expand the team's capacity. At present, Xiao has a straightforward agenda consisting of two primary objectives. The first is to fortify the interior, strategically acquiring several expiring contracts during trades to expand next year's salary cap, especially with the impending activation of Odin's substantial contract and the subsequent commencement of Westbrook's lucrative deal. The second objective is to seek out fresh talent. This year's draft presents a pivotal opportunity for Xiao to implement sweeping reforms within the Timberwolves. The first overall pick has been secured by the Clippers, serving as a fitting consolation for their previous year's failure to attain the top selection. This year's consensus number 1 pick is undoubtedly Wall. The Rockets hold the second pick, having entered a rebuilding phase following McGrady's trade and Yao Ming's significant injury, thus naturally acquiring the second selection, which they used to draft Evan Turner. The Warriors, following closely, utilized their third pick to select Favors, aiming to pair him with Griffin, who is anticipated to make considerable contributions next season. The Nets, picking shortly thereafter, chose Wesley Johnson, the top small forward in the nation. However, it has become evident that apart from his speed and athleticism, his skills are lacking. Moments such as being left on the floor by Harden and having inbounds passes intercepted twice by the Hammer Anderson have defined his career. Up to this point, the selections have proceeded in a relatively conventional manner without any surprises. However, in a shocking turn of events, the Wizards at the 5th pick opted to bypass Cousins and instead selected the Beijing legend, Xiao. This choice left Xiao utterly perplexed. Was it because having Hibbert on the roster diminished the desire to select another center? The thoughts of others remained elusive, leaving him to anticipate the forthcoming selections. The Philadelphia 76ers, picking 6th, exhibited no hesitation and promptly secured Cousins, disregarding the presence of another exceptional center, Joakim Noah. Following them, the Raptors chose the handsome Hayward. The Kings selected Monroe. The Pistons opted for the most formidable player of this draft, Paul George. The Hornets acquired Aminu, and the Bulls unexpectedly picked Patterson. Soon, it would be their turn. After the Pacers made their selection, the Timberwolves, armed with the Grizzlies' first-round pick, were next in line. The 13th position was a promising one. Whom should they choose? Ultimately, Xiao decided between Bledsoe and Bradley, selecting the former. Although Bradley was also a commendable piece, capable of defense and shooting, Bledsoe's physical attributes were superior, reminiscent of Westbrook. If provided with the appropriate skill set, Bledsoe could ascend to be one of the league's elite point guards. What of the Nuggets? Their position was more straightforward, but the Clippers were more complex, as they placed significant weight on first-round picks. Xiao sighed and remarked, "Let us increase the offer, sending them our first-round pick this year along with a second-round pick. We don't need any rookies this season." "Boss, that seems rather risky. Haven't we only secured Bledsoe this year?" "Exactly. We no longer have the luxury of nurturing numerous newcomers. This year marks our resurgence." "All right, I will make the contact." "Boss." They have agreed. Moments later, the first trade of the draft unfolded, and it was a monumental one. The Timberwolves dispatched Hayes, Outlaw, Dragic, and Matthews in exchange for this year's 25th overall first-round pick, the 55th overall second-round pick, and a second-round pick from 2011. In return, they acquired from the Nuggets J.R. Smith, the Birdman Anderson, a first-round pick from 2012, and the bearded Baron Davis along with the Clippers' first-round pick from 2014. The Nuggets received Hayes, Outlaw, Dragic, and Matthews from the Timberwolves, while sending Kleza, Anthony Carter, and center Petro to the Clippers to acquire Elston. The Clippers, in turn, gained the Timberwolves' Budinger, a first- and second-round pick from 2010 and a second-round pick from 2011. Xiao's intentions were clear. The Timberwolves would be in a full-throttle championship contention next season, with little opportunity for new players to develop, simultaneously providing these young talents a more favorable platform to showcase their abilities. This transaction can be considered a resounding triumph for both the Timberwolves and their youthful roster. The acquisition of two invaluable first-round picks proves to be exceedingly beneficial. With the Timberwolves leading the charge, a cascade of subsequent trades ensued. The Nets swiftly followed suit, orchestrating a trade that sent Gianlian to the Clippers. Shortly thereafter, the 76ers dispatched Joakim Noah to the Celtics to make room for DeMarcus Cousins. The Rockets' grand sale commenced, with Battier and Millsap being nearly gifted to the Thunder. Amidst the flurry of teams striving to bolster their rosters, a monumental bombshell reverberated throughout the league. LeBron James announced his decision to bring his prodigious talents to the South Beach, joining forces with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh to form a formidable trio. The Miami Big Three has officially come to fruition. Upon the release of this news, it caused an immediate uproar. In an instant, James found himself ensnared in a whirlwind of public opinion, reminiscent of Xiao's disdain for James's actions back in the day. However, following Durant's subsequent actions, which once again tested Xiao's limits, it is now evident that such occurrences are not entirely unacceptable in hindsight. While Xiao may come to terms with this, it does not necessarily imply that others will follow suit. The individual most affected by this turmoil is undoubtedly James's close friend, Anthony. Now, as Melo enters his prime, his accolades pale in comparison to those of James, while his contemporaneous companion, Wade, has already secured a championship, leaving him far behind. This year, with Bosh teaming up with Wade and James, a championship seems inevitable, while Anthony remains without any titles to his name. He has yet to achieve even a scoring title and has never progressed past the conference finals. The recent trade between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, which saw the departure of his good friend J.R. Smith in exchange for a group of young talents, only adds to his dismay. This left Anthony feeling increasingly despondent about the prospect of winning a championship, prompting him to confront the management and express his desire to be traded. Meanwhile, Xiao is aware that the Nuggets would finalize Anthony's trade midway through the season, and the Jazz would likely trade Darren next season due to the discord between him and Coach Sloan. However, Xiao chose not to concern himself with others' affairs, for he had his sights set on one final goal for this off-season. Xiao, you are well aware of your injury situation, having endured such a significant injury. Even if you were to recover, you would inevitably be excluded from the ranks of the league's elite centers. Therefore, I regret to inform you that we cannot offer you the max contract. On the other end of the line, Morey was still attempting to persuade Yao Ming, trying to negotiate his price down to the range of $4 to $6 million, hoping to sign the towering center with a mid-level exception. After all, Yao Ming remained a prestigious asset, a cash cow for the Rockets. Even a rebuilding team would require his presence to draw in fans. I understand. I will think it over, Yao Ming replied, abruptly ending the call, clearly displeased. After all, he felt he had contributed significantly to the Rockets over the years, and despite having faced injuries, he had enjoyed 3 fully healthy seasons, achieving remarkable milestones, including an all-star selection and deep playoff runs. It was disheartening to think that due to one major injury, he might be discarded. Just then, the phone rang again. I told you, Mr. Morey, let me think it over. Consider what, damn it? Do you wish to languish in that hopeless Rockets team until the end of your career? Came a melodious voice from the other end. Yao Ming then realized it was Xiao calling. My apologies, Mr. Su. What can I do for you? Yao said, his face reflecting regret. Yao, to put it succinctly, I am in urgent need of a backup center, one who can effectively contend against Odin. I have both the space and the time to allow you to recover, and I possess the capability to contend for a championship within the next 2 years. The weight of the word championship resonated profoundly as Su spoke. Mr. Su, I truly wish to consider my options. My family resides in Houston, and I have some business interests there as well. Yao, Allow me to point out that you may not even get to play a few games in Houston. Your injury necessitates at least a year of rehabilitation, followed by another year of exertion. Will there still be a place for you in Houston? How long can your body sustain you in the game? Xiao interrupted Yao's thoughts, initiating his persuasive discourse. Houston is a team on the verge of disarray. Their owner is miserly, and the general manager lacks competence. Reflect on this. If it weren't for my contributions over the years, including gifting you Millsap and assisting in acquiring artists, would you be enjoying your current success? Or do you not aspire to be a champion, to tread the same path as the Heat's Big Three? Trust me, Xiao. Together, we can achieve great things. I can offer you a full mid-level exception, and our medical team is far superior to that of Houston. Just look at our team. We have hardly faced any significant injuries over the years. Sensing Yu Ming's wavering resolve, Xiao seized the moment and continued to persuade him. As for your ventures in Houston, Minnesota can offer the same opportunities. You must understand that a portion of your enterprises relies on your fame in Houston. Eventually, you will retire, and with your departure, those ventures will dissipate. If you're willing, I can guide you in establishing a brand in New York. Even if you doubt me, you should have faith in Tianhong Group. Ultimately, Yao was unable to withstand Xiao's relentless arguments. He signed a 5-year, $24 million mid-level contract with the Minnesota Timberwolves, which infuriated the Mavericks. They promptly filed a complaint with the league, alleging that Yu and Xiao had engaged in underhanded dealings. However, upon investigation, it was confirmed that the contract was both legal and valid. Consequently, the league found a reason to penalize the Timberwolves by stripping them of a second-round draft pick. Whether they desired that pick was another matter. If the Timberwolves wanted it, they could easily trade for it. Chapter 51. The establishment of a new league following Yao's contract with the Timberwolves, the overall roster began to take shape. At the point guard position, Russell Westbrook was the starter, with veteran Baron Davis and this year's rookie Eric Bledsoe as backups, both possessing exceptional physical prowess. At shooting guard, the starting role was filled by the Black Mamba, Brandon Roy, supported by J.R. Smith and versatile swingman Mike Miller. J.R.'s athleticism ranked among the league's best, though his offensive consistency was often a wild card, with rumors suggesting that when he was on, he could rival even Jordan. His defense, however, left much to be desired. Even during his time with the Cavaliers as a supporting player, his defensive efforts were merely adequate. Nevertheless, as long as physical attributes were not the sole focus, everything else could be managed. Basketball IQ, personality, and skill were all within reach, and after all, we had our advantages. Moreover, Xiao places significant value on JR's scoring prowess off the bench. Last year, the Timberwolves substitutes were merely a collection of average players. The young Dragic and Matthews lacked the explosive scoring ability that JR possesses. Consequently, enhancements have been made to the bench. At the small forward position, it is certain that Josh will start, while last year's rookie, the NBA's finest, James Johnson, will serve as the substitute. Johnson, who is also regarded as the Timberwolves' enforcer, did not receive much playing time last season, but is expected to increase his presence this year. Xiao has presented him with a star card of the venerable Mobley, a clear indication of his intention to bolster the team's strength and simultaneously elevate Johnson's market value. Although Johnson is not a central figure in the team's future plans, it is essential to augment his worth this season. While James Johnson may not possess the most exceptional physical gifts, his robust physique, combined with his martial arts background, lends him a formidable presence, making him a representative of toughness in the league. He is fundamentally a blue-collar player, albeit with a somewhat limited blue-collar profile. His defense and shooting are average, and his penchant for ball dominance can sometimes harm the team's tactics, rendering him an unstable element within the locker room. Therefore, Xiao's assessment of James Johnson is that he is a commendable player, though not the championship puzzle piece he seeks. At the power forward position, following the departure of Hayes, the competition will now be between the second-year players Ibaka and Gibson. Both exhibit a robust style of play, yet each possesses unique attributes that complement one another. Ibaka excels due to his remarkable athleticism, boasting exceptional leaping ability and explosiveness. Before his injury, he was a blocking aficionado, adept at help defense, and was tenacious on the defensive end. However, he has struggled against larger, accurate shooting big men, vividly recalling the lessons imparted by Nowitzki, Randolph, and Aldridge during his time in the West. Though Gibson may not match Ibaka's explosive athleticism, his experience as a former player under Thibodeau in Chicago cannot be underestimated. Gibson is the quintessential blue-collar worker, adept at securing defensive rebounds and willingly undertaking the dirty work that all coaches appreciate. His tough playing style holds its own against elite big men, and if possible, Xiao would not mind having him assume the role of the Timberwolves Haslam. On the offensive end, both players have their strengths. While Ibaka may appear bulky, he is, in fact, a sharpshooter with a penchant for mid-range shots, famously sinking 14 consecutive shots that helped eliminate the Spurs. Currently, Xiao is focused on developing Ibaka's shooting further, aiming to cultivate his three-point ability to diversify the team's tactics. Gibson, on the other hand, excels in low-post scoring, making them a highly complementary duo, thereby reinforcing the Timberwolves' power forward position. At the center position, Odin will undoubtedly start. Although Odin has begun to contemplate his standing, it is undeniable that he possesses the requisite skill. The synergy between Odin and Brook Lopez's star card is remarkable, as Odin's defensive prowess, coupled with his formidable physical attributes, renders him a nightmare for opponents. His offensive technique is also refined. It is fair to assert that Odin has the credentials to be considered among the top 5 centers in the league. Beyond Odin, significant reinforcements have been made at the backup center position. Last season, Xiao experienced the drawbacks of lacking a substitute center, frequently relying on Hayes, whose height proved to be a considerable disadvantage. This time, Xiao directly sought out the renowned Anderson, despite his advanced age. Nevertheless, Anderson still possesses considerable stamina and should be able to guard the paint for at least a few minutes on behalf of Odin. Furthermore, there is Yao Ming, who, although currently hindered by injuries and unable to perform at his peak, has Xiao's unwavering confidence. With the establishment of a state-of-the-art sports medicine facility and a remarkably proficient medical team, facilitating Yao's return to health should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Upon closer inspection, the roster of the Timberwolves indeed appears quite formidable. However, this year, there has been little discourse surrounding them. The spotlight has predominantly fallen on the Southeast coast, leaving the Timberwolves unnoticed, as most teams underwent significant transformations during the summer. It was only when the Heat signed Ben Wallace that Xiao sensed a shift in the narrative. In a previous life, Wallace had signed a veteran-esque contract with the Pistons, yet now he has turned towards Miami, which seems rather peculiar. The primary challenge for the Heat this year, aside from the cohesion of their trio of stars, lies within their interior defense, as Chris Bosh alone cannot adequately safeguard the paint. In the past, the Heat, in a state of desperation, hastily acquired numerous big men, yet none proved to be of substantial utility. They were utterly dominated by Chandler in the finals, unable to secure a single rebound, and found themselves outmatched against Nowitzki. Next season, it became evident that having so many bigs on the roster was less effective than allowing LeBron to gain weight and play the power forward position, as these centers tended to slow the Heat's pace. However, this time around, the signing of Wallace changes the dynamics considerably. Although Ben may be past his prime, he still possesses a certain level of skill, far superior to that of Dampier, Ilgauskas, or Anthony. Nevertheless, Xiao reassured himself that despite the formidable opponent, they too were not lacking in strength. There was no reason to show weakness before the game had even commenced. Yet, he understood the necessity of preparation. Relying solely on empty platitudes would not yield results. Confidence alone was insufficient without a strategy to back it up. With that in mind, Xiao promptly utilized a tactical card and fortuitously unveiled the offensive system he had long desired, the offensive philosophy of Mike D'Antoni. A surge of joy filled his heart as he savored this moment, but just as he was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, the doorbell rang. "Who is it?" Xiao asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. "It's me. Are you busy?" came the soft inquiry from Yilin outside the door. "Not at all. Please come in." Upon hearing Yilin's voice, Xiao's irritation dissipated. "Our school requires us to complete an internship in our final year, and I was wondering if I could gain some experience here with you." Yilin entered without hesitation, speaking candidly. "Of course. You are an outstanding student, and we could certainly use someone of your caliber. How about you become my assistant secretary?" Xiao jested, his mind momentarily flooded with images reminiscent of an Eastern FBI. "What are you chuckling about?" "Oh, it's nothing." Xiao swallowed hard, pulling himself back to reality as he observed Yilin's elegant figure. "I wish to find a department related to my major. I am not concerned about salary. I simply want to hone my skills here. I understand that this is a Fortune 500 company with high standards for selection, and I believe I meet those criteria. I am more than willing to participate in an assessment to ensure fairness and impartiality. Why are you still so innocent? Now that you've found your way to me, there's no need to speak of fairness and objectivity." Xiao contemplated, yet spoke in front of Yilin. "It is of no concern. The Tianhong Group is a partner of your school, and students from your institution frequently come here for internships. I can take charge of this. You need only to proceed to the Financial Operations Department of the Timberwolves and report to Rosen Ian Koo, who will oversee your work, primarily concerning financial audits and fund management. She briefly introduced the forthcoming tasks to Yilin. Although Yilin possessed a certain innocence and at times exhibited simplistic thoughts, one could not overlook her intelligence and expertise. Su Xiao's explanation was succinct, yet she comprehended it fully, facilitating a swift handover process. Given that Su Xiao's new league was in its nascent stages, the abundance of inexpensive yet highly intelligent labor, like Yilin, was exceedingly welcome. Su Xiao's new league, tentatively named the World Basketball Association (WBA), is headquartered in Toronto, Canada. The registered capital amounts to $660 million, directly funded by the Tianhong Group. With an initial roster of only 6 teams, including 5 Chinese players whom Su Xiao had brought back from his homeland. Fortunately, he acted swiftly. Otherwise, these individuals might have followed a less favorable path. Su Xiao observed the young men he had trained intensively for a year, marveling at their rapid progress. And he reflected on the decisiveness of his past choices. This year, they would grace the courts of his new league. The national team had recently faced setbacks in the World Championships. Although they managed to advance from the group stage, their solitary victory left domestic fans somewhat dissatisfied. Yet, they may not realize that this might be the pinnacle for the national team. In this championship, Deng Huada had united the team with remarkable cohesion, in Su Xiao's view. His coaching style was the most suitable for the national team and arguably the finest in recent years. However, his relationship with the media was notably strained. Nevertheless, he undeniably infused the team with passion and fervor, complemented by a distinct tactical framework. His cavalry charge counter-strategy effectively addressed the national team's apprehension towards full-court pressing. In his past life, as Su Xiao watched games, he first grasped the significance of tactical acumen. Despite winning only one match, the encounters against formidable opponents such as Russia, Greece, and Lithuania were fiercely contested until the final moments, maintaining a palpable tension throughout. This could be deemed one of the most thrilling national team matches in the past decade. The honor of the national team may culminate here. The next steps now rest in my hands. Chapter 52, a lesson for the 3 giants JR. When you receive the ball in this position, you must first observe these 2 areas. Do not rush to take a 3-pointer, even if an open opportunity arises. Ensure that the players in these 2 positions are properly rotated. J.R. Smith scratched his head and said, somewhat apologetically, I am sorry, my coach never required this before. Indeed, J.R. had developed under George Karl, whose philosophy was primarily offensive. While Karl was undoubtedly a tactical genius, his grasp of defensive intricacies paled in comparison to Spoelstra's. Perhaps it could be said that Karl's defensive principles were entirely unsuitable for this Timberwolves team. JR, you must understand that we are a championship contending team. We cannot afford any carelessness. If you take that shot and it goes in, we will consider ourselves fortunate. However, if you miss, the opposing team will launch a fast break, and we will have no time to retreat or secure the rebound. Su Xiao patiently explained to JR, Anderson, you too. A block does not necessarily mean sending the ball flying. The key is to defend successfully and secure possession. Since employing tactical cards, Su Xiao had increasingly embodied the essence of a coach, diligently rectifying the issues that arose during the preseason. The schedule had been released, and our first opponent would be the Kings. Ladies and gentlemen, although the Heat have assembled a trio of superstars this year, generating considerable buzz, I firmly believe that there are no absolute victors in this league. Now, more than ever, we must make a significant statement, announcing to everyone that the league is not solely defined by the 3 giants but also by us, the Timberwolves. We must take them down. Su Xiao's words successfully ignited the passion within the team. Let us commence with the first match. In the inaugural game against the Kings, this year's Kings opted for the more fundamentally sound Monroe instead of Cousins. However, the inexperienced Monroe found himself utterly overpowered by Odin, resulting in a disappointing performance of 2 out of 6 shots, totaling only 5 points and 3 rebounds. Last year's standout rookie, Evans, managed just 17 points and 6 assists in this match. In stark contrast, the Timberwolves saw new addition J.R. Smith come off the bench to score 19 points in 25 minutes, while Westbrook contributed 28 points and 12 assists, leading the Timberwolves to a commanding 117-93 victory over the Kings, marking a triumphant start to the season. The second game took us to Milwaukee, where the Bucks starting guard was now Curry instead of Jennings. However, It was evident that Curry was struggling in Milwaukee, expressing his discomfort repeatedly, and his father had even suggested a trade to the team, which showed little interest. Milwaukee seemed to be the city with the least presence. In a previous life, Curry had yearned to go to New York. Although that did not materialize, San Francisco was still an acceptable alternative. He had hoped to play under D'Antoni, but ended up with Old Nelson, which was not entirely unfavorable. Yet this year in Milwaukee, under the defensive-minded coach Skiles, Curry was indeed finding it quite uncomfortable. "Since you are feeling so uneasy now, let me make it a bit more challenging for you," Xiao mused. The Timberwolves displayed no mercy, triumphing over the Bucks with a score of 119-101. Westbrook delivered an impressive performance against Curry, amassing 30 points, 11 assists, along with 9 rebounds and 3 steals. During this match, Xiao unexpectedly spotted a familiar face on the Bucks bench, Michael Redd. Once a prominent figure alongside E. Jianlian, he now finds himself beset by injuries. Nearing the twilight of his career, Xiao whimsically pondered the possibility of trading for Redd this season, contemplating whether he might still have something to offer. Following this, the Timberwolves returned to their home court, facing the Grizzlies in their inaugural home game of the new season. The Grizzlies are poised to make waves in the Western Conference this year, having united the dynamic duo of Black and White Bears last season and now incorporating Tony Allen to complete their roster. The next step for the Grizzlies is to foster synergy within their team. For them, facing the Timberwolves serves as an excellent challenge, given the latter's reputation for offensive prowess. The match inflicted considerable distress upon Odin and Ibaka. Fortunately, the substitutes Gibson and Anderson managed to hold their ground. The true heroes of this encounter were Josh and JR. In his matchup against Rudy Gay, Josh utterly dominated the opposition. Both are exceptionally gifted small forwards, yet the advantage bestowed by Paul rendered Josh decidedly superior. He concluded the game with an impressive triple-double, amassing 26 points, 16 rebounds, and 10 assists, while J.R. Smith excelled with a remarkable shooting performance, sinking 6 of 9 three-point attempts for a total of 25 points, proving pivotal to the victory. The Timberwolves secured their first home win and extended their winning streak to 3 games. Their next adversary will pose their first significant challenge of the season, the newly formed trio of the Heat. After suffering a defeat to the Celtics in their opening match, the Heat have begun to explore strategies for coexisting with their 3 stars, currently riding a 2-game winning streak. This matchup will serve as a true test for them. In this game, the Timberwolves starting lineup featured Westbrook, Roy, Josh, Ibaka, and Odin. The Heat deployed former Timberwolves player Arroyo as point guard alongside Wade, with James and Bosh on the wings and Ben Wallace at center. Odin leaped to secure the tip-off, initiating the Timberwolves' first offensive foray. Westbrook, facing Arroyo, enjoyed a distinct positional advantage. Without even calling for a screen, he effortlessly bypassed Arroyo, prompting Wade to rush over for support. Westbrook distributed the ball, and Roy, receiving it, swiftly passed it into the paint where Odin caught it in the elbow area. Facing the barely leaping Ben Wallace, he executed a reliable layup that found its mark. In the recent matches, although the Heat have secured 2 victories and 1 defeat, their interior defense has been consistently overwhelmed. Wallace, it seems, is somewhat lacking in strength despite his determination. His height has always been a limitation. In his youth, he relied on his formidable physique and remarkable explosiveness, which have now diminished significantly. Faced with a towering presence like Odin in the paint, he appears somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, we shall retaliate. James advances the ball past the half-court line. At this juncture, the dynamic among the 3 titans of the Heat is characterized predominantly by an incessant series of individual plays, with little collaboration evident. Yet, the prowess of each individual remains undeniably formidable. LeBron, aiming to penetrate directly against Josh, is acutely aware, from their encounters over the past 2 years, that the current Josh is far removed from the naive rookie he once faced in Atlanta. His initial attempt to break free falters, and his efforts to overpower his opponent physically prove futile. A desperate shot taken directly against Josh inevitably misses its mark, and the rebound is claimed by Ibaka. In an instant, the Timberwolves launch a swift counterattack, with Westbrook accelerating past Arroyo. Although his layup against Wade does not find the net, it does result in a foul against Wade. After successfully converting both free throws, the Heat shift their focus back to Wade as the primary offensive force. Roy's defense, while technically sound, lacks the physical attributes to contend effectively, allowing Wade to forcefully assert his presence. A delicate floater from Wade opens the scoring for Miami. Having been bested by Wade, Roy, unwilling to concede, seeks to retaliate. However, Wade, a maestro of rhythm, remains unfazed by Roy's attempts to disrupt his cadence, prompting Roy to hastily call for a screen. Matched against Ben Wallace's defense. Roy takes a mid-range shot, which again fails to score. Yet, Josh secures the offensive rebound and assists Ibaka, who delivers a thunderous dunk. The interior defense of the Heat appears utterly vulnerable. At this moment, even the commentator could no longer bear the sight. In the ensuing round, Bosh attempted a layup, only to be met with a formidable rejection from Ibaka. The trio of Heat stars began the match with 3 individual plays, yet only Wade succeeded. The Timberwolves surged ahead with a 9-2 lead, prompting a timeout for the Heat. Upon returning from the break, the Heat's offense exhibited a newfound versatility, incorporating a series of pick and rolls. However, the most significant transformation occurred on the defensive front, as the pressure exerted by LeBron and Wade on the ball handler was exceptionally intense. Without the support of star cards, Westbrook and Josh would have faltered under such pressure. Even the usually reliable Roy committed 2 turnovers in the first quarter, both of which were caused by the relentless double team from LeBron and Wade. Nonetheless, the Heat's interior issues remained unresolved. The Timberwolves secured an impressive 7 rebounds in the first quarter, with Odin amassing 14 points and 8 rebounds, half of which were offensive boards. In the second quarter, the Heat brought in Big Z, a former teammate of LeBron, Ilgauskas. His presence added height to the Heat's interior, and unlike Ben Wallace, Big Z possessed offensive capabilities, including a precise shooting touch. However, his slow speed became a liability. He was repeatedly targeted in defensive pick-and-rolls, and on offense, he disrupted the Heat's rhythm, forcing them into stationary pick-and-roll plays. Ideally, Haslam would have fit seamlessly into the Heat's system with his speed, fierce defensive tenacity, and mid-range shooting. Unfortunately, he was sidelined due to injury for this match. Consequently, the Heat's performance in the first half was rather disjointed, as everyone struggled to find their rhythm. In contrast, the Timberwolves showcased their fluid offense, finishing the half with a commanding 63-49 lead over the Heat. The Timberwolves maintained their formidable form throughout the regular season, leaving uncertainty about their postseason prospects. The commentator praised the Timberwolves' performance, acknowledging that the Heat's display was somewhat chaotic. However, the Timberwolves were a team deserving of respect. If the Heat could not overcome them, aspirations for the championship would be futile. Another commentator concurred, suggesting that the Heat might well benefit from emulating the Timberwolves system, as their playing styles bore a resemblance, particularly in defense, where both teams relied heavily on rotation and aggressive on-ball pressure. At this moment, Reggie Miller suddenly spoke up. As a seasoned professional, he possessed keen insights, fully aware of the immense pressure that such aggressive on-ball defense exerts on an average ball handler. Particularly, the intensity brought by both LeBron James and Dwayne Wade undoubtedly surpasses that of Josh and Westbrook. One could only wonder how Xiao felt upon hearing this, considering it was a strategy pilfered from the Miami Heat's coach, Spoelstra. In the second half, the Heat exhibited a notable transformation in their offensive approach, allowing Wade to handle the ball while James executed pick and rolls. Although Josh certainly had the capability to contest James, thwarting the descending force of LeBron remained a daunting challenge. After witnessing James and Wade successfully execute 3 consecutive pick and rolls, Xiao decisively called for a timeout. Ibaka, you must remain vigilant in your defensive support. Focus on James's positioning. Do not allow him to easily penetrate close to the basket. Regardless of whether their center is Wallace or Ilgauskas, you must disregard them entirely. Xiao patiently outlined the strategy for his players. Upon returning from the timeout, the Heat altered their game plan, shifting to LeBron as the primary ball handler while Wade surged forward. Although Wade's drive could not quite rival that of James, he was no longer confronted by the dual defense of Josh and Ibaka. He could manage against a single Roy. Additionally, LeBron's ball handling and playmaking abilities surpassed those of Wade, leading to a disruption of Xiao's tactics and revitalizing Miami's offense, with Bosh also finding his rhythm. Damn, I've been outmaneuvered again, Xiao lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration at his own mediocrity. No worries, leave it to me. On the court, Westbrook signaled to Xiao with a gesture of reassurance. Brandon, let me handle Wade. You take care of Arroyo. Westbrook patted Roy, who did not attempt to assert himself. Westbrook was no longer the younger brother under his wing. Now facing Wade, the defensive intensity surged. Westbrook's physical prowess was on par with Wade's, and his defensive skills were not lacking. At least, he was competent in one-on-one situations, as few guards in the league could effectively challenge him. However, His off-ball defense had always been a point of criticism, as he tended to focus solely on the ball rather than his man. With the defensive acumen and intelligence brought by Billups, these issues were swiftly alleviated. When matched against Wade, Westbrook consistently forced him to his right, compelling Wade to enter a defensive pocket meticulously prepared by the Timberwolves. Wade's shooting percentage was immediately affected in the subsequent 3 possessions. He managed to score only once amidst a flurry of struggles. The defensive pocket established by Westbrook and Ibaka proved to be a source of discomfort for Wade. With the Heat's offense stifled, the Timberwolves seized the opportunity to unleash their outside shooting. With a rebounding advantage in the paint, the Timberwolves' perimeter shooting became even more prolific, as J.R. Smith scored 3 consecutive three-pointers in the third quarter. His strategy was straightforward: a single screen, and if an opportunity arose, he would shoot. While James Johnson and Gibson focused on securing rebounds, the previously narrowed 6-point deficit was quickly widened by J.R.'s three-pointers. The Heat aimed to respond with their own three-point shots in the fourth quarter, but their most accurate shooter was James, whose shooting percentage hardly contributed to closing the gap. The connection between James and Wade faltered. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves grew increasingly exuberant, with Birdman Anderson rallying the crowd inside the Heat's paint. Had it not been for James Jones, who sank 2 three-pointers in the fourth quarter, the game might have slipped away from the Heat in a decisive run by the Timberwolves. Although this was merely a regular season game, it was evident that the Timberwolves appeared to be the superior team compared to the Heat. As noted by Reggie Miller in his post-game commentary, another prominent figure, Chris Webber, also shared images of the Timberwolves' victory over the Heat on social media, captioning it, "An exhilarating game. Basketball is a team sport, not something that can be resolved by a couple of stars." Chapter 53, Brothers. I'm experiencing a bit of writer's block and may need an extra day to post. Dear readers, I have been grappling with writer's block lately, feeling that the upcoming events may be too mundane. Do you have any suggestions? In the past couple of days, I have written less than 2,000 words, which has become a recurring pattern of writing and deleting without arriving at any promising ideas. I would greatly appreciate hearing your thoughts. If you enjoy this book, please consider bookmarking it or offering some suggestions. Thank you, dear readers. Chapter 54, Reinforcements. Basketball is a team sport. It cannot be resolved by merely 2 or 3 superstars. Perhaps these words pierced James deeply, as well as the Miami Heat. Though merely a regular season game, it became evident that the Heat developed a newfound sense of urgency thereafter. In the subsequent matches, the team displayed a more structured approach, deliberately executing plays and seeking synergy. Consequently, they suffered several defeats. However, after more than a month of adjustment, the Heat seemed to have discovered the right way to play. Particularly following their resounding victory over the Lakers in the Christmas showdown, the Heat fully embraced their intended course. During this period, the NBA was undergoing monumental transformations. The discord between Deron Williams and Jerry Sloan began to surface, while tensions between the Nuggets and Carmelo Anthony, as fellow division rivals, escalated. The former opted to refrain from playing, while the latter exhibited a lackadaisical attitude on the court. Ultimately, after 2 months of turmoil, both were dispatched to New York, one to the Nets and the other to the Knicks. The Nuggets acquired immediate talent and draft picks, while the Knicks secured their long-desired Anthony, forming a super trio with Tracy McGrady and Amare Stoudemire. The trio in question, in terms of renown, is undoubtedly on par with the famed Miami Heat's trio. However, while the Heat has achieved a seamless integration, the compatibility of the Knicks' 3 remains uncertain. The Nets have successfully acquired the superstar Deron Williams, while Sloan bids a tearful farewell, marking the dissolution of the resilient Jazz. In this lifetime, Chinese fans exhibit considerable tolerance towards the Jazz, for they have seldom encountered the Rockets and have not posed significant challenges to them. Thus, most commentators maintain an objective and impartial perspective. Ultimately, the matter at hand reflects poorly on Deron, who has once again become the target of widespread criticism from Chinese fans. This is not the most significant aspect. For Xiao, the most joyous news this year is the selection of 3 Minnesota Timberwolves players to the All-Star game. The simultaneous inclusion of Westbrook, Josh, and Odin marks a historic first for the Timberwolves. Roy, having adjusted his play style to better fit the team's system this season, has consequently seen a reduction in both his touches and shot attempts, resulting in his absence from the All-Star roster. However, as a foundational figure in the team's establishment and a 2-time All-Star guard, Roy remains unconcerned with such matters. For him, health and victory are of paramount importance. Seizing the opportunity presented by the All-Star break, Xiao also completed a minor trade. He is generally averse to making trades mid-season, as he believes it can disrupt the team's cohesion and chemistry. Thus, any trades he engages in are typically minor adjustments rather than significant overhauls. In this instance, he exchanged the bearded Baron Davis and 2 second-round picks with the Bucks for the former Bucks star Michael Redd and the league's renowned vagabond, Ishmael Smith. The second-round picks hold little value for Xiao as he seeks players with genuine talent, which are seldom found in that round. Baron Davis has not performed well this season with the Timberwolves, averaging only 5 points and 4 assists. Initially, there was hope that he would provide substantial offensive support during Russell Westbrook's rest periods, but the outcome has been disappointing. Furthermore, it seems Davis is dissatisfied with his playing time, a sentiment Xiao can understand, especially since he is approaching a contract year. Next season is a team option, and at his current level, the team is unlikely to exercise that option. Additionally, this year's rookie, Bledsoe, is eager and ready to seize his opportunity, making it prudent for Davis to step aside. As for Michael Redd, he is in the final year of his contract, and this offseason presents a chance to create cap space. Xiao is confident in his ability to restore Redd's health. A healthy Redd is undeniably formidable. Thus, the moment the trade was finalized, Xiao promptly reached out to Redd. "Michael, you know our medical staff is among the best in the league. I will find a way to help you regain your health. Although it may not be quite at your peak level, it will at least extend your career without the looming threat of injury." Xiao's words resonated deeply with Redd, who is primarily concerned about his knee and has begun contemplating retirement. He has already made plans to join the Suns next year, but if things do not improve there, he may consider retiring altogether. At this moment, Xiao's call was like a celestial melody to him. He had reflected on the fact that since Xiao took over the Timberwolves, the team had experienced remarkably few significant injuries. Moreover, the sports medicine facility established by Xiao is renowned within the league, rivaling even the famed medical staff of the Suns, who would contemplate retirement when one could prolong their career. Although one might not reach their peak again, the mere ability to play healthily sufficed. Given his age, accepting a decline in performance was not difficult. Besides, the Timberwolves were a formidable team. Perhaps they could clinch a championship before his retirement, which would indeed be a delightful conclusion. With this thought in mind, Reed promptly set off for Minnesota. Reed was familiar to Chinese basketball fans, having been the esteemed leader of Jianlian. His most notable impression was his reluctance to pass the ball to Yi and his peculiar shooting form. While opinions about him were mixed among fans across the ocean, Xiao was overjoyed. The suggestion that he might not return to his peak merely revealed the avarice of the capitalist. It was an attempt to negotiate a lower price during the off-season. With a new round of labor disputes on the horizon, it was prudent to avoid luxury taxes for now. Once the negotiations concluded and the salary cap surged, all prior contract renewals would be deemed exceptionally advantageous. Securing a top-tier shooter for a contract around $3 million per point would be an incredible bargain. After acquiring Reed, Xiao received another exhilarating piece of news. Yao Ming's ACL surgery had nearly completed its recovery after a year and 2 months, a commendable time frame, especially considering the suboptimal treatment he had received during his time with the Rockets. Yao Ming was poised to return to the NBA court, yet Xiao hoped he would take his time. He did not wish to see Yao suffer another injury after a few games as had happened in a previous life, leading to an abrupt retirement. This time, caution was imperative, even if it meant being conservative. Moreover, he had sufficient internal options with Odin and Anderson, negating the need to risk Yao's health at this juncture. Post-All-Star break, the competition for playoff positions would intensify. Teams had bolstered their rosters and were finding their rhythm, and the Timberwolves were about to face a grueling stretch of games. Their first match would be an away challenge against the Grizzlies, a team that was no longer the easy target they had been at the season's outset. Tony Allen had seamlessly integrated into the Grizzlies' system, and the Western Conference was beginning to take shape as a formidable battleground. Furthermore, the veteran Hill, acquired mid-season, had significantly enhanced the team's depth. Under the care of the Suns' medical staff, Hill's physical condition surpassed that of his younger days. In a recent game against the Pacers, with the Grizzlies' 4 main players absent, Hill showcased his prowess, scoring 27 points and leading the Grizzlies to a comeback victory. Now, with the seasoned Hill alongside the young Eric Gordon, the depth of the Grizzlies roster was indeed formidable. Following this, the Timberwolves would host the Magic and then face the Thunder, featuring the informed Dwight Howard and the refreshing new generation backcourt duo of Rose and Harden. Both matches were expected to be challenging, followed by away games against the Knicks and Heat, 2 teams currently basking in the limelight. This grueling stretch would conclude the Timberwolves' February schedule. However, every team would encounter such a phase. Experiencing it early could prove beneficial. What initially seemed like a daunting schedule might ultimately reveal their true strength. Yet, what Xiao did not anticipate was that the true challenge would not stem from a daunting schedule but from the newly established league in Canada. While such leagues were not uncommon, few garnered as much attention as his. Initially perceived as merely a corporate league, it had now evolved into an independent commercial entity, causing the Chinese Basketball Association considerable unease. They were reluctant to witness their promising talents migrate to foreign leagues, prompting the association to create obstacles for Xiao, embroiling him in various international disputes. In Xiao's room, a striking young woman was massaging his shoulders. She was a maid generated by the system, but Xiao preferred not to have her in a maid outfit. He found it somewhat juvenile compared to the allure of black stockings. However, at that moment, Xiao had little time to concern himself with such trivialities. He had indeed been overwhelmed with work. What he had envisioned as a straightforward league had unexpectedly spiraled into a complex situation. In recent days, he has noticeably slimmed down, as several of his brands have encountered various challenges, but the most significant impact has been on his own team. His personal state has also been fraught with issues, often. His tactical arrangements during games have faltered. This inefficiency cannot be salvaged even with a tactical card, leading the Timberwolves to experience a streak of losses in March. Initially vying for the top position in the Western Conference against the Spurs, they suddenly fell behind. Fortunately, the Tianhong Group assigned a dedicated individual to oversee operations. Otherwise, Xiao would surely have been overwhelmed. Next time, if you face such problems, feel free to share them with me. Though I may not be able to assist you much at the moment, I am at least an excellent listener, he said. However, just as he was about to express more, Yilin cut him off, swallowing her words. As a young woman in her early 20s, she felt somewhat bewildered by her sudden emotions and was unsure how to articulate them. It's all right. You seem quite busy over there, with much to learn. You must study diligently. My future truly relies on you, Xiao teased from the other end of the line. Indeed, while Yilin's current role was merely an internship, both understood the significance of her work. Each day, she needed to familiarize herself with the tasks at hand while absorbing new knowledge, which was no less demanding than Xiao's responsibilities. By the way, what were you about to say? Xiao recalled that Yilin's previous statement had been left unfinished and quickly inquired. Nothing, I was just saying actually I've learned massage techniques. Yes? I have quite a good touch, Yilin replied, her cheeks flushed. Initially, she had intended to mention that she looked lovely in black stockings, but the words were swallowed back. She found herself uncertain about her feelings towards this prominent figure, yet having spent over 4 years in America, Xiao was her only friend. He always thought of her whenever something good happened, and over time, a natural fondness had developed. As time passed, feelings began to blossom. Yilin, blushing profusely, hastily uttered a few more words before ending the call. Meanwhile, Xiao wore a perplexed expression, akin to that of Nick Young. What is going on here? As a quintessentially straightforward man, Xiao did not overthink the situation. He felt liberated with someone else taking charge, allowing him to fully dedicate himself to the upcoming games. With only 15 matches remaining, he knew he had to thoroughly analyze the opponents. With his focus now back on the court, Xiao proved to be quite adept, achieving an impressive record of 11 wins and 4 losses in the final 15 games, intentionally losing the last match after the rankings were confirmed. Ultimately, the Timberwolves finished with a commendable record of 57 wins and 25 losses, securing the second position in the Western Conference. In the first round of the playoffs, they were set to face the Denver Nuggets, a team that had undergone significant changes. Chapter 55, Los Angeles, do not disappoint me. In the first round against the Nuggets, although they are not particularly formidable, underestimating them could lead to significant troubles. The Nuggets represent a uniquely characterized team in the Western Conference, perhaps due to the frigid high-altitude climate, where inactivity can lead to a sense of stagnation. Historically, the Nuggets have been an offensively oriented team, especially in eras when their defense was among the league's elite. Following the departures of Anthony and Billups, they assembled a squad of exceptional athletes, each capable of running and jumping with remarkable agility. The starting lineup of Felton, Matthews, Gallo, Martin, and Nene embodies a blend of speed, shooting, and drive. Devoid of tactical constraints, this ensemble is well-rounded in both offense and defense. The bench is reinforced by the addition of Dragic, Outlaw, and Hayes, alongside youthful talents like Dudley and McGee, creating a roster that indeed instills a sense of fear. If they were to face other teams, It could have led to fierce competition. However, they unfortunately encountered the superior Timberwolves. When it comes to athleticism and physical prowess, the only team in the league that could potentially challenge the Timberwolves is the Heat. As for the Nuggets, they represent a lower-tier team compared to the Timberwolves. While their playing styles are somewhat akin, the player configurations and attributes of the Timberwolves are essentially an enhanced version of those of the Nuggets at every position. Despite the pre-game hype from various media outlets suggesting that this series would be intensely competitive between two young, dynamic teams, only Xiao truly comprehended that this series held no suspense whatsoever. From the very first game, the Timberwolves dominated the Nuggets, and in the fourth game, the Timberwolves aimed to conclude the series at home. With the Nuggets putting forth their utmost effort, former Timberwolf Dragic scored 8 3-pointers and amassed 33 points, providing a critical lifeline. While the Timberwolves did not achieve a direct sweep, that was limited to this singular match. Upon returning to their home court, the Timberwolves decisively triumphed over the Nuggets with a score of 120-101, comfortably dispatching them in 5 games. At this juncture, apart from the Celtics sweeping the Pacers 4-0, no other team had yet determined a victor, which afforded Xiao the opportunity to observe their next adversary, the victor of the matchup between the Lakers and the Trail Blazers. The series stood tied at 2-2. Approaching a pivotal Game 5, piquing Xiao's interest. He was well aware of the Trail Blazers' capabilities, having nearly faltered against them the previous year. As the formidable interior presence of Durant, Aldridge, and Kwame Brown is not easily countered. While their dominance may not have been as pronounced during the regular season, such height proves invaluable in the playoffs, particularly as Durant is the type of player who elevates his performance significantly in postseason play. The Lakers have certainly faced their share of challenges this time around. Kobe, confronted with such towering opponents in the paint, finds himself rather ill at ease. Each time he attempts to penetrate, he encounters a multitude of lengthy arms. Although the Trail Blazers shooting guard, Korver, serves as a reliable scoring machine, their height has undeniably alleviated numerous predicaments for the team. Particularly, Kwame Brown in the paint seems to be driven by a desire to prove himself, especially against the Lakers, who once underestimated him. Matched up against Bynum, Brown shows no mercy, employing Wang Ziji's footwork to put Bynum on edge. Had it not been for Aldridge's lackluster performance in this series, the Lakers might have found themselves trailing 1-3, or perhaps even heading home. In this series, Aldridge is finding it exceedingly challenging to contend with Garnett. Even in his advanced years, a healthy Garnett remains one of the league's premier defenders. The fifth game is set to unfold at the Staples Center in Los Angeles. The Trail Blazers maintain their usual lineup, while the Lakers have unexpectedly altered their strategy. Odom is now starting in place of Bynum, a classic maneuver by the Zen master. If circumstances dictate, substituting Bynum for Odom enhances the team's overall mobility. This action set off a chain reaction. As the game commenced, the Lakers transformed into a unit orchestrated by Odom, compelling the Trail Blazers to rely on Aldridge for countermeasures, thereby amplifying the space within the paint. Kobe, requesting the ball from the sweet spot, executed a fluid turnaround jumper, leaving Korver utterly powerless to respond. When the Trail Blazers took their turn, the strategy centered around Durant, allowing him to unleash his prowess. However, Arteas' defense against Durant was formidable. With his physique and defensive acumen, he resembled a supercharged Tucker. Although Durant could still execute his signature pull-up shots despite the defensive pressure, it significantly drained his stamina. Each movement, whether evading defense or establishing position for the ball, consumed a considerable amount of his energy. In the paint, without Bynum on the opposing side, one could only wonder why they continued to seek Durant's involvement. It was merely the first quarter, not the fourth. In previous games, Kwame Brown had performed remarkably well. Xiao could only sigh in frustration from the sidelines. Last year, he had marveled at the Trail Blazers coach's capabilities, but today, he felt that the coach's in-game decisions were lacking. Given such a promising opportunity, why not penetrate the interior instead of continuously seeking Durant? Although Xiao muttered to himself, his remarks were overheard by those nearby, especially in the Los Angeles arena, where whispers circulated about his coaching acumen. If you understand so well, why don't you become a coach? At that moment, an uncomfortably sharp voice reached Xiao's ears, causing a flicker of displeasure within him. He contemplated turning around to assert his identity, after all, having coached for several years with notable success. This was Staples Center, a place where one needed to be resolute. Would he wait until the Lakers were in decline before asserting himself? By then, he might not even be allowed entry into Staples. However, when Xiao turned, both he and the other individual were taken aback. It was none other than Christine Stewart. the woman who haunted the dreams of countless admirers. Mr. Su? Having previously collaborated with Tianhong Group for endorsements, coupled with Su Xiao's rising fame in the NBA, Christine recognized him. Yet, Su Xiao, a quintessential straight man, had never engaged with her beyond the superficial, despite his avid viewership of Twilight. His introverted nature from a past life prevented him from acting overly bold in this one. Yet here she was, in the flesh, at a time when her film, Twilight Saga, Eclipse, was just released, propelling her into the limelight as one of America's hottest stars. This moment caused Su Xiao to momentarily forget his own identity and the words he intended to speak. My apologies, Mr. Su. I did not mean to offend. For I recognize that you are an exceptional coach as well. It was Kristen Stewart who first broke the silence. No. My question. Su Xiao nearly shamefully uttered something as trivial as requesting her WeChat, an embarrassing lapse in dignity. Fortunately, he managed to swallow those words just in time, replacing them with a far more inconsequential remark. Are you here to watch the game as well? After uttering this line, Su Xiao wished he could slap himself twice. The awkwardness of the situation was palpable enough to elicit a cringe. However, Kristen merely smiled, unperturbed, and graciously responded, of course. Moreover, one can gain insights from professionals. It's truly worth watching this match. Oh, what I just said was rather casual, just a passing comment. Yet, it is no secret that Mr. Su not only manages the team but also serves as its coach, and this year, he might very well be in contention for Coach of the Year. Su Xiao scratched his head, struggling to continue the conversation. By the way, could you share your thoughts on how to break the deadlock in this match? I'd love to brag about it later. Well, to be honest, I don't possess any profound insights. However, if I were the head coach of this team and observed the opposing lineup, I would definitely position Kwame Brown in the low post. Allow Brown to play. What purpose do the Trailblazer star duo serve? This strategy would give rise to numerous tactical options. Odom would undoubtedly struggle against Brown, especially considering Brown's excellent footwork and soft shooting touch. The Lakers would likely collapse their interior defense, at which point Aldridge would position himself at the free throw line while Durant roamed the opposite baseline at a 45-degree angle. And then, once he delved into his area of expertise, Su Xiao felt invigorated, launching into a passionate discourse. At this juncture, observing the Lakers' defense. If they commit to help defense, we could pivot to a strategy centered around Aldridge. Su Xiao spoke confidently. If the Lakers' defensive pressure is substantial and they can quickly extend outward, Durant could exploit the angles for a backdoor cut. Conversely, if the opposing defense remains rooted, Durant could execute a direct handoff with Aldridge. Should the defense still fail to advance, a single screen would afford him the opportunity to shoot. If, at that moment, the defense expands, Durant would find himself with a plethora of options. He could drive, collaborate with Aldridge for a fast break, or pass to Brown in the paint. The entire strategy hinges on the premise that Lamar Odom of the Lakers cannot effectively defend Kwame Brown in a one-on-one scenario. This serves as the initial play, alleviating some of the burdens on Durant and Aldridge. Su Xiao confidently stated, while Christine listened with keen interest. In the blink of an eye, the Lakers' lead surged to 18 points, and by the end of the third quarter, the Trailblazers trailed 66-84. The Staples Center was already abuzz with celebration. At this moment, McMillan seemed to awaken, beginning to implement Su Xiao's tactics. Look, this initial play is quite effective. This is precisely the strategy one mentioned. Let us see if it yields results. Upon hearing this, Christine perked up. In her eyes, this match appeared devoid of suspense, and she had begun to occupy herself with her phone. However, Su Xiao's assertion piqued her interest, prompting her to pay closer attention. On the court, just as Su Xiao predicted, Kwame Brown took possession, isolating Odom. It was evident that Odom was struggling defensively. He had no choice but to call Garnett for assistance. But Brown quickly passed the ball to Aldridge at the free throw line. Garnett lunged to defend, and Aldridge seized the opportunity to drive towards the basket. All eyes were on Aldridge when suddenly, with a bounce pass, Durant darted behind the baseline, catching the ball for an emphatic dunk. The ball elicited a sparse round of applause, showcasing the tactical system at play, which rendered it quite enjoyable to watch. Following this, the same opening maneuver was executed. This time, the Lakers' defense was entirely exposed. Durant and Aldridge set up a pick, and with a swift mid-range shot, he scored once more. Subsequently, the Lakers attempted to avoid double-teaming, allowing Brown to overpower Odom with sheer physicality, scoring while drawing a foul. In a mere 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, the Trailblazers surged with a 16-2 offensive run, narrowing the 18-point deficit to a mere 4 points. causing palpable anxiety among the Lakers fans. How could this happen? You must find a solution. The Lakers are on the verge of losing. Christine, noticing the alarming score, began to shake Xiao by the shoulders in distress. If there had been any lingering doubts about him before, they were now entirely dispelled. Enough shaking. I feel dizzy, she exclaimed. So, how can the Lakers extricate themselves from this predicament? Quite simply, they must thwart this opening play. Someone capable of single-covering Brown, or at least intercepting his pass to prevent him from receiving the ball, would disrupt the execution of their strategy. Xiao seemed to possess an uncanny connection with the coaches. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers adjusted their defensive strategy to include more aggressive fronting. With Kwame Brown unable to receive the ball, the strategy faltered. Durant, having struggled throughout the game, could no longer be expected to perform miracles. After all, even a god has its limits, and his shooting percentage plummeted. Aldridge found himself outmatched by Garnett, unable to shoulder the burden. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Trailblazers with a score of 103-94, clinching a pivotal victory. Seated among the spectators, Xiao wore a sly smile, feeling a step closer to revenge. Lakers, you must not allow the Trailblazers to thwart you. What I have lost, I shall reclaim with my own hands. We shall meet in Minnesota. Chapter 56. I am eager to see what you are truly capable of. In the end, the Lakers successfully eliminated the Trailblazers with a 4-2 score, advancing to the Western Conference semifinals to face the Timberwolves. When Lakers fans saw that their opponents were the Timberwolves, whom they had dominated for 2 years, their smiles widened to the point of distortion. It is worth noting that Lakers fans affectionately refer to the Timberwolves as their favorite sons. Each time Roy and Westbrook encounter Kobe, they suffer defeat. Josh, a lesser version of Garnett, is utterly overwhelmed by the real Garnett, while Odin is unworthy even to carry Bynum's shoes. In the eyes of Lakers fans, the path to the Western Conference Finals seemed assured, especially considering that their most significant rivals, the Spurs, had been unexpectedly ousted by the Grizzlies in a shocking upset. This has further inflated the egos of the Lakers fans. Their current target is the Heat, and numerous threads have emerged in the forums discussing strategies to confront Miami and how to defend against James. Well, this is precisely the effect desired. Xiao has shut down the forum, as the upcoming challenge is against the Lakers. He has been preparing for this moment for 2 years, and now Westbrook, Josh, and Odin have seamlessly integrated with the star card, improving steadily. Last year was about personal shortcomings. This year, he has diligently worked to specifically counter the Lakers, all in anticipation of this day to reclaim honor. Los Angeles, I have prepared a formidable dish for you. Are you ready? Before the match, Xiao gazed at the locker room door for a long moment before finally speaking. Today, I will not impose excessive demands. Let us play according to the rhythm we established earlier. As long as we settle into our pace, we shall be invincible. Xiao walked out of the locker room alongside his teammates, gradually making his way onto the court. Upon entering, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. In the past, Xiao never paid much attention to such adulation. Now, he simply wishes to revel in the cheers of thousands. At this moment, the microphone was passed over, signaling Xiao to deliver a few words for the pre-game motivation. Xiao took the microphone and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke with conviction. Only you, the fans, seem to believe in me now. 5 years ago, when I first set foot on this land, I was met with skepticism and cold stares. Yet here we stand today, able to continue leading the team forward, and for this, we owe our deepest gratitude to the fans of Minnesota. It is thanks to you that we have persevered through the most challenging times for 5 long years. Now, as we gather to reap the rewards, trust us, for we shall emerge victorious. Xiao's words were powerful, moving many Minnesota fans to tears. Following him, Garnett stepped forward to pay his respects. The 2 greatest players in the history of the Timberwolves, regrettably now destined to face each other as fierce adversaries. Both teams featured their regular starters. For the Timberwolves, it was Westbrook, Roy, Josh, and Ibaka, with Odin as the center. The Lakers countered with Fisher and Kobe in the backcourt, while the front court comprised Artest and the Wolf King Garnett, with the young Shark Bynum at center. As the game commenced, the Lakers continued to focus their strategy around Kobe. However, Xiao was acutely aware that Garnett was the true fulcrum of their tactics. He instructed Ibaka to cut through the front, while Westbrook would sneak in from behind, denying Garnett any opportunity to receive the ball, forcing the Lakers' strategy to culminate in Kobe's isolation play beyond the three-point line. Although this approach was familiar to Kobe and often yielded decent results, it was somewhat uncomfortable for him to initiate a play outside of his preferred zone. Furthermore, it drained his energy and hindered the Lakers' overall strategy. Subsequently, Westbrook charged directly at Fisher, leading to an iconic moment. Fisher, firmly planted in his stance and with a fierce gaze, thought to himself, "Let us see what you've got." In the blink of an eye, Westbrook had stormed into the paint, while Fisher remained rooted in place, mentally acknowledging Westbrook's impressive prowess, to which Garnett, in a moment of disbelief, could only respond, "What the heck?" In this image, the protagonist of the past was Ross. Now it has transformed into Westbrook, with only the old Fish remaining, standing vacantly in the same spot. This match serves as a microcosm of the encounter. Old Fish found himself utterly mismatched against Westbrook, whose speed was simply too formidable. In his uninjured state, Westbrook's explosiveness transcends that of other guards. Xiao has never doubted Westbrook's physical prowess. It is noteworthy that in a previous life, Westbrook, despite his physical condition, managed to dunk over Gobert with ease, while the highly praised Morant sought Gobert in vain, failing to succeed even once. However, in that past existence, Westbrook's floater was lacking, and his pull-up shot post-injury was inaccurate, rendering him capable of charging yet incapable of finishing. Now, with no injuries and having acquired a floater akin to Billups, Westbrook poses an even greater challenge for the Lakers. Time and again, as Garnett attempted to help, Westbrook would respond with a deft floater, effortlessly sinking it. Whether it was old Fish Fisher or the substitute Farmar, they found themselves relentlessly pursued and overwhelmed by Westbrook until the fourth quarter, when the Zen master finally realized to have Kobe defend Westbrook. Kobe's defense constrained Westbrook's audacity. Yet it liberated Roy, who had been suppressed by Kobe throughout the game, allowing him to erupt for 18 points in the fourth quarter and lead the Timberwolves to a decisive victory. Post-match remarks, "It's fine. It's their home court. Let them have one. Last time they also won the first game, and then they forgot how to play. After all, it's the away game. Let's be courteous." A gentlemanly sweep of 4-1. In the second match, the Timberwolves bench exploded, with J.R. Smith scoring 23 points including 6 three-pointers, James Johnson contributing 13 points and 11 rebounds, and Gibson adding 8 points and 8 rebounds, while the starting Westbrook delivered a remarkable performance with 19 points and 16 assists. By the third quarter, the match had lost all suspense, as the Timberwolves triumphed decisively with a score of 123-92, obliterating the Los Angeles team. Post-match commentary, "We need to make it 2-4 now. No worries, the Timberwolves can't win. If they do, I'll stand on my head. After all, it's their home court. Just a formality, but I didn't expect them to play so aggressively. Next game back at home, we shall retaliate. 2 years ago, we won no games. Last year, we won one. This year, it is indeed their turn to secure 2 victories. This year, the Timberwolves are ready to fight back." The fans remain at ease. Yet the Lakers find themselves in a precarious position. If the first game was marred by elements of chance and personal errors, the second game served as a stark wake-up call. From the outset, they were thoroughly dominated. The Timberwolves have evolved from the easily manipulated Cubs of previous years into a formidable pack of wolves. This newly matured Timberwolves team has transformed into a relentless predator. And what instills the most fear in their opponents is the remarkable depth of their roster. Typically, a standard team would have narrowed their rotation to 8 or 9 players by this stage, yet the current Lakers, reminiscent of last season's Timberwolves, are compelled to reduce their rotation to maintain competitiveness. In stark contrast, the Timberwolves boast a rotation of 10 players, the only slight blemish being their backup point guard, Bledsoe, who remains a rookie with limited playing time. Nevertheless, Bledsoe manages to make a significant impact within his constrained minutes. Additionally, they have the recovering Reed and the ever-rehabilitating Yao Ming. Should Reed and Yao return next season, coupled with a valuable draft pick, the Timberwolves' future appears exceedingly bright. Meanwhile, the Lakers find themselves in a downward spiral, with future draft picks potentially becoming mere embellishments for the Timberwolves. The thought alone caused Kupchak a throbbing headache. This cannot continue. Upon returning home, victory is imperative. The Lakers management has grown anxious, issuing a stern mandate to the coaching staff. The next game must be won, regardless of the circumstances. Upon their return to Los Angeles, the Lakers promptly convened a players' meeting to address the issues that arose in the first 2 games, with everyone offering various insights. Fisher remarked, "Russell is too swift. We need someone to assist in defense or double-team him to prevent his momentum." Garnett noted, "Their spacing is too expansive, leaving me exhausted on defense. Every screen they set creates opportunities. We must enhance our interior mobility." Ibaka is not a major concern on offense, but I struggled to penetrate their defenses. Arteist added, the perimeter rotations are too rapid, the shooters too precise, and their transition speed leaves us no chance to establish our defense. Bynum. Odom. Kobe. It matters not. I will take the shot. After an intense discussion among the team, a unanimous conclusion was reached. Odom would start in the next game. At that moment, the Timberwolves were peacefully slumbering in their hotel, unaware of the deliberations that had transpired. One wonders if Xiao, upon learning of the outcome, would burst into laughter, for this decision had long been anticipated by him. Having observed the previous round of the series, the Lakers' strategies had been thoroughly unveiled. In the presence of Xiao, they were left utterly exposed. Following the conclusion of the last match, Xiao was already certain that the Lakers would indeed opt for Odom as a starter, thereby enhancing their ability to implement the triangle offense and exchanging mobility for height. At this juncture, the focal point does not rest with Odom, but rather with Garnett. This elucidates why Xiao contends that Garnett is, in fact, more fitting for the Lakers than Gasol. In this system, the defense is notably feeble, as it lacks the height in the paint and relies solely on the power forward to contend with the center position, while Gasol performed admirably in guarding the opposing center. This framework necessitates that interior players not only engage in one-on-one defense but also provide assistance and rim protection. Historically, the Lakers struggled against teams employing pick-and-roll strategies. In previous encounters against the Thunder and the Suns, they narrowly triumphed. Had Arteist not secured a crucial offensive rebound and scored during a pivotal moment, the Lakers might have faltered. When faced with the Mavericks, they were ruthlessly exploited by pick-and-roll plays. The substitution of Garnett for Gasol significantly bolstered the Lakers' defensive capabilities against such strategies, while Garnett's support in the paint alleviated the burden on the Lakers' backcourt. Although Westbrook made an explosive impact in the first game, it paled in comparison to the previous era's brutal series between the Thunder and the Lakers, a testament to the effectiveness of Garnett's defensive support. However, in the opening match, Westbrook's mid-range shooting was exceptional, and Bynum was relentlessly targeted. By the second game, the Timberwolves bench unleashed a formidable offensive barrage. In this instance, placing Bynum on the bench while allowing Odom to take the starting position reveals a clear intention to prevent the Timberwolves from swiftly rotating their perimeter play, thereby entrusting the defense entirely to Garnett. On the offensive front, Odom's playmaking is intended to substitute for Garnett's ball handling, allowing Garnett to dedicate himself fully to defense. Phil Jackson considers his strategy to be flawless, yet he remains oblivious to the fact that Xiao has already ascended to the fifth tier while he is still confined to the second. Chapter 57. Convincing Los Angeles. The third game represents a do-or-die moment for the Lakers. Should they falter in this match, their fate in this playoff series would be all but sealed. In this match, the Lakers' starting lineup was precisely as Xiao had envisioned: Fisher, Kobe, Arteist, Odom, and Garnett. On the Timberwolves side, the starting lineup remained unchanged: Westbrook, Roy, Josh, Ibaka, and Odom. As the game commenced, the Timberwolves secured possession of the ball first. The players swiftly positioned themselves. However, this time, Odom moved directly to the low post to call for the ball. Observing this, Garnett promptly stepped in to defend. Westbrook, in possession, called for a pick and roll, and Ibaka, with his robust physique, effectively blocked Fisher. Although Odom's speed was not lacking, he was not primarily known for his defensive prowess and failed to keep pace with Westbrook, forcing Garnett to provide assistance. Under the pressure of Odom's pursuit and Garnett's defensive interference, Westbrook's layup, despite its elevated arc, ultimately failed to find the net. When one finds themselves completely encircled by the opposing team's interior defense, it is prudent not to rush a pass, as this increases the likelihood of a turnover. If a pass proves challenging, one might as well direct it towards the basket. This sentiment echoed the words Xiao had imparted to Westbrook before the game, which were now coming to fruition. By drawing the opposing interior defenders away, his teammates would find it effortless to secure the rebound and seamlessly execute second-chance scoring opportunities. Witnessing this play unfold, Xiao on the sidelines excitedly raised his fist, not merely in celebration of a tactical success, but in recognition of Westbrook's transformation. Such tactics impose high demands on defenders, yet they come with significant sacrifices. Firstly, your defenders must possess formidable offensive prowess, capable of drawing the opposing team's interior defense. Furthermore, they should be endowed with exceptional physical attributes, particularly in terms of their ability to withstand physical confrontations, as they are required to forcefully clear a path by overpowering the opponents in the paint. This not only necessitates a robust physique, but also demands exceptional stamina from the guards. Fortuitously, the Timberwolves possess such attributes, as evidenced by Eric Bledsoe, who serves as a worthy substitute for Russell Westbrook. The second point, which is also the most challenging, pertains to the guards executing this strategy. The sacrifices they make are substantial. The nature of this play rarely results in successful shots, yet it allows teammates to effortlessly secure rebounds and capitalize on second-chance opportunities. Consequently, the resulting statistics may reveal that the guards frequently attempt shots with exceedingly low shooting percentages, thus appearing inefficient. In contrast, the performance metrics of the interior players will be remarkably impressive, effortlessly achieving 2 points and 1 rebound, potentially culminating in a substantial double-double. This was also the reason for Xiao's exhilaration as he raised his fist in triumph, for he had successfully transformed Westbrook. In his previous life, Westbrook was often labeled as merely a stat padder. Yet now, he has wholeheartedly set aside individual statistics for the sake of the team's victory, willingly undertaking the arduous and thankless tasks, even if his final numbers may appear dismal. This selfless version of Westbrook is precisely what Xiao yearned for. While Xiao was still celebrating Westbrook's transformation, the Timberwolves had surreptitiously extended their lead to 6 points. They relentlessly attacked the paint. Odin ceased to venture outside, first demanding the ball to wear down Garnett, and then clearing the way for Westbrook and Josh to alternate their assaults, with Odin's sole mission being to secure offensive rebounds. The Lakers, having surrendered 3 consecutive defensive rebounds, could no longer remain passive and began to collapse the interior to protect the boards. This allowed Roy to seize the opportunity, hitting a three-pointer followed by a three-point foul, instantly widening the gap to 6 points, prompting Phil Jackson to call a timeout. Xiao's strategy was overt. Aware of the absence of Bynum in their interior defense, the tactic was straightforward: a pick to occupy defenders and a relentless assault on the paint. Even if the shots did not fall, the objective was to draw defenders away, enabling his center to secure rebounds. Phil Jackson recognized Xiao's intentions, though he had not anticipated that this young Timberwolves squad would exhibit such altruism. They were willing to sacrifice everything for victory. What about his team? They were evidently unprepared to win, repeatedly being breached and outmuscled, allowing the Timberwolves to claim rebounds over them and showcase emphatic dunks. Could this truly reflect a desire to win? If they could not even defend their own paint, how could they hope to protect their home court? During the timeout, Phil Jackson posed a soul-searching triad of questions to his players. Upon resuming play, the Lakers exhibited a marked transformation in their demeanor. Although Xiao had devised a strategy for the center to pursue rebounds, the act of rebounding, while influenced by physicality, was predominantly a matter of attitude and determination. After instilling a sense of urgency, Jackson witnessed his players fervently contesting for rebounds, which rendered Xiao's strategy less effective than anticipated. He had not expected such a lack of trust in Bynum. It was indeed surprising that he had not utilized him at all. Although Xiao was somewhat taken aback from the sidelines, he swiftly adjusted his strategy. Given the Lakers' formidable defense in the paint, he resolved not to engage in a direct confrontation. Odin received the ball at the free throw line, and due to his shooting prowess, Garnett was compelled to step forward in defense. Josh signaled for Ibaka to set a back screen and moved inward, positioning himself low against Odin, while Josh began to back down. Suddenly, Odin surged toward the paint, leading the Lakers to believe that the Timberwolves were about to employ their previous tactics, prompting them to collapse their defense and secure their positions to prevent him from claiming the rebound. In the midst of this, Josh made a sweeping motion, delivering the ball directly to Westbrook on the perimeter, who had cleverly utilized Ibaka's screen to find himself in an unguarded position. Upon receiving the pass, he launched a three-pointer that found its mark. With a resounding clap, Xiao applauded fervently from the sidelines, muttering to himself that the synergy between Billups' star card and Westbrook was simply impeccable. Afterward, the narrative does not conclude. In accordance with the Zen Master's arrangement, the Timberwolves struggled to effectively counter the Lakers' offensive strategies. After all, Odom's immediate focus was on offense, and his ability to orchestrate plays was crucial for the Lakers. However, Xiao had long perceived Phil's intentions and promptly assigned Josh to apply pressure defensively, with Ibaka serving as a secondary line of defense to sweep and support. Arteist, not particularly adept at cutting to the basket, posed little threat with his shooting, which Xiao did not regard as a concern. Moreover, with Ibaka's quick reflexes and lengthy reach, even conceding 2 or 3 steps would still allow him to disrupt Odom's shots. Previously, Josh had played the power forward position with the Hawks, and with Paul's basketball IQ guiding him, he was certainly capable of excelling in that role once more. Especially since Odom was not a conventional power forward. When faced with an opponent of similar attributes who was still inferior, the outcome was predictable. Odom's playmaking abilities were rendered ineffective, leading the Lakers into a series of isolation plays. Kobe's attempts to take on Westbrook were far from straightforward. If we consider their past lives at this age, Kobe would have to be cautious against Westbrook, particularly with the formidable defender build-ups within Westbrook's skill set. After a prolonged struggle, it became evident that the most reliable scoring option for the Lakers was Garnett against Odom. Although Garnett struggled to hold his ground in the paint against Odom, his footwork was remarkably agile. Initiating his offensive moves from the free throw line, his speed left Odom unable to keep pace. The Timberwolves refrained from providing help defense, allowing Odom to face Garnett one-on-one. Fully aware that Garnett could only sustain such intensity for a half before fading in the latter stages. At times, tactics operate in such a manner, on the defensive end. One must render the opponent uncomfortable, denying them the opportunity to execute their preferred and most efficient offensive strategies, instead forcing them to score through less effective means. Deploying strategies that target the opponent's strengths, such as utilizing zone defense against a dominant inside game or man-to-man coverage against a precise shooting team, constitutes fundamental basketball philosophy. However, at this elite level, tactical execution must be refined. Similarly, on the offensive front, one must identify the opponent's defensive weaknesses and exploit them using familiar and efficient methods. Striving to find one's rhythm. Currently, the Timberwolves were playing in accordance with this tempo. At halftime, the Timberwolves led the Lakers by 5 points, 58-53. While the score did not widen significantly, it was noteworthy that of the Lakers' 53 points, 22 were scored by Garnett, a divergence from Phil Jackson's pregame strategy. Additionally, Artest contributed 11 points, a point that Xiao intentionally allowed, as he required his forwards to engage more in help defense, thus limiting Artest's shooting opportunities. He managed a commendable 3 of 5 from beyond the arc in the first half. In contrast, the Lakers' primary scorer, Kobe, had only mustered 7 points. While Odom's performance was lackluster at best, yielding just 6 points, for rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 turnovers. As the second half commenced, Xiao continued to implement the first half tactics, yet at this juncture, Kobe began to assert himself. He forcefully drove against Westbrook, converting a difficult 2-1, while also battling through the crowd to secure rebounds. Kobe's performance evoked memories of the exhilarating Game 7 against the Celtics a decade prior, a match renowned for its intensity in the 21st century. The Lakers exhibited newfound tenacity, particularly in their pursuit of rebounds, clearly reflecting Phil Jackson's directives during halftime. Recognizing the shift in momentum, Xiao